He wasn't too hopeful because Yifeng Electronics was unknown and never heard of before. Initiating a supply without a known reputation would involve risks. Yifeng stood up and said, "Let's await good news, Manager Ni. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Take care." Yi. The two shook hands and bid farewell. Yifeng and Wang Tai left Sheng Company. As they stepped out, they unexpectedly met a familiar person. "Oh, isn't this Yifeng?" Zhao Xinju's face lit up with a smile as he glanced at Yifeng. Since driving Yifeng away, he began earning quite a lot every day. Besides the commission for Gao Hanxing, the rest was his own. It felt exhilarating. He believed as he expanded the repair business further, his career would surely rise to a new level. However, running into Yifeng at the Department of Electronics in the building was somewhat unexpected. "What is this little brat doing at Sheng Company?" "Boss Zhao, seems like life is treating you well." Yifeng chuckled, hands crossed, showing no intention of shaking hands. "Heh, of course, it's going well, all thanks to you." Zhao Xinju beamed with self-satisfaction. Yifeng smiled. "It's only been a few days." "Boss Zhao, you shouldn't celebrate too early." "TZ. Let's go." Wang Tai, passing by Zhao Xinju, glared fiercely at the old acquaintances. Zhao Xinju's expression darkened, and he coldly watched Yifeng and Wang Tai leave. "Ha ha, you two little brats, trying to compete with me. I'll play you both to death." Asterisk. Zhao Xinju turned around and strode into Sheng Company, arriving at the front desk. Asterisk. "I have an appointment with Manager Ni Din. Tell him that Zhao Xinju of Xinju Technologies is here. Please inform him." The receptionist nodded. "All right, sir. Please wait." She made a call and spoke for a while. After hanging up, Ni Din quickly came out with a warm expression on his face. "Ah, Boss Zhao, congratulations. Heard you expanded the repair business and it's going strong." Ni Din praised. Zhao Xinju smirked. "Just getting by." "By the way, Manager Ni, what were those two young people doing here just now?" Ni Din was taken aback by the sudden question, unsure why Zhao Xinju was asking about this, and answer. "The two young men represent Yifeng Electronics. They came here looking to purchase supplies using a consignment method." "What's wrong, Boss Zhao?" Zhao Xinju's cold smile widened. "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask Manager Ni for a small favor." "Fun brother, why did that fat pig also come here? It seems like he's also heading to Sheng." Wang Tai turned around, glanced over, and whispered, "Sheng is a distributor in the city. He must be going there to purchase goats. Let's not mind him. Let's go meet Boss Ning later." Yifeng remained calm and replied. Although he said this on the surface, there was a hint of vigilance in his heart. Currently, he and Zhao Xinju could be considered competitors, very direct competitors. If his Yifeng Electronics started operating, it would definitely impact Zhao Xinju's original repair business and even computer assembly business. Regarding computer repair services, both stores undoubtedly offered lower prices than the Electronics Science Building. Following the same efficient repair route, this was comprehensive competition. The marketplace is like a battlefield, with competitors of the same kind. It's either you die or I die. Business competition is so ruthless. As for Zhao Xinju appearing here, Yifeng's mind was silently calculating the benefits involved. He had to be cautious, not to let Fat Zhao get the upper hand. Fat Zhao was not a kind and righteous person. On the contrary, he was a businessman who would do anything to achieve his goals for the sake of profit. Yifeng and Wang Tai took the elevator down to the 3rd floor, but Yifeng continued downward. Wang Tai reminded, "Fun brother, Boss Ning's store is on the 3rd floor." Yifeng shot him a look, chuckled, and said, "Of course, do you think I'd go empty-handed? Come, let's make a call downstairs first. If he's in the store, we can buy some gifts for him." Only then did Wang Tai realize. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Fun brother, you are indeed considerate." Yifeng descended and called Ning Fiping. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, Brother Yi. What business do we have today?" Ning Fiping's cheerful laughter came over the phone. "Brother Ning, I'm here at the Electronic Science Building today. Wanted to see if you're at the store, to have a chat over some tea." Yifeng smiled. "I'm here. You're always welcome. Just come directly to the store." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Yifeng took Wang Tai to a tea shop next to the building and bought 2 large pieces of Daipur tea bricks. Last time when they had a meal together, Yifeng had discreetly inquired about Ning Fiping's preferences and knew that he loved tea, especially the strong and fragrant pu'er. These Daipur teas were of top quality, aromatic, and with a sweet aftertaste, which should cater to his taste. The 2 tea bricks cost 600 yuan. Although expensive, Yifeng readily paid. Fun brother, isn't this tea too expensive? Wang Tai couldn't help but gasp as they left the tea shop, whispering. Yifeng shook his head and said, not expensive at all, just right. TZ. Giving gifts is a very particular art. If it's too cheap, it lacks sincerity. If it's too expensive, it burdens others. It also depends on the recipient and the situation. If you want to secure a big project, even precious gems, watches, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings need to be presented. If the other party accepts, it's almost a sure thing. But now for Boss Ning, too ordinary is not suitable, too precious is not suitable either. Just a few hundred yuan worth of tea is just right. You must remember this well. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai suddenly seemed to understand. Fun brother, I see now, I'll remember. Yifeng nodded and said, all right, let's go, to his store. The two of them went upstairs once again, arriving at Ning Fiping's store. Ning Fiping had long been waiting at the store's entrance. When he saw Yifeng and Wang Tai, he warmly welcomed them. Ha ha, brother Yi, you're here. Yifeng picked up the tea bag in his hand and said with a smile, I came specifically to have tea with you. Look, I brought my own tea, for you to taste. Ning Fiping's face showed a hint of surprise upon seeing the tea, thinking that this young man was thoughtful. Hi, since you're here, bringing what kind of tea? I already have plenty of tea in hand. It's all right, you are really too polite. Yifeng chuckled. You can't have me come empty-handed now, can you? Oh, this is a rare Daipur tea, strong and aromatic. Let's try it. Ning Fiping's eyes brightened, showing great delight. Ha ha. Brother Yi, how did you know I love to drink old pur? Daipur is indeed extraordinary. Come in, sit down. Nugget Fiping led Yifeng and Wang Tai into the private tea room inside the store, where they exchanged pleasantries and started to brew tea and chatted casually. During the conversation, Yifeng occasionally inquired about Ning Fiping's superior sales relationships. He learned that Ning Fiping had a pretty close connection with a company called Nanchao Trading. He sourced his machines and accessories from them. They occasionally went fishing together, almost like fishing buddies, with a deep bond between them. Yifeng listened quietly and did not rush to ask for help. As lunchtime approached, Ning Fiping checked the time and said, it's lunchtime, brother Yi. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Yifeng smiled. How could I let you treat me? I already had TZ reserve a private dining room earlier. Let's go, shall we have a couple of drinks? While they were having tea and chatting, he had Wang Tai call a nearby restaurant to reserve a private dining room. Ning Fiping couldn't help but smile in admiration, increasingly appreciating Yifeng. This young man was indeed sophisticated and worldly wise, not at all what one would expect at his age. He had a sense that Yifeng might have something he needed help with, but since Yifeng didn't mention it, he didn't ask. If it wasn't something extremely complicated, he was more than willing to help. It was comfortable to deal with this young man, and he believed that Yifeng had unlimited potential, destined to succeed one day. All right, you got me tea, I'll get you drinks. Ha ha. Ning Fiping laughed heartily. The three of them left the store and went to a nearby Cantonese restaurant for lunch. In the private dining room, as the wine and dishes were served, Yifeng and Wang Tai took turns toasting, and Ning Fiping also graciously accepted each toast. After a few rounds of drinks and sampling various dishes, Yifeng noticed that Ning Fiping was a little tipsy. The timing was right. Brother Ning, to be honest, I'm here to ask for a favor today. Yifeng smiled and said. Ning Fiping knew that Yifeng was finally getting to the point and smiled. I figured you must have something, but don't hesitate to tell me. If I can help, I will do my best, no questions asked. Touched by Ning Fiping's sincerity, Yifeng said, you know, my store is ready for opening. Just waiting for a batch of accessories to start the business, but I encountered some family issues recently and have limited funds. However, the opening is imminent, so I want to find a distributor to purchase some goods on a consignment basis. I'm not familiar with the big boss at the Electronic Science Building. Negotiating consignment directly would be quite difficult, so I'd like you to introduce me to someone. Yifeng sincerely requested. Ning Fiping suddenly realized, laughed and said, oh, that's what you came for. I thought it was something important. It's simple. I'll introduce you to Fengzi of Nanchao Trading next time. I know him quite well. You can have a meal together and chat. Yifeng showed a hint of joy, feeling slightly relieved, lifted his glass. Thank you so much, brother Ning. Ning Fiping raised his glass with a smile. It's no big deal. I wish your new store a prosperous opening, and may customers flock in. Then I'll take brother Ning's advice. Yifeng laughed. The two clinked glasses and finished their drinks. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he pondered for a moment and said, Brother Ning, last time you were planning to renovate your shop. I've already designed the layout for you. I'll have TZ send it over to you later. Ning Fiping was delighted and thanked him, saying, Thank you so much, my friend. Ever since I saw your shop, I've been thinking about opening one myself, up to the standard of a classy shop. It's no big deal, just a small matter. Yifeng chuckled. Ning Fiping was willing to help introduce him to others, so he was happy to return the favor with the shop design. Reciprocity deepens relationships. After finishing the meal, Ning Fiping and Yifeng arranged a tentative time in the next day or two, and they agreed to finalize the exact timing over the phone. Yifeng knew that this person acted decisively, so once he agreed to help, the actions would be prompt. After the meal, Yifeng accompanied Ning Fiping back to his shop and then returned to his own. At the entrance of his shop, Yifeng sat back in a chair, feeling a bit tipsy. Feng, are you okay? Wang Tai bought a fruit juice and handed it over, asking with concern. Yifeng smiled wryly and said, I'm okay, just not feeling so well due to the alcohol, a bit dizzy. Seeing him tipsy, Wang Tai was somewhat worried and said, Feng, you just downed a whole gin of baijiu with brother Ning earlier. I think you shouldn't go back tonight. Just rest in the shop for the night. He wanted to drink on Yifeng's behalf, but it would be impolite to outdrink both Ning and Yifeng. No need. I'll be fine. After resting for a bit, Yifeng waved his hand and continued to sit on the chair, looking at the afternoon sun. Feng, when you're in business, dealing with matters, it's almost inseparable from the drinking table. Of course, except for the top-tier circle of businessmen, they no longer need to drink often for socializing. What we need to do is to reach that circle of people. Once you've reached that level, you no longer need to harm yourself by drinking. Before reaching that level, we can't avoid social drinking. Yifeng said thoughtfully, his mind drifting as if he saw himself standing on the peak of business success. Wang Tai nodded thoughtfully. Is this your goal, Feng? Yifeng turned to him, smiled, and asked back, shouldn't it be your goal too? Wang Tai was shaken by this moment of realization and nodded heavily. Feng, I understand now. Yifeng smiled and said, comrades, with the same aspirations and the same path. Only with aligned goals can we go further together. Wang Tai chuckled, scratched his head, and said, Hey, I just hope to be of some help to you, without lagging behind. These days, I've witnessed your growth, and I believe you will achieve remarkable success in the future. Yifeng said with a smile. Moved by Yifeng's approval, Wang Tai's heart surged with excitement. Feng, I'll work even harder. Placing a hand on his forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness from the baijiu, Yifeng stood up and said, I'll rest on the couch for a bit. He returned to the shop and lay down on the sofa in the customer lounge. Feeling a mix of alcohol and fatigue, he drifted off into sleep. After an unknown length of time, he suddenly heard the voice of Gu Muxi by his ear. Stinky Yifeng, how long do you plan to sleep? Honestly, you sleep like a pig. If you don't wake up soon, I'm leaving. Startled, Yifeng wondered if he was dreaming. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a delicate and beautiful face coming into focus. With an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, flawless skin, and exquisite features, Gu Muxi's watery eyes stared at him with liveliness. She exuded a youthful and natural beauty. For a moment, Yifeng was dumbfounded. Gu Muxi? Wasn't I asleep in the shop? How did she get here? Puffing her cheeks, Gu Muxi glared at him. You finally woke up. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, sat up, and looked around. It was already dark outside, with only Gu Muxi and him in the shop. How long did I sleep? Why are you here? Gu Muxi replied impatiently. You slept for over 4 hours. It's already dark. Wang Tai had to go home, man cook, and he was worried about you, so he called me to come look after you. Young Master Yi, quite capable, getting drunk in broad daylight like this. If Auntie didn't ask me to watch over you, I wouldn't bother with you. Yifeng chuckled. Thank you very much, Miss Gu. I'm grateful. I have nothing to give you, so how about I offer myself as repayment? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes, shocked and angered. You, Yifeng, how can you even think of repaying kindness with malice? Yifeng, ahem, Gu Muxi, Should you be so harsh? After all, I am a talented and suave individual. Gumuxi observed him and retorted, even if these idioms were remotely related to you, they couldn't be disconnected like this. Get up and go home now. Reeking of smoke and alcohol and indulging like this right after the college entrance exams. Despite her words, Gumuxi handed him a bottle of milk. Wake up from the drinks, and don't harm your stomach. Yifan chuckled, taking the milk from her. Gumuxi had a sharp tongue, but she cared deep down, didn't she? Yifan took a big gulp of the milk and said, Miss Gu, will you ride with me back? I won't ride with you. You'd probably fall into a stinky ditch on your own. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. This stinky Yifan was truly a handful, but he was truly determined. Drinking so much was not good for his health, all for the sake of a successful business opening. Stinky Yifan, too focused on work, seemed to be risking his life. Drinking so much, wasn't he afraid of harming himself? Oh well, who asked me to get involved with such a fool? I might as well show him some mercy. Gumuxi thought, but seeing Yifan rubbing his temples with a frown, looking uncomfortable. Yi, are you okay? She asked with concern. I'll be fine. Just a bit of a headache, a hangover symptom, just need to rest for a bit. Yifan forced a smile. Gumuxi had seen her father drunk before, so she knew how terrible it could be if a headache kicked in. She remembered her mother pressing his temples to relieve the headache each time he got drunk. Well, let me give you a temple rub. Gumuxi sat next to Yifan and gently massaged his temples. Surprisingly, Yifan felt much more at ease, and his headache lessened. Gumuxi, could you lighten your touch a bit? You might rub my skin off with such pressure. Is this pressure okay now? Yes. It's fine now. Speed it up a bit. So demanding. Is this speed okay? This speed is perfect, very comfortable. What a hassle. Gumuxi pouted, looking very unwilling about serving Yifan. Taking advantage of the situation, Yifan chuckled then said, Miss Gu, you are quite skilled indeed. He felt that Gumuxi's fingers were particularly soft and smooth, making it comfortable when pressed down. Gumuxi snorted and intentionally increased the pressure on his temples with her fingers. Ouch. It hurts. Gumuxi, be gentle. Oh, my apologies, Lord Yi. I accidentally applied a bit too much force, Gumuxi replied. Yifan warned, Gumuxi, if you continue like this, you'll end up being punished. Gumuxi playfully responded, I'm so scared, but before being punished, can I push you into the underground palace? Feeling a hint of danger in her tone, Yifeng's hand on his head stiffened, and he quickly laughed it off. Ahem, I was just kidding. No need to be so serious. With her hand still on his head, he thought it best not to provoke her further. Gumuxi haughtily huffed and then released his head, saying, All right, you seem fine now, you can go. She stood up and walked towards the door, followed by Yifan. Gumuxi, wait for me. Just as they stepped out of the store, they ran into Han Ping'an and his sister Han Nanan returning from buying daily supplies. Brother Fun, Sister Gu, are you leaving? Han Nanan asked with wide eyes. Brother Fun, hangover medicine. Han Ping'an quietly took out a bottle from his pocket and handed it to Yifan. Yifan accepted it graciously, saying, Thank you, Ping'an. Finish up here and then close the shop to rest, Han Ping'an suggested, to which Yifan nodded in agreement. Gumuxi interrupted, If you don't come now, I'll leave. Hearing her, Yifan hurriedly caught up with her. Just as they exited the store, they collided with Han Ping'an and Han Nanan carrying parcels back to their house. Yuji, Sister Shiji, are you leaving now? Asked Han Nanan with big eyes. Yuji, here's the hangover medicine. Han Ping'an quietly handed Yifan a bottle, who accepted it graciously, saying, Thanks, Ping'an. After you're done here, close up and rest, Han Ping'an suggested, and Yifan agreed. At this moment, Gumuxi shouted, Yi, are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Wait, I'm coming. Yifan replied, rushing out. Gumuxi, stop riding ahead. Wait for me. Don't make me jump upon the bike directly. Yifan leapt onto the rear of the bike. However, his action disrupted the bike's balance, causing them to fall to the ground. Ouch. Stupid Yifan, it's all your fault. Gumuxi got up, hands on her hips, glaring at him. No. It's your fault for suddenly stopping. Eat this. You can't hit me. You're annoying. Don't run. Catch me and see what happens. The two of them playfully chased each other in front of the store. Han Nanan watched them with a pure smile, saying, Brother, Look how happy Feng and sister Shiji are playing. Han Ping'an rarely smiled, but he managed a faint smile. Yes, they're having a great time. Having such a close friend like Feng was enviable. Alright, and knowing Yifeng, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm going back. Gu Muxi stopped, feeling frustrated. Fine. I'm tired of arguing with you. My head hurts, Yifeng said, pretending to be dizzy. Gu Muxi gave him a sharp look. Why is he acting now? Just a moment ago, he was having fun. Humph. I knew he was teasing me. Gu Muxi walked back to the bike, lifted it up, and said, Come on, Yi. Get on. Alright. Yifeng chuckled and sat firmly on the rear of the bike. Gu Muxi pedaled the bike and rode ahead. Suddenly, Yifeng caught a unique fragrance. It was a mix of her hair and body scent. Very distinct, fresh, and soothing. Yifeng wrapped his hands around her small waist, holding her tightly. Gu Muxi felt her cheeks redden as Yifeng embraced her tightly. Stupid Yifeng, does he really have to hug me so tightly? It tickles. Considering Yifeng might fall off the bike if she didn't let him hold on tightly, Gu Muxi let him continue clinging to her. On the road, as they gazed at the city lights slowly dimming, Yifeng asked, Gu Muxi, what's your favorite animal? Gu Muxi casually replied, cats. Yifeng mimicked a cat's meow, and Gu Muxi remained silent. Heh. Then I like dogs, said Yifeng, barking like one. Gu Muxi stayed quiet. Yi. I realized you're undoubtedly the most shameless person in history. Truly unmatched in this regard, Gu Muxi commented, amused. Thank you for the compliment, Yifeng chuckled. Gu Muxi playfully said, the supreme shamelessness is quite lonely, to which Yifeng agreed with a smile. Gu Muxi suddenly asked, Yi, do you want to earn money quickly? Yes. If I don't earn money soon, I'll grow old. There's a saying, there's nothing difficult in this world if you're rich. With money, life becomes much easier, Yifeng said calmly. Gu Muxi found his words insightful and joked, I didn't expect you to have such deep insights about life, Yi. Well, if I'm still attached to the secular world, I would have become a temple abbot by now, Yifeng joked. But even if I were a monk, I would want you to be a nun next door. Heh. Yifeng tightened his grip, wanting this moment to last forever. Gu Muxi was by his side. Not leaving. You're dreaming. I haven't found a partner yet. How can I become a nun? Gu Muxi retorted. Me? How am I? Yifeng inquired. You? Nothing special, Gu Muxi quipped. Gu Muxi, your tongue is sharp. Consider how you speak. Yi. You're so arrogant, thick-skinned. Gu Muxi. Don't mess with me. Heh. What will you do? A bike, to people, exchanging banter in different accents, drawing glances from passers-by. Are these two young people from the island province? As the night deepened, the two arrived back at the workers' community and parked their bikes downstairs. All right, Yi. We're here. Get off the bike, Gu Muxi said. Turning to him, Yifeng got off the bike and jokingly said, Love concubine, you did well today. I'll make sure to reward you next time. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes. Reward me. Get back and show her. Then go to bed. I'm really exhausted. Next time you get drunk, I'll leave you on the road. Gu Muxi threatened, arms akimbo. Yifeng chuckled, his stomach grumbling out a complaint. He had only eaten one meal since lunch, and he was starving. Yifeng looked at Gu Muxi with puppy eyes. Gu Muxi, surprised, said, Why are you looking at me like that? Yifeng blinked, giving her a pleading look. Gu Muxi, are you really going to watch me starve? Gu Muxi, you wouldn't just watch me starve, right? Gu Muxi looked at him seriously and nodded. I wouldn't. Yifeng said with a tone of sorrow. Gu Muxi, why are you so heartless? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. Stop, if you're hungry, find something to eat yourself. I'm not going to serve you. My parents left food for you. Just heat it up. Yifeng chuckled, knowing that Gu Muxi would soften up. All right, then I'll go to your place to eat. The two went upstairs to Gu Muxi's home and found that her parents were not there. Where are your uncle and aunt? Yifeng looked around and asked. They said they went to the hospital to visit someone. They will be back later, Gu Muxi casually replied. Then I'll heat up the food. Yifeng went to the kitchen and started working, providing himself with plenty of food. He noticed half a pumpkin in the cabinet and decided to make pumpkin porridge to warm the stomach. He skillfully peeled then sliced the pumpkin, adding it to the porridge in the pot to cook. Growing up in a poor family, he started cooking common dishes since middle school, and in his past life, he was mainly responsible for cooking after getting married. Satisfying Liu Yao's taste was not an easy task, but it honed his culinary skills. Cooking pumpkin porridge may seem simple, but there are nuances to it, especially in controlling the heat and the cooking time of the rice and pumpkin. If the heat is not enough, the pumpkin won't cook properly, resulting in a raw taste. If cooked for too long, the pumpkin might lose its unique flavor and sweetness. A perfectly cooked pot of pumpkin porridge should have a thick texture with the fragrance and sweetness of the pumpkin, making it a delightful dish. Yifan adjusted the heat to medium and stayed in the kitchen, occasionally stirring and checking the porridge's readiness. Half an hour later, Gumuxi came out of her room and found Yifan still in the kitchen. "Yi, what are you doing in there for so long? Haven't the food heated up yet?" She spoke and smelled a pleasant scent of pumpkin. It smells so good. What is Yifan cooking in there that smells so great?" "It's ready." Yifan responded from the kitchen and brought out a pot of pumpkin porridge, placing it on the table mat. The steaming pumpkin porridge emitted a tempting aroma throughout the room, making Gumuxi's mouth water. She rushed to the dining table and saw the golden and dense pumpkin porridge in the pot, looking very appetizing. She leaned in to smell it, her eyes widening in surprise. It smells so good. Yi, I didn't know you had this culinary skill." Yifan served the dishes he prepared: potato stir-fry and garlic lettuce. "Gumuxi, you don't know a lot of things," he said, while taking a bowl for himself, savoring a sip of the pumpkin porridge. It's really delicious." Yifan happily praised his culinary skills. Gumuxi, with a cat-like expression of hunger, asked, "Yi, can I have a bowl too?" Yifan chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious tone. "It's possible, but you have to agree to a condition." "What condition?" Gumuxi licked her delicate lips and asked. "Later, you have to give me a head massage for 20 minutes, meeting my requirements." No. Gumuxi turned her head. Yifan took another sip of the pumpkin porridge. "It's so delicious. Some people might not be fortunate enough to enjoy it." 10 minutes. Okay. Deal." Gumuxi agreed and served herself a large bowl, getting ready to eat it beside Yifan. She took a spoonful of pumpkin porridge, blew on it, and tasted the delicious mixture. She looked pleasantly surprised. "It's delicious." She quickly finished the large bowl in a few minutes. After eating the bowl, she still looked longingly at the pot. Yifan indulgently said, "Go ahead and eat more." "I can't eat that much." "Hehe, all right." Gumuxi happily refilled her bowl upon hearing his permission. They sat at the table and enjoyed the porridge, forgetting to speak. After eating half a bowl, Yifan put down his chopsticks to not overeat and avoid insomnia at night. He turned to look at Gumuxi, seeing her graceful hair falling over her shoulders, partly covering her face, creating a charming half-hidden appearance. Under the table, she swung her long legs, unable to hide her joy from the delicious food. Yifan smiled, finding Gumuxi really adorable. Gumuxi suddenly felt Yifang's gaze and turned to shoot a glance at him. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. Just admiring my girlfriend." Yifan rested his chin on his hand and stared at her steadfastly. Gumuxi looked a bit shocked, then raised her hand and gave him a flick on the forehead. "You annoying Yifan, are you teasing me again?" Yifan, in pain, covered his forehead and gritted his teeth. "Gumuxi, I seriously suspect now that you have a tendency towards violence." Gumuxi snorted, immediately got up and grabbed his head with both hands, executing a deadly cross lock. "It's all because of you. Take this." Stop. Gumuxi, you just had pumpkin congee, and now you're changing your tune." Yifan quickly shouted. Gumuxi glanced at the pumpkin congee. Out of consideration for the pumpkin congee, I'll spare your life for now. Tease me again, and I'll tear you apart." Gumuxi threatened, showing her two small tiger teeth. "Yifan, why is this girl reacting so strongly? I almost lost my life in her hands." Cough. "Are you finished eating?" Full. Yifan cleared his throat. Gumuxi sat back down, glanced at him. "Just a few more bites. What's wrong? Did you forget the condition you agreed to just now?" Yifan grinned. Gumuxi was stunned, remembered the condition she agreed to just so she could have the pumpkin congee, and felt defeated. "All right, I really can't handle you." She quickly finished the pumpkin congee and cleaned up the bowl and chopsticks, taking them to the kitchen to wash. When she came back out, she saw Yifan standing at the door of the room, waving at her. "Zishi, are you done? Come on. Come over." His flirty words, coupled with his smug expression, made him look like a shameless artist bargaining at a market. Kato Feng. Tilde stinky Yifeng. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Gu Mushi rubbed her arms, looking disgusted. However, she obediently walked into the room. Inside the room, Yifeng swiftly climbed onto the bed, stretching out his limbs. Come on. Let's get started. I can't wait any longer. Gu Mushi glared at him. Stinky Feng, I warn you. Don't push your luck. No. No, don't worry. Do I look like that kind of person to you? It's not about what you look like, it's what you are. Oh, so you understand me. Gu Mushi. She reluctantly sat at the bedside, glanced at the alarm clock. Just 10 minutes, I'm keeping track. Can we add some time, What's adding time? Adding time? Then what can you do? What's a technique? Flickering between heat and cold, creating waves, drag and drill, and whatnot. What kind of random stuff is that? I can't do any of that. Well then, you just do it normally. If it weren't for your slightly good looks, I would have complained to the manager about you. Gu Mushi, do you think this is some kind of service place? Asking for a beating. Blushing, Gu Mushi grabbed his ear. Ouch, that hurts, let go. Gu Mushi snorted, then continued massaging his head. Yifeng closed his eyes and enjoyed the massage. Suddenly, he felt something was missing and said, Gu Mushi, can you clean out my ears? Gu Mushi glared at him. Stinky Feng, you're pushing it. Add an ice lolly. Stinky Feng, does it involve an ice lolly? 2 lollies. Teal. Gu Mushi licked her lips and went to fetch the ear spoon. Yifeng wore a self-satisfied smile, knowing that there was no problem that adding an ice lolly couldn't solve when it came to dealing with Gu Mushi. If anything couldn't be resolved, then it was 2 lollies. It couldn't be helped, that's how he was. Gu Mushi returned with the ear spoon and tissue, but even with Yifeng tilting his head, it wasn't convenient for her to do it. Stand up and lie your head over here on my thigh. Gu Mushi patted her thigh. Yifeng turned his head to look at her, surprised. Can I really? Gu Mushi glared at him. I've helped you clean your ears before. Why are you shy now? Well, I'm a little shy. Yifeng replied, moving his body to rest his head against Gu Mushi's thigh, soft and elastic. Finally, he experienced the wonderful feeling of lying on the lap of a beautiful woman. The ancient kings really knew how to enjoy life. Yifeng sniffed, a fragrant aroma wafting into his nose, refreshing. Gu Mushi smelled so good. Don't move, or I might make you deaf by accident, Gu Mushi warned. Okay. Yifeng replied. Gu Mushi carefully cleaned his ears, being gentle and cautious, afraid of causing him pain. Gu Mushi, be gentle, even gentler. Gently explore the ear cavity, not too deep, just find the right spot. Yes, that's it, a bit of a twist for more comfort. You're so demanding. Gu Mushi pouted, but her movements became even gentler. Yifeng lay against her thigh, quietly enjoying the service. The tickling sensation in his ears was pleasant. Perhaps due to the extreme comfort, drowsiness came over Yifeng once again, and after a while, he fell asleep. Lost in cleaning his ear, Gu Mushi didn't notice that Yifeng had dozed off. When she finished cleaning one ear and tried to move on to the other, she looked down and discovered that Yifeng was softly snoring. Stinky Feng, how did you fall asleep again? Is the after effect of the alcohol that strong? Gu Mushi muttered to herself, but she didn't wake him up, allowing him to peacefully lie on her lap and sleep. After about 15 minutes, Gu Mushi saw that he seemed to have entered a deep sleep, so she slowly moved his head away from her lap. Stinky Feng, my leg is numb from the pressure. Gu Mushi rubbed her leg, grimacing. She brought a chair and sat at the bedside, watching Yifeng, who had fallen asleep, his delicate face showing a hint of fatigue, evoking a sense of pity. Stinky Feng, are you pushing yourself so hard to earn money? Are you trying to kill yourself? She complained. You drink all day long, aren't you afraid of liver damage? She shook her head in frustration. Suddenly, she recalled Yifeng's joking words earlier, her cheeks blushing. What? Girlfriend? Asking me to be his girlfriend. Isn't he afraid of a difficult life ahead? He must have been joking. Yad. Gu Mushi. What silly thoughts are you having? That stinky guy must have been kidding. He never speaks the truth. Childhood memories flashed through her mind. Back then, at the age of 6, they were in Yifeng's living room. Yifeng's mother, Meng Ziyun, had bought him a set of dollhouse toys that could be assembled into a house. They were playing house in the living room. Yifeng, with runny nose, pointed to a block figure. This is Dad. I want to be the dad. Then I'll be the mom. Gu Mushi, wearing cube braids, raised her hand and exclaimed. Yifeng sniffed and looked at her seriously. My mom said you need to have a baby to be a mom. But you don't have a baby, so you can't be a mom. No. I want to be a mom. How can I have a baby then? Gumushi put her hands on her hips, asking out of anger. Yifeng scratched his head, innocently saying, my mom said, you just have to kiss to have a baby. Gumushi pouted, turned her cheek over. Then kiss me quickly, I want to have a baby too. Okay. Yifeng leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. There. You'll be a mom soon. Yay. I'm going to be a mom. Can we start playing games now? Gumuxi happily bounced in place. Yifeng casually wiped his nose with his sleeve. Sure. I'll be the dad, and you can be the mom. Later that evening, Gumuxi proudly revealed her plan to be a mom in front of both sets of parents, making everyone burst into laughter and thoroughly amused. Looking back now, she felt extremely embarrassed, feeling like she could dig a whole villa with her toe from the awkwardness. Gumuxi blushed and gave a secret glare at the sleeping Yifeng. Blame it on you, Stinky Feng. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Oh, it sounds like the parents are back. Knock, knock. The knocking on the door echoed. Zishi, I brought some fruit for you. Would you like some? Liwen asked from outside. Gumuxi quickly blocked the door, preventing her mother from entering. Ow. No. Thanks, Mom. I'm going to rest. Huh? Resting already? Okay. Then rest first. Liwen looked a bit puzzled as she shook her head and walked away. Gumuxi listened to the footsteps fade away at the door and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the still sleeping Yifeng. Should she wake him and send him back to sleep? But seeing Yifeng's tired expression, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Alright, she decided to let Stinky Feng sleep here tonight. But then she suddenly realized a very serious problem. Where was this girl going to sleep? The next day, Yifeng woke up gradually, about to turn over and go back to sleep, when he suddenly felt like his face touched something, and a cold liquid splashed on his face. Hiss! The shock of the cold water instantly woke Yifeng up, and he touched his wet face, feeling a bit confused. Who am I? Where am I? Looking closely, he saw Gumuxi sleeping beside him, and the thing he touched was a water glass. Yifeng instantly understood everything and couldn't help but chuckle. Gumuxi, really? The commotion from Yifeng also woke up Gumuxi. My goodness, Stinky Yifeng, you wet the bed. Gumuxi gradually felt the damp sheets next to her and exclaimed, you wet the bed. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Gumuxi suddenly noticed the fallen water glass and realized it was her glass. That this girl's sheet was soaked through. Stinky Yifeng, you better help me wash the sheets honestly. Me? Why should I wash it? It's my glass. But you made it wet. Who told you to be so careless? The two stared at each other, neither willing to give in. In the end, Yifeng compromised, shaking his hand. Alright, since I slept on your bed, I'll wash the sheets for you. A gentleman doesn't argue with a woman. Gumuxi gritted her teeth, showing her cute little fangs, still so sarcastic. You fell asleep reeking of alcohol and cigarettes last night, didn't even shower, and made my blanket and sheets stink. Yifeng sniffed himself and realized it was true. Knowing he was in the wrong, Yifeng smiled. Fine, I'll take it back and wash it for you later. I'll wash the bedsheet and blanket together. Gumuxi crossed her arms, satisfied. That's more like it. Yifeng glanced at her nightgown and suddenly blushed. Gumuxi, do you mind covering up? Gumuxi was stunned. Following his gaze down, she realized her nightgown had ridden up without her noticing, almost revealing Stinky Yifeng. Oh, my gosh. Yifeng was kicked off the bed with a bang. An hour later, Gumuxi changed into a pair of tightly wrapped sports pants, hands on hips, standing at the door of the room, watching Yifeng dismantle the sheets, taking on the role of a monitor. Hurry up. Why is a big man so slow? I'm already going fast enough. Can you stop rushing me? No way. Fine. I give in to you. Princess, what did you say? Oh, nothing. Yifeng neatly packed the sheets and the blanket, hugging them. Okay, then I'll take them back and wash them. Gumuxi glared at him. Wash them quickly. Make sure to wring them dry, or they won't dry even after a few days of sunning. Alright, I know. Miss Ku, do you know you're acting like a capitalist right now? Say one more word, and I'll show you how ruthless a capitalist can be. Yifeng quickly ran out with the sheets and blanket in his arms, best to get out of this troublesome place. Gumuxi watched Yifeng in his disheveled state and suddenly burst out laughing. Stinky Yifeng, it's your turn now. Back at home, Yifeng took a shower, then washed Gumuxi's sheets clean and hung them on the balcony. It was already new after he finished, and Yifeng was planning to go to Gumuxi's house to find something to eat when the phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from Ning Fiping, he picked up. The sound of Ning Fiping's hearty laughter came through. Ha ha. Yi, I have good news for you. I've arranged to have dinner with Mr. Feng and brought up your matter to him, and he agreed to this dinner. The dinner is tomorrow at 6 in the evening at Lotus Fragrance Pavilion. Make sure you remember. Yifeng was delighted. Ning Fiping actually managed to arrange this dinner. Considering the fact that the other party was willing to come out for a meal, it meant that the mission was already half successful. However, Mr. Feng hadn't given Ning Fiping an immediate response, meaning the other half of the chance still depended on his effort. Thank you so much, Ning brother. Yifeng expressed his gratitude. Ning Fiping laughed. Oh, it's nothing. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you, but I have confidence in you. Yifeng smiled slightly. Alright, I'll be there on time tomorrow. By the way, may I ask, who else will be at this dinner? Just the three of us. Ning Fiping replied. Not just us. Mr. Feng will bring 3 friends, adding up to 5 of us. Yifeng was curious. Who were the 3 friends of Mr. Feng? Who are the 3 friends of Mr. Feng? Oh, it's nothing. They are all distributors in the same circle, and there's a beautiful lady. Mr. Feng's secretary. Yifeng nodded in understanding. It seemed that Mr. Feng was indeed giving Ning Fiping some face. Bringing friends who were distributors in the same field meant that if he could secure a deal with Mr. Feng, the other 2 distributors could also be approached. It was a show of respect to Ning Fiping. It looked like Ning brother had some background too. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng said, Okay, brother Ning, see you at the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion tomorrow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 2 hung up. Yifeng stroked his chin, his face showing a hint of seriousness. Tomorrow's dinner would be crucial. The ability to open the business quickly would mainly depend on this meeting. In the afternoon, Yifeng called Wang Tai over to his house to discuss the dinner party for the next day. Wang Tai took out a pack of Red Double Happiness cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Yifeng. Brother Feng, have one. Yifeng looked at him questioningly, then took the cigarette with a smile. You now carry cigarettes with you. Wang Tai scratched his head sheepishly. Hey, when I go out to work, how can I not bring cigarettes? Yifeng looked at the Red Double Happiness cigarettes in Wang Tai's hand, a brand that costs 5 RMB, and shook his head with a smile. Next time, bring a pack of Farang Wan. We just smoke the Red Double Happiness ourselves. I'll give you money later. You can buy a pack to keep at the store and bring one with you when you go out. Wang Tai nodded. Got it. Brother Feng. He took out a lighter, lit Yifeng's cigarette, then lit his own. Yifeng smoked and after a moment of contemplation said, TZ, let's go buy some gifts. 5 gifts. Boss Ning offered to help us with our matter and is so enthusiastic. We need to show our gratitude. As for Mr. Funzi, he is our target to strive for. We need to carefully consider what gift to give. We can't forget the other 2 distributors. Not giving them gifts, while giving one to Mr. Funzi would make us look cheap, disrespecting others. Mr. Feng's secretary should also have a gift, but it doesn't need to be too expensive, to avoid putting too much pressure on her. Something small and delicate will do. Wang Tai, with a cigarette in his mouth, jotted down notes in a small notebook. Brother Feng is considerate in everything. So, what gifts should we get for each person? After smoking and thinking for a while, Yifeng's mind raced. He recalled all the details about Mr. Fengzi when dining with boss Ning Fiping, hoping to piece together Mr. Fengzi's personality and preferences. Suddenly, Yifeng remembered that Ning Fiping and he were fishing buddies, occasionally going fishing together. An idea struck him. A suitable fishing rod would be nice. It didn't have to be too expensive. Making the first meeting gift too lavish might come off as too deliberate. But it also couldn't be something too ordinary. It needed to be unique. Give Mr. Funzi a fishing rod. Give Boss Ning a can of tea leaves. Give the other 2 bosses a set of high-quality stationery. And give Mr. Feng's secretary nice fountain pen. Yifeng exhaled smoke. Wang Tai carefully pondered the meaning and suddenly enlightened, praising, Brother Feng, your thinking is meticulous. I understand this arrangement. What did you realize? Yifeng asked with a smile, intending to test him. Mr. Feng likes fishing. Boss Ning enjoys tea. Giving the 2 bosses the same stationery shows equal respect, and they will appreciate the elegant gifts. As for Mr. Feng's secretary, a small gift is sufficient. Brother Feng, am I right? Wang Tai asked like a student. Yifan shook his head with a smile. Correct, but not entirely. In terms of the perceived value of the gifts, as I anticipated, the value of Mr. Funzi's fishing rod and Boss Ning's tea is equal. Next comes Mr. Feng's secretary, and lastly, the other two bosses. Wang Tai was surprised. Brother Fun, why are you so concerned about Mr. Feng's secretary? Yifan leaned back in his chair, blew a smoke ring, glanced at Wang Tai, and said, Do you remember that Boss Ning mentioned Mr. Fun has a family with a wife and children? His child is in junior high school, and Mr. Fun is probably close to 40 years old. While he is successful in his career and has a family, he has a beautiful secretary by his side. This situation is worth pondering. Wang Tai's face showed a sudden realization. Could it be? Yifan raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Even if you guess so, don't say it. Everything needs to be based on the actual situation before making judgments. This incident can only indicate one thing. Mr. Funzi trusts his secretary, hence bringing her along to such a dinner party. Wang Tai held back his response and nodded. Hey, Brother Feng, what you said makes sense. I've learned something. He then wrote down Yifeng's words in his notebook. After finishing a cigarette, Yifan extinguished it in the ashtray and said, Since it's decided, let's go prepare the gifts. Wang Tai also put out his cigarette, got up quickly, and said, Okay, Brother Fun. The two of them left the compound together, rode their bikes to various nearby markets and business districts. Luckily, after the surgery, besides the hospital expenses, they had an extra 2,000 yuan remaining. This sum wasn't enough to start a business, but it was sufficient for buying gifts without being too frugal. After a busy afternoon, Yifan and Wang Tai finally completed purchasing the gifts. They gave Mr. Funzi a fishing rod worth 700 yuan, a classic limited edition from Guangwei. It had good material and was a rare find in the market, as Yifan had to visit several marketplaces before finding the only one available. For Boss Ning Fiping, they chose a 600 yuan Wui Narcissus tea, a relatively expensive and unique tea flavor. Mr. Feng's secretary received a 280 yuan gold-plated engraved fountain pen, resembling a piece of art both decorative and practical. Finally, for the two other bosses, they opted for a set of high-quality stationery costing around 100 yuan, including calligraphy brushes enough for practice. While these gifts were not lavish, they were elegant. Even nouveau rich individuals wanted to practice calligraphy nowadays to enhance their cultural and refined image. If one didn't practice calligraphy, having calligraphy brushes at home could still exude a literati vibe. After all, once someone had money, they should avoid appearing old-fashioned or uncultured, striving for elegance, sophistication, and depth. Pursuing an elegant demeanor was a common trait among the affluent, as those without money were preoccupied with earning it and had no time for sophistication, distinguishing social strata and status. The next day at noon, Yifan and Wang Tai brought the gifts to their shop, carefully wrapped them and put them in attractive gift bags. In the afternoon, the two of them tidied up, changed into short-sleeved shirts and dress pants, took the gifts in hand at around 5 o'clock, and drove to Lotus Pavilion. In the private room at Lotus Pavilion, 5 people were already seated. At the head was a middle-aged man in a white shirt, slightly overweight, with slicked back hair, Mr. Funzi. Sitting on his left was Ning Fiping. Funji, are you worried that I'll run on you before the dinner? You're here even before work hours, and Ning Fiping joked. Mr. Funzi chuckled. I didn't eat much for lunch today, specially saving my appetite for this meal. I'd be starving if I didn't come before work hours ended. Ha ha ha. By the way, when will your friend Yifeng arrive? You've praised him in front of me, so I'm curious to meet this person you speak highly of, said Ning Fiping. I just called him. He should be here soon, replied Ning Fiping. He is really a good guy. I'm not just talking. You'll see, when he arrives, Yifeng said with a smile. You always keep me guessing, you rascal, Mr. Funzi joked. On Mr. Funzi's right sat a woman in a light blue professional suit, with delicate glasses and an elegant figure. She gently smiled. Boss Ning, with all this talk of Yifeng being extraordinary, I'm getting a bit curious too. Let's see what kind of talent he is. Ha ha. Secretary Lan is just joking. My younger brother is modest and would never call himself outstanding. Ning Fiping spoke a few good words for Yifeng, hoping to help leave a good impression on Funzi and Secretary Lan. Lan Kai smiled slightly, understanding the meaning behind Ning Fiping's words, without saying much, just giving Funzi a glance. Funzi understood, nodded, turned to Ning Fiping and said, "In the current world, there are not many young people who understand humility, right? General Cheng and General Zhao, don't you agree?" Sitting on the right side of Lan Kai were two middle-aged men in suits, one with a round belly and the other with a Mediterranean hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding elegance. Both were dealers at the Electric Science Building, Chenbo and Zhao Tongxing. Yes. Mr. Fun is right. Chengbo's round face had narrowed eyes when he smiled. Zhao Tongxing pushed his glasses and said, "Yes. In this world, humble people are more accepted." At this moment, Ning Fiping's phone rang. "Speak of the devil, and he will appear." Ha ha. Fun Zi laughed out loud. Ning Fiping took out his phone and saw the number on it, feeling a bit surprised. "It's Mr. Wen." This Mr. Wen was an acquaintance, but in terms of friendship, there wasn't much there, just business dealings. Mr. Wen was actually Wen Tule, but he disliked his name as being old-fashioned, and since he was the third son in his family, he asked others to call him Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen had several computer shops in the Uxu district of Guangxi City. He had purchased some batches of machines from Ning Fiping, and through Ning Fiping's introduction, he got to know Fun Zi. Later on, he also bought computer parts from Fun Zi, and that's how his business gradually grew. Ning Fiping always felt that Mr. Wen was a rough person and had no intention of becoming friends with him. However, Mr. Wen often initiated phone calls and even gave him gifts occasionally, but the gifts were either rural pumpkins or fruits from his hometown, which Ning Fiping couldn't finish and ended up having to clean up, which was quite bothersome. Ning Fiping answered the phone calmly. "Hello, Mr. Wan. Why the sudden call? Is there something related to business?" "Hey, Mr. Ning, I have something important to discuss with you." "Where are you now?" "I'm having dinner at Lianxiang Restaurant." "Lianxiang Restaurant? Ha ha. Isn't this a coincidence? I'm on the next street. Who else is there?" "Mr. Feng. Mr. Cheng, they are here too." "Mr. Feng is there too? Ha ha. Great, that's really a coincidence. In which private room are you all?" "I'll be there soon." Ning Fiping furrowed his brow slightly as Mr. Wen was inviting himself over before he could extend an invitation. If he directly refused, it would be disrespectful and might lead to offending him. All right, we are in the Chiang private room." Ning Fiping agreed, feeling somewhat helpless. After hanging up the phone, Ning Fiping shook his head and said, "Mr. Wen is nearby. He'll be here soon." "Mr. Wen? You mean that Mijo guy?" Fun Zi asked. Ning Fiping nodded. "Yes, him." "Oh well, let him come. Having a meal together won't hurt." Fun Zi shrugged, knowing very well the purpose behind Ning Fiping arranging this gathering. Mr. Wen was definitely unexpected. If Ning Fiping wanted Mr. Wen to join, he would have informed Fun Zi beforehand. After a while, a middle-aged man in a gray suit and a flat-top haircut, with dark skin, knocked on the door and entered the private room with a smile. "Hello, everyone." Wan Laozhen greeted the people inside the room warmly. As his gaze fell on Lan Kai, he was momentarily stunned, then smirked in a sly manner and chuckled. "Mr. Wan, why do you have time to come over today?" Chen Go asked with a smile. "Oh, I have something urgent to discuss with Mr. Feng. I was actually planning to invite Mr. Ning to a meal too, but it turns out today is just a perfect coincidence." Mr. Wen chuckled, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulling out a few sticks. Ning Fiping thought Mr. Wen would offer him one first, but to his surprise, Mr. Wen passed him over and went straight to Fun Zi, offering him a cigarette. "Come on, Mr. Feng, have a smoke." Mr. Wen insisted with a smile, being warm and friendly. Fun Zi glanced at Ning Fiping, who had just put his hand down, shaking his head inwardly at Mr. Wen's lack of etiquette. Mr. Wen didn't offer the cigarette to the intermediary, Ning Fiping first, a typical sign of someone who easily abandons principles. Nevertheless, Fun Zi accepted the cigarette handed to him, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wan." Mr. Wan offered cigarettes to the others first before finally turning to Ning Fiping, saying, "Here, Mr. Ning, have a cigarette." Ning Fiping, with a composed expression, smiled and took the cigarette but didn't light it, instead tucking it behind his ear. "Mr. Wan, you mentioned something urgent earlier," Ning Fiping inquired. Mr. Wan's face looked somewhat troubled as he sighed. "I don't know if it's my bad luck this year, but a few nights ago, there was a heavy rainstorm, and it caused my warehouse to collapse. Nearly 80% of the computers and components inside got soaked. The problem is, among the damaged computers and components is a batch I was supposed to deliver. The delivery date is approaching, but I have no stock left to deliver. If I breach the contract, I'll have to pay a hefty sum of money. Mr. Fun, please, I beg you to help me. Mr. Wen appealed to Funzi, as he was the only one present who could quickly arrange the necessary goods. Aware of this, Funzi remained composed and said, no rush, let's eat and talk. Fiping, have the dishes served. Ning Fiping nodded, directed Mr. Wen to sit down first, and then called the waiter. The call was answered promptly. Hello, are you downstairs? We will start serving the food shortly, Ning Fiping informed. He then went to the server to give the instructions to bring out the drinks and the dishes. Shortly after, a waiter knocked on the door, and then Yifeng and Wang Tai entered the room. Seeing Yifeng, Ning Fiping was delighted and warmly welcomed him, saying, Yi, you're finally here. Ning, you're so unfair. You said we'd start at 6, but I arrived at 5. Now I've become the late one. Are you trying to make me punish myself with 2 shots? Yifeng joked. Ha ha. Blame Mr. Fun if you must. It's really not my fault. Ning Fiping laughed aloud. Come, sit next to me. Let me introduce you to the group of gentlemen here. Ning Fiping introduced Yifeng to everyone in the room and vice versa, praising Yifeng for having a store at such a young age and commending his skills in computer repair. The others in the room expressed surprise upon hearing about Yifeng's computer repair skills, with Ning Fiping's high praise confirming his exceptional ability. Being so young and already running a store, as well as having computer repair skills, was truly remarkable. Funzi and Lan Kai watched Yifeng and Wang Tai closely, both looking very young but trying to appear mature. Yet there was still a hint of innocence in their expressions. Such young age and such outstanding capabilities, could they really be as exceptional as Ning Fiping had described? Funzi was appraising him, and Yifeng suddenly turned his head, looking at him as well. Their eyes met and passed each other. Mr. Fun, it's nice to meet you. I've heard about you from Ning Lao, saying that Mr. Fun is a righteous person. It's truly an honor to meet you today, Yifeng greeted in a calm and composed manner. Hey. Ye little brother, you're quite talented and have your own store now, young and promising. Funzi replied in a courteous manner. Yifeng smiled, then turned to greet the others one by one. When he greeted Lao Samwan, who just responded with indifference without even looking at him directly, Yifeng immediately understood. From the brief exchanges, he could roughly judge who was worth getting to know and who he didn't need to pay too much attention to, especially when he saw Ning Fiping introducing Lao Samwan with a cold attitude. He understood that Ning Fiping was somewhat dissatisfied with Lao Samwan. Yifeng knew there was no need to pay attention to Lao Samwan. Ning Lao, I didn't come empty-handed to this dinner party. I can't just mooch a meal off you without bringing anything. I brought you a little something as a token of my appreciation. Yifeng smiled and handed the gift bag from Wang Tishu to Ning Fiping. This statement had a hint of sarcasm towards Lao Samwan. After listening to the words, Lao Samwan looked embarrassed as he indeed came empty-handed, sitting quietly without daring to speak. Lan Kai pushed her glasses, showing a keen interest in Yifeng. This young man was quite capable and interesting. Ning Fiping had a smile on his face, bringing gifts to a meal. Really? Here. It's not anything valuable, just a can of tea, Yifeng said, as he handed over the gift bag. Hehe. Thank you. Ning Fiping took out an exquisite sandalwood box from the gift bag. Opening it, he found a can of Wui Shuixian tea leaves. Oh. Wui Shuixian? Ning Fiping had a hint of surprise, as he didn't drink much of this tea. But he really liked the unique aroma. Yifeng must have put some thought into giving away this tea. Yes. Try it when you get back, but don't finish it too quickly. Next time, I'll visit your store and taste it there, Yifeng said with a smile. Haha. You're always welcome, Ning Fiping replied happily. Funzi listened to their conversation and felt even more impressed with Yifeng. In terms of socializing with Ning Fiping, Yifeng was extraordinary, leaving no traces while being very natural and sophisticated. Moreover, unlike Lao Sanwen who directly bypassed the intermediary, Yifeng first gave the gift to the intermediary, showing enough respect. This young man knew how to handle things. No wonder Ning Fiping highly praised him. It was not without reason. Ning Fiping noticed that there were other gift boxes in Wang Tisu's hands and asked in surprise, Yi, what are these for? Oh, These are all for Mr. Feng, Mr. Cheng, and Mr. Zhao, a small token of appreciation. Nice to meet you for the first time, and I hope our seniors will give me more guidance in the future, Yifeng humbly said. Oh, and for us too. Funzi was a bit surprised, not expecting Yifeng to bring gifts on their first meeting. It was genuinely thoughtful of him to prepare these gifts for their first meeting. These are just small gifts, Yifeng replied with a smile as he ended the gift box to Funzi. Funzi opened the box and found a beautifully crafted fishing rod inside. His eyes lit up. A fishing rod. And it was a limited edition light glory fishing rod. Not easy to come by. Haha. Thank you so much, ye little brother. This fishing rod is quite rare. How did you know I like fishing? It must be Fiping who told you, right? Funzi asked with appreciation. Ning Fiping was taken aback. I only mentioned it casually. Didn't expect ye to remember. Yifeng just smiled calmly. Oh, it's just a good memory. He then handed sets of stationery to Chengbo and Zhao Tonsheng. Both of them were surprised and thanked Yifeng. They started chatting with Yifeng in a more friendly manner. Oh, and there's one last gift, which is... Yifeng received the gift. Lao Sanwen immediately sat up straight, ready to receive it. Give it to Secretary Lan. Yifeng smiled. Lao Sanwen. His hand awkwardly froze in midair. Ning Fiping, seeing this reaction, chuckled silently. Lao Sanwen was played. Lao Sanwen's face turned embarrassed as he withdrew his hand, feeling some resentment. Damn. He was also a small boss. Why was his gift skipped over and given to that girl surnamed Lan, who was just a secretary? This kid had no taste. And where's mine? Lan Kai looked surprised, then accepted Yifeng's gift. Opening it, she found an exquisite steel pen with peach blossom, engravings and shiny little pearls, almost like a work of art. Lan Kai was delighted to receive such a beautiful pen. Most girls like such delicate items, and she was no exception. What a beautiful pen. Thank you. Lan Kai exclaimed happily, impressed. She couldn't help but look at Yifeng with a new perspective, seeing a young man who seemed youthful, but spoke smoothly and sophisticatedly, unlike ordinary young people. You're welcome, just a small gift, Yifeng smiled. Yifeng turned to Lao Sanwen and said, indifferently, I feel bad. Lao San, I didn't know you would be here today. Otherwise, I would have prepared a gift for you too. It's all right, we can do it another time. No need to be so polite, Lao Sanwen said with a strange expression, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. It was a polite remark on the surface, but the underlying message was that since they weren't familiar, there was no need to be overly friendly. Yifeng naturally understood the real meaning behind his words, so he just smiled and ignored him. Yifeng didn't sit down, but took out a cigarette from his pocket, first handing it to Ning Fiping and lighting it for him. Ning Fiping chuckled and accepted the cigarette. This small detail made Funzi appreciate Yifeng even more. Giving water to the well digger, this young man knew how to handle things. Despite being younger than Lao Sanwen, he was much more skilled in handling matters. Yifeng proceeded to offer cigarettes to the others, and Lan Kai surprisingly accepted one as well, lighting it by herself. Secretary Lan smokes too? Lao Sanwen was astonished. You didn't offer me one, so I'll just take it if it's given to me, Lan Kai half-jokingly replied. Lao Sanwen blushed, looking even more awkward. Funzi chuckled and changed the subject. Ye little brother has arrived. The food and drinks are here too. Let's not just talk and sit down, everyone. Enjoy the gathering. Lao Sanwen glared at Yifeng, dissatisfied with him stealing his spotlight. Snarkily, he said, Ye little brother, do you drink alcohol? Or should I get you a bottle of yogurt first? The meaning behind when Lao San's words was a veiled jab at Yan Yifeng's young age and inexperience. Ning Fiping furrowed his brow and huffed lightly, saying, General Wan, don't underestimate my little brother Yi's drinking capacity. I doubt you can outdrink him. When Lao San felt a bit stunned by the remark and was initially about to get angry, but seeing that it was Ning Fiping, he could only force a smile and chuckle. Brother Ning is joking, my drinking capacity is not that impressive, but when it comes to drinking, it depends on who you are drinking with. If I'm drinking with Brother Ning, what does drinking capacity matter? We will definitely drink until we're drunk, haha. Yan Yifeng laughed loudly. Lan Kai chuckled softly with her hand covering her mouth. This little guy was hinting that when Lao San was not worthy of drinking with him, displaying a masterful skill in subtle jabs. Despite his young age, he had quite a clever mind. Funzi, Being a sly old fox, could discern the underlying meanings in their conversations, but he had no intentions of getting involved. He was content to sit back and watch the situation unfold. Let's fill up our glasses and have a toast first. Funzi took the lead, controlling the atmosphere as everyone followed suit, raising their glasses to clink. As they drank and chatted, the conversation revolved around gossip and industry news. When Lao-san was feeling anxious, he urgently needed to resolve the current dilemma. If he couldn't deliver a large batch of computer parts on time, he would be faced with hefty penalties that could lead to bankruptcy directly. In such a life-or-death situation, he had no mood to drink. His face darkened as he forced a few drinks, but he couldn't find any joy in it. Casting a glance at Funzi chatting with Lan Kai, he gritted his teeth and brought his glass over. General Feng, about that matter. I really need to ask for your help. When Lao-san said before downing his drink, Funzi maintained a pleasant smile and reply, Sure. You and Fei Peng are old friends, which makes you my friend as well. Of course, we should help each other out. Funzi's implication was to remind when Lao-san not to forget the intermediary role of Ning Fei Peng. It was not appropriate to bypass him and directly seek his help. However, when Lao-san, being straightforward, didn't catch Funzi's underlying message and hastily said, General Feng, it's my honor to have you as my friend. Let me toast you again. While behind him, Ning Fei Peng's expression turned colder. When Lao-san refilled his glass and was about to toast Funzi again, but Funzi interrupted, We can't just keep drinking between us. Why don't you share a few drinks with Fei Peng and others first? This was the second time Funzi hinted at him, and this time, the message was even more explicit. Who would have thought when Lao-san waved his hand and replied, There's no rush with drinking with General Ning. General Feng, I need you to give me your word. Speaking urgently, I have a shortage of goods now, and only you, General Feng, can help me with this in the entire market. If you don't help me, brother, I will be in trouble. Ning Fei Peng's eyes widened in disbelief at when Lao-san's words. He cursed inwardly and decided to drink alone in silence. Funzi inwardly sneered. What trouble is it of mine if you, when Lao-san, are in a mess? Are you going to play the tragic card in front of me? This when Lao-san is truly a fool, so dense that he couldn't even pick up on the hints given to him twice. Can a person like that succeed in business? Failure is inevitable. Funzi thought to himself, but still maintained a friendly demeanor. All right. Come man, make the handover with Kai first. This may take a while to sort out, he said to Wen Lao-san. During this period, most of the warehouse goods have been pre-ordered. There might not be much left, so please prepare yourself, General Wan. Funzi carefully put the disclaimer first. If he couldn't help much later, there wouldn't be much he could say. In reality, Funzi wasn't entirely willing to help. What practical benefit could he gain? Borrowing goods wasn't selling them. It was more of a disguised loan. If when Lao-san couldn't repay, it would be a bad debt. Well, I believe as long as General Feng lends a hand, everything will be fine. Ha. When Lao-san heard that Funzi was willing to help, getting excited beyond measure, Lan Kai chimed in and advised, General Wan, why don't you take a seat first? This matter isn't urgent. Let's enjoy the drinks and high spirits first. When Lao-san agreed and returned to his spot, Yin Yifeng, on the other hand, shook his head secretly. When Lao-san seemed to be celebrating prematurely, Yin Yifeng then raised his glass to Ning Fei Peng, saying, Brother Ning, I must thank you for introducing me to General Feng and General Cheng. They are really great influencers. Though Yin Yifeng directed his words towards Ning Fei Peng, he included Funzi and others in the praise, prompting everyone to show their gratitude. Oh. Where? Brother Yi is joking. How can we be considered influential people? Ha. Chengbo chuckled and replied modestly. In the future, we will rely on all of you in many matters. Let's have a drink first. Yin Yifeng raised his glass, and others followed suit. With that, Yin Yifeng took the lead and steered the drinking session. Instead of diving straight into business talk, he engaged them in casual conversations first. With Yin Yifeng's business acumen and insightful predictions about the future, the conversation transitioned from the local economy to the global economy. Coupled with his eloquence, the atmosphere at the table was uplifted. Funzi and Lan Kai exchanged a glance and whispered a few words. Funzi's appreciation for Yin Yifeng grew as he remarked quietly to Lan Kai, Look at this young man, He speaks without end and has a deep understanding of economic situations. He's truly a talented individual. Lan Kai lit a cigarette, took a puff, and smiled. General Feng, I don't think he's that simple. He speaks and acts with precision, just like an old fox. Feng Zi nodded in agreement. A businessman. They are a group of people constantly coming up with ideas. And how are ideas generated? It certainly involves mutual exchanges. Today, chatting with you bunch of old folks, I have gained a lot. Come, let me toast all of you. Yin Yifeng invited everyone to toast, mixing flattery into his speech. This sudden warmth caused the hierarchical titles of Old Brother and Old General to be thrown around. Come, Brother Yi, let's have a drink. Jia Tongxing, his face flushed with alcohol, found Yin Yifeng's words comforting. They toasted once again, finishing their drinks in one go. Wang Tai also joined in, but he remained quiet, focusing attentively on Yin Yifeng's words, mannerisms, and gestures. He was intent on learning from Yin Yifeng, hoping to navigate the drinking sessions like him in the future. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, and the table was already in disarray with dishes and cups scattered around. However, every person still had a bottle of Fixio liquid in front of them. Yifeng glanced at Ning Fiping and Feng Zi, both of whom seemed to be a bit tipsy from the drinks. It seemed like the timing was right. Yifeng turned to Ning Fiping and sighing. Old Ning, I plan to open my new store soon, but I don't have enough funds to stock merchandise. I can't even press down the position without some goods. That's really tough. Ning Fiping, being a man of loyalty, immediately offered, you can rest assured, I have goods in my store. I can lend some to you first. Just let me know. By the way, Feng Jie is here too. He's a major distributor. Ning Fiping turned to Feng Zi and suggested, Feng Jie, Yifeng is like a younger brother to me. He is trustworthy. I vouch for him, and he needs funds for stocking goods now. Can we work together in a consignment manner and provide the goods to my little brother? Feng Zi smiled. Before coming to drink, he already knew the intention behind Feng Zi's setup, which was to ask for his help in providing goods to Yifeng. He didn't immediately agree because this matter involved risks. He needed to assess the kind of person Yifeng was before deciding. However, after this drink, he had a preliminary understanding of Yifeng. This young man was extraordinary. He was thorough in his actions, well-rounded in his personality, had a keen business sense, was forward-thinking, modest, and humble. A young man like this would definitely have a bright future. It was awe-inspiring. So, for a young entrepreneur like him, who had potential, he was willing to help, and there might be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sure. Yifeng, if you need those computer components, give me a list later, and I'll have them delivered to you personally. We'll work on a consignment basis. If you can't sell them, it's okay. As long as the goods are intact, you can return them to me, Feng Zi said with a smile. Lan Kai, who was nearby, covered her mouth and said with a smile, it looks like Feng Zong really appreciates little Yi. Helping young people start their businesses is just the right thing to do, Feng Zi said with a righteous look. Yifeng didn't care whether he genuinely wanted to help or not. Since he had already agreed in front of Ning Fiping, the matter was almost settled. He quickly stood up, raised a toast to Ning Fiping and Feng Zi, saying, Thank you, old Ning, and Feng Zong. You're welcome. Feng Zi smiled and clinked glasses with him. Chengbo quickly raised his glass and said, if you need any goods for your business in the future, you can also tell us. If we can help, we will definitely do so. Yes, we are all on the same team, no need for formalities. Jia Tongxing was getting drunk, speaking with a slur and a dizzy expression. Wan Laozhen, on the side, watched all this with confusion. Damn, why are these people not saying anything when I ask for help? Did this Yixa actually get such swift responses when asking for help from them? Damn it, what can Yixa offer them? Wan Laozhen felt frustrated and didn't join raising a toast. He drank alone in annoyance. Ning Fiping saw this and snorted. What a petty person. You deserve this. Despite the awkward moment, the atmosphere was still lively as they continued to drink for another hour until 9 p.m. when they set down their glasses and began chatting. This dinner had lasted for more than 3 hours. Wan Laozhen, feeling that he had drunk enough, stood up and walked toward Feng Zi. Feng Zong, I'll be counting on you in the future. I'll be waiting for your good news. This glass is for you. Wan Laozhen lifted his glass and drank it. Feng Zi chuckled. Wan Zong is too kind. Wan Laozhen said, I'll treat you to this meal. Waiter. The female waitress standing at the door walked in. What can I do for you? How much is the bill for this table today? The waitress took out a small notebook and replied, it's a total of 2,700 yuan. Fine. I'll pay the bill. Give me the receipt. Charge it to my account. Wan Laozhen waved grandly. However, Ning Fiping, Fengzi, Lan Kai, and Chengbo at the dinner table looked displeased. Ning Fiping had a hint of anger on his face. Fengzi shook his head, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and Chengbo watched coldly, feeling like he was watching a monkey show. Lan Kai whispered, Fengzong, this person is hopeless. This dinner was hosted by Ning Fiping. He actually tried to pay the bill himself in front of everyone, not taking Ning Fiping seriously, and even asking for the price of the meal in front of so many people. Did he think they had eaten too much? Or that it was too expensive? Wan Laozhen's attempt to pay the bill eagerly turned out to be a big mistake. Yifeng, with a light smile, said, Wang Zong, forget it. I had Tianzi pay the bill an hour ago. This meal can be considered a favor owed to old Ning, so it's no trouble for old Ning. Upon hearing this, Ning Fiping and the others were surprised. They didn't expect Yifeng to have already settled the bill earlier, and he handled the situation so skillfully. Ning Fiping felt relieved and his face softened, saying, You're really something, little brother. Fengzi's eyes showed more admiration for Yifeng. This young man really knows how to handle himself and his affairs. Wan Laozhen had a look of astonishment. You already paid the bill. After saying that, he felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem. I guess I made Yixao spend unnecessarily. I'll invite everyone for a sauna downstairs later. Let's go for a bath together, give foot massages, relax a bit. What do you think? Men only reveal their true selves when they are shirtless. That's when they can talk openly. Hehe. Wan Laozhen proposed. Fengzi's face turned cold. He waved his hand. I'm not going. You guys can go if you want. I have something to do later. Going to a sauna at this time might come with complications, and with Lan Kai by his side. What nonsense was Wan Laozhen talking about? The cunning Fengzi had lost his patience with him and showed a hint of impatience in his eyes. Wan Zong, I won't go to the sauna. I don't have that interest. You can find Cheng Zong, Zhao Zong, and the others. Ning Fiping straightforwardly refused. Oh, hehe, Wan Zong. I really want to go, but it's too late now. I have to go home. How about we plan another time to meet? Chengbo came up with an excuse and bid farewell. Jia Tongxing was not interested in going to the sauna either, so he also rose to say goodbye. But he was already staggering as he walked. With successive rejections, Wan Laozhen stood there feeling extremely embarrassed, like a fool. He hadn't expected that none of them were interested in going to the sauna. At that moment, Yifeng casually asked, Wan Zong, are you coming too? Wan Laozhen, with his anger suppressed, replied coldly, You guys go ahead. I won't be joining. Oh. Yifeng smirked and then turned to leave. Wan Laozhen stared coldly at Yifeng's departing figure, feeling his anger rise. What was so special about this kid? Damn it. Today, he really stole the limelight. Several people left the Lotus Fragrance building and arrived at an upscale tea room across the street. Guided by a waitress in a kipao, they entered a beautifully decorated private room within the tea room. The shelves and furniture were all made of rosewood, with some potentially authentic ancient jade ornaments displayed on the shelf, creating a full atmosphere. In the middle of the private room was a tea table, already occupied by a woman in a kipao brewing tea. Each private room in the tea room had a dedicated tea master responsible for brewing tea, allowing guests to simply enjoy the experience. However, Yifeng did not want outsiders present, as it was inconvenient for discussing matters. Duty, you can go. We'll just make our own tea, Yifeng said with a smile. The female tea master nodded, stood up, and left. Yifeng sat at the main tea brewing spot and said to Ning Fiping, Old Ning, you used to be the one brewing tea, but you've had quite a lot to drink tonight, so let me take over for you, my friend. Ning Fiping, slightly intoxicated, managed to maintain some composure with his hands supporting his forehead and nodded in agreement after hearing Yifeng's words. Given his current state, he might not even last long before getting drunk just by drinking tea, let alone brewing it. Fengzi, do you know how to brew tea? Fengzi expressed some surprise. Just a little. I learned a bit from old Ning, Yifeng humbly replied. Yifeng then demonstrated his tea brewing skills, astonishing everyone present. Ning Fiping was surprised. Did I teach him that? This is nothing like what I taught him. Funzi widened his eyes, realizing that Yifeng's tea brewing technique was indeed very skilled. Calling it just a little knowledge was an understatement. He had been to many tea rooms before and had never seen anyone brew tea as skillfully as a professional tea master. Today was the first time he had witnessed something like this. Yifeng worked methodically and swiftly, with clean and efficient movements, from warming the tea set, rinsing the tea, high pouring, skimming off the bubbles, shaking the tea, pouring out the tea. He flawlessly completed each step. Yifeng first poured a cup and handed it to Funzi as a sign of respect for his higher status among them. "Ye younger brother, your tea brewing skills are truly remarkable," Funzi praised. "You are too kind. Please enjoy the tea." Yifeng gestured, ready to pour tea for the others before finally serving himself. Funzi picked up the teacup, sniffed it, and took a sip. "Rapport. It's good tea, but it seems a bit different from what I used to drink. The tea seems much lighter." Funzi discerned after a single sip. "Yes, rapport is a light tea. The lighter tea helps with sobering up. Too strong would have the opposite effect," Yifeng explained. He then took a small bottle of honey from the tea cabinet, scooped a spoonful into the hot water pot, mixed it well, and brewed the tea. The second cup of honey-infused pu'er tea was poured to Funzi and the others. Lan Kai took a sip, her eyes lit up, and exclaimed, "Great tea. Delicious." The subtle sweetness of honey lingered on her tongue, enhancing the tea fragrance. With a bit more honey, the taste of the tea completely transformed, becoming even more enjoyable. Honey tea can help with sobriety and hasten alcohol metabolism. "Having a bit more is fine," Yifeng remarked, taking a sip himself and feeling significantly more comfortable after the warm tea entered his stomach. As they drank tea and chatted, Ning Fighting was the first to show signs of fatigue. Yifeng asked the staff to take him to rest in a room. Now, only Yifeng, Funzi, and Lan Kai remained in the tea room. Yifeng glanced at Lan Kai and Funzi, who were engaged in a private conversation, sitting very close to each other. Lan Kai had her legs crossed, leaning slightly towards Funzi with a somewhat ambiguous gesture. Her eyes towards Funzi were filled with coquettishness, emotions occasionally surfacing between them. In Yifeng's heart, the certainty of their relationship grew. Affairs were all too common among businessmen. Many successful middle-aged men found it unsettling to face their less satisfying spouses at home while lured by young, attractive women outside. In the face of such temptations, how many men could resist? Though Yifeng saw through their relationship, he remained composed, pretending not to notice. "Ye younger brother, I just informed Secretary Lan earlier. When you bring the merchandise list to Mr. Fun tomorrow, I'll make sure she delivers the goods to your store within 2 days. You don't need to worry," Funzi said with a smile. Yifeng thanked him graciously. "I'm truly grateful, Elder Feng." "Ye younger brother, do you only plan to open a computer store in the future?" Funzi questioned. "I sense that ye younger brother is not someone with shallow ambitions," Funzi praised. Yifeng refilled their teacups. "Every business owner wants to expand their business. I'm no different. This store is my testing ground. If it succeeds, I plan to open chain stores throughout the city. So after opening the store, I want to establish uniform pricing, uniform fee standards, and a unified high-quality service level. Talent planning and development are crucial. Business growth is inseparable from people. The fundamental aspect of business lies in people. The same task performed by different people can lead to different results. In any case, there is much to do. Right now, I just want to take each step carefully," Yifeng explained. Funzi, impressed, said, "Ye younger brother is truly a genius. I look forward to the day when ye younger brother opens a chain store. I believe that day is not far off," Funzi remarked optimistically. Yifeng raised his teacup. "I'll take your words as good omens." The three of them continued chatting and drinking tea until midnight. Seeing Lan Kai showing signs of tiredness, Funzi decided to bid farewell. "I had a great time chatting with ye younger brother today, but it's late now. I should head back for some rest. We must have another drinking session soon." Haha. Yifeng saw them off and then returned to the tea room. Wang Tai, seeing no one else in the tea room, came in from the corridor and handed Yifeng a new pack of cigarettes. Yifeng took the cigarette, surprised. "A new one?" Wang Tai grinned. "Yes, a new one. This is the 5th pack of cigarettes." Having smoked for packs previously during their dinner and drinks at the hotel, Yifeng was surprised at how fast they were going through them. Rubbing his sore head, He chuckled. We drank a lot tonight and smoked quite a bit too. Nonetheless, he lit the cigarette using the lighter Wang Tai provided. Phew. Yifan exhaled a smoke ring, feeling slightly clearer in his head. Well, at least we managed to negotiate the deal after all the effort we put in, he said, taking another puff of the cigarette and slumping tiredly in his chair. Wang Tai also lit a cigarette and sat beside him, saying, You did well, Yizhe. If it were me, I'd probably mess it up. Yifan straightened up, took a drag of the cigarette, and looked at Wang Tai encouragingly. Taizi, have confidence in yourself. You did quite well today, and I believe you'll soon be able to hold your own. Yes, Yizhe, I'll work even harder. Wang Tai nodded earnestly. Yifan took a deep drag of the cigarette, exhaled another smoke ring, and gazed into the distance. He was contemplating the next steps. Suddenly, he spoke up. Taizi, when I bring the invoice to Mr. Fun tomorrow, please deliver a gift to Secretary Lan from me. Ha, Yizhe, not to Mr. Fun? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. Yifan shook his head with a smile. No need. Just give it to Secretary Lan. Mr. Fun will be pleased as well. Wang Tai scratched his head, not fully understanding Yifeng's intention, but asked, Yizhe, what gift are you giving Secretary Lan? Yifeng smiled mysteriously. I'll be giving her a high-quality set of cosmetics. High-end makeup. Maple, why are we giving this kind of gift? Don't girls all like jewelry? Wang Tai asked in confusion. Yifeng chuckled and replied, You said it yourself, that's for girls. But Secretary Lan is not a girl. To be honest, she can only be considered a young woman. What they care more about is their appearance, because they can establish themselves in society and enjoy material pleasures beyond ordinary people, relying only on their face and figure. If their appearance ages, their fate might be worse than a neglected wife. In fact, most mistresses and third parties don't end well, and even fewer can successfully climb up the social ladder. Wang Tai looked enlightened and said, Maple, you make a good point. I understand now. Let's do this tomorrow. I'll bring the invoice over in the afternoon, and when I go see Fengzi, you can secretly give the gift to Secretary Lan. Yifeng smiled. Wang Tai scratched his head, grinned, and said, Sure thing. Maple, I'll handle it. Yifeng took out his phone, checked the time. It was almost 1 a.m. It's already past 1 a.m. Better go back to rest early. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and left the tea house with Wang Tai. Back at home, with Yifeng feeling tipsy, he didn't freshen up, he just laid down and fell asleep. Yifeng didn't know how long he slept. He suddenly woke up 2 noses outside the door. He drowsily opened his eyes, saw the bright sunlight outside the window. It seemed like it was already past morning. Yifeng took out his phone from his pocket to check the time, only to realize that he had slept until 11 a.m. Ouch! Headache. A sudden throbbing pain hit his head. The hangover set in. He patted his forehead and rubbed his temples. The second day after drinking is always the worst. Whose voice was that outside the door? Could it be that Dad had returned? Stinky Fun, are you awake? Came the clear voice of Gumuxi from outside the door. Yifeng rolled his eyes, then continued to lie on the bed, closing his eyes pretending to still be asleep. After a while, footsteps approached the door. Creak. The door opened, and Gumuxi walked into the room with a broom. Still not up. I thought you were awake. Really? Mom, why do I have to clean up? Is Useless Fun incapable of doing anything? Forget it. He's always drunk, can't do anything. Gumuxi grumbled and started cleaning up Yifeng's room. This Fun has filled the room with the smell of smoke and alcohol. Really? Should I just throw him onto the street? Gumuxi thought for a moment, but gave up on that dangerous idea, deciding to clean his face instead. Meanwhile, Yifeng, lying in bed, slyly opened a slit in his eyes, watching Gumuxi sweeping the floor. Today, Gumuxi was wearing tight jeans and a white blouse on her upper body, with her jet black beautiful hair cascading down. From the back view, he couldn't see her face, but her flawless figure, tall and shapely, exuded a youthful vibe. Gumuxi was even helping with the cleaning. Was she that kind-hearted? Yifeng pondered. Suddenly, Gumuxi turned around, and Yifeng quickly closed his eyes again. You're not awake with so much nose. Seems like you really are drunk. Gumuxi lifted some trash with a shovel and then left the room. When she returned, she had a towel in her hand. Yifeng, still half asleep, recognized it as his own towel. Gumuxi sat on the edge of the bed. A specific fragrance hit Yifeng's nose. He amusingly thought, little she really smells good. Next, Gumuxi used the towel to wipe his face. The cold towel touched his face, causing Yifeng to shiver. Gumuxi, are you trying to freeze me out? However, at that moment, he finally fully woke up. Can't wake up even like this. Sleeping so deeply? Get up. Lazy. Gumuxi shouted at Yifeng, but Yifeng still closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, with no response. Gumuxi rolled her eyes and thought, why isn't he waking up? Unbelievable, still pretending. Then she had an idea. Oh, I'll go check the computer. Gumuxi got up and casually tossed the towel on Yifeng's face, covering his mouth and nose. Yifeng suddenly felt suffocated with the towel over his nose and mouth. Damn, this girl is trying to kill her husband. Unable to resist, he sneakily pulled the towel down, but the next moment, his eyes met Gumuxi's gaze. Gumuxi, with her arms crossed, stood by the bed, coldly staring at him. Hey, you're really pretending to sleep. Yifeng awkwardly chuckled. Good morning, Gumuxi. Gumuxi glared at him, hands on hips, shouting, good morning. It's already late morning. Who is late? Gumuxi, what's wrong with your head? Can't you get up quickly? I mean, can't you let me take it slow? I don't have that much energy. No way. You can't be lazy. Give it some effort. I also want to make an effort, but my body won't allow it. Hey, who let you drink so much? Are you done now? In the world of Jianghu, one has no choice, understand? Stop the nonsense, get up quickly. Gumuxi, can't I take it slow? Gumuxi rubbed her fists, her fingers made a cracking sound. If you don't want to get up, I can help you. No, I'm getting up. Okay, I warn you, act, but keep your hands off. Yifeng quickly got up from the bed. Gumuxi raised her chin proudly. Act, you think you're qualified for me to act? Yifeng smirked, of course, acting is better than acting physically. Hey, if I were to act, you'd be in trouble. Yifeng nodded seriously, looking at her tempting red lips. Indeed, I'd be defenseless for sure. Gumuxi glared at him. Get up. Hurry, take a shower. The smell of smoke and alcohol from head to toe can suffocate me. Hehe. Okay. Wait for me. Yifeng got out of bed, grabbed some clothes from the wardrobe, and rushed to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Yifeng was in a cheerful mood, whistling while taking a shower. Just as he finished washing his hair and was about to dry off with a towel, he suddenly turned around, but the towel was missing. It then dawned on him that Gumuxi had taken the towel into the room. Yifeng opened the bathroom door just a crack, stuck his head out, and called outside. Gumuxi, could you bring the towel over for me? Stinky Yifeng, you're showering without a towel? I forgot. Can you help me with that? Please? How troublesome. Gumuxi said with some disdain. But she got his towel for him. Gumuxi walked to the bathroom door, seeing Yifeng had only opened a small crack, making it impossible to pass the towel through. Hey! What are you doing, Yifeng? How can I give it to you with such a small opening? Gumuxi glared at him. Yifeng awkwardly chuckled. Just in case I accidentally reveal myself and scare you. He reached out his hand through the crack, expecting to receive the towel. Gumuxi scoffed. Scare me? There are not many things in this world that can scare me. Anyway, when I was a kid, I already knew every inch of your body. Really? Then tell me, how many hairs do I have on my body? Yifeng chuckled and raised his eyebrows playfully. Or do you want to come in and count them for me? Gumuxi blushed, rolled her eyes at him, and said, HMPH, I'm not that bored. With that, Gumuxi turned and walked away. Yifeng chuckled, closed the door, and resumed his showering business. After a relaxing shower and changing into fresh clothes, Yifeng felt a bit more refreshed, but his stomach was growling. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch, and now he was really hungry. Gumuxi, let's go. I'll treat you to some noodles. Yifeng wiped his hair and called out to the living room. Gumuxi stood up curiously and asked, Hey Yifeng, why are you being so nice today? Did the sun rise from the west? And you're treating me to noodles? Yifeng smirked. Come on, am I really that stingy? You helped me clean the bathroom this morning, so I should return the favor, right? Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll go by myself. Gumuxi smiled. Of course, why wouldn't I eat free lunch? I'm hungry too. Let's go. Yisha. The two of them left the house and arrived at a noodle shop in the staff quarters. It was lunchtime, and the shop was bustling with customers. The entrance was crowded, but luckily, There were plenty of tables and chairs outside. Yifeng squeezed through the crowd, approached the checkout counter, and said, "2 bowls of mixed pork noodles, 6 yuan." The shopkeeper swiftly took the money and gave him a ticket, then moved on to the next customer. Yifeng placed the ticket at the counter and waited for his order. Gumuxi found an empty seat near the door and sat down to wait for him. "It's really crowded today." Yifeng wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was hot at lunchtime, and the crowd made it even more sweaty. Gumuxi teased him. "Look at you, Yi Xiao. Are you made of water? Why are you sweating so much?" Yifeng glanced at her and replied, "Aren't you sweating too? And you still have the nerve to mock me? Women are made of water." Gumuxi retorted, "And look at you, your pants are wet." Gumuxi grumbled, "I didn't expect it to be this hot today. I should have changed into shorts before coming out." While chatting and joking, they heard their order being called out at the shop. "Number 36. Yifeng responded, "That's us." He went to pick up their noodles and bring them back to the table. After running back and forth a few times, they finally sat down to enjoy their meal. Yifeng gobbled up his noodles hungrily. "Here, have some." Gumuxi offered him some sausage from her bowl. Yifeng smiled and picked out some liver from his bowl to give to Gumuxi. It was a habit they had developed over the years. After exchanging food, they happily dug into their meal. At that moment, 4 bicycles were parked by the roadside near the shop's entrance, and 4 middle-aged women came to eat noodles. After ordering their food, they sat at a table behind Yifeng. "Have you heard the news? It seems like our 3rd steel plant is going to be acquired and merged by Hushan Steel. My husband told me about it, but I'm not sure if it's true. He said that once the acquisition happens, we'll all be laid off." "Oh no. What do we do? My whole family relies on the wages from the plant." Among the 4 women, one wore a red floral shirt and wide leg pants. She had a plump face and thin lips, giving her a somewhat harsh appearance. "I heard that the one responsible for the acquisition negotiations is the deputy factory director named Gu Xingzhan. I heard that the deputy director named Gu Xingzhan has received benefits from Hushan Steel and is selling our 3rd steel plant at a low price." Yifeng and Gumuxi overheard this conversation and simultaneously stopped eating. Gumuxi's eyes showed a hint of anger. She couldn't stand it when people spoke ill of her parents behind their backs. Another woman exclaimed, "No wait, Deputy Director Gu, that's so shameless and disgraceful." The woman with thin lips sneered, "I've always thought that Gu Xingzhan has some character issues. If he really took advantage of Hushan Steel, it wouldn't be surprising at all. The problem is, if he sells our 3rd steel plant in such a cheap way, it's the entire plant's workers who will suffer." Gu Xingzhan, that old scumbag, is still considered a deputy factory director. Another woman in a blue dress anxiously asked, "Auntie, what should we do? Are we just going to watch that old man sell us out?" When Auntie mentioned Gu Xingzhan, Yifeng suddenly had a realization. This woman was known in the staff quarters for her big mouth, often spreading rumors and being aggressive. Many people in the community avoid her because of her behavior, though if it weren't for the fact that her husband was in charge of logistics for the plant, she might have been in trouble multiple times already. Damn it! Gumuxi couldn't contain her anger at the escalating conversation and was about to slam the table when Yifeng stopped her. "Wait a minute." Yifeng turned to the 4 women and spoke calmly to Gumuxi. "Let's listen to what Auntie has to say and see her purpose in spreading rumors and slander here." The woman called Auntie with thin lips appeared smug and said, "In 2 months, the plant is planning to promote a new deputy factory director. When the time comes, make sure the men in your family support our Old Z. If Old Z negotiates with Hushan Steel instead of Gu Xingzhan, it's better, right?" The other women nodded in agreement. When Auntie referred to her father as a sellout, Gumuxi couldn't take it anymore and stood out to confront them. "Clap. Shut up. Who do you think you are to spread rumors about my dad behind his back? What did my dad do to you? Why are you bad-mouthing him like this? You're accusing my dad of betraying the plant. Do you have any proof? Without evidence, you're just mouthing off. Did you hear that? Did you hear from someone else? I also heard that your mom passed away." Gumuxi lashed out at the women mercilessly, full of rage, and her boldness left the 4 women trembling with anger, their faces turning purple. Gumuxi stared at them and continued to scold, pointing at them, "I see all of you as busybodies. Your tongues are longer than a lawyer's, spreading rumors without evidence. If it weren't for you, God knows how many times you would have been beaten already. I can't believe the mouths of people like you." You're worse than a rabid dog, wearing your fancy shirts and acting all glamorous, but when you speak, it's clear you're just like dogs. The four women were left shaking with anger by Gumuxi's fierce words, unable to respond. The other customers were all staring in astonishment at Gumuxi, completely dumbfounded. This girl was really good at scolding people, and her sharp tongue left them all speechless. Yifan secretly gave Gumuxi a thumbs up. Gumuxi, you're amazing. You little wench. Aunt Sang was so furious that her whole body was trembling. Suddenly, she started gasping for breath, as if she couldn't breathe properly and nearly stumbled. The other women quickly supported her and helped her catch her breath. Gumuxi snorted arrogantly and said, Yi Shao, let's go. I've lost my appetite seeing them. With that, Gumuxi turned and walked away, while Yifan quickly followed. Aunt Sang was almost driven to her death by anger, and the surrounding diners gathered to watch. Yifan glanced back at the scene, then held Gumuxi's hand and whispered, Gumuxi, come with me. Huh, where are we going? Gumuxi was confused. Yifan chuckled, then took out a small knife from his pocket. Let's let some air out of their tires. If they spread rumors about my future father-in-law, I won't let them off easy. Gumuxi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Hehe, sure. Yifan held her hand and pretended to walk past the four women's bicycles. With a knife hidden in his right hand, he punctured the tires of all four bicycles. Theft. After deflating the tires, Yifan immediately took Gumuxi's hand and ran off. In his mind, he thought, deflate the tires and run. How exhilarating. Ha ha ha. The two of them ran back to the bottom of the building. Phew. They gasped for breath, looked at each other, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. I never thought Yi Shao, your mischievous mind would finally be put to good use, Gumuxi said with a smile, trying to calm herself down. Yifan gave her a look and said, is that praise for me? Just deflating their tires is already showing my tolerance. If it were someone else, they would have started a fight already. Gu Xingzhang was rumored to have received bribes from Hugging Steel, and if that rumor spread, it could be a major blow to him. The position of deputy factory director might not be secure anymore. Puncturing their tires was just a light punishment. If they succeeded in spreading rumors, Yifan had no intention of letting them off easily. I have to make sure my dad is careful. We can't let that Aunt Sang succeed. Gumuxi pouted in anger. Her husband is trying to secure the position of deputy factory director. I think she's doing this intentionally, Gumuxi said, her cheeks flushed with anger. It's all for fame and fortune. If she can become deputy factory director, what does it matter if she offends your dad, the current deputy factory director? All right, I'll make sure my dad is cautious about this. Yifan reassured her with a smile. Oh, then I'll go home now. Yi Shao, aren't you going back? Gumuxi asked puzzled. Yifan smiled. I still have things to do with Wang Tai. You go back first, I'll come back later. Don't wait for me for dinner. Gumuxi glared at him. Don't drink too much alcohol again. Okay, I got it. You're just like a housewife. Yifan teased. Who's a housewife? I can't be bothered with you. Humph, Gumuxi said before turning and heading upstairs. Yifan shrugged and immediately called Wang Tai. In the afternoon, Yifan and Wang Tai brought gifts to the Diank building and found the Nanchao Trading Company on the top floor. After informing the front desk that they had an appointment with Funzi, the receptionist led Yifan to the chairman's office. Before entering, Yifan signaled Wang Tai to find the secretary Lan in the adjacent office. Wang Tai nodded in understanding. Knocking on the door, he entered. Coming, with gifts in hand, Wang Tai opened the door. Hey, Lan, good afternoon. He greeted with a smile. Wang Tai, why are you here? Do you have something to discuss with me? Lan was slightly surprised to see Wang Tai at her desk. She knew Wang Tai was working with Yifan, so if he came to the company, he should be looking for Chairman Fan. Lan, EJ said that Zifeng Electronics is able to cooperate with Nanchao Trading. With your support, I'm here as a representative to thank you. Wang Tai placed the gift bag on her desk. A small gift as a token of appreciation. Please accept it. Lan glanced at the box with the logo of Isiden and covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes gleaming. It was a set of expensive cosmetics worth over 1,000. This was more than 2 of her salaries combined. Although she had expensive cosmetics given by Funzi at home, a woman can never have enough makeup. She took the makeup with surprise and then put it down, looking at Wang Tai. Wang Tai, isn't this gift too precious? Oh, It's not. Zifeng Electronics will have long-term cooperation with Nanchao Trading, and will need Lan's help, so this little gift is nothing. Wang Tai waved his hand. Is that all? It really is just that. Lan took a breath of relief. Yifeng was indeed thoughtful. Since it was his goodwill, there was no need to refuse. All right, then I'll accept it. Please thank Yijie for me. Lan smiled and put the cosmetics away in a drawer. No problem. I'll definitely pass it on. If you have nothing else, I won't disturb you. Lan, Wang Tai said politely before leaving and closing the door behind him. Lan smiled slightly. Yifeng is really an interesting young man. The phone on her desk suddenly rang, and she quickly answered. Lani, prepare the contract for consignment sales. We are officially cooperating with Zifeng Electronics today. Lan smiled and replied. Okay, I will bring it over in a moment. 10 minutes later, Lan took the contract and walked into Feng Zi's office. She saw Feng Zi and Yifeng seated at a tea table, chatting and laughing, looking very harmonious and friendly. Feng Zi, here is the contract. Lan walked over and handed the contracts to each of them. Yifeng carefully reviewed the document twice, and it seemed normal, with no special favors shown towards him. It was evident that Lan had slightly adjusted it to be more friendly towards him. It looks good, no problem. I trust that Lan is very reliable, Yifeng praised. Feng Zi smiled and nodded. Yijie, since everything is fine, let's sign the contract. Great. Yifeng nodded. Lan handed a pen to each of them, and Feng Zi and Yifeng began the official signing. After signing the contract, Lan put the documents in folders and stood up. Feng Zi extended his hand. Haha. I wish Yijie a successful business venture. Only when you grow and succeed can our cooperation advance to a higher level. Thank you for your kind words. Feng Zi. Yifeng shook his hand. I wish Yijie a successful business opening. Lan extended her hand with a smile. Later, Yifeng shook her hand as Lan jokingly said, Ms. Lan is not only beautiful, but also very capable. You are really a valuable assistant to Feng Zi. He then turned to Feng Zi and said, Feng Zi, with such a great assistant, I envy you indeed. Feng Zi turned to Lan and asked, do you think Yifeng can make it big? Lan smiled lightly and replied, if this young man, who is smarter than an old fox, can't build a successful business, then who in this world can? Feng Zi suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly, causing Lan to flinch in pain. He stared at her with a menacing gaze. So, is this why you adjusted the contract? Because you have high hopes for him? Are you attracted to him because he's young and handsome? Feng Zi's face darkened, and his gaze turned cold. Lan frowned slightly, enduring the pain in her wrist, and explained, You hurt me. I just think it's best to have long-term cooperation with someone like him. If we followed the original contract, it might give him a bad impression of us, so I made some adjustments. Feng Zi eventually let go of her hand, his expression returning to normal. He remained as amiable as before. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. You hurt me just now, right? I'll get some ointment for you later. He quickly changed his demeanor. He was quick to flip his attitude. Lan chuckled softly. Yifeng is an interesting young man. Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang, and she answered it immediately. Lani, prepare the consignment contract. We are officially cooperating with Zifeng Electronics today. Lan smiled and replied, Okay, I'll bring it over in a moment. After receiving the contract, Yifeng and Wang Tai returned to the store and informed Han Ping'an about it. Feng Jie, so does this mean we can prepare to open for business? Han Ping'an exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Once the accessories arrive in a couple of days, we can officially open for business. Yifeng nodded confidently. Wang Tai rubbed his hands together, ready to get things started. Feng Jie, what should we do next? Should we distribute flyers and advertise? Yifeng smiled mysteriously. No need. Offline advertising is too troublesome and costly, with low cost effectiveness. Then, how should we promote? Wang Tai asked in confusion. We should go online. Engage in marketing activities, it's more effective, Yifeng explained. Do you remember when I told you about a thing called a search engine portal? Oh, I remember, Feng Jie, that portal seems to have gone online only in January this year. It seems like it doesn't have many functions besides search. Wang Tai scratched his head, puzzled. That's because you don't know how to use it. If we also create a portal, do good SEO optimization, and engage in community marketing on other portals, the effect will be the best, and the cost effectiveness will be high, Yifeng explained. SCO, Funj. What's that? Wang Tai curiously asked. It stands for Search Engine Optimization. It's a new technology that few people in the country understand apart from Baidu. Baidu has only been around for less than half a year and hasn't received enough attention yet. We can be the first movers. Yifeng leaned back on the couch, eager to try it out. Wang Tai still didn't quite understand, but his intuition told him that it was a powerful marketing tool, and since Yifeng knew the technology, he naturally trusted him unconditionally, saying, "Well, I'm not good with technology, so I might not be of much help." Yifeng sat up straight, snapped his fingers, and said, "There's another very important thing I need you to do. I'm busy lately, so I'm entrusting this task to you." "It's very important," Wang Tai asked seriously. "Funj, what's the important matter?" "You need to register a company using this address, a personal sole proprietorship, named Shifeng Technology. Spend some money, find a business service company to help with the application, and you mainly need to oversee it, aiming to get it done before the start of the university semester," Yifeng explained. "Currently, opening the store mainly involves obtaining a business license for individual industrial and commercial businesses, not a corporate license. Dealing with individual industrial and commercial matters is faster, good enough to start a business. However, if it involves larger operations or expanding businesses in the future, changing the operating entity and establishing a company is necessary. The entire process is more complicated, but can be done in parallel during this time." "Got it. I will take responsibility for it." Wang Tai nodded heavily. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, "Well, good luck. The day after tomorrow, we will open for business." 2 days later, after 2 days of preparations, the Nanchao trading truck delivered a whole set of brand new computer accessories, all from first-hand sources, various brands. It's not difficult to get brand new components. The difficulty lies in getting the most suitable and low-priced ones. Nanchao Trading has first-hand sources for major brands, offering the lowest prices available online. This means that Yifeng can earn higher profits from the components. For example, an ASUSTX97 motherboard, purchased at a wholesale price of 650 yuan per board from Nanchao Trading, is sold on the market for 1,200 yuan per piece. And there are few new genuine items available. Even if you have money, you might not find them. Yifeng plans to price it at 1,100 yuan per board, earning 450 yuan profit for each unit sold, a substantial profit margin. After unloading the goods at noon, Yifeng, Wang Tai, Han Ping'an, and Han Nanni together placed the goods on the shelves and set up opening flower baskets at the door. At this moment, Ning Feiping's voice sounded outside the store. "Congratulations, Elodie, on the opening of your new store." Ning Feiping walked into the store, exuding a hearty laugh. "Welcome, Mr. Ning. Your presence makes this even more auspicious." Yifeng greeted with a smile, feeling good on this opening day. Ning Feiping pointed to the entrance, where a few people were placing opening flower baskets on both sides and others were moving entire sets of desktop PCs into the store. "Elodie, I have brought the complete machines you wanted. You can sell them, and if you can't, you can return them to me," Ning Feiping said with a smile. Yifeng was pleased, as the profits from these complete machines were also not low. They were all pre-assembled by Ning Feiping, priced at around 8,000 yuan per unit, with a profit margin of at least 30%, all from the profits of the components and the negotiation of complete machines. For a computer complete machine priced at over 10,000, the profit could be as high as 50%. "Thank you, Mr. Ning, for your support." Yifeng bowed repeatedly. Suddenly, the sound of high heels came from the entrance. "Congratulations, bossy, on the grand opening. I wish you great prosperity." Lan Kai, dressed in a black and white professional suit, walked in, her slender figure captivating the onlookers. "Secretary Lan is here. Thank you for coming," Yifeng greeted with a smile. "Today, I'm here on behalf of General Feng. He said he must come, but he's traveling today, so I represent him. These are the opening flower baskets sent by General Feng for you." Lan Kai gestured to two people holding flower baskets at the entrance. "General Feng is very thoughtful. Thank you. Please have a seat and have some tea first," Yifeng invited. Han Nanni was in charge of serving tea and water, distributing them to the guests. Lan Kai sat in the rest area, looking around the store in astonishment, finding it quite novel. "So, Secretary Lan, do you also think this store is beautiful?" Ning Fiping asked with a smile. Indeed. It's beautiful. It's a design like I've never seen before, giving a sense of simplicity, fashion, and technology. The furniture and lighting create a great atmosphere. This is the most beautiful store I've ever seen among all the stores I've been to. Lan Kai praised highly, unable to stop marveling. After a while, Qingbo and Zhao Tonxing also sent flower baskets to congratulate Yifan on the opening. Fan Jie, come cut the ribbon for the opening. Wang Tai shouted at the entrance. All right, I'm coming. Yifan responded and then, along with the others in the store, went out to the store entrance. Many neighbors and onlookers had gathered outside the store, curiously watching the scene, making it bustling and lively. Yifan was excited. This day had finally arrived. His career was about to take off. Originally intended for him to cut the ribbon alone, Yifan invited Ning Fiping and Lan Kai to join, showing his respect. The three stood at the store entrance, holding red scissors in their hands. Yifan looked around, smiled and said, "Two of you, listen to me count down. Let's cut the ribbon together." "Sure." Ning Fiping nodded with a smile, seeming to be in a good mood. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Shifan Electronics on officially opening. Pa pa. With the red ribbon cut, fireworks sprayed out on both sides, floating down joyously. Congratulations, Yi's little brother. From now on, should I call you Yi General? Ning Fiping joked. Ning elder brother, please don't joke around. How can I be called a general? Just barely getting by, Yifan modestly replied. Lan Kai covered her mouth, laughing. Yi General, stop being so humble. Sooner or later, you will soar to great heights. She always felt that Yifan, at such a young age, was so shrewd in his actions, daring to take risks. There would be no limit to his future achievements. Secretary Lan, don't flatter me too much. I know my own capabilities. Come, let's go inside and sit. Yifan gestured. Oh, Yi little brother, I can't stay. It's a work day, and there are still many things to handle at the company. I have to go back. Lan Kai apologized slightly. Hehe, Yi younger brother, I also have to go back to deal with renovation matters. Your opening today must be busy and prosperous. I won't disturb you further. Secretary Lan, let's go back to the electric technology building together. Ning Fiping joked. Lan Kai nodded, and the three bid farewell to each other. Yifan watched as the two of them left, then returned to the shop to rest. He glanced at Wang Tai, who was attending to customers in the store. Hey handsome, take a look at this graphics card, the GF256SDR, the world's first GPU graphics card. The memory clock runs at 166 Hz, truly deserving of the title of the new generation's card king. This graphics card is the latest work from Companion, selling for 3,100 yuan in the market. But for our new store opening, we are offering it for only 2,500 yuan, probably the lowest price in the entire city. If you miss the opening discount, in a couple of days, the boss may raise the price back to 3,000 yuan. With Wang Tai's persuasive and urgency-inducing sales tactics, the young man hesitated for a moment and decided to make the purchase. Han Ping'an wasn't good with words and couldn't handle sales, so Yifan assigned him to the cashier. He had taught him how to handle cash and issue invoices, and Han Ping'an was proficient in applying these skills. As for Han Nanni, being younger, she could only do simple tasks like welcoming customers and serving tea, but she did everything diligently and seriously, leaving no room for mistakes. The four of them in the store wore uniforms with a red maple leaf design, looking spirited. After Yifan had organized and guided them through the workflow and responsibilities of each position, they were now able to work efficiently. Watching as the young man paid for the item, Wang Tai politely escorted him to the door. Thank you for your patronage. Please visit us again next time. There were still two customers experiencing the whole computer setup in the store, and Wang Tai hurriedly ran to Yifan. Fan Jie, did you see that? Successful opening day. 2,500 yuan for the GF256 graphics card. Haha. Wang Tai was quite excited. He felt that his efforts had paid off, and he was reaping the rewards. In order to understand computers and various computer components, he had memorized and practiced the computer component script written by Yifan repeatedly, even reciting it while in the bathroom, until he had memorized most of the advantages and core parameters of each component. He also planned to spend another 3 days memorizing all the accessories and functions of the store, getting fully acquainted with what was being sold. If you were selling something, you needed to know what it was. Wang Tai believed that not only should he be able to answer questions, but he should answer them well, thereby honing his speaking skills. He felt that he needed to fully immerse himself in this work in order to excel. Well done. It's clear you've practiced the script I wrote well. Keep it up and apply it flexibly, Yifeng encouraged. Alright, Funjie, I'll get back to work. There are 2 customers looking at the whole machine computers. Wang Tai smiled and turned to attend to the customers. Yifeng realized that Wang Tai alone might not be able to handle everything by himself and decided that they might need to hire a few more people. He thought of hiring 2 more people first and then assessing the situation of the business activities. If there were many customers, they would need at least 10 salespersons in the store. Hehe. Boss Yi. Business is booming. Suddenly a sarcastic voice echoed in the store. Yifeng raised his head, furrowing his brows slightly upon seeing the visitor. The person turned out to be Zhao Shenji, also known as Zhao Fatty. How did this guy know about the store and decide to visit on the opening day? He was an unwelcome guest. Wang Tai also noticed Zhao Shenji and his face showed a hint of anger as he stepped forward to intercept him. Zhao Fatty, what are you doing in our store? Please leave. You're not welcome here. Zhao Shenji chuckled. TZ, on your opening day, is this how you treat customers? What kind of a customer are you? Wang Tai glared at him. At this moment, the 2 young men who were trying out the whole computer setup felt the tension and decided to leave. Hey, gentlemen. Wang Tai hurriedly wanted to stop them from leaving, but they had already pushed the door and left. Now, with no customers in the store, it seemed quite bleak. Blame yourself, Zhao Fatty. Wang Tai glared at him. Zhao Shenji smirked. I came here to congratulate you on your opening. Why push the blame on me? You. Wang Tai realized he was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to punch him out of the store. TZ, calm down. Yifeng walked out from behind the counter and calmly said, Funjie, this old guy. I know, go tidy up for now. Yifeng interrupted him. Wang Tai could be a bit impulsive at times. Wang Tai gave Zhao Shenji a fierce look and turned to tidy up the desktop with the whole machine computers. TSK. Boss Yi, some employees still need more training. What kind of service attitude is this? Zhao Shenji continued with his sarcastic tone. Hey, this is our store's business. You don't need to concern yourself with it, Yifeng said coldly. Zhao Shenji looked around the store. Huh. The store is nicely decorated. I asked you to cooperate with me in computer repairs, but you had already planned to do it on your own. You indeed can repair computers, but being a boss is not easy. You could give up at any time. I see your business scope written at the door mainly focuses on computer repairs. In the future, we might become competitors. Boss Yi, do you think you can beat me? Zhao Shenji disdainfully smiled, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a cold gaze and he calmly said, It seems, Mr. Zhao, you're quite confident, that I believe that sooner or later, you will fail. With Zhao Shenji's narrow-mindedness, he was doomed to fail in achieving great things. If he dared to cause trouble in the computer repair field, Yifeng had various means to ruin his reputation and business. A hint of ridicule flashed across Zhao Shenji's face. Boss Yi, who will fail is still uncertain. Without customers and resources, what can you do? Where do you think those people who came to you earlier came from? It's all thanks to the customers accumulated over the years. Besides having a store, what else do you have? Nothing. Why do you think you can make money? Without those customers, even if you had great skills, they would be useless. Hehe. I hope your store lasts a bit longer. Don't close too soon. If you can't continue, I might just have to take over this store to stop the bleeding for you. There's no need for Zhao Boss to worrying about this. Relax, my shop will do well. Closing down is not an option. Yifeng smiled slightly. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Zhao Shenji sneered and walked out. Wang Tai saw Zhao Shenji leave and muttered quietly, that old boy is really shameless. He messed up both deals. I think he has ulterior motives, Yifeng replied. Maple brother, don't you think? Yifeng rubbed his chin and suddenly said, I'm thinking about something else. We never told him about opening a shop, so how did he find this place? Wang Tai asked, surprised. It must be someone who told him. Yifeng smiled. But not many people know about our new shop opening. Zhao Shenji left the alley, where a car was waiting for him at the entrance. He opened the passenger door and got in. Hey, Zhao Boss, what do you think? Did you see their shop? A middle-aged man in the driver's seat asked with a smile. Manager Ning, I saw it. The decoration is nice, but it's just a group of kids. They don't have a customer base. It won't last long, Zhao Xinju said confidently. Let's see them close down. Zhao Xinju laughed. By the way, Manager Ning, I'll rely on you at that time. Zhao Xinju turned to Ni Din. No problem, it's nothing. Ni Din chuckled. Zhao Xinju also smiled, then politely said, Let's go. Manager Ni, I'll treat you to a full-body massage. I recently discovered a new shop with nice girls there. You'll be satisfied for sure. Ni Xin's eyes lit up. Really, Zhao boss, since you're treating, I won't hold back. The car started and drove away from the alley. On the first day of business, there weren't many walk-in customers. Only 2 deals were closed. Before leaving in the afternoon, Yifeng held a small meeting with the others. Taizi, go to the H or market tomorrow to post a recruitment notice. Hire 2 sales guides. Monthly salary of 500. They must be girls, beautiful, with good character. Yifeng instructed. This salary was slightly higher than normal because the requirements were also higher, primarily for good looks, part of the beauty economy. Throughout history, attractive people have earned higher wages than others because they possess a resource that ordinary people don't. Good looks. A beautiful face can bring pleasure to others in aesthetic appreciation. Yes. Maple brother, I understand. Should I schedule interviews after screening? Wang Tai asked. Yes. They'll come for interviews at the store, and I will personally supervise, Yifeng said solemnly. All right. Wang Tai nodded. Yifeng turned to Han Ping'an. Ping'an, I'll leave the store in your care. Use your free time to review the documents I've prepared. You need to be able to answer customer queries if asked. Han Ping'an nodded earnestly. Maple brother, I've memorized everything, but I'm not very eloquent. He looked apologetic. Yifeng smiled, patting his shoulder. It's okay, you'll get better with time. Han Nanan raised her hand. Maple brother, I will work hard to memorize too. Nanan, such a good girl. Tomorrow, I'll reward you with a lollipop, Yifeng said warmly, ruffling her hair, then told everyone. After I go back, I will start building the website and initiate marketing activities. I can build the website quickly. It can be done in one night. Once the website is up, I'll work on SEO optimization. Then we can start the marketing activities officially. I've already planned the marketing activities, just waiting for implementation, Yifeng said. If everything goes smoothly, our store will take off. After saying that, Yifeng revealed a mysterious smile. Everyone felt uplifted upon hearing this, knowing Yifeng wouldn't make such statements without confidence. If Maple brother says we'll take off, then we'll definitely take off. Wang Tai laughed out loud. After the meeting, Yifeng went back home and immediately started working in his room on the computer. In this day and age, websites are built using HTTPS technology, which was not difficult for Yifeng. For a simple portal website, he used basic image materials and color schemes to make it neat and highlight the key points. Yifeng focused on the content structure layout, aiming for an advanced UI aesthetic, clean interface, outstanding UI interaction, making his portal website comfortable to use. Following the website construction, Yifeng began working on search engine optimization. Baidu search engine was officially gaining popularity and was about to unleash high commercial potential. By searching computer-related keywords on Baidu, users would be led to Yifeng's West Maple Electronics portal, with different sub-business pages. Using some technical methods, Yifeng had already made the portal homepage rank high for various computer-related keywords by that night, like computer, computer accessories, computer repairs, computer maintenance, computer viruses, Guanxi computers, computer host, and other similar keywords. Yifeng finally relaxed after completing all these tasks, checking the time on his desktop. 3 a.m. Time passes so quickly. This feeling is so familiar, Yifeng murmured to himself, then chuckled. It's no wonder tech work requires such dedication. Next, Yifeng opened the marketing activity document titled Give Your Computer a Free Checkup. After careful consideration, this marketing campaign was the logical choice. It was centered around Yifeng's developed startup-style antivirus engine, an antivirus software. Yifeng planned to promote this antivirus software through community portal posts, paying moderators for visibility and using post-bumping software to increase engagement. This campaign was certain to have a significant impact. Users would download this antivirus program. After trying it, then be directed to West Maple Electronics portal site. To access additional features or activate proactive computer defense, users would need an activation code from West Maple Electronics. This win-win marketing campaign not only promoted the antivirus software, but also marketed West Maple Electronics. The antivirus software was named 361 Computer Security Manager, and it was expected to revolutionize existing security technologies. Yifeng transformed the core content of the document into posts, disguised as a tech enthusiast sharing exciting finds. People were less trusting of direct advertisements, but more receptive to disguised promotional posts, appealing to their curiosity. These posts were shared on various community forums, including the local Guanxi forum, with automatic replying software to boost engagement. By the time Yifeng completed all these tasks, it was 6 a.m. After an all-nighter, Yifeng finally felt tired, shutting down the computer and climbing into bed for some sleep. Little did he know, while he slept, these posts started spreading across the internet, setting the stage for a new wave. 361 Security Manager was on its way to capture people's attention and spark a massive response. Early the next day, inside a shabby company on the third floor of the Saping Technology Park, Qinhuaqiang South, Shenzhen. It was still too early for the employees to arrive, but two men were already seated at their respective computer workstations. Lao Ma, I found something interesting on Qianya last night. A slightly chubby, good-looking young man in his late 20s with heavy dark circles under his eyes said excitedly, his eyes fixed on the screen. It seemed like he had discovered a new world. The person he called Lao Ma, sitting next to him, wearing a checkered shirt and glasses, exuding the vibe of a tech guy, asked, "What did you find that's so interesting?" Leaning over and pushing up his glasses to look at the screen. Last night, a post on Qianya suddenly went viral. A netizen shared a free computer diagnostic event where they introduced a powerful antivirus software called 361 Computer Security Manager. The young man explained. The name sounds good. Lao Ma nodded. I already downloaded the program at home. Do you know what kind of technology it uses? Zhang Zhibei teased. What technology can it be other than signature code technology used in antivirus software? Lao Ma chuckled. All current antivirus software uses signature code technology to identify and kill viruses based on specific characteristics. No. Lao Ma, you're wrong. This is a new technology, and I also know that this technology is still in the experimental stage of research. I didn't expect someone to commercialize it first, Zhang Zhibei exclaimed. He had a background in technology and was also the chief technology officer of this company, well-versed in various internet technologies and very sensitive to new technologies. Whenever he saw a new technology being applied, he felt eager and excited. What new technology? Lao Ma asked, surprised. The active scan technology, Zhang Zhibei said solemnly. What? Isn't that a technology still under research? How could someone have commercialized it? Lao Ma was taken aback, standing up abruptly to look over Zhang Zhibei's shoulder, examining the program on his computer. Indeed, on his screen, the 361 Computer Security Manager software was running, and the program was starting the scanning process, detecting multiple sets of unusual programs suspected to be viruses and marking them in red. Zhang Zhibei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "See, all those programs are viruses are randomly simulated, new ones without any specific execution characteristics, yet this antivirus software still identified them. That's why I'm sure this is active scan technology. This technology requires a very strong underlying inspection mechanism to achieve." He added, "This is a revolutionary innovation in antivirus software. I bet this software will become popular." Lao Ma gasped in amazement. There are hidden talents in our country, even implementing active scan technology. Who developed and released this software? Zhang Zhibei smiled. You'll find out soon. After the scan was completed, a pop-up window appeared. Unlock more features with an activation code. Obtain a code by making a purchase at Zifeng Electronics. Another web page popped up, the portal site of Zifeng Electronics, with information on computer component prices for sale, mainly focusing on repair services. Watching these operations, Lao Ma's eyes lit up. This business model is impressive. What kind of company is Zifeng Electronics? I haven't heard of them in the internet industry, he pondered. Zhibei, have you heard of them? Zhang Zhibei shook his head. I haven't heard of this company either. Maybe it was founded by some genius in China. If they developed active scan technology, that's really impressive. I don't think I could have done it myself, Lao Ma said thoughtfully. I'll make sure to check out Zifeng Electronics when I have the chance. I have a feeling this antivirus software will be a hit. It might even reach more users than our Penguin company. It could be a dark horse in the future. Zhang Zhibei raised an eyebrow. Lao Ma, do you want to acquire them? Lao Ma chuckled wryly. Acquire them? With what money? We're at a point where we can't even afford to buy servers. Our accounts only have 100,000 left. If we don't expand our servers soon, we won't be able to support OICQ in 2 months. OICQ, also known as QQ, had rapidly increasing registration numbers each month, breaking online user records daily, pushing Penguin Company's servers to their limit. If they couldn't secure financing and expand their servers, a collapse was just a matter of time. As they discussed the issue, both fell silent. The instant messaging project had consumed a lot of money upfront, and there were no immediate returns. They were still figuring out the profit model, especially in the current internet bubble where funding for internet companies was tough. Fearing a bubble burst, Penguin Company also lacked a clear profit model, getting rejected by many investors. Lao Ma, if we can't hold on anymore, what do you want to do? Zhang Zhibei suddenly asked in a solemn tone. Lao Ma's face showed a pained expression, letting out a heavy sigh. If one day we really can't continue, let's sell the company. Maybe the company can be sold for 600,000 to 700,000. Zhang Zhibei also sighed. If it really comes to that, I'll truly be reluctant. QQ was a project they and other tech personnel had developed line by line, like nurturing a child. They watched it grow day by day, surpassing milestones of 100, 1,000, and 10,000 online users. Zhang Zhibei worked tirelessly day and night, updating software, fixing bugs, making the software better each day. Whenever someone praised the software, he proudly mentioned that it was developed by him and his colleagues. The goal of Penguin Company was to create the first and largest instant messaging software in China, and everyone worked hard towards that goal. Everyone wanted to be the next internet giant, but the reality was harsh. Despite the increasing user numbers, they felt more anxiety than Joe because they couldn't afford to add more servers. Their current options were either successful financing and expanding servers, or selling the company as a package to a better funded company and stepping out themselves. Lao Ma and Zhang Zhibei leaned towards the option of financing, not willing to sell the company unless absolutely necessary. If it ever came to that, they truly had no other choice. Lao Ma sat back at his desk, looking at the darkening sky which hadn't fully lit up yet, his expression determined. Yes, I can't give up like this, he said. Zhibei, I believe our company can survive. At the same time, in a portal website company on the 18th floor of the Fengshang building on Guangming Avenue in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the technical department is holding an emergency meeting. Supervisor Tsai, our server is under a DDoS attack. Most of the computers in the company, including those in the public relations department and the technical department, are being hijacked by a virus. This virus is called a Trojan horse, a very powerful foreign virus program that is difficult to crack. The virus program replicates extremely fast, and our firewall has already failed. Users are reporting that they cannot access the website. Each technical team member was talking, and every person's face was full of tension. This foreign virus hijacking is different from before. The computers cannot be controlled normally, either they shut down or freeze. How are the computers in the technical department? Technical supervisor surnamed Kai's face was serious. My computer is already unusable. Mine too. Yes, mine is also useless. This virus program is despicable, and it seems like they know the address of our internal technical department network. My computer also froze. Without computers, we can't even repair the server. Damn it. In the meeting room, most of the technical staff were furious as their computers were being hijacked by the virus. Supervisor Tsai was enraged, slammed the table and said, "What is this situation? Don't we have a single computer in our department that can be used?" Suddenly, a young intern with round glasses timidly raised his hand. "Supervisor, my computer seems to still work." Everyone in the meeting room turned to look at this young intern, showing puzzled and amazed expressions. The intern lowered his head, dryly chuckled, and said, "I saw a post on a forum early this morning. It mentioned an antivirus software that seemed to work well. So, I downloaded it and tried it out. I didn't expect that this software actually managed to detect and kill the virus program. All the technical staff in the meeting room were surprised. What antivirus software is so powerful that it can even kill a Trojan horse? Supervisor Tsai widened his eyes and quickly asked, "What is the name of that software?" The intern scratched his head, bewildered, and said, "It's called 361 Computer Security Manager. South China Sea, Wenhai Science and Technology, Industrial Park. The Foreign Affairs Department of China. This department only has 3 staff members since China was founded 2 years ago. There hasn't been any extra people. Although only 3 people manage the forum, their work is not too busy. It's quite relaxed. They mainly rely on voluntary maintenance of forum order by netizens from all over the country since they don't manage discussions on the forum." This morning, Qin Wenhua came to work as usual, turned on the computer, made a cup of coffee, and was prepared for a leisurely day. He was humming a tune, waiting for hot water, when his colleague Suket hurried over. "Qin, have you checked the forum?" Qin Wenhua poured hot water, stirred instant coffee, yawned, and asked, "I haven't checked yet. Why? What's so urgent? What could be a big deal on the forum, or people from all over the country chat and boast daily?" "No. It's just that, Qin, you don't know. The entire forum is buzzing about something this year. It's almost being spammed." "Do we need to intervene?" Suke asked. "What's causing such a big commotion?" "Being spammed?" Qin Wenhua was puzzled. Since the forum was established, it had only happened once when 2 people had a heated exchange. Many netizens were discussing and debating it. I checked the records, and this morning, a self-proclaimed tech geek posted a sharing thread about examining computers and shared an antivirus program called 361 Computer Security Manager on the forum. Within a few hours, the post had over 100,000 reads, and thousands were discussing in the thread. By morning, many people had downloaded the software, and discussions kept pouring in. It's out of control now. The entire forum is about this topic. I also checked on other platforms, and they are also discussing this thread. Suke summarized the situation. How many reads did that post have?" Qin Wenhua suddenly asked. 100,000, Suke said, not sure why he was being asked. Qin Wenhua widened his eyes. How could our forum have 100,000 people online in the early morning? Suke was dumbfounded, looking confused. In the morning, after Gumuxi got up, the first thing she did was open the window and shouted towards Yifeng's room, "Lazy Yi, get up." However, there was no response from the other side. Gumuxi poked Yifeng's window with a clothesline pole, but there was still no movement. Could this stinky guy not be at home? Gumuxi tilted her head, feeling puzzled. "Stinky Yifeng, what are you up to now?" Gumuxi pouted, closed her bed, changed clothes, and went out to wash up. It was Sunday, so Gumuxi's parents were at home resting. Liwen brought out the prepared breakfast pork congee, watched Gumuxi starting to eat, and asked with a smile, "Zixi, when can we check the college entrance exam results?" Gumuxi licked her lips and replied, "The teacher said it would probably be next week, usually at the end of the month, but we still don't know the exact time." "Well, if the results are out, the school will call to inform," Liwen hoped. "I hope next week will bring good news. If you can get into university, we'll have a proper university student in the family." "Heh. Mom, don't worry, I'm sure I'll get into university." Gumuxi smiled. Liwen nodded. She knew Gumuxi's grades were always in the top 10 of the class, so getting into university shouldn't be a problem. "By the way, where's Zifeng? Didn't you call him for breakfast?" Liwen asked in puzzled. "I did, but it seems like Yishao isn't at home," Gumuxi replied casually while scooping congee. "That shouldn't be right. I thought I saw lights in his house this morning. Could something be wrong? I'll go check." Liwen wiped her hands on her apron, took it off, and went out. After a while, Gumuxi, who was having breakfast, suddenly remembered something. Her face changed. "Oh no. My bedding. The bedsheets are still hanging at Yifeng's house." She slapped her forehead, hoping her mom wouldn't misinterpret seeing that. Shouldn't it be impossible, right? It's just drying the bedsheets and duvet covers. There shouldn't be any misunderstandings, right? Gumuxi thought somewhat luckily. If she deliberately went over to explain, that would only raise suspicions where none existed. Thinking this, Gumuxi shook her head and continued to drink her porridge, but she still felt a bit uneasy deep down. On the other side, Li Wen arrived at Yifeng's doorstep and knocked on the door. "Is Shafeng home?" she called out. After a moment, hurried footsteps could be heard inside, and then the door opened. Auntie. Good morning." Yifeng rubbed his sleepy eyes, smiling and greeting her. Seeing him looking as if he had just woken up, Li Wen joked, "Why did you just wake up now? Did the college entrance exam finish? So you're sleeping in?" "I stayed up late doing something last night, so I slept in later." "Auntie, please come in." Yifeng hurriedly ushered her inside. Li Wen walked to the balcony and carefully looked around, confirming that she didn't see wrongly. Indeed, it was Zhaozi's bedsheets and duvet covers hanging to dry on the balcony, with pink sheets imprinted with small bears, which left her momentarily stunned. "Wait, isn't this Zhaozi's bedding set?" "Auntie, please have a seat first, I'll go pour you some tea." Yifeng turned and headed to the kitchen. Li Wen walked to the balcony, scrutinizing carefully, confirming her observation. Yes, it was Zhaozi's bedding set, but how did it end up at Shafeng's place? A look of doubt appeared on her face, and suddenly a realization struck her. She covered her mouth in shock. Could it be that these two kids have done that already? They made the bedding dirty, then worried about getting caught at home, and brought it to Shafeng's house to wash and dry. It seemed that was indeed the case. Li Wen felt this was highly possible. She felt worried and a bit anxious. These kids, really? What if they didn't take any safety precautions? It looks like it's time to give them some safety education. Li Wen collected her thoughts, returned to the living room, and sat down, pretending not to have seen the bedsheets and duvet covers on the balcony to avoid awkwardness. At that moment, Yifeng also brought out the tea. "Auntie, have some tea." Yifeng placed the tea in front of her. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wen tried asking, "Shafeng, Yuan Zixi, have you two done something not so good?" "Not that it's not good, just a bit ill-timed." Yifeng was puzzled, thinking inwardly. "Oops, does Auntie know about his argument with Grandma Sang and how she punctured their tire?" She must have heard it from Grandma Sang. Auntie, we did do it, but it's not related to Gumuxi, it's all my doing." Yifeng took the responsibility upon himself, shielding Gumuxi from blame. "Huh, you did it, and you're doing?" Li Wen was dumbfounded. These kids really did it, and Shafeng was straightforward about it. Hearing Yifeng's candid words, Li Wen felt a bit embarrassed. The kids have really grown up, but well, when she was Zhaozi's age, she was already in a relationship with Guxingan, so having a partner at that age is a normal thing. "Ahem, did you two prepare anything?" Li Wen hinted subtly, not daring to be too direct. "Prepare? No, we didn't prepare anything. It was all spontaneous," Yifeng replied. "Auntie, blame me if you must. It was all my idea," Yifeng earnestly said. Li Wen was taken aback. These kids really didn't make any safety preparations. No wonder the bedsheets and duvet covers were out on the balcony. This is too dangerous. What if something goes terribly wrong? It seems educating them about safety is imperative. I don't blame you. After all, you've grown up, and I can't control much." Li Wen shook her head and smiled. Yifeng scratched his head awkwardly, feeling guilty because of Grandma Sang's matter causing concern to Auntie, and he truly felt sorry. "Auntie, we won't do it again next time. We definitely won't do these things," Yifeng assured. Li Wen awkwardly chuckled. "You young ones, how could you not do it? Just Auntie wants to remind you both to be careful." "How'd? Yifeng was puzzled. "Well, all right, Auntie, I understand." Yifeng might not completely grasp her point, but he knew he should heed the advice of an elder. Li Wen relaxed upon hearing this, took a big gulp of her tea, calming her emotions, and then said, "Shafeng, I've made meat congee. Come over later for breakfast, so you don't have to make breakfast yourself. And in the future, don't be so polite with Auntie. We're all family now." Yifeng felt touched, warm-hearted, and nodded firmly. "Okay, Auntie, I'll come over after freshening up," Li Wen replied and then left. Deep in thought, she returned home, seeing Guxi still having breakfast while Guxingan was reading the newspaper on the couch. "Honey, come over here for a moment." Li Wen waved toward Guxingan. Guxingan put down the newspaper, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "Hey, come in first." Li Wen glanced at Guxi. Guxingan caught her meaning, put down the newspaper, and followed her into the room. Guxi glanced up at her parents, feeling puzzled, What could they be up to? Why are they hiding something from me? This is so annoying. Inside the room, Liwen recounted the incident of seeing Guxi's bedsheets and duvet covers at Yifeng's place and briefly repeated the conversation she had with Yifeng. Guxingong listened, utterly dumbfounded, and was also speechless. No, Guxi and Xiaofeng. Did Xiaofeng really say that? Guxingong asked in astonishment. Liwen nodded. He did say that. I'm sure these kids are secretly dating behind our backs. They've done something like that, so they're definitely dating. Guxingong smiled bitterly. Yes, the kids have grown up. I was worried that they were too familiar with each other and wouldn't get along, but it seems like I worried for no reason, he said, a satisfied look on his face. Liwen chuckled. Yes, Xiaofeng is a good kid. We've watched him grow up. I know him very well. He's a good person, ambitious, good at computer repair, has entrepreneurial skills. If Zixi ends up with him, I'll be more at ease. I was initially worried about them being too close and not getting along, but now, it seems I worried for nothing. It's good that it's Zifeng. If it were any other beau, I wouldn't feel so at ease. Zifeng is someone we've watched grow up after all. We know him well. If they have kids, we can help take care of them. Hey, honey, what names do you think we should give the children? Guxingong. Dear, are you thinking too far ahead? Liwen chuckled dryly at the words and said cheerfully, seems like we're a bit early. By the way, let me tell you, since they want to avoid us, let's just pretend we don't know, understand? Don't put too much pressure on the kids, let them handle their relationships properly. Too much interference from us is not good. Honey, remember, keep the matter to yourself. When you go out later, just act like nothing happened. If Xiao knows that you already know about them, she might even avoid us more. Anyway, when the time is right, the two kids will definitely tell us themselves. Liwen admonished solemnly, completely taking the perspective of Gu Muxi and Yifeng into consideration. Gu Xingzhang nodded in realization. Understood. I know what to do. After a moment of contemplation, Liwen continued, however, the children still need to be educated on safety. They are still young, haven't finished university yet. In case they don't pay attention and something happens, it could be troublesome. Although, I don't mind, but it might affect the children's future and academics. Honey, I'll take care of Xiaozi's mindset. You handle Zifeng's. Don't be too direct. You can use flexible methods. Just make sure they understand the importance of safety. Gu Xingzhang chuckled dumbly, waved his hand. All right, I'll find time to work on Zifeng. On the other side, after Yifeng finished washing up, he came to Gu Muxi's house and saw her having porridge. Good morning, Lady Gu. Not morning anymore, Young Yi. The sun has already come out. You're just getting up now, able to sleep so long. Truly a young master's destiny. Gu Muxi didn't hold back in her banter. Yifeng grabbed a bowl and chopsticks and sat down. Hey, don't be so harsh. Where do I have the life of a young master? It's more like a life of toiling. Stayed up all night working. Gu Muxi was surprised, turning to ask, stayed up all night? What were you busy with? It's work at the shop, had an event, from 5 to 6 in the morning. Almost dawn before I finished and went to sleep. Now I'm dead tired. Yifeng yawned as he spoke. Gu Muxi observed his eyes closely, indeed sporting dark circles, and resumed teasing. Look at your eyes, turning into panda eyes. Still want to be a national treasure. Not even taking care of your own body properly. I heard that staying up late can cause kidney deficiency in men. Yifeng smirked and winked. Gu Muxi, are you already planning for your future happy life? Rest assured, I'm in great health. He purposely elongated the word happy, with ambiguous intentions. Gu Muxi blushed at the implication in his words, glaring at him in embarrassment. You stinky Yifeng, so improper. Where have I been improper? I've always been a serious person. Hehe. Is that so? Looks like you hide it too well. I haven't noticed at all. Gu Muxi retorted with a blush. Yifeng grinned mischievously, served himself a few spoonfuls of porridge, sniffed it, and praised, Auntie's meat porridge is delicious. If it's tasty, eat more. I'm full. Gu Muxi took the last spoonful and put down the spoon. There's still so much left. You're not eating? Yifeng asked in surprise. Gu Muxi leaned back in her chair, hands on her flat belly, muttered, not going to school these days, eating and sleeping at home all day, already gaining weight. Can't eat that much anymore. Yifeng looked her up and down, unable to see any sign of weight gain. The t-shirt and jeans she wore today accentuated her well-proportioned figure, very graceful. How many dreamt of having such a figure? Yet she was complaining about gaining weight. No. You'll be too thin if you lose more. Gumuxi blushed and rolled her eyes. You already weighed yourself. How much weight did you gain? 0.4 kilograms. Yifeng smirked. Only this much and you're talking about losing weight. Gumuxi, didn't you used to not care much about your weight before? Why this sudden interest today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Gumuxi gave him a look. You're the one who took the wrong medicine. If I'm happy, what's it to you? Only fools like you. I'm not caring about your nonsense. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm hungry. Let me fill my stomach first. Yifeng laughed and started eating heartily. The warm porridge filled his belly, making him feel comfortable all over. Indeed, a bowl of hot porridge after an all-nighter was the best remedy. Yun Yi, my mom bought some nuts. I'll go get some. Do you want some? Gumuxi got up. Yes, of course I want. Yifeng quickly responded. Gumuxi entered the kitchen and returned with a handful of nuts, including raisins, walnuts, cashews, and the like. Here, to go with your porridge. Gumuxi placed the nuts on the table. Yifeng ate them while having his porridge, marveling. Life is good. The conditions at your house are really great. Lady Gu, am I considered a kept man now? Gumuxi blushed, glared at him. What kept man? Such wishful thinking. Only fools would like you. That's none of your business. Yifeng stirred his porridge and mumbled. How about you cross over to my side? I wouldn't mind. Gumuxi, Yun Yi, just focus on your porridge. If you stop talking, will you die? Yifeng smirked, suddenly turning his head to stare directly at her. Gumuxi, don't move. Gumuxi was puzzled, touched her face, thinking there was something on it. Huh, what's wrong? Yifeng leaned closer, carefully examining her, their faces just a fist's distance apart. Don't move. It seems there's something in your eyes. Huh, what? Gumuxi quickly rubbed her eyes. There's me in your eyes. Your eyes have me. Yifeng's tone was very calm, his eyes fixed on her. Gumuxi was taken aback, dazed for a moment, then suddenly blushed, glaring at him. Who has you in their eyes? Yi Xiao. Don't try to flatter yourself. Seeing her blushing face, Yifeng smirked and said teasingly, look at you. Your face is as red as a monkey's butt. And you say it's not. Ha, stinky fun. Your face is the monkey's butt. Gumuxi, angered, gritted her teeth and stood up to attack him, wanting to grab his ear. But Yifeng was not easy to deal with. He was prepared for this move, grabbing her wrists and struggling against her. However, Gumuxi's strength was greater, and she quickly pressed Yifeng down on the chair. She then sat on his legs, firmly locking him in. The two of them ended up in a very peculiar posture, facing each other with wide eyes. Stinky fun. Gumuxi. Neither of them gave in. Asterisk creak. Asterisk. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Out. Muxi, what? What are you guys doing? Li Wen and Gu Xingzhang were stunned by the scene. Gu Xingzhang also had a bewildered expression. Have the two of them become so unabashed? Well, they've already done that. Gumuxi and Yifeng were petrified on the spot. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Out, Dad. Mom. Gumuxi's face turned even redder, quickly stood up from Yifeng's legs. Ahem. Mom. We were just fooling around. Gumuxi explained. Oh. Tilde Li Wen seemed to understand. Stop fooling around. Finish eating and go play. Take advantage of the summer vacation to relax a bit. When you go to college, you won't have time to play. Gu Xingzhang said solemnly. Gumuxi stuck out her cute pink tongue and said, okay, Dad, I understand. But I won't have much time to play during the summer vacation either. I have to go work at my mom's friend's place in a couple of days. Li Wen smiled. You study architecture yourself. I worked hard to find a connection for you. Aren't you happy? Gumuxi ran over with a smile, holding her mother's hand, acting cute. No, I'm not unhappy. I'll go report for work the day after tomorrow. Li Wen looked at Yifeng and asked, Xiaofeng, have you been busy with the computer shop recently? Yes, Auntie. Yifeng nodded. I've seen you so busy these days that you even skipped dinner. You're really hardworking, but you should also take care of your health. If you're not eating at home for lunch, I'll have Muxi bring you food at noon. Eating at home is better, and more reassuring. Li Wen kindly offered. Huh, Mom. Why do I have to bring him food? Gumuxi looked reluctant. You can rest at noon. Xiaofeng has been losing weight these days, probably not eating well outside. Since you'll be back home for lunch anyway, just bring lunch to Xiaofeng while you're working. Li Wen glared at her. Gu Muxi pursed her lips, thinking to herself, why would Yifeng lose weight? Just a couple of days ago, he came back drunk, but under her mother's request, she could only give in and reluctantly said, fine, I get it. Yifeng gratefully said, thank you, auntie. After that, Yifeng teasingly winked at Gu Muxi, looking quite pleased. Gu Muxi gave him a dark look in her heart, thinking, Yifeng, don't get too happy too soon. After breakfast, Yifeng had just returned to his room when he received a call from Wang Tai. Yifeng answered the phone, and before he could speak, he heard Wang Tai's excited voice. Fenjie, what did you do last night? There are so many inquiries coming in this morning. There are people asking for computer repairs, buying computer parts, and even whole computers. Tis is still answering customer calls from this morning. It hasn't stopped. Yifeng chuckled. The burst of orders had begun. The efficiency of the internet is high. After the development of the internet, making money really only takes one night. He once led an e-commerce project. After marketing activities, channel promotion, one-day sales exceeded tens of millions, higher than the company's total annual sales in the past. With the rise of live e-commerce, headangkas making millions a day is a common occurrence, with monthly incomes in the millions and even billions. This is the enormous power of the internet. It can multiply the benefits of making money 100-fold, 1,000-fold, which is the reason why the three giants Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent have achieved market values of trillions in just over a decade. In 10 years, achieving $1 trillion market value in traditional industries is unimaginable, but in the internet industry, it is not impossible. It's nothing. Just had a marketing campaign. Got our website to rank first for keywords. Yi smiled. Damn, Fenjie, you're awesome. Wang Tai exclaimed admirably. Don't get too excited. It's just the beginning. We'll make more money in the future. Yifeng warned him. Tai Zi, keep busy for now. I'll be there in a while. Okay, Fenjie. Yifeng hung up the phone, opened QQ, and was suddenly bombarded with friend requests. Too many to scroll through at once. Most likely, they were adding him after visiting the website or 361 Computer Security Manager. With so many clients, Yifeng couldn't handle them all at once, so he had to set them aside for now and take the activated code software he had written with him on a flash drive. When Yifeng arrived at the store, he found that there were already more than 10 customers inside, many of them there for computer repairs, bringing their computers with them. Some were there to buy parts, browsing and selecting parts for themselves. Fenjie. Wang Tai waved and called out to him. Yifeng smiled, walked over. How's it going? We have quite a few customers, can't handle them all. 8 customers came for computer repairs this morning. I've registered their computer issues, just waiting for you to fix them. Wang Tai said excitedly, happy that there were many customers, but also feeling overwhelmed by the lack of manpower. Yifeng patted his shoulder. I'll take care of it here. You go to the job market now and recruit people. Have them come in for interviews at the store. I'll print out the recruitment documents for you. Just follow the requirements on them. Hearing this, Wang Tai admired Yifeng's attention to detail. Great, I'll go now. Yifeng printed out the recruitment documents, handed them to Wang Tai, then went to greet the customers. As time went by, more and more people came into the store. Surprisingly, there were more customers buying parts in the back than those needing computer repairs. Sales of parts were quick, while computer repairs would require customers to leave their computers at the store and return in a couple of days to pick them up. At the busiest time, Yifeng had to attend to more than 20 customers at once, and though he was busy, he managed everything smoothly, answering customers' questions fluently. And with Yifeng's store offering computer parts at slightly lower prices compared to the market, and guaranteeing they were brand new and genuine, customers were eager to buy, making transactions easy. At lunchtime, when there were fewer customers, Yifeng couldn't even take a break and had to start interviewing potential new employees. The enticing high salary of 500 RMB per month attracted many female students who had just graduated this year, including high school graduates, vocational school graduates, and even many university students. At lunchtime, over 50 female students had lined up outside the store, all of them looking good, mostly above average in appearance. After rigorous interviews, Yifeng selected a pair of twin sisters from the more than 50 female applicants. Both sisters were quite attractive, with the younger one being cute and the older one more elegant and refined. The two sisters, named Zhuo Qingqing and Zhuo Qianchen, originally from a village, were students at the Guanxi Vocational College in the city. The elder sister majored in English, while the younger sister studied fashion design. They were the only two university students from their village, and their tuition for the first 2 years was covered by donations from the villagers. This year, they were unable to find suitable internships, and when they saw a job with a 500 RMB monthly salary at the job market, they signed up immediately. When they heard that they had passed the interview with Yifeng and could start working the next day, the two sisters were overjoyed. "Thank you, boss." Younger sister Zhuo Qianchen with double ponytails, her face flushed with excitement, bowed 90 degrees to Yifeng. "Thank you, boss. We'll work hard." Zhuo Qingqing, wearing glasses, expressed her gratitude more solemnly, showing a sense of responsibility different from her younger sister. Yifeng smiled and said, "Well, go through the formalities later, and then I'll have Ping An give you some documents to take back and review. Inside you'll find rules and regulations, job descriptions, job guides, promotional materials, and scripts." Zhuo Qingqing listened intently, surprised by how prepared Yifeng was, even more so than some big companies. It was good to have all this information, so they wouldn't feel lost when they started working. "Yes, boss," the sisters said in unison. "I'll have TZ prepare a few sets of work uniforms for you later. For working in the store, everyone will be in uniform." Yifeng added with a smile. The sisters nodded earnestly, showing that they would take their work seriously, fearing they might disappoint Yifeng unexpectedly. Yifeng shook his head and smiled inwardly at how innocent and inexperienced the sisters were, like two workplace rookies. But he wasn't worried about hiring newcomers. As long as they had good character and were willing to work hard, even rookies would quickly become experienced workers. Following this experience, he found that the sisters had good personalities and had received a good education, with a certain ability to learn. The only question was whether they could perform well in their jobs, which would be evident from their future actions. Yifeng asked them to handle the formalities, then hurried off to repair the computers. There were 20 computer towers stacked on the counter, all needing repair. Yifeng looked at the pile of computers, feeling both helpless and happy. Helpless because with so many computers, it looked like he would have to work extra hours and even stay up late to finish them. But he was also happy because all these were money. Yifeng slapped his face, trying to clear his mind and give himself a pep talk. It was a day full of orders, so he had to keep going. "Young man." Yifeng moved the host computer onto the repair work table and began checking the problems at the mainframe, entering work mode and forgetting even about hunger. "Fun J, have something to eat." Iron Brother bought a fast food box lunch. Han Nanny brought over a lunch, looking at Yifeng with her watery eyes. "All right, little Nanny, you can leave the food here, I'll eat it later." Yifeng didn't even look back as he worked on the computer. Han Nanny puffed her cheeks and said, "No, Fun J, whenever you get busy, you forget to eat. It's happened several times now. Brother said that not eating will make your stomach hungry. I want to see Fun J eat." Upon hearing this, Yifeng finally turned to Han Nanny, scratching his head with a dry smile. Okay, can I eat now?" Under Han Nanny's supervision, Yifeng quickly finished the box of food and continued working. Meanwhile, the Zhuo sisters completed their job entry procedures, received their respective documents, and said goodbye before leaving. As they walked out of the West Maple Electronics store, younger sister Zhuo Qianchen turned back and asked, "Sis, what do you think of the boss there?" "He's pretty good. Friendly looking. Seems nice." Zhuo Qingqing replied. Zhuo Qianchen excitedly spun in place, saying, "Yes, I also think he's nice, and he looks so young, probably not even 25, right?" Zhuo Qingqing rubbed her chin, pondered for a moment. "He might be an older student who graduated before us, but he does look quite young. Haha. Anyway, it's great to work there. West Maple Electronics is the most beautiful and trendy store I've seen." Zhuo Qianchen expressed her anticipation for her future job. "Yeah. Once we're back, let's call the folks in the village and tell them we both found jobs, make them feel relieved." Zhuo Qingqing smiled. "Okay, if our parents knew we'd earn 500 yuan per month, they'd definitely be very happy." Zhuo Qianchen exclaimed. They had applied for many jobs previously, most offering around 300 yuan per month, rarely reaching 400 yuan, given that the median average salary in the city was only 400 yuan. Media predicted that this year, the average monthly salary in the city might exceed 1,000 yuan. Although this was just an average, after all, when a billionaire and a beggar were included in the calculation, both became millionaires. Zhuo Qianchen felt lucky to have found a job paying 500 yuan per month. Let's go. Let's make a phone call and then go back to read the documents carefully. We must not disappoint at this job, or we might get fired. We must work hard. Zhuo Qingqing adjusted her glasses and said solemnly. She had bigger aspirations, hoping to stay in the city and carve out her own space and success there. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after seeing off the last customer, Wang Tai hung up the rest sign at the door and returned to the rest area, sitting exhausted on the sofa. Oh, I'm so tired today, my legs are shaking from standing. Wang Tai chuckled wearily. Tai Zhe, would you like a cup of tea? I'll pour you some tea. Han Nanni ran over, asking sweetly. Wang Tai pursed his lips and said, Nanni, you can call me Brother Wang or Tai Zhe, just not TZJ. But I am a little thirsty actually. Thank you. Han Nanni playfully said. All right, TZJ, I'll get you some tea. After a while, Han Nanni brought a cup of warm tea. Thank you, Nanni. Wang Tai laughed as he accepted the tea and took a big sip before feeling content. Huh, where's your brother? Wang Tai glanced in the direction of the cashier but didn't see Han Ping'an. My brother is at the counter, said he's busy with accounting. Han Nanni said, biting her finger. Wang Tai got up and walked over, indeed seeing Han Ping'an writing in a notebook. Ping'an, didn't know you can do accounting. Wang Tai was slightly surprised as Han Ping'an only had a junior high school education. Fun Jie taught me, said it's the simplest way of accounting that anyone can understand at a glance. Han Ping'an didn't lift his head. Hey, Fun Jie is indeed extraordinary to be able to teach this. Wang Tai praised. Is Fun Jie still repairing computers? He hasn't had dinner yet, right? Wang Tai glanced at the repair area. Fun Jie said Healy, after finishing. Fun Jie said Healy, after finishing. At this time, Yifeng emerged from the repair area, stretched lazily, his eyes bloodshot. Phew. Finally done. 25 mainframes nearly killed me. He had been working since noon, all the way until 9 in the evening, a full 9 hours without rest except for a bit of time to eat and use the restroom. Luckily, Yifeng worked swiftly and skillfully, and the issues with these machines were mostly caused by the mainboard dust accumulating and occasionally leading to short circuits in the graphics card or memory due to the dusty living environment. Most people dared not clean it themselves, not knowing how to do it and lacking the tools. Since computers were so valuable, no one would risk mishandling them. However, Yifeng was adept at handling such issues, easily clearing the dust in just over 10 minutes. Fun Jie, you haven't eaten yet, right? Go have something to eat first, don't starve yourself. Wang Tai expressed concern. Yifeng waved his hand, smiling. It's all right, I'll go eat some noodles later. Saying so, Yifeng sat beside Han Ping'an and asked, Ping'an, is the accounting done? Fun Jie, it's done. Han Ping'an raised his head, sighing heavily. Yifeng chuckled and asked, today must have been quite productive, right? Wang Tai eagerly asked, how much? How much? Han Ping'an took a deep breath and said, throughout the day, including accessory and whole machine sales, there were 103 orders, with a total sales of 219,100 yuan, and a gross profit of 53,200 yuan. Wang Tai was startled hearing these numbers. Wow, what? How much? You earned over 50,000 yuan in a day. My goodness. Fun Jie, we hit the jackpot. Ha ha, we did. Wang Tai was ecstatic, hugging Yifeng and bouncing around. He had never seen so much money and had never made this much in a single day. Yifeng suppressed his excitement, saying, Hehe, yes, we're taking off from today. The amount earned was within his expectations, even a bit less than anticipated, but it was fine. Suddenly, Yifeng's phone vibrated. Who was calling? He glanced at the phone and furrowed his brows. It was Ni Din, the business manager at Shengde. Ni Din, why did you call so late? A few days ago, Yifeng and Chengde reached a cooperation agreement, and Chengde Company became one of Yifeng's suppliers. Diversified suppliers have always been Yifeng's strategic plan. Although the relationship with non-Qiao trading is go, Yifeng will not put all his eggs in one basket. Only by diversifying the sources can the supply be guaranteed and the risk diversify. Yifeng answered the phone, his face changed, and put on a smiling expression. Haha. Ni Zhe. So late. What's up, Yizhao Jage? How's business lately? Asked Ni Din with a smile. So. Barely making a living, replied Yifeng. Han Ping'an and Wang Tai couldn't help but chuckle. Making over 50,000 a day is quite good. Hey. Yizhao Jage, I'm calling you this late to share some good news. Shunda Company got a batch of discounted products from the provincial distribution channel. Similar to the previous batch, all official products. The prices are attractive. Ni Din proudly said. Yifeng pondered for a moment. Indeed, Shengdi's discounted products had competitive prices. Some items were even 100 or 200 cheaper than non-Kiaos. The lower the cost, the higher the profit. However, Ni Din had been so proactive and helpful, yet Yifeng could not fully trust him. There's no hatred without reason in this world, nor love without reason. Some people suddenly become kind to you, either wanting your money or something more. Yifeng tended to be cautious. Even if there's an opportunity to make 100% profit, he would settle for 60%. Well, thank you, Ni Zhe, for the heads up, but I still have quite a bit of inventory in my store that hasn't been sold, so I won't need too many of the second batch. I'll prepare an order for you tomorrow, said Yifeng. All right, you think about it. If you miss this chance, you might miss this store too. Anyway, I'll keep the quantity you decide on for you, but the rest will probably be gone quickly tomorrow, Ni Din reminded. Oh, my little store can't handle too much inventory. I'd want it all, but my resources don't allow that, Yifeng said self-deprecatingly. That's fine. Give me an order tomorrow, and I'll arrange the delivery for you, Ni Din said. After exchanging pleasantries, they hung up. Wang Tai quickly asked, Fengje, why is Shunda so enthusiastic? It's all for the sales commission. But we can't take too much from Shunda. Let's maintain the 80-20 split with non-Qiao trading, Yifeng explained. I don't know much about Shunda. We can't buy too much from them, but we can't avoid buying either. We'll have to buy a little less to maintain a balance with non-Qiao supplies, Yifeng added. Currently, Shifeng Electronics only had 2 distributors for computer components. He hoped to have 3 to 5 distributors in the future to ensure the lowest supply channel risk. After some thought, Wang Tai nodded and said, You're right, Fengje. Balancing the risks is crucial. Tomorrow, call the customers and let them know their computers are ready for pickup and payment. I've listed the repair prices on the devices. Check it out tomorrow. Also, those twin sisters will start working tomorrow. You'll be in charge of training them in sales for a few days, Yifeng instructed. Sure thing, Fengje. I'll take good care of them, Wang Tai replied solemnly. We've been busy for so long. I haven't eaten yet. Everyone, it's been a hard day. I'll treat you all to supper tonight to celebrate. Yifeng stood up and said with a smile. Great. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly when he heard about supper. Han Nanan also happily bounced around, shouting about wanting barbecue. They cleaned up a bit, closed the store, and headed to the night market in the city center. These days, Yifeng had been working tirelessly from early morning to late night, opening the store at 6 in the morning and returning home around 11 or 12 at night. The customer flow in Shifeng Electronics had been steadily increasing. If this growth rate continued, they would soon need to consider opening a new branch. What surprised Yifeng was the number of online customers looking to buy computer components. So, he decided to launch an online store for Shifeng Electronics. The online store was simple to use. Customers could find their desired components, place an order, and make payments through bank counter transfers to Shifeng Electronics' business account. After confirming the payment, Yifeng would ship the products through the post office. The online orders for computer components surpassed the in-store purchases. However, the postal service's logistics efficiency could not compare to express delivery. It was slow, taking anywhere from half a month to a full month for deliveries, with no tracking along the way. Through this online store, Yifeng realized the existing limitations in the country's internet infrastructure, from network and telecommunication infrastructure deficiencies to online payment gaps and the lack of efficient courier services. Despite the challenges, Yifeng saw an opportunity in the internet development scene. He was determined to seize the opportunity and explore the areas of payment, e-commerce, social media, gaming, and communication infrastructure. This was a vast land filled with opportunities. As the days passed in a busy blur, a week went by. On Monday morning, Yifeng went to the hospital to pick up Meng Xiaoyun, picking her up after 2 weeks of recovery. Though she was discharged, she still needed time to rest at home for about half a year until she fully recovered. Yifeng escorted his parents to the doorstep where Gu Xingzhang's family had set up a brazier. "Come, step over the brazier to dispel bad luck," Gu Xingzhang said with a smile. Yi Jianjun was puzzled. "Old Gu, since when did you believe in these things? Your position wasn't superstitious before." "Oh, it's not about belief or disbelief. It's just a nice gesture," Gu Xingzhang said with a laugh. "Gu big brother, thank you so much for taking care of Zifan these days. We're truly grateful." Meng Xiaoyun expressed her gratitude. Li Wen kindly said, "Oh, sis, don't mention it. There's no need for thanks, it's only right." After some pleasantries, Yifeng helped his mother step over the brazier. After the ritual, Li Wen had prepared a meal, and everyone gathered to celebrate Meng Xiaoyun's recovery. The relationship between the two families was closer than that of real siblings. After more than 20 years of bonding, they had become like one big family. During the meal, they discussed the upcoming college entrance exam. Meng Xiaoyun suddenly asked, "Son, when will the results of the college entrance exam be out?" "It should be within the next couple of days. We'll just have to wait for the school's notification, and once the results are out, the school will call you to receive the transcript," Yifeng replied. "Oh, I can't wait. If you can get into a bachelor's program, I'll be more than satisfied. If you do, I'll go to the temple to give thanks." Meng Xiaoyun's face lit up with hope. Li Wen chuckled. "Xiaoyun, Xiaofeng has always been smart since he was little. Getting into a bachelor's program should be no problem. And Xiaofeng's computer store is doing quite well. She heard there are a lot of customers even during lunchtime," added another family member. "If Xiaofeng does well, you all can enjoy the benefits in the future," Yifeng modestly said. "Oh, auntie, you're too kind. As long as he succeeds, and if he can go to college, that would be even better. It would be perfect if he finds a good partner," Yi Jianjun jokingly said. Gu Xingzhang tapped the table and laughed. Hey, old Yi, why are you in such a rush for Zifeng to find a partner? Moreover, our Zixi is excellent too." All eyes turned to Gu Muxi, who was eating quietly. Gu Muxi was taken aback, looking innocently with big eyes. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Gu Muxi looked at everyone with a puzzled expression on her face. She had been completely focused on the food and had not paid attention to what they were talking about. Dad, what's going on?" Gu Muxi looked at her father, Gu Xingzhang. Li Wen shook her head, smiling helplessly. "Muxi, you need to eat slowly. The way you're eating, someone would think I haven't fed you for days." Wen yeah. It's a blessing that Muxi has a good appetite," Meng Xiaoyun said contentedly. Gu Muxi was a bit embarrassed, as she had been too engrossed in her meal and had forgotten herself. She quickly put down her bowl, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating more gracefully, like a posed lady. Yifeng, watching her trying to act refined with some discomfort, couldn't help but find it funny. This little girl was quite skilled at pretending to be a lady. The two families chatted and laughed over lunch. After the meal, Gu Muxi and Yifeng, because they had completed their high school entrance exams and didn't have to study, were assigned to wash the dishes. Yifeng was responsible for washing with detergent, while Gu Muxi rinsed with clean water. "Stinky Fun, aren't you going to the shop today?" Gu Muxi casually asked. "I'll have to go later. There's been a lot going on recently, and there are quite a few computers that need fixing," Yifeng replied. "What? Miss Gu doesn't want me to stay." Gu Muxi blushed and said, "Stinky Fun, you're so self-centered. Do you believe I could roll you up into a ball and toss you out?" Yifeng stopped his work, smirked, and said, "I don't believe it. How could you bear to do that to me?" HMPH. Gu Muxi sneered and then grabbed his neck with both hands in a deathlock move. Startled by her sudden attack, Yifeng quickly exclaimed, Stop. This is unfair. You, as a woman, are attacking me, a handsome guy, without honor. If you're so capable, release me first." Gu Muxi let go of him and raised her chin, saying, "Stinky Fun, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Show me what you've got. Bring it on." Yifeng chuckled, "Watch my lightning combo." With that, he flicked the foam on his hands at Gu Muxi, smearing her face. "Ah, darn it." Gu Muxi wiped the sticky mess off her face, feeling annoyed at being ambushed and ready to grab him with both hands. Auntie, do we have any more dishcloths? Unexpectedly, Yifan shouted. Yes, I'll find one for you, Li Wan's voice replied. Gu Muxi widened her eyes. Sheesh. Stinky Fun has no shame at all. Li Wan walked into the kitchen, found a new dishcloth for Yifeng, and glanced at Gu Muxi, who seemed to be in a weird mood. Muxi, why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and wash. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, the work is not tiring. Work well with Yifeng, Li Wan advised. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes and said, Okay, Mom, I got it. After Li Wan left, Gu Muxi was about to reach out and grab Yifeng. Yifeng backed away. Laughing, Gu Muxi, you dare, I'll shout. Gu Muxi smirked and realized that Stinky Fun was becoming shameless. I'll remember this time, I'll get you next time. Gu Muxi glared at him and continued working. Gu Muxi, how do you feel about interning and working recently? Not bad, although there is no pay. I've learned a lot. What have you learned? Just drawing blueprints. It feels quite complicated. You've chosen your path. Even if it's hard, you have to follow through. Humph. Don't underestimate me. I will design the tallest building in the country in the future. To fulfill your wish, I'll reluctantly be your client. HMPH, Yi Shao. It's not even dark yet. Don't nap. Do you know how much it costs to build a tall building? Of course, I know. HMPH, you don't know. The two chatted while washing dishes and soon finished. After finishing the work, Yifeng and Gu Muxi returned to their room to rest. If they stayed in the living room, they would face all types of questioning and lectures from their parents and wouldn't have peace and quiet. Gu Muxi sat on a chair, holding a pink twig in her arms, swinging her slender legs in the air. Yifeng rested against her bed, and the pink room was filled with Gu Muxi's scent. Do you have nail clippers, Gu Muxi? Yifeng lazily stretched and asked casually. Gu Muxi had just turned on the computer and knew what he was up to when she heard his question. Humph. Stinky Fun. Don't expect me to help you clip your nails again. I'm not doing it. Yifeng was surprised. Hey. How did you know? Are you a mind reader? Hehe. Yi Shao, let's not use metaphors if you don't understand them. You're the real parasite here. And I know your little schemes. I even know what you're thinking when you stick your butt out, Gu Muxi stated proudly. Yifeng turned around, lay on the bed, raised his butt, and asked, Guess what I want to do now? Gu Muxi, I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to surf the net. Huh? Why is my computer frozen? Did it crash? Gu Muxi looked at the computer screen in surprise, trying different keys, but nothing responded, and the mouse didn't move. Let me check. Yifeng got up to see the situation. Indeed, it had crashed and couldn't be restarted. The computer was an old one they got from a cybercave, with average specs. Adding more desktop applications would turn it into a slideshow. Since she didn't know how to optimize the system disk, it was a high chance the memory was overloaded. Yi Shao, what's going on? Is it broken? I've noticed it's been lagging more recently, Gu Muxi said helplessly. Yifeng chuckled. There's a problem, but I can fix it. But I don't want to work for free, right? Gu Muxi glanced at him, seeing his smug expression, unsure of what he was planning. Stinky Fun, are you trying to make a deal with me again? Have you forgotten who brings you lunch every day? Yifeng said seriously. Tit for tat. Hehe. Miss Gu, don't you want your computer to break down like this? Hey. Miss Gu, you wouldn't want your computer to break down like this, right? Yifeng squinted his eyes, looked Gu Muxi up and down, and then stared at her. Gu Muxi felt uncomfortable under Yifeng's gaze, blushing. What do you want to do? Easy. You better calm down a bit. If you dare make any unreasonable demands, I will make you taste the flavor of a life-threatening cross-lock. Yifeng smirked and said, I don't have any demands. Help me trim my nails, and I'll help you fix the computer. You don't have hands yourself. Gu Muxi blushed, puffed her cheeks, and glared at him. This stinky Yifeng always bullies me. Humph. You cut nails better. Do you agree? Yifeng said smugly. Stinky Fun, fix the computer first. Gu Muxi felt helpless, feeling like Yifeng had her in his grip. Damn it, next time I must take back control. Okay. I'll fix the computer first, Yifeng said. Actually, all he had to do was clear the memory and clean up the computer junk. However, Yifeng pretended the repair was more difficult, fumbling around for over 10 minutes. It's good now, but it exhausted me, Yifeng pretended to be laboring. Gu Muxi went over to check, finding the computer working better than before. More smoothly. Ah, haha, it's really fixed. Gumuxi cheered. Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed, raised his hand, and in a deep voice said, I'm ready, my queen. Come over to trim my nails. Gumuxi gave him a disdainful look. Easy. Don't get too cocky. You'll eventually fall into my hands one day. Yifeng smirked. I'm willing to fall into your hands for a lifetime. Gumuxi blushed, scolded him, get lost. But her heart was pounding. That stinky Fun is becoming more outrageous. He dares to play all kinds of jokes. She picked up the nail clippers on the table and said, sit properly, lower your hand. Yifeng obediently complied, cross-legged on her bed, and handed his hand to her. Gumuxi grunted in dissatisfaction, gently held his hand, and began to trim his nails. Her movements were gentle and precise. Yifeng felt his hand being held by her and was delighted. So soft. Gumuxi's fingers were soft and delicate, very slender and beautiful. This girl should be a hand model. Those hands are so good-looking. Maybe she could even get a juicer. With this thought, Yifeng suddenly had an idea. Why not ask Gumuxi to endorse West Maple Electronics? With Gumuxi's looks, she could easily overshadow most female celebrities in the entertainment industry in terms of appearance. Yeah, this is a good idea, but I have to wait for West Maple Electronics to expand. Yifeng was daydreaming about the future, laughing foolishly, and even snorted like a pig. Hearing the nose, Gumuxi looked up, gave him a disdainful look, and said, Easy, are you going crazy? How can you laugh so disgustingly? Heh. Are you thinking about that beauty again? Yifeng smirked. Oh yeah, I'm actually thinking about a beauty, and you guessed it. Gumuxi squinted, looking like she was jealous. Why are you guessing about them? I'm innocent with them, I swear by the heavens. Heh. Miss Gu, are you concerned? Gumuxi was stunned, blushed, and defended. I'm not. Why would I care about whom you're dating? Fools care. You and which beauty date have nothing to do with me. I don't care about you. Gumuxi turned her head, looking proud and stubborn. But then she turned back and continued trimming Yifeng's nails. Yifeng felt a sharp pain. Stop. Gumuxi, be more careful. You almost cut my skin. Oh, sorry, Easy. I didn't pay attention just now. Gumuxi pretended to be a little sorry, but felt secretly pleased. Stinky Yifeng, dare you to ask me to do things next time? Be careful, I'll cut your skin off. Although she thought so, she quickly finished trimming the nails and then ran to play on the computer. So fast. Yifeng was a little reluctant. You usually work fast too. Gumuxi retorted. Do I work that fast? I had no idea. Yes, I have no idea. Gumuxi, don't speak so offensively. Stinky Fun, stop pestering me. Just finish trimming yours. The two argued back and forth, glaring at each other. Yifeng shrugged. Fine. You stole the chicken successfully. Saying that, he got off the bed, stretched. I'm going to the store. You can play around. Goodbye. No need to see you off. Gumuxi replied without turning her head. Yifeng shook his head, smiled, opened the door, and left. Gumuxi then turned to look at the door, watching him leave, making a funny face behind his back. In the living room, Yifeng bid farewell to the elders and prepared to leave. Meng Xiaoyun shouted to him, Zifeng, your aunt heard that I was discharged from the hospital. She said she would come visit tomorrow. Remember to buy some tea leaves. It seems we're out of tea leaves at home. Okay. Mom. I know. I'll bring it back tonight. Yifeng replied. The aunt she referred to was the eldest cousin of the Yi family, whom Yifeng had only met a few times in his childhood. After coming to the city, aside from visiting during the new year, there hadn't been much interaction. Yifeng thought to himself that there must be a reason for this sudden kindness from the aunt. Oh well, let's see what happens. Yifeng left the house, rode his bike downstairs to the store. At the store, Yifeng saw Zhuo Qingqing and Zhuo Qianchen welcoming customers. The two sisters wore red maple leaf printed work t-shirts with pink skirts, looking graceful and attractive, providing excellent customer service. The male customers seemed happy chatting with the beautiful ladies. Soon, two male customers happily made a purchase, buying a graphics card and a motherboard. Yifeng watched and silently admired the dedication of the sisters to their work. They had honed their sales skills quite well. Fun. You're here. Han Ping'an greeted him. Where's Tai? Yifeng looked around but didn't see Wang Tai. Han Ping'an answered, Brother Tai went to process the company registration. He should be back soon. As he finished speaking, Wang Tai hurriedly entered the store. Ah, Tai brother is back. Yifeng turned to see Wang Tai looking happy and elegant, carrying a briefcase, giving off a managerial vibe. Fun, I'm back. Ha ha. Wang Tai said joyfully, his smile reaching his ears. Yifeng glanced at him playfully. Hey, Wang Tai, why are you so happy today? You seem quite cheerful. Wang Tai scratched his head, chuckling. Heh, Feng, I do have things to be happy about. Oh, what are the good news? Share them so we can all be happy. Yifeng asked curiously. Wang Tai held up 2 fingers. The first one. Heh, through my relentless efforts, pushing the business company to act, our company, West Maple Technology, has finally been successfully registered. Wang Tai placed the briefcase on the counter, took out documents, business licenses, and seals. Yifeng was thrilled, then patted Wang Tai's shoulder. Well done, Tai. It's much faster than expected. Wang Tai laughed. Business companies are like that. If you don't keep an eye on them, they'll delay you. But I was on their heels pushing for progress. That's why they were able to get it done so quickly. Otherwise, it would have taken at least another month. Good job, Tai. You've got the hang of it. You did well this time. Yifeng praised. There is a second good news as well. Wang Tai wore a happy, contented smile. Su Zhaoling agreed to be my girlfriend. After this, I'm the man with a significant other. Wang Tai was overjoyed, looking foolishly happy. Yifeng was genuinely happy for him, patting his shoulder. That's great, Tai Zi. How did you win over Su Zhaoling? Heh. This morning, I gave her a box of chocolates, then mustered up the courage to confess, and she unexpectedly agreed. Ha ha. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Yifeng was taken aback. Su Zhaoling was won over so easily. Could it be she was just teasing Wang Tai? However, Yifeng held back from saying anything. It was Wang Tai's personal matter, so he should handle it himself. After seeing off the last customer, Yifeng asked Zhuo Qingqing to put up a temporary close sign, and called for a brief meeting. All members of Shifeng Electronics gathered around, ready to listen to Yifeng's plans. Firstly, I have good news to announce. Our company has been registered as Shifeng Technology. From now on, we are officially an organized group. Yifeng smiled. Zhuo Qingqing and Zhuo Qianchen enthusiastically applauded, wishing the boss great success. Zhuo Qianchen exclaimed happily. Yifeng nodded. This is just the beginning. There are plenty of tasks ahead, and I will assign them one by one. Please take notes. Everyone took out notebooks and pens, preparing to jot down. After 2 weeks of operations, we have made a good start at Shifeng Electronics. Recent sales have been very satisfactory, especially the online business has stabilized. We now have sufficient profits to support further expansion. Firstly, I will quickly confirm the company's operating address and find a larger store to serve as our flagship store. These tasks will be my responsibility. Secondly, we need to continue recruiting various talents. I will draft a recruitment plan for Tai Zi to recruit from major talent markets, and he will be responsible for specific recruitment tasks. Thirdly, I intend to leverage our resources to expand a cybercafe business unit, focusing on operating cybercafes. In the future, cybercafes will be the most profitable and fastest growing business. We must seize this opportunity. Fourthly, the 361 Computer Security Manager server has reached its limit. To expand, we need a large number of servers support, which requires significant funds. I will find ways to obtain financial support to establish a network security business unit for our company, focusing on the 361 Computer Security Manager product. I believe that with sufficient funding, this product will quickly dominate the majority of the computer security market. This is a product with unlimited potential. These are our upcoming work directions. However, to generate more revenue, the work of Shifeng Electronics and the cybercafe business unit must proceed simultaneously. These are our major revenue streams. If fundraising does not go smoothly, revenue from these 2 areas will be sufficient to develop other businesses, just a bit slower. In the ever-changing landscape of the internet, I naturally hope to secure funding for faster market dominance, as getting in first is crucial in this competitive landscape. Yifeng then discussed company benefits, regulations, and financial matters to ensure everyone had a clear understanding of their work and the company's future development. After all, this was not the work of one person but a team effort. One person's abilities are limited, and individual efforts cannot compare to collective efforts. Just as in repairing computers, currently, Yifeng was handling it alone, working from early morning to late at night only on computer repairs. Without bringing in new members, the computer repair business might struggle to grow. In the Guangxi region, if Yifeng Electronics chain stores could be spread around, the revenue from daily repairs would be substantial. But where could they find suitable people? While others were busy taking notes, Yifeng suddenly thought of someone. Huan He, a teacher at Guangxi University's employment office. Yifeng had an idea in mind, and realized he should pay Huan He a visit. Zhao Xinji had invited him for a drink earlier, recognizing his resources in school and business circles, wanting to partner with him in the computer repair business. They had hit it off at the drinking session, as Huan He wasn't arrogant. However, Yifeng fell out with Zhao Xinji later, and their plans to collaborate in computer repair fell through. Now that Yifeng Electronics had started, and to continue expanding, they needed Huan He. Brother Feng, is running a cybercafe really lucrative? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. Yifeng smiled confidently and nodded. The next 10 years will see rapid development and a golden era for cybercafes. Opening a cybercafe means making money. There's a saying that will become reality. If you want to get rich, open a cybercafe. With improved internet infrastructure, declining computer prices, and reduced entry barriers, urban residents have a growing demand for the internet. Cybercafes will become the main entertainment and consumption places for this generation, even wilder than previous game arcades. This is the opportunity, standing at the right place. Anyone can succeed. Wang Tai pondered for a moment and nodded. Right, I see many people nowadays love playing online games. Opening a cybercafe is indeed a great opportunity. I believe in Brother Feng's vision. Yifeng smiled. Trust me, Yifeng technology will definitely grow and shine. After the meeting, Yifeng started working. He counted the number of servers stacked behind the counter. There were still 8 computer servers waiting to be repaired. He estimated that he would be busy until late at night. Let's do this. Let's do this. As long as I don't die from overworking, I'll keep going. Yifeng rolled up his sleeves and plunged into the repair compartment. Time passed unnoticed while he was busy. When he finally emerged from the compartment, he found that it had already gotten completely dark outside. Ting'an, what time is it now? Yifeng stretched his sore arms. Although he was working while sitting down, repairing these sophisticated computer equipment required dexterity and precision, straining both his hands and eyes. It's 8 p.m. now, Fenjie. Han Ping'an reply. My goodness, time really flies. It's getting late, I'll head back home. What about TZ? Yifeng looked around but didn't see Wang Tai's figure. TZ said he had something to do, so he went back first. Judging by his look, it seems like he went on a date. Han Ping'an thought for a moment. Yifeng smiled. TZ did have a girlfriend, after all. Alright then, I'll head back by myself. Ting'an, tidy up a bit later before going back home. Here is today's revenue account. Fenjie, take a look. Han Ping'an handed over the account book. Yifeng quickly skimmed through it and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, even on a non-weekend day. We still made a profit of 45,000. This performance is already very good. After seeing the sales of components and whole machines, Yifeng had an idea of the situation and knew he would need to restock soon. After leaving the shop, Yifeng rode his bike back home alone. On the way, he occasionally saw cars whizzing past him, and he couldn't help feeling a bit envious. In the future, he would have to get a car himself. If he wanted to do business, having a car was important for image. Sometimes, a car represented a businessman's prestige. The more luxurious the car, the stronger the impression of one's financial power, thus increasing others' trust. Apart from being a product, a car also carried significant social attributes. But he needed to sign up for driving lessons first. Unknowingly, it was already 9 p.m. by the time he arrived home. His parents had already gone to rest in their rooms. He entered his room quietly, being careful not to disturb his mother's rest. The next morning, instead of being woken up by his alarm clock or being disturbed by Gumuji's alarm, Yifeng was awakened by the sound of chatter outside his room. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he wondered who could be visiting this early in the morning. Turning over to check the time on his phone, he was surprised to see it was nearly 10 a.m. He had slept for a long time without realizing it, hence the dreams he had. One was a good dream where he went for a physical examination, and the doctor said he had stomach cancer and needed surgery. However, it turned out to be a false alarm, making him greatly relieved. The other nightmare involved a diagnosis of liver cancer. He was abruptly cut off in the dream before being awoken. Feeling the nosy chatter outside, Yifeng slapped his face to wake himself up a bit. He got out of bed with messy hair and wore slippers before heading out. As soon as he stepped out, all eyes in the living room were on him. Besides his parents, there were 2 middle-aged women and a young man with glasses. "Hey, isn't he little Fun? Long time no see. You've grown so tall." One of the middle-aged women in a black dress smiled at him. Yifeng recognized these two. They were his paternal and maternal aunts, distant relatives related to his grandfather's generation. Easy Jianjin, his father, had limited interactions with these relatives, usually only meeting them during Chinese New Year. "Son, come here and say hi. This is your aunt and second aunt. You remember them, right?" Yifeng's mother, Meng Xiaoyun, waved him over. I remember." Yifeng shrugged and greeted them politely. After some forced pleasantries, he found a way to escape while brushing his teeth and washing his face. He wasn't close with these relatives, had no common topics, nor any vested interests to discuss. In addition, his paternal aunt, Iqiaxiu, always assumed a superior attitude, which Yifeng didn't want to engage with. However, he wondered why they had come this time. They rarely visited and didn't show much interest in their family, so he was puzzled by their sudden appearance. As he contemplating, he overheard their conversation. Iqiaxiu sipped her tea and said, "Jianjin, I came here today mainly to visit Xiaoyun and discuss something with you." She continued, "Don't you still have a 5-acre plot by the riverside? It's been abandoned for years, without cultivation. How about selling it all to me? I plan to build a temporary cargo dock on it. The location of your land is perfect for my purpose. It's a form of waste recycling. Otherwise, leaving it idle will result in further neglect." Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjin furrowed his brow slightly. "This might not be appropriate. I promised my father that our ancestral home and land couldn't be sold." "Hey, young man, it's not good to leave your land abandoned. You won't be short of money. How about 800 yuan per acre? What do you think?" Iqiaxiu persisted. "Sister, this really can't be done. It's not about the money. Our family's land is the root of our heritage. I won't sell it," Yi Jianjin said firmly. Iqiaxiu's expression turned somewhat cold upon hearing this. She turned and saw Yifeng behind her. Signaling him over, she said, "Little Feng, come here for a moment." Yifeng didn't know what she was up to but walked over to take a seat. "What is it, aunt?" "The college entrance exam results will be out soon. How well do you usually perform in your mock tests? Do you have confidence in getting into a university?" Yifeng casually replied, "It's not necessary to aim for a bachelor's degree. Enrolling in a college will do." The exams went smoothly. Iqiaxiu's eyes showed a hint of disdain as she remarked, "Just smoothly? That's unacceptable. If you fail to enter a university, you'll suffer a huge loss from illiteracy." The other aunt chimed in, "Indeed. Look at your cousin, your aunt's son. He ranked in the top 20 of the entire grade in the mock exams before the college entrance exams. Seems like he surpassed last year's cutoff for regular admission." The young man wearing glasses pushed his glasses up and smiled. "Indeed, he surpassed it by 10 points. He should have no problem securing a spot in a regular university. Haha, Xiaoshui is really capable. He's meant to study hard." "Sister, you're blessed for sure." Iqiaxiu waved her hands, pretending to be modest. "Oh no, how can I be?" Her face bore a faint shade of pride and arrogance. After speaking, she proudly glanced at Yifeng. ******. Suddenly her phone rang. She quickly answered, and her face lit up with excitement. "What? Teacher, the exam results are out. How many points did Xiaoshui get?" "What? Really? Thank you so much." She ended the call, turned excitedly to Xiaoshui, and exclaimed, "Haha, son, your exam score is out. 508 points, exceeding the regular admission cutoff." True to her words, the other aunt quickly chimed in, "Congratulations, congratulations, sister. I told you Xiaoshui has the potential for studying. Little Feng, you should learn more from your cousin in the future." Iqiaxiu's face showed a hint of pride as she smiled and said, "Senmei, studying not only requires hard work but also some talent. Sometimes, studying hard may not necessarily lead to good grades." On the surface, she was trying to comfort Yifeng, but in reality, she was saying that Yifeng lacks talent. How could Yifeng be compared to her own son? Since junior high school, She had enrolled her son in various subject training classes, which had helped him achieve such results. In the context of the country, just being able to enter university is already excellent, and if one can enter an undergraduate program, they wouldn't have to worry about finding a job in the future. Undergraduate students are quite privileged. Yes, Aya is right. Talent is important. Zi Shui is so talented in studying. And yeah, you are so good at making money. You are truly fortunate. Sangu continued to flatter. Yi Qiaozu felt pleased inside as she looked at Yi Jianjun and said, "Younger brother, think about what I just said." Yi Jianjun looked hesitant. If he didn't agree, he would be seen as heartless, but if he agreed, he would feel uncomfortable. Eldest sister, there's no need to consider about the land. Grandpa entrusted before leaving that the land and ancestral house cannot be sold. No matter how poor we are, even if the sun is shining, it cannot be sold. Yifeng suddenly spoke. Seeing his father's expression, he knew he was the only one who could reject this deal. Since he didn't have much contact with these aunties on a regular basis, he wasn't afraid of offending them. Yi Qiaoshu's expression darkened as she looked at Yi Jianjun and then at Yifeng. Knowing that with Yifeng present today, there might be no way to proceed with this matter. This child was really impolite, in the presence of adults, who gave him the right to speak. As a guest, she also couldn't lose her temper. Hehe. Zifeng, have your results for the college entrance exam come out? How many marks did you get? Yi Qiaozu asked with a smile, trying to bring up a topic that would embarrass Yifeng. At this moment, Gu Muxi entered from the doorway. Uncle, Auntie, hello, Yifeng said. I don't know my score yet. Still waiting for the notification. By the way, Gu Muxi, did the school call today? Gu Muxi, with a weary body, sat next to Yifeng and helplessly said, I don't know, seems like the home phone broke, took it to repair early in the morning, probably won't get it fixed today. If it's not fixed, let's go to the school in the afternoon. Gu Muxi's appearance made Yi Qiaoshu's eyes light up. What a beautiful girl. Gu Muxi was wearing a white shirt and jeans today, with her black hair flowing down, and her exquisite features resembling early spring flowers, radiant and full of youthfulness. Her son, the young man named Zi Shui, was stunned when he saw Gu Muxi, completely amazed. Hello, I'm Luo Shanshui. He pushed his glasses and greeted with a blush, feeling awkward in front of the beauty. Oh, hello, Gu Muxi responded casually, with a cold attitude. Since they weren't relatives in the first place, she didn't want to pretend to be warm, as it would be insincere. Wow, whose girl is this? She's so beautiful. Yi Qiaozu exclaimed genuinely. Meng Xiaoyun replied, she's the daughter of our neighbor, assistant factory director Gu Zixi. Our families often visit each other, almost like relatives. As the saying goes, neighbors are better than distant relatives, and it was perfectly illustrated now. Hearing that Gu Muxi's dad was an assistant factory director, Yi Qiaozu quickly changed her warm smile. I see, that explains why this child is so beautiful, like a celestial being, so full of spirit. Gu Muxi forced a smile. Thank you for the compliment. But then she turned and approached Yifeng, pouting. Little Yi, you have no idea. When I went out on my bike today, a wild dog suddenly dashed out, scared me, and I fell. Her tone had a hint of coquettishness. Very cute. She even showed Yifeng the bruise on her elbow, with a bit of broken skin. Why are you so careless, really? Yifeng held her arm and carefully examined the wound. Luckily not serious, just a little blood. Come on. Let's go to my room, I'll apply some medicine for you. Oh, hehe. Gu Muxi sweetly smiled. The intimate actions of the two were seen by Luo Shanshui, as if needles were piercing his heart. He felt envious and jealous. Darn it. What's the relationship between these two? Amidst the eyes of the crowd, Yifeng led Gu Muxi back to the room. Hehe, the relationship between these two kids is really good. Just like siblings, Yi Qiaozu chuckled. Initially, she thought Gu Muxi was quite suitable for her son, but seeing Gu Muxi being so close to Yifeng, she dismissed the idea halfway through. If this girl became Yifeng's girlfriend, then when Zi Shui marries her, wouldn't he be picking up second-hand goods? No way. Absolutely not. I will not agree to it. On the other side, in the school office of Taoyuan one high school, Zhao Zhu was leisurely drinking tea in the office. Lao Zhao, today the college entrance exam results are out. I bet your class has quite a few students who made it to university this year. Another class teacher, Mo Fei, said with a smile. Based on the mock test scores, probably only about half of my class. Zhu shook his head, sighing. Tell you and no, one high school ranked in the top 10 among schools in the entire city. But the admission rate for universities was only around half. There were still very few students who could enter undergraduate programs. Half is not bad. I'm afraid there isn't even half in our class. Moafi self-mockingly laughed. As they were talking, urgent footsteps were heard at the door. Dang. The door was forcefully pushed open, startling the teachers inside the room, who turned to look. It was the white-haired principal, Surui. Zhu. Teacher Zhao. Is Teacher Zhao from Class 1 here? Surui urgently called out. Out. Principal, I'm here. Zhu, sitting in the corner, quickly got up to respond. Surui's face was full of excitement as he walked over and tightly grasped Zhu's hand, expressing his gratitude. Teacher Zhao, thank you so much. You have brought glory to Tao Yuan No. One high school. You've really shined for No. One high school. Huh? What? Zhu looked bewildered, completely unaware of the situation. How did he suddenly bring glory to the school? Teacher Zhao, I wasn't mistaken about your teaching abilities. This time during the college entrance exam, you gave me a great surprise. Ha. Surui was very excited. Principal, what's going on exactly? I have no idea. Zhu asked in confusion. Surui took a deep breath and solemnly said, Teacher Zhao, I just received the college entrance exam results for our school candidates. The student with the highest score in our school is in your class. The total score for the college entrance exam is 750 points, and the highest score in our school is 721 points. 721 points. Zhu and the other teachers in the office were all shocked to the point of almost dropping their jaws, and several of them even stood up suddenly. What? 721 points. The three teachers almost exclaimed simultaneously. This number is like a huge meteorite falling down, causing a storm in everyone's hearts. 721 points. What kind of godly score is this? Since the establishment of Tao Yuan No. One high school, since the beginning of the college entrance examination, the highest score. This score is probably the top scorer in the province. Zhu is dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. 721 points. Is it from a student in your own class? How come I didn't know there was such a talented student in the class? Could it be Su Qianyu, who often ranks first, but his practice test scores were only in the 600 range? Principal, who is this student? Zhu asked urgently. You are the class teacher. You should have an idea. The name is Yifeng. Yes, it's Yifeng, Surui said. What? It's Yifeng? Zhu was stunned. He never expected that the one who scored this high was Yifeng. Although there has been significant improvement in the subsequent tests, breaking the 600 mark, but to reach such a high level in the official exam was beyond expectations. Congratulations, Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao, don't just stand there. Go share the good news with Yifeng. This time the provincial top scorer is definitely him. Moafi said admiringly. Yes, I'll call right away. Zhu found the contact number and tried to call, but couldn't get through. He tried twice more, but still no answer. Surui hurriedly shouted, Can't get through. Stop calling and go visit the child's home right away. Okay. I'll go. Zhu hurriedly rushed out the door. As soon as he left, a call came to Surui's phone. Surui picked up the phone, saw the name. His expression froze. It was from the higher department. Hello, Director Zhang. Hello. Surui greeted repeatedly. Ha. Lao Su, congratulations to you too. Your school produced a provincial top scorer this year, scored 721. Impressive. I'm afraid this year the universities will be fighting to get your students. They'll be fighting tooth and nail. Director Zhang laughed. Surui heard the words provincial top scorer and confirmed instantly that this score was indeed the highest in the province. Provincial top scorer. Ha. Thank you, Director Zhang. Surui exclaimed excitedly. In the office, the other teachers also could not help but feel a bit excited. There is only one provincial top scorer each year, and to think it's at Tao Yuan No. One high school is truly a proud moment. After hanging up the phone, Surui's excitement had not subsided, and he also wanted to personally meet this student. No, I must go in person. With a swift step, he rushed out to catch up with Zhu. The other teachers were astounded by his actions. The fact that the over 50-year-old principal could move like this was surprising. Inside the room, Yifeng was using red medicine to wipe the wound on Gumuxi. Ah, be gentler. Come on. I'm already very gentle and light enough. Slower. It stings a bit. Alright, I'll slow down. Ow. Yi Xiao, do you need so much ointment? It's better to keep it moist, nothing to worry about. Yifeng wiped carefully, focusing intently. Gumuxi sneakily watched his profile. From this angle, Yi Xiao still looked handsome. Could it be that the reason why serious men look the best is because of this? How come I never thought Yi Xiao was handsome before? Maybe because I was too familiar. Seeing him every day, it's easy to overlook it. Gumuxi felt a bit confused. All done. Yifeng raised his head, smiling. Gumuxi looked down and noticed Yifeng had even carefully applied a band-aid. Thanks, Yi Xiao. Gumuxi smiled. Just thanks. No other gestures of gratitude. Yifeng smirked. Gumuxi gave him a puzzled look. What other gestures of gratitude do you want? Yifeng leaned his right cheek closer. Then just give me a reward by kissing. Go away. With a thud, Yifeng was kicked off the bed. Gumuxi, you're returning kindness with hostility. Stinky fun, you're taking advantage. Yifeng rubbed his buttocks, gritting his teeth. HMPH, Gumuxi, you'll see what lies ahead. TFFT, I'll be waiting. Gumuxi made a face. By the way, Yi Xiao, are the two women outside your relatives? Yifeng got up from the bed and straightened it. Yes, my big aunt and third aunt. Relatives we only see during the new year. Yifeng replied. Let's just stay obediently in the room. I'm too lazy to go out and greet them. Yifeng's enthusiasm waned, and after arranging things, he lay down on the bed. Gumuxi mimicked his posture and lay down, her chest rising and falling. A refreshing scent wafted into Yifeng's nose. It was Gumuxi's unique fragrance. Could it be that she was soaked in soap? Gumuxi, you smell so good. Be honest, do you usually wear perfume? Yifeng asked. Perfume? Why would I use that? I don't smell bad either. Gumuxi raised her left hand and sniffed herself. There was no strange scent, just a hint of shampoo. Then why do I feel like you? You have a wonderful scent, haven't you noticed? Yifeng curiously asked. Gumuxi shook her head. I haven't noticed. Let me smell again. Yifeng turned to her. Gumuxi also turned around, and the two lay on the bed facing each other, their eyes locked for a moment. Their gazes intertwined, and they both seemed frozen in time. There was a strange atmosphere flowing between them. Gumuxi's heart couldn't help but beat faster, her cheeks flushing. What's going on? Why is my heart racing so fast? Gumuxi, I really smell this fragrance on you. An indescribable scent. Yifeng's voice broke the silence between them. Gumuxi sniffled and suddenly also smelled a pleasant scent on Yifeng, a familiar one. I also smell a scent on you. Your shampoo doesn't have this scent. Did you switch shampoo? Yifeng shook his head and smiled. No, not yet. But I'll switch to one that matches yours next. Knock knock knock. Suddenly came a knocking sound at the door. Zifeng, there are visitors outside looking for you. Are they your friends? Meng Xiaoyun's voice came from outside the door. Yifeng stood up from the bed and was surprised. Someone's looking for me? Let's go see who it is. Yifeng opened the door and went out, and Gumuxi followed. Yifeng walked to the front door and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses. His eyes lit up. He greeted excitedly. Is this Yifeng, my classmate? Ow, I'm Yifeng. May I ask who you are? Yifeng looked at him with suspicion. This man in a suit looked refined and cultured, giving off a good impression. Hello, Yi. My name is Song Wenbin. I'm in charge of admissions at Stanford University's Guang Province office, Song Wenbin said happily as he shook hands with Yifeng, his eyes full of warmth. Stanford University. Meng Xiaoyun was astonished, her eyes widening as she covered her mouth. This was a top 10 ranked university in the world. Why would they suddenly come for a visit? Yi Qiaoxiu and her son were also taken aback. Could it be a scam? Why would someone from Stanford University come here? This person can't be a fraud, right? Yi Qiaoxiu questioned skeptically. Mom, no need to say it. This person is definitely a scammer, Luo Shanshui affirmed. Stanford University is a top-tier university. What connection could they have with Yifeng's family? Hearing this, Song Wenbin's face turned somewhat awkward, and he quickly explained, No, I am indeed an admissions officer from Stanford University. I came here today mainly to offer a special admission to Yifeng to Stanford University. Bluff. You're just bluffing. Special admission from Stanford University. Why would my cousin be specially admitted? He ranked in the top 10 nationwide in the college entrance exam. Luo Shanshui sneered, feeling like he heard a joke. Brother, in my opinion, he's definitely a fraud. Just here to cheat money. Yi Qiaoxiu nodded in agreement. Yi Jiangwo scratched his head, not wanting to believe this middle-aged man in a suit in front of him. Sensing their disbelief, Song Wenbin pulled out a business card from his pocket along with an acceptance letter. I'm really not a fraud. Look at this. This is my business card. And this is the admissions brochure. I came here mainly because he has the highest score in the Guan Province College entrance exam this year. He scored 721 points. Song Wenbin wiped the sweat from his forehead and rushed to explain. What? 721 points in the college entrance exam? Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed. 721 points. Everyone except Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Yi Jiangwo was shocked, his mouth hanging open as if he could swallow a fist. What? What did you say? How many points? How many points did my son score? Yi Jiangwo grabbed Song Wenbin's shoulder excitedly, shaking him frantically. Cough, Mr. Yi. It's true, 721 points. No mistake, Song Wenbin replied. 721 points. Yi Jiangwo let him go, grasping his head, looking at Yi Feng in disbelief. He never expected Yi Feng to score so high. It was beyond his expectations. Gu Muxi was also stunned. She suddenly covered her mouth, afraid she would scream out in excitement. Oh my goodness, 721 points. Stinky Feng actually scored that high, and even became the top scorer in Guan Province. This is incredible. Yi Qiaoxiu and her son were dumbfounded. 721 points. Top scorer of Guan Province? How is that possible? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Yi Qiaoxiu asked incredulously. Song Wenbin opened the acceptance letter and said, That's right, it's this address, Unit 1, Building 3, Yage Steel Plant Employees Quarters. Yi Feng, we couldn't have made a mistake. The group gathered around to confirm, and indeed, it was the correct address. Suddenly, Luo Shanshui raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, Wait, this must be fake too. How did you know the score so quickly? Hey, my cousin hasn't even received the school notification yet. How did you know in advance? Song Wenbin chuckled, explaining, In fact, I knew since yesterday afternoon, the day Guan Province released the scores. For us top universities, we have our ways. Son, you really scored so high. Meng Xiaoyun turned to Yi Feng, hoping to hear the answer from him. Yi Feng shrugged, smiling. It's not far from my estimated score. This score was expected. As soon as he spoke, everyone on the scene looked at him in shock. Expected? Did a person really say that? Ha, son. You've made us proud. Meng Xiaoyun chose to unconditionally believe Yi Feng, hugging him excitedly, with tears shimmering in her eyes. In that moment, she felt all her hard work was worth it. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Who's there? Gu Muxi hurried over to open the door. Teacher Zhao, Principal Su. Principal Su? Gu Muxi was stunned when she saw the visitors. Gu Muxi, is Yi Feng at home? Is he here? Teacher Zhao asked anxiously. Yes, teacher. Please come in. Come in, Gu Muxi said, in a daze, making way for them. Teacher Zhao and Principal Su rushed into the house, and upon seeing Yi Feng, their faces lit up with excitement. Teacher Zhao hurried over, grasping Yi Feng's hand, saying, Congratulations, Yi Feng. Congratulations, Yi Feng. Your score has been announced. 721 points. The highest in Guan Province. You are this year's college entrance exam top scorer. The teachers are proud of you. Proud. Principal Su also approached Yi Feng, smiling. Yi Feng, you have brought honor to our school. On this note, on behalf of the school, we will reward you with 20,000 yuan to commend your achievement. You are the pride of our Taoyuan No. 1 middle school. Yi Jiangwo exclaimed. What? 20,000? That's a significant amount. It's enough to cover Yi Feng's university tuition. Song Wenbin adjusted his clothes and said seriously, You see, I was right. Yi Feng is indeed the top scorer in Guan Province. Yi Feng, I am now formally inviting you on behalf of Stanford University to come and study there. We will exempt you from all tuition fees during your studies and will provide a $50,000 scholarship annually to cover all your living expenses. In addition, we promise to provide you with the best research environment and resources. Everyone present, except Yifan, was left speechless. These conditions were too good. Not only are tuition fees waived, but they can also receive a $50,000 scholarship annually, and they will have access to the best research resources. For any student, this is the ultimate temptation. Yi Qiaoxiu was dumbfounded. She never expected it to be true. Yifan really is the top scorer in Guan province, and now he has received special admission from a top international university. She felt like a clown in comparison. Gumoxi genuinely felt happy for Yifan. Being able to study at one of the top 10 universities in the world is something many people dream of. But her heart also felt a sharp pang. Because if Yifan accepts to study Stanford University, he might have to go far away to a foreign country. And he may not come back for a long time. Congratulations, Stinky Fang. Congratulations, Gumoxi forced a smile, trying to hide her disappointment. So, Yi, how about it? Our school is one of the most prestigious institutions in the world, with the best resources. I believe you will be very happy studying and living there. Sun Wenbin looked eagerly at Yifan. At that moment, all eyes were on Yifan, waiting for his response. Yifeng's expression remained calm, with a slight smile. Thank you for the kind offer from your school, but studying abroad is not my aspiration. So, I'm sorry, I don't want to go to Stanford University to study. With these words from Yifan, the crowd was in an uproar. Jiazu grasped his hair in shock. What is Yifan doing? He actually rejected one of the world's top universities. My goodness, he missed a great opportunity. Completing his studies at Stanford and then returning to the country, he would be among the social elite, highly skilled individuals sought after by many companies. Why did he refuse like this? He felt anxious inside, but couldn't say anything, only feeling regretful. Yi Qiaoxiu and the others looked puzzled. They didn't understand why Yifan would straightforwardly refuse. It's so unbelievable. On the other hand, Gumoxi's eyes smiled like crescent moons, sweeping away the previous gloom. Maple, you really refused. Don't go back on it now. Song Wenbin hurriedly asked. Why, Yi? What a great opportunity. Why did you refuse? Yifan looked towards his parents, smiling. We have an old saying. When parents are close, don't travel far. But if you must, have a clear destination. Going abroad, for me, is still too far away. And my parents are getting old, not in the best health. Life is but a short few decades, and in the remaining time, I only want to be by their side. He didn't want the regrets of the past to repeat. He didn't aspire to be extremely wealthy. He merely wished for his parents' good health, to live each day happily and worrying-free. That would be sufficient. Yifeng's words moved everyone present, especially Meng Xiaoyun and Yi Jianjun. Both showed expressions of relief. Meng Xiaoyun patted Yifeng's head indulgently, saying, Son, you don't have to worry about us. We'll take care of ourselves. Just do what you want to do. Mom, I don't want to go abroad. Yifan shook his head. All right, Mom respects your choice. Little Fun, you've grown up and become a man. You should make decisions for yourself. Meng Xiaoyun encouraged. Yifan gently hugged his mother, thankful. Thank you, Mom. I understand. Seeing this, Song Wenbin couldn't help but feel emotional. Yes, with parents around, why go far away? He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, and with a wry smile said, Since he has made his choice, then I won't persuade further. But if he changes his mind, you can contact me directly. Song Wenbin handed his business card to Yifan. Yifan smiled, took the card, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket. Yi, I'll take my leave now, until we meet again. Song Wenbin bowed slightly, then turned and left. Take care, Teacher Song, Meng Xiaoyun called out. After the last person left, Zhao Zu sighed. Yifan, by rejecting Stanford University, you might have missed one of the biggest opportunities in your life. The future is uncertain. Can the teacher be so sure? Yifan teased back with a smile. Zhao Zu was momentarily speechless, laughing. All right, maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, who knows what tomorrow will bring? Just then, the sound of intense footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs, but it wasn't just one person, it was many. A middle-aged man rushed up the stairs and entered the room, introducing himself immediately. Is this Yi's home? I'm Mr. Li from Waking University's admissions office. Congratulations to Yi for being the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam. We would like, before he could finish his sentence, a slightly chubby middle-aged man hastened to interrupt. Hello, Yi. I'm Mr. Zheng from Jingbai University's admissions office. I'm from Shanhu University. I'm Mr. Chen from Guangxi University. Admission office representatives from various universities flooded into the house, almost breaking down Yifeng's door. Principal Su and Zhaozu watched all this unfold with amusement. Meng Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. The faces of Yi Qiaoxiu and her son looked as if they had eaten something bitter. These were all well-known domestic universities, including those in the 985 and 211 project ranks. Huaqing University and Jingbai University, in particular, were top-tier institutions in the country, dream universities for many students. The enrollment quotas for these universities each year in every province were limited, making the competition intense. Now, representatives from these prestigious universities were clamoring to recruit Yifeng, indicating how impressive his performance in the provincial exams was. Yifeng sighed and raised his hand to calm them down, saying, "Please, teachers, let's sit down and talk solely." "All right, that's what I had in mind." Mr. Zheng from Jingbai University quickly took the lead, grabbing a seat on the couch. Yifeng and Gumuxi served the teachers tea and water, attending to them properly. Then they sat down to have a conversation. Although Yifeng already had an idea of which school he wanted to attend, he didn't rush to accept their offers. He continued discussing enrollment conditions with them. Yifeng managed the situation well, occasionally asking about the schools, ensuring they were treated respectfully. Even the representatives from less prestigious universities felt comfortable. These universities all offered extremely favorable conditions to Yifeng, including waiving tuition fees and providing substantial scholarships. Sun even guaranteed seamless progression to postgraduate studies after graduation. Hearing about these enticing offers, Meng Xiaoyun was quite tempted, eager to make a decision on attending either Huaqing University or Jingbai University. But Yifeng's mind was elsewhere, not in a rush to accept their offers, continuing to chat about enrollment terms. After talking with the admissions office representatives for over 2 hours, Yifeng bid them farewell, saying he would consider their offers carefully. Once they had all left, Yi Qiaoxiu also took her leave, feeling it was embarrassing to stay any longer. "Aunt, why don't you stay for lunch before leaving?" Meng Xiaoyun offered. "Ahem, not today. Maybe another time." "Another time." Yi Qiaoxiu forced a smile and hurriedly left with her son. After everyone had departed, Meng Xiaoyun sat on the couch, rubbing her temples, and asked, "Son, have you decided where you want to study?" Yifeng glanced sneakily at Gumuxi, smiled, and said, "Not yet, Mom. There's no rush to decide on this." "Dad, Mom, just leave the school application and preferences to me, so you don't have to worry." Meng Xiaoyun smiled and said, "All right, son. You've grown up, so handle it yourself. I'm a bit tired. I'll rest in the room." With Yi Jianjin's support, Meng Xiaoyun went back into the house, leaving only Yifeng and Gumuxi in the living room. Gumuxi sat on the couch, hugging her knees, her jeans outlining her curves attractively, showcasing her perfect figure. She ran her fingers through her jet black hair, blinked her watery eyes, and looked at Yifeng. "Maple, have you decided where to go yet?" Yifeng sat next to her, his eyes also fixed on her, and smiled. "Yes, I have." "Really? Where to? Huaqing or Jingbai?" Gumuxi asked eagerly. Yifeng looked at her, with a hint of fondness in his eyes, and said with a gentle smile, "Neither. I'm going to a place where you are." "Is there a place for me?" "Yi Xiao, please stop kidding. I can't accompany you to Huqing or Jingbai. I'll be satisfied if I can get into a local university. But you are the top scorer in the province, so consider going to Huqing or Jingbai." Gumuxi pursed her lips and then stood up from the sofa. "All right, I'm going to check if the phone is fixed and see my exam results." Yifeng smiled and said, "Don't go. It's not fixed that quickly. Use my phone." He took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Gumuxi took the phone and exclaimed, "Yi Xiao, having a phone is really convenient. Do you want it?" "I want it. If you want it, just say so. I'll give it to you." "Give it to me? Yi Xiao, are you being so generous?" "Let me clarify first. I may sell art, but I don't sell myself." "Sell art? That's good. Sing a couple of songs for me first." "Yifeng, are you trying to become a Buddha now?" "What Buddha?" "The Buddha with the head wrap." Gumuxi, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil." Gumuxi finally put down her hands, and then called the school. After a while, she heard her college entrance exam scores, and an expression of joy appeared on her face. Really? Are you sure? Thank you, teacher. Gumuxi hung up the phone, excitedly said, Yifeng, guess how many points I got on the exam? 615 points. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Gumuxi was surprised and asked, how did you know? Oh, I just made a random guess, didn't expect to get it right. Yifeng calmly said. Gumuxi tilted her head, looking puzzled. Really? How could you guess so accurately? Yifeng put on a mysterious demeanor and said, please call me Master Yi. Thank you. Cut it out, Master, you big show-off. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yifeng went to open the door. Opening the door, he saw three somewhat familiar people outside. Yifeng was taken aback. Wasn't this the female journalist Zhang Na who interviewed him before? Ha. Hello, classmate Yi. We meet again. Yang Na greeted enthusiastically. Congratulations to classmate Yi for winning the top spot in the province's college entrance exams. Wu Gang handed him the flowers he held and put them in his hand. Yifeng, they are very well informed. Ow, who are you guys? Classmate Yi, we are here today specifically to interview you. You are now the pride of our province, rightfully the top scorer. Yang Na shook his hand firmly, saying seriously, okay, please come in. Yifeng smiled, welcoming them. Building relationships with the media will certainly be beneficial in the future. Accompanied by assistant Wu Gang and the cameraman, Yang Na entered the house. After a brief rest, the formal interview began. The interview mainly revolved around questions about study habits, how to score high, and future plans. Yifeng answered calmly, without much thought, speaking fluently. He was used to such occasions, having been interviewed by the media many times in his previous life, so he was at ease and understood the answers they wanted to hear. As Yang Na's interview was not yet over, journalists from other media outlets started arriving. There were reporters from newspapers, lifestyle magazines, etc. Gumuxi, seeing the house filled with various journalists, slapped her forehead. Yifeng is going to be famous. I guess the newspapers and TV news for the next 2 days will feature stories about him. Actually, every year's top scorer in the college entrance exams goes through this process, and the top scorer is always sensationalized. The interviews went on from noon till afternoon, and Yifeng hadn't eaten anything, feeling famished. He had to reschedule with the remaining media representatives. After dealing with the journalists, Yifeng collapsed on the sofa, rubbing his head and laughing. Sometimes, speaking so much is really tiring. Gumuxi felt tired just watching, let alone Yifeng who hadn't stopped. She naturally sat next to Yifeng, helping him massage his temples, complaining, it's so tiring. Why don't you refuse them? Refuse? Why should I refuse? This is a rare opportunity for self-promotion. It would be a loss if I refused. Yifeng shook his head. Self-promotion? What's that? Gumuxi asked in confusion. Self-promotion, in other words, self-packaging. That the term promotion implies a richer meaning. Besides packaging, it also involves promoting personal beliefs and creating impressions to the public. Yifeng tried to explain to her in the most straightforward way possible. Gumuxi seemed to understand a bit, and blurted out, so is it about exaggerating and pretense? In a way, but not entirely. Yifeng smirked. Oh well, I don't understand. If you think it's good, then it's fine. But it seems like you'll have to deal with these journalists a lot these days. Gumuxi turned her mouth. She asked softly as she helped massage Yifeng's temples. How are you feeling? Better? Much better. Lady Gu, your massage skills are getting better. Yifeng leaned back comfortably on the sofa, enjoying Gumuxi's gentle massage. Hehe, Yi Shao, if I didn't feel bad for you, I wouldn't bother massaging you. Gumuxi said arrogantly. Yeah, I'm really pitiful. Yifeng pretended to look pitiful, trying to snuggle into Gumuxi's arms. Gumuxi blushed and pushed his whimsical head away. Sit properly, stop moving, or you can massage yourself. Hehe. Okay, I'll sit properly and behave. Where are you looking with your eyes? Cough. I'm not looking anywhere. I'm not looking at anything. You say you're not? I can see from your lecherous look. You're talking nonsense. My gaze is appreciative. Understand? How can you slander me like that? Still trying to quibble? Ouch. Gumuxi, loosen your grip. Let's talk it out nicely. Gumuxi eased her grip and said triumphantly. Hehe, Yi Shao, realized your mistake, didn't you? Mistake? Where did I go wrong? Yifeng quickly freed his head from her clutches and argued. Fine. So you won't admit your mistake. Watch how I'm going to deal with you. Gumuxi pounced on Yifeng onto the sofa, grabbed his cheeks, molded his face into various silly expressions. Ha ha. See if you dare to quibble now. Help, help. Keep shouting. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come save you. My throat, my throat. Gumuxi. HMPH. Keep dreaming. Even if you ruin your throat, it won't work. Gumuxi straddled Yifeng, starting to play with him. Geez. The door suddenly opened, and Meng Xiaoyun and Yi Jianjun returned from buying groceries. However, as soon as they opened the door, they were stunned, staring incredulously at Gumuxi and Yifeng. Yi Jianjun asked in surprise, "Are you guys?" Meng Xiaoyun interrupted him. "Oh, old Yi, it seems we forgot to buy something. You guys continue, we didn't see anything." With that, Meng Xiaoyun dragged the bewildered Yi Jianjun out. Gumuxi, asterisk omega. It's all your fault, stinky maple. Yifeng, how is it my fault? At night, to celebrate Yifeng becoming the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam, Gumuxi passed the exam, and both the Yi and Gu families gathered for a hearty dinner. An array of dishes were laid out on the table: roast duck, roast goose, white-cut chicken, steamed fish, and other delicacies typically enjoyed only during the Lunar New Year were prepared for this special occasion. Gu Xingzhang raised his glass, his face beaming. "Come, let's have a toast to celebrate these two children. Both kids have a bright future, especially little Feng, the provincial college entrance exam top scorer. This is a glory we never expected. Come, cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in response. Gu Xingzhang noticed that Yifeng was drinking fruit juice and couldn't help but laugh. "Feng, you're all grown up now. Stop with the fruit juice. Have a glass of white wine, like me. Won't you?" "That's right. Feng, today's a happy occasion. You can have some white wine. Have a few drinks with your Uncle Gu." Yi Jianjun also laughed, happy to see the jovial atmosphere. He wasn't a strict old-fashioned parent. Both his sons were adults now. It was necessary for them to drink and smoke, especially knowing his son was going into business. "All right, I'll have a few drinks with Uncle Gu since today's a happy day." Feng poured himself a full glass of white wine to join in. Meng Xiaoyun smiled, then quietly reminded, "Just drink enough to enjoy yourself. Don't overdo it, okay?" "Okay, Mom. I got it," Feng responded with a smile. Gu Xingzhang chuckled. "Xiaoyun, don't worry. We're happy today. I won't get drunk. Come, let's all raise our glasses together to celebrate these two kids, wishing them a smooth journey in life." Everyone raised their glasses in unison, creating a lively atmosphere. As the two families drank and chatted, it was the happiest Lunar New Year they had experienced. After a few rounds of drinks, Gu Xingzhang asked Yifeng, "Feng, have you decided which university you want to attend?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll submit my preferences next week, so I have some time to think about it," Yifeng replied. "Ah, it would be nice if you and Nuxi could go to the same university. You've been studying together since childhood. It would be great if you could take care of each other in university too," Gu Xingzhang admitted. "Old Gu, Feng is the top scorer in the provincial exam. He's definitely going to Huaking or Jingbai University. It's a bit difficult to get into those compared to Muxi's scores," Liwen lamented. Upon hearing this, Gumuxi smiled with a hint of disappointment, then buried himself in his food, lost in thought. "Auntie, although Huaking and Jingbai are good options, I would prefer to stay in Guanxi. It's closer to home, so I can come home for meals and see my parents on weekends," Yifeng explained. Liwen was delighted and praised. "Feng is such a filial child." Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. "Feng's all grown up now. I can't control him much. He should make his own decisions, and we will support him." Yi Jianjun agreed, nodding. Yes, Feng can decide for himself. At that moment, it seemed like both families had reached an unspoken understanding. Whether Yifeng chose to go to the capital or stay in Guanxi, they would support him. The lively dinner lasted for over 2 hours in a joyous atmosphere. Gu Xingzhang was in high spirits and clinked glasses frequently with Yifeng. They thought Yifeng would get drunk, but in the end, it was Gu Xingzhang who got tipsy, insisting he needed to sleep. Despite consuming more than a jin of baijiu, Yifeng managed to maintain his composure despite being a bit tipsy. "How could I get drunk just from drinking with Feng?" Li Wen watched in amusement. Muxi, help me carry your dad to bed, she suggested. Just as Gu Muxi was about to get up, Yifeng held him back, offering to help instead. I'll do it. I'll take Uncle Gu back, Yifeng insisted, and proceeded to guide Gu Xingzhong back to his room. Li Wen and Gu Muxi followed behind, ready to lend a hand. Surprisingly, Yifeng successfully escorted Gu Xingzhong back to his room, while Li Wen busied herself caring for the drunk Gu Xingzhong. Every time you get drunk, you want to take off your shoes. Look at you. Your shirt is covered in vomit. You're so messy. Just drink less next time, won't you? Li Wen grumbled as she carefully wiped the dirt off his face and neck. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Gu Muxi stood at the doorway watching the scene, listening to Li Wen scolding, and couldn't help but smile in unison. Although Li Wen nagged, her love for Gu Xingzhong was evident in her actions. Perhaps this was ordinary love, envy-worthy love. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a wave of tipsiness from the alcohol hit him. The delayed effects of the baijiu were setting in. I need to rest. I'll go take a break, Yifeng mumbled as he stumbled out, naturally making his way into Gu Muxi's room to lie down. Gu Muxi hurried after him, hands on hips, annoyed. You rascal Feng, you're on my bed again. Hey, Gu young master, don't be so uptight. Let me rest a bit. Just a short rest. Yifeng lay on the bed, refusing to get up and playing the fool. Gu Muxi was exasperated and amused at the same time, but had little choice with the drunken Yifeng. Fine. Then tomorrow, you have to wash the sheets. Gu Muxi pouted. All right, no problem. I can wash sheets for a lifetime. Hehe, Yifeng shamelessly replied. Gu Muxi blushed, glared at him, and said, Humph, who said anything about washing sheets for a lifetime? You're too full of yourself. With that, Gu Muxi left the room, intending to prepare a cup of warm water for Yifeng. Whenever Yifeng got drunk, he needed to drink warm water. It had become a habit. As Li Wen came out to prepare hot water as well, she saw Gu Muxi and quietly asked, Muxi, is Feng in your room? Yeah, that guy drank too much again and has taken over my bed. Gu Muxi huffed. Li Wen stifled a laugh, then hesitated before saying, Muxi, even though you're adults now, you still need to be careful. Safety first. Gu Muxi was confused, not understanding Li Wen's mysterious words. Hey, don't be like this. Feng already told me. And besides, you're not ancient. Don't worry, I'm very open-minded, Li Wen assured with a knowing look. Gu Muxi was even more puzzled. What did Mom understand? What did she know? Li Wen thought Gu Muxi was too shy to talk openly, but it was time for some adult education. She pondered how to best word it and educate her daughter in a more tactful way. Ahem, Muxi, it's about a raincoat. Remember to wear a raincoat, for safety, Li Wen explained cautiously. Gu Muxi, raincoat. Oh, I get it, Mom. Li Wen beamed with a sense of relief. Her daughter finally understood. Her efforts weren't in vain. Don't worry, we'll remember to bring raincoats if it rains tomorrow. We'll be very safe. Gu Muxi reassured obediently. Li Wen. After Yifeng got drunk, he unknowingly fell asleep on Gu Muxi's bed. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he woke up naturally, opened his eyes, and found that it was raining outside. Judging by the sky, it was probably not early anymore, right? Yifeng thought to himself, rubbing his sore head and sitting up to look at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 a.m. Oh my. I slept for so long. No wonder I woke up in the middle of the night. Turns out I slept twice. Yifeng muttered to himself, shaking his head to clear his mind. Well, Gu Muxi's bed was just too comfortable to sleep in. He got up and left the room, seeing Gu Muxi lying on the sofa, wearing black shorts and a white t-shirt, her too long and slender legs very eye-catching. Good morning, Gu Muxi. Yifeng chuckled, greeting her. Good morning. It's almost noon. It's 12 o'clock. Besides, you occupied my bed last night. What do you have to say about that? Made me sleep on the sofa all night. Gu Muxi grimaced, muttering. Yifeng scratched his head and said, Hey, it's not like I'm occupying you. Just occupying your bed. Otherwise, should I make it up to you? How about offering myself to you? What do you think? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him, disdainfully saying, HMPH, who wants your body? Even if I sold it, it wouldn't be worth much. Hey, Gu Muxi, don't underestimate me. Don't be fooled by my small frame. I have great power. Yifeng raised his right hand, showing a bit of muscle. Gu Muxi laughed and mocked. Okay, don't show off your tiny muscles. Yifan looked embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Gumuxi, do you have breakfast at home? I'm hungry. Gumuxi pouted. My mom specially cooked meat congee for you, and she even left boiled eggs for you. All I had this morning was plain congee and pickled vegetables. Gumuxi had strong opinions about her mother's differential treatment. Mom, I am your real daughter. Why are you so good to that fun guy? Yifan chuckled. Auntie is really kind to me. Thank you. Yifan hummed a tune as he went to the kitchen to find something to eat. After finishing breakfast, Yifan noticed that there were many unfamiliar numbers in his phone. They were probably from the media industry sharing his phone number. What are your plans for the next few days? Working at the store, and then interviews. Wow. You really are busy. Why do you ask? Are you asking me out? Heh. Want to go practice judo with me? Ow. I think I'll pass on that. I still want to live a few more years. 5 days went by quickly. Aside from working at the store and selecting a company address, Yifan spent his time at home being interviewed by various media outlets. After 5 days of consecutive interviews, things finally calmed down. Yifeng's name was featured in various newspapers, and even the primetime news in the province aired twice. Yifeng, the top scorer in the provincial entrance examination, was definitely making waves in a short period. The original post on the forum, the Oster brother, had been pinned by the moderators, and many netizens were leaving comments criticizing the original poster. This post had become the top turning the tables post of the year, becoming a hot topic for discussion after meals. This series of news reports indirectly promoted Yifeng's computer store. The business was booming, and the online store had finally been revamped and launched, further expanding its online sales. Yifeng's business was starting to take off, but the need for more staff was becoming apparent. It was increasingly difficult for Yifeng alone to handle computer repairs. It was necessary to expand the team and establish an appropriate organizational structure and company system to free himself from the low-end cumbersome tasks. One Sunday, Yifeng contacted Huan He, a career counselor at the Technology University, the day before, to invite him to dinner. Huan He was thrilled to receive Yifeng's call, but instead of agreeing to eat out, he invited Yifeng to his home for dinner. Upon hearing this arrangement, Yifeng felt relieved, recognizing that being invited to someone's home for a meal indicated a basic level of trust. He agreed to arrive at 6 in the evening. At 6 o'clock, Yifeng took a taxi to Huan He's residential area, bringing gifts with him. Following the detailed address provided by Huan He, Yifeng arrived at his door and knocked. Who is it? A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside the house. Hello, Auntie. I'm Yifeng. Yifeng responded at the door. Oh, hold on. I'll be right out. Hurried footsteps sounded from the other side of the door. When the door opened, a dignified and amiable middle-aged woman in an apron appeared. You must be Yifeng, this year's top scorer in the provincial entrance examination. You're truly talented. The middle-aged woman said with a warm smile, admiringly. Come in quickly. Yifeng humbly replied. Oh, Auntie, you're too kind. I just got lucky. This is a little gift I brought for you. Please accept it. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. You didn't have to bring a gift. It's really not necessary. After entering the house and setting down the gift, Yifeng said, how could a student visiting a teacher for the first time not bring a gift? If my parents found out, they would scold me. Moreover, you are my teacher, so please accept it. With these words, Yifeng established their relationship as mentor and student, creating a sense of closeness. The middle-aged woman's face lit up with a warmer smile upon hearing this, saying, all right then, I'll accept it. Old Huan, Little Feng is here. She called into the room, changing the way she addressed him to Little Feng, showing familiarity. Huan He came out from a room and smiled at Yifeng, saying, come, Little Feng, didn't you want to try my tea? Let's go to the tea room first, have some tea, and we'll have dinner later when it's ready. Ha, I've been looking forward to your tea, Huan teacher. Let's do as you say. Yifeng agreed with a smile. The middle-aged woman called after them, you to go have tea. I'll go prepare dinner. I'll call you when it's ready. Smiling, she gazed at Yifeng with admiration. Yifeng nodded and followed Huan He to the tea room. Opening the door, he found a spacious tea room decorated in an old-fashioned style, with a grand redwood tea table. Huan He was just an ordinary teacher with administrative duties, but he unexpectedly had a redwood tea table, which alone probably cost thousands. Come, Little fun, have a seat. Today, you'll have a taste of my age-poor tea. This tea was purchased a few years ago when I went on a business trip to Nanyang province from a tea factory in Poor City. Special grade tea leaves reserved for select individuals. A regular person wouldn't get a chance to taste this. He beckoned with a smile, taking out an aged tea cake from a tea caddy. Yifeng smiled but pondered the underlying meaning of his words. Most people might just take it at face value, but Yifeng was well versed in the business world and familiar with such nuances. Some people don't speak without reason. With just one sentence, this old fox subtly revealed his extensive network, not merely boasting but surpassing it. Dealing with this sly old fox required extra caution. Teacher Huang really has a wide circle of friends. He can get hold of exclusive stuff easily. Impressive indeed. Yifeng praised him, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to him. After Huang took it, Yifeng lit it up for him. Huang patted Yifeng's back lightly, expressing his gratitude. I'm just an old man, nothing special, but you, Xiafeng, you are the provincial top scorer for the college entrance exam, with a promising future. Since the first time I met you, I felt that you will surely achieve great success in the future. Your accomplishments will be extraordinary. Huang exclaimed with a smile. Yifeng lit a cigarette for himself, blew a smoke ring, and humbly said, Teacher Huang, being a top scorer is just a title. I still have a lot to learn from you in the future. Huang smiled, admiring Yifeng even more. This young man in front of him has a good character, humble and composed, a person destined for greatness. Working with such a clever person is a great thing. In the business world, success mostly relies on who your partners are. If your partner is a pig-headed person, be prepared to lose money. If your partner is a talented individual, communication flows smoothly, and success is guaranteed. He poured a cup of tea for Yifeng, handing it to him, saying, It's good that you have this intention. If there's anything you don't understand or need help with, feel free to come find me. I may be a bit older, but if I can help, I will definitely assist you, Huang said, squinting at Yifeng. The meaning behind his words was urging Yifeng to express his intention. After taking a sip of tea, Yifeng hesitated for a moment and then said, Teacher Huang, to be honest, I have encountered some difficulties recently. You see, I own a computer repair shop. The business is flourishing, but I'm the only one capable of doing the work. To expand the business, I need more staff, more talents. However, skilled computer repair personnel are scarce in the market. It's challenging to recruit them. After pondering over it, I realized that only you can help me come up with a solution for this situation. Huang actually had a rough idea of Yifeng's purpose for this visit since they had discussed this topic over the phone before. Previously, Zhao Xinji invited him to dinner to talk about the computer repair business. Zhao Xinji had previously talked to him about this business and wanted Yifeng to provide technical guidance and training for repair personnel, while Zhao Xinji would invest in expanding the business, setting up computer repair chain stores all across the city. And he would provide the workforce utilizing the employment agency's functions to supply suitable technical personnel to the company, giving them necessary training for immediate job placement. When Huang heard this proposal, he thought it was quite feasible at the time. However, after that drinking session, he understood that Yifeng and Zhao Xinji would eventually fall out. Their goals and ideologies were incompatible, making cooperation impossible. That's why he had deliberately avoided Zhao Xinji during this period, distancing himself, because compared to Zhao Xinji, he preferred to cooperate with Yifeng. Yifeng, at such a young age, had outstanding technical skills, was considerate, tactful, thorough, and had a mature and reliable way of doing things, way more competent than Zhao Xinji. I didn't expect Xiafeng to make such a fuss shortly after the college entrance exams, not being able to recruit staff. It's truly a delightful trouble. Huang remarked, It's graduation season now. This issue is not too difficult. Huang replenished Yifeng's tea and spoke only half of his thoughts. The gist of his words was that the problem wasn't too complicated. He could solve it, but it depends on what terms Yifeng proposes. So he left the other half of his thoughts for Yifeng to continue. Yifeng thought to himself, what a cunning old fox, but he was prepared with a plan, depending on whether Huang would agree or not. If Huang made unreasonable demands and didn't agree to this mutually beneficial plan, then Yifeng would have to find another way. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng handed him another cigarette, saying, If you can help me out with this favor, it would be greatly appreciated. I believe this matter isn't too difficult for you, Teacher Huang. We're business people, and business people are constantly coming up with ideas. If you have a suggestion, I certainly would be grateful. Yifeng handed Huang a paper from his bag. After seeing the contents, Huang first showed surprise, then calmed down. He thought for a while, then put the paper down, shook his head, and smiled bitterly, saying, Xiaofeng, this proposal of yours, you are too generous. Are you sure this is your plan? Upon seeing the proposal, he was shocked. Yifeng took a sip of tea, nodding. 1% of the salary is already a lot, but you also want 1% of the business profits. Huang was taken aback and asked in surprise. Yifeng stood up, gestured respectfully, and said seriously, Teacher Huang, in business, we emphasize long-term benefits. I rarely engage in one-off deals. If we deal with people, the same principle applies. Long-term cooperation is the key to stability. And I believe Teacher Huang is a very trustworthy elder. I deeply respect you. This condition is not too demanding. Yifeng's words sounded noble and grand, but in reality, he only wanted to bind Huang with long-term benefits. Only when the interests are deeply entwined could the two truly be on the same boat. Specifically speaking, he wanted to pull Huang onto his own boat, firmly tying him down. This was Yifeng's technique, his strategy. After Yifeng finished speaking, he drank his tea, discreetly observing Huang's reaction. Seeing Huang's calm expression, lightly tapping on the table with one hand, deeply considering Yifeng's proposal, Huang understood the implications of this proposal. Once he agreed, their interests would be tied together. The success or decline of the business would directly affect both of their interests. After pondering for a while, Huang stopped tapping his fingers, poured more tea for Yifeng, and smiled. Xiaofeng, you really put a lot of thought into this. Come. This time, I offer tea instead of wine, a toast to you. In the future, we must communicate more. I believe with our joint effort, we can overcome challenges together. Yifeng's heart was set at ease. The old fox Huang agreed to this plan. Suppressing his inner Zhou, Yifeng raised his teacup and gently clinked it with Huang's. Teacher Huang is right, we should communicate more often. In the future, I will definitely come to seek your advice often. When the time comes, teacher, don't find me annoying. Ha ha. Huang squinted and smiled. No, how could I find you annoying? I'm happy to help. Let's raise a toast to your flourishing business. That's a good idea to listen to the advice of Teacher Huang. Yifeng smiled slightly and then finished the tea, his cup in one go. Good tea. Really good tea. Ha ha. Yifeng praised with a hearty laugh. In fact, what he meant by these words was that he was very satisfied with the collaboration between the two of them. And this tea truly was excellent. If you like it, feel free to come here often to drink in the future, Huang added with a smile. I certainly will. Yifeng nodded with a squint of his eyes. The two then discussed some plans for recruiting people in the future. After listening to Yifeng, he roughly understood the principles involved. The employment office could provide guidance to help graduates find jobs, and they could even reach employment agreements with business companies to supply excellent graduates based on the company's needs. The decision-making power for this collaboration rested in Huang's hands. Huang asked Yifeng to prepare to sign a collaboration agreement with Guangxi Technology University in the name of Zifeng Technology Company and then channel student resources towards Yifeng through his operations. This way, they could solve Yifeng's current dilemma of talent scarcity. After understanding the operating procedures, Yifeng nodded and handed a cigarette to Huang. Teacher, the materials will be sent to you by tomorrow. I'll rely on you from then on. Huang smiled and said, no problem. Just make sure the venue is ready. After contemplating for a moment, Yifeng said, in 3 days, I've already identified a location. I need about 3 days to set up the company. Great. I'll wait for your good news. Haha. Don't forget to inform me when the company opens. Huang chuckled. How could I forget you? I definitely won't. I'll call you first thing at that time, Yifeng promised, patting his chest. The two then casually chatted about daily life topics. Soon, Huang's wife, Ning, called from outside the door. The food is ready. All right, let's go. Huang responded, then got up and gestured to Yifeng. Xiaofeng, please, we also have a bottle of mayo pie at home. Let's have a few drinks together, as we are in a good mood today. Yifeng also got up, smiling. Sure, I'll have a few drinks with teacher. The two left the tea house together and went to the dining table to eat. Where's Xuan? Why hasn't she come back yet? Huang frowned and asked, "Odd, she's probably still out playing." She called at noon and said, "She won't be back for dinner." Ting sighed helplessly, apparently having no control over their daughter. "That rascal, really not giving us any peace of mind." Huang grumbled. Yifeng just watched, not touching his chopsticks or saying anything. This was Huang's family matter and not his concern. "Oh well, we have a guest," Ting reminded Huang in a low voice. Huang turned to Yifeng, smiling wryly. "Sorry to have you witness this. I'm almost driven nuts by my girl." Yifeng smiled. "It's okay. Young people love to have fun." Huang shook his head, sighing. "If she could be half as sensible as you, I'd be content. Her performance on the college entrance exam is average, and she doesn't have the drive to improve. She's always out partying and never listens. I, on the other hand, am soft-hearted. I've been pushed to the edge several times, but always managed to hold back. But if this continues, she's going to be the death of me," Huang complained, and Yifeng just listened without expressing any opinions. From his words, it was easy to see that the couple was quite indulgent towards their child, but perhaps their overindulgence led to the child becoming somewhat spoiled as a result. However, Yifeng didn't want to interfere in Huang's family affairs and remained a silent onlooker. "All right, let's not talk about her anymore. Xiaofeng, come, let's have a drink." Huang poured a drink for Yifeng and raised a toast. "Okay." They clinked glasses and drank up. During the meal, Yifeng skillfully changed the subject and shifted the conversation to praising the dishes made by Ting, praising them profusely, which made Ting laugh heartily and feel very happy. With Yifeng leading the discussion, the atmosphere at the dining table finally returned to normal, and laughter and chatter filled the room. They spent nearly 2 hours at the dinner table, finishing a bottle of maotai between Yifeng and Huang. Although not drunk, they had a very enjoyable time. After dinner, Ting tittied up, while Huang and Yifeng smoked and chatted. "Xiaofeng, it should be time to submit your college preferences these days. Being a top scorer in the exam, where do you plan to study? If you go to Wang or Jingbai, it'd be too far. Have you considered coming to our University of Technology? Our university is also a prestigious 211 institution," Huang asked with a smile. Of course, he hoped Yifeng would choose his University of Technology. Bringing a top scorer to study at the school would be a significant achievement. Yifeng was straightforward. "I already have a goal in mind. It might be Guangxi University or South China University of Technology. The final choice would depend on which university Gumushi ultimately chose." Huang was slightly disappointed and said, "Well, since you have a goal in mind, I won't say much. Those are all good schools, especially strong in computer-related fields." As they smoked and chatted for over an hour, Yifeng checked the time and found it was already 10 at night. He then stood up to bid farewell. Huang and Ting personally escorted him downstairs and watched him leave. "Old Huang, this young man Xiaofeng is definitely extraordinary. I've seen so many students, but he is the most stable and quick-witted," Ting praised. "If he could be my student, what a joy that would be. He's the top scorer in the college exam. What does that mean? Only one top student per year, the cream of the crop. Talents that many schools are vying for. Simply by being the college exam top scorer, his future prospects are limitless," Huang said in admiration, then turned to his wife. "Do you know what he's doing now? Isn't he repairing computers?" Ting asked in confusion. "The computer repair shop is just the beginning. He has already registered a physical enterprise. He approached me today to collaborate, hoping to solve the talent reserve problem. His next goal is to open this chain store throughout Guangxi and even across nearby cities. His ambition is truly extraordinary." Huang's eyes were full of admiration. A person without ambition cannot accomplish great things. But ambition alone is not enough. One must also have the matching ability. And Yifeng happened to possess both. Such a young man has a promising future. Hearing this, Ting was shocked and covered her mouth. "What? A monthly gross profit exceeding 1 million? Really?" Huang shrugged and said, "I reckon it's not too far off." "This young man, really leaving his peers far behind," she exclaimed. Yifeng returned home at 11 p.m. and, after washing up, turned on the computer to work on the server backend. The download volume of 361 Computer Security Manager has been increasing daily. Although the programs run locally and do not heavily consume server resources, the growing number of users still puts pressure on server resources and requires regular optimization to ensure the program functions properly. Yifeng habitually logged on to QQ and was surprised to see that Gumuji's profile picture was lit up and she had sent him a message. Shui mu nan hua. Hey. Little buddy, are you there? Why aren't you online yet? Are you out somewhere having fun? Smiling face. Yifeng was slightly puzzled, wondering why this girl hasn't gone to sleep yet. Fun. I'm back. Why aren't you asleep? After a while, Shui mu nan hua sent another message. Shui mu nan hua. Having insomnia tonight. Checking out schools. Yifeng was intrigued and asked, have you decided on a school and major yet? Shui mu nan hua. Not yet. Still thinking about it. Fun. Are you indecisive? Shui mu nan hua. Faft, you're the one with issues. I'm just carefully considering, you know. Fun. Alright, let me know when you decide. Shui mu nan hua. Why should I tell you? Humph, I'm not telling you. Do you want to meet me offline? But if you see me, you'll definitely be surprised. Gumuji's eyes curved into crescent moons, filled with mischief. Yifeng. Oh Yifeng. This time I'm playing my cards close to my chest. You're in the light, and I'm in the dark. Let's see how this girl teases you. Ha ha ha. Fun, indeed. From our chat, I can tell, you must be a rough girl. If you see me, you might really be surprised. Gumuji saw this message, her eyes widened, almost spitting out blood in anger. Damn it, stinky Fun. How dare you call me rough? Where am I rough? You're the rough one. Shui mu nan hua. I'm not rough. This girl is as beautiful as a fairy. Okay. Gumuji snorted proudly. Though not conceited, she still had some confidence in her appearance. Fun. I don't believe you unless you send me a picture. Yifeng smirked, thinking, you want to challenge me like that? Shui mu nan hua. I don't have a picture, and even if I do, I won't show you. Bye. Gumuji then logged off QQ, sat alone in her chair sulking. Why is that annoying guy so infuriating? Ooh, but Stinky Fun doesn't know we were chatting on QQ, right? He shouldn't know, right? Yifeng saw her profile picture turn gray and chuckled to himself. Gumuji, oh Gumuji, always wanting to tease me, but to be teased by you. Yifeng reverse spells your name. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, there was a new message on QQ. One Road North. Good evening, Fun God. When will 361 update its version? I have a new idea. How about creating a virus database project in the new version? By collecting data on attack's user's face, gathering virus program features, and updating them on other devices through the server, we can prevent the risk of virus dissemination. What do you think? Yifeng was surprised to receive this message. This guy actually guessed his next update plan. One Road North was a friend he recently met online. With strong programming skills, a development expert, the two occasionally discussed network security and internet development, and got along well. One Road North was impressed by Yifeng's excellent technology and vision for the future of the internet, often calling him Fun God. Fun. You guessed right, that's my next update plan, but it might take some time. One Road North. Fun God, we could partner with a tech company to develop 361. I feel your app will become a phenomenon. It has the potential to be the national version of Okta. Yifeng smiled and typed, which tech company do you think can handle it? Without his own vision, no company would operate this security software well. One Road North. There's one. Penguin Company. Honestly, I'm from Penguin. If we develop and operate 361 together, we can quickly popularize the program across the network. Yifeng widened his eyes, surprised by this internet friend's connection to Penguin Company. At present, Penguin Company was still a small company, rapidly expanding but financially weak, with high daily operating costs. The founder of Penguin, Ma Teng, even considered selling the company at one point. Could this be the opportunity to engage with Penguin Company? Penguin, the future giant of the Chinese internet, one of the world's high market value internet companies, leading in scale and profitability among Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent companies. If he could seize Penguin Company, Yifeng's eyes glimmered with excitement. The future giant enterprise. If he could take over Penguin, it's truly thrilling and exhilarating. Damn. Being able to take over would be awesome. Yifeng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement and calming his mind. Considering One Road North's capabilities and position within Penguin, at the least, he must be a technical executive. Yifeng wanted to collaborate on developing 361, but not hand it over to another company, planning to form his own tech team for the development. In the future, computer security would be a necessity, essential for both enterprise and personal PCs, as lack of proper security programs makes them vulnerable to virus attacks. Computer security is as vital to computers as air is to humans. Yifeng didn't want to partner the project with Penguin but was eager to own a stake in Penguin, fully controlling it. He couldn't miss this chance. Waiting for Penguin to overcome difficulties would make future investment difficult. Yifeng typed thoughtfully. Joint development, your suggestion is good. Worth considering. One Road North quickly reply. Really? Are you really considering it? If possible, I'd like to meet Fun God in person just for a meal, not for anything else. Getting to know Fun God will be my honor. Yifeng smiled. Sure, you guys should be in Shenzhen, and I'm in Guangzhou. Shouldn't be too far. One Road North. Great, when can Fun God meet? I'll come find you in Shenzhen. Fun. I'm free both days next weekend. If you make it to Shenzhen, just give me a call. Here's my number. Yifeng sent him his phone number, and the two exchanged contact information. One Road North said he would definitely come next weekend and looked forward to the meeting. After chatting about some technical topics, Yifeng logged off QQ. At that moment, late at night, inside the Saipang Technology Park in Shenzhen, within the Penguin Company office, the whole building was lit, with several on-duty technical staff. Zhang Zhibei enthusiastically rushed to the office without knocking, barging in. Ha. Ma Teng, good news, great news. Ma Teng looked up, seeing Zhang Zhibei's excited expression, curious. What news could make you so happy? The coding genius of 361 computer security manager is willing to meet us. We've set a meeting for next weekend, and he mentioned considering a partnership with us to develop and operate the security software 361. Zhang Zhibei was ecstatic, feeling this might be a turning point for Penguin Company. Getting the 361 security software project could potentially generate significant revenue for Penguin. Ma Teng, also thrilled, stood up and said, good, very good. Then next Sunday, I'll go with you to meet this Fun God. Yifeng stayed up late maintaining the server, and also wrote the organizational structure and systems of various departments of Shifeng Company. He was busy until 5 in the morning before he finished everything. He glanced at the window and saw that the sky was getting light. Checking the time, he couldn't help but chuckle. Who says being a boss is not tiring? In order to get the company on track as quickly as possible before the start of the school year, he had to do more while there was still time during the holiday. Otherwise, time would be limited once he started university. Yifeng looked at the various system documents on his computer desktop and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had spent several days completing all these documents. These cultural constructs, strategic plans, management systems, business divisions, and top-level designs of job responsibilities were based on previous experiences and summarized the essence. They transcended the era, advanced enterprise management, and development element documents. Although these documents were not perfect in one go because every stage of a company's development would bring new problems and new systems, they were enough to support the initial development requirements of Shifeng Technology Company and fulfill the needs for the company to operate automatically. After saving all the documents, Yifeng returned to bed and fell asleep. In a daze, he didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up again, he found that the sunlight outside was already very bright. Checking the time on his phone, he discovered it was already noon. Yifeng rubbed his eyes and forced himself to wake up, ready to start a new day of work. As soon as he left the room, he found Gumuxi in the living room, without seeing his parents' figure. Gumuxi, what are you doing? Yifeng asked with confusion. I'm filling out college applications, Gumuxi replied without raising her head, focusing on writing. Why did you wake up so late? I saw you sleeping just now and didn't feel like waking you up. Anyway, your college choices and mine are different. Yifeng smiled and casually said, oh, then you fill it out first. Let me copy yours when you're done. Gumuxi suddenly looked up, staring at him in surprise. What? Copy mine? For such an important thing as choosing colleges, do you really want to copy mine? Yifeng went to get a glass of water, laughing. Besides, I have no plans to leave the city. My business is here in Guangzhou. If I go elsewhere, no one would watch over my business. After putting in so much effort, I can't just give up, right? Gumuxi paused, then thought about it. There's nothing for you to copy anyway. You're already a top student in the college entrance exam. You can go wherever you want, right? Gumuxi, what did you put as your first choice? Yifeng asked. Oh, South China University of Technology. It's probably the best in Guangdong province, Gumuxi answered. Dingo. Then let's both go to South China University of Technology. That's decided. Yifeng snapped his fingers, shrugged, and then turned to the bathroom to freshen up. Gumuxi stood still in surprise. She never expected Yifeng to give up studying at top universities, Ikuking University or Jinghai University so easily. Although South China University of Technology was also one of the top universities in the country, it was still not as prestigious as Ikuking or Jinghai. However, being able to attend the same university as Yifeng was not a bad idea, right? Gumuxi suddenly felt a heavy burden lift off her heart. A happy smile formed on her lips. After freshening up, Yifeng and Gumuxi filled out their college applications together, then hurried out. Today, they needed to finalize the company's office address from the pre-selected office spaces. Yifeng took a taxi straight to Tian City. Upon arrival, under the guidance of the agency, he reviewed the previously selected office building once again. Finally, Yifeng decided on an office space in the Zhongshan Square. The skyscraper was completed in 1993 as part of the CBD, with a total of 80 floors and a main building height of 391 meters. It was acclaimed as the tallest building in Asia at the time, with 2 basement parking levels and 4 levels of commercial podiums. More than 10 listed companies were located there, along with consulates and various embassy offices, making it one of the well-known business landmarks in Guangzhou. There was also a glass wall waterfall outside the main building, known to citizens as the Tian Silk. Due to the impact of the 1998 Asian financial crisis, the office supply outweighed the demand, leading to historically low office rental prices for 2 consecutive years. It wasn't until 2000 that prices slightly rebounded, but the vacancy rate remained high. The current rental price was 15 yuan per square meter per month, the perfect timing for Yifeng to acquire a space. If he waited for 2 more years, the rental cost could quadruple or more. Through negotiations with the agency, Yifeng eventually leased a 500 square meter office space at a rate of 12 yuan per square meter per month, costing 6,000 yuan monthly. This rental level was considerably higher compared to other ordinary office buildings, where the rental prices for spaces between 400 to 500 square meters ranged from 2 to 3,000 yuan. Given the current cost of living, 6,000 yuan was enough to cover a family's expenses for 2 years. This rental cost was within Yifeng's budget, considering it was a top-level office building with some premium aspects. While other listed companies rented spaces of a few thousand square meters or even entire floors, Yifeng's 500 square meter office space was suitable for a small company, accommodating around 80 people. This size was just right for the next phase of development for Yifeng Technology Company, which had currently planned for 3 business branches. The first was computer parts sales and computer repair services, which depended more on offline stores for expansion. The second was internet cafe business, meant to capitalize on the golden decade of internet cafes. It required active and rapid expansion of offline outlets. The third was the 361 Computer Security Manager service, which needed many computer technical talents and was a crucial part of Yifeng's foray into the internet industry. Currently, Yifeng was focusing on developing these 3 businesses first, aligning them on the right track before considering expanding into other areas. In 2000, with the inclusion of Daxia into the World Trade Organization, the economy began to soar, presenting numerous opportunities for rapid industry growth. It was a time of plenty of opportunities, but rushing too much might lead to mistakes. That day, Yifeng signed a 2-year lease contract and paid a rental fee of 144,000 yuan. After securing the office space, Yifeng hired a business service company to provide all necessary office supplies, desks, chairs, coffee tables, etc., setting everything up in one go. In the afternoon, Yifeng went to hang the custom-made company sign outside. And finally, the company began to take shape. Although it still looked quite basic and lacked the grandeur of listed companies, Yifeng was satisfied. At present, simple and functional was enough. At 10 p.m., Yifeng arrived at the company with Wang Tai and Han Ping'an. He turned on the lights at the entrance, and the inside lights instantly illuminated, highlighting the company sign at the entrance that read Yifeng Technology. Wang Tai stepped inside and saw all the workstations. Although it was currently empty, he felt excited. Wow, this is our company. It's huge. Wang Tai marveled, as it was his first time seeing such a large office space. However, Yifan chuckled, saying, huge. In this building, it's not that big at all. Compared to other companies, ours is still considered small. But for now, it's just right. We don't need too much space yet. Welcome to the next level. You still have to expand your horizons. Rent? In the future, we'll buy a building or even build one ourselves. Wang Tai, buy one, build one. Funjay, that would cost a lot of money, right? At least tens of millions. Wang Tai took a drag of his cigarette, astonished. Yifan gave him a disdainful look and chuckled. Tens of millions? What are you thinking? At least 1 billion. If you want to buy a decent property, it would cost at least 2 to 3 billion. Wang Tai was shocked to hear this number, dropping his cigarette on the ground. What? So much money? Maybe we shouldn't buy it. This money could support us to live well for decades. Wang Tai shook his head, smiling. Yifan patted his shoulder and smiled. Right now, this is an unimaginable amount for us, but I believe, in the future, for us, tens of billions will just be small change. Wow, Funjay, amazing. Wang Tai admired him immensely. He admired Yifeng's talent and ambition the most. To him, earning millions was the most extravagant dream of his life, but he felt Yifan never thought of it that way. Tens of millions, billions, tens of billions were all just small numbers in Yifeng's eyes. Yifan turned to Han Pinggan and said, Pinggan, after the office location is settled, you will be in charge of the internet cafe business. Start by selecting a site, then recruit people simultaneously. You do the research on the location, follow my research method, then list a batch of store locations for me later. I will handle the computer equipment aspect. I have already drafted personnel recruitment, employment, and daily management systems. I'll give you a copy, and you need to familiarize yourself with it, memorize it, and apply it to daily management. Once you learn to understand and apply it comprehensively, managing a department or a business won't be a problem. If you don't understand anything, I am here for consultation at any time. Han Pinggan jotted down notes, nodding earnestly. Understood. Funjay, I will work hard. Wang Tai also nodded solemnly. Funjay, rest assured, even though we don't have much knowledge now, there is much to learn. We aren't afraid of challenges, and we are not afraid of learning. Yifan smiled with satisfaction. The thing people fear the most is not ignorance, but unwillingness to learn and grow. What pleased him was that both Han Pinggan and Wang Tai were very willing and eager learners, especially Wang Tai, who progressed rapidly, completely different from his previous simple and silly self. He seemed like a different person, smarter, more thoughtful, and understand better how to navigate life. That's the power of progress. Han Pinggan was introverted and not good at socializing but had strong learning and execution abilities. He didn't understand sales, but he memorized all the sales scripts overnight. When there were inquiries from customers, he could use the scripts to respond, which also surprised Yifan. Although these two individuals were not the best managers at the moment, Yifan had high hopes for them. One day, they would become top-notch CEOs. Afterwards, Yifan assigned the remaining tasks to the two, and his most crucial task was to recruit, expand the team, and fill the department structure. 2 days later, things started to roll out, and thanks to Huan He, Yifan arranged a job fair at the school's employment office. The salaries and benefits offered by Yifan were higher than the market rate, attracting a large number of recent graduates to apply. On the day of the fair, more than 200 people showed up for interviews. The fair lasted for 2 days, during which time Yifan interviewed over 500 people and eventually hired 52. Among them, 12 were for the finance department, for human resources, for administration, and the remaining 40 were allocated to different roles. 30 were for the computer repair department as maintenance technicians, and 10 were programmers specialized in various areas such as UI, backend, front-end, and desktop application development. This was just the initial recruitment by Yifan. Huang He would continue to provide resources, especially referring outstanding graduates to Yifan. The rest of the recruitment process would be handled by the Human Resources Department. They would screen and Yifan would conduct final interviews before hiring. Yifan didn't completely trust the HR department's judgment. He always believed in his own. Once the team was assembled, Yifan delved into intensive pre-job training. Apart from 3 service functions, the most intense training was for the maintenance technicians and programmers. Yifan expected these excellent graduates from 211 universities to be ready to start working after a week of intensive 12-hour training per day. A degree did not solely represent an individual's capability, but their learning ability. Only those with high intelligence and strong learning abilities could get into a 211 university. Looking at a degree is an essential part of a person's skills. Time passed busily for Yifan. Suddenly, it was Sunday. Early in the morning, before Yifan could even fully wake up, his phone rang, disrupting his sleep. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the name on the screen, instantly alert. It was John Jibei, the CTO of a company, Alfred Technology, calling early in the morning. "Good morning, did I wake you up?" His voice came from the other end of the line. Rubbing his eyes, Yifan chuckled. "No, I was already up, waiting for your call." In reality, the call had woken him up, but Yifan wanted to show his respect. Sometimes, in dealing with people, one had to play their part convincingly. "Haha, so we rushed here from Shenzhen early this morning. Our company's boss, John Ma, is also here with me," John Jibei said. Yifeng's eyes flickered. John Ma, the man who stood at the apex of the Chinese internet pyramid. The man who once became the richest man in Daxia. Finally, they were going to meet face to face. Exciting. "All right, when will you arrive?" Yifan suppressed his excitement and asked. "Probably in an hour. You can come directly to the White Swan Hotel at that time. John has already booked a private room there for our meeting. Let's catch up." Yifan was amused. John Ma was indeed splurging. The White Swan Hotel was one of the few 5-star hotels in the city. Not cheap at all. It seemed they highly valued the 361 cybersecurity guardian. "Okay, I will be there in about an hour," Yifan replied before hanging up. Getting up, Yifan freshened up, dressed neatly, and styled his hair into a mature look. Satisfied with his appearance in the mirror, he left the house. An hour later, John Jibei and John Ma arrived at the White Swan Hotel and waited in the lobby for Yifan. "Seems like we are a bit early. Should we go to the private room to rest?" John Jibei yawned. Having driven early in the morning, he felt a bit drowsy. John Ma shook his head. "Let's wait here. We are here for business cooperation, so let's maintain good business etiquette and leave a good impression on Yifan." "Right, let's wait here then. I will rest on the side for a while," John Jibei yawned, taking a seat nearby. After about 10 minutes, John Jibei checked the time, which was precisely the agreed time for Yifeng's arrival. Why hasn't Yifan come yet? He stood up to look around the lobby entrance, seeing people coming in and out. John Ma squinted, observing everyone entering. Then a figure in a white shirt caught his eye. A young man with a neat and clean hairstyle, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, exuded a clean and handsome aura. With an elegant temperament, John Ma's eyes lit up as he calmly said, "That's him. Yifan has arrived." "You're here?" "Where?" John Jibei looked around anxiously, but he had never seen what Yifan looked like, so naturally he couldn't recognize him. Ma Teng gestured towards the young man in the white shirt who was walking towards them and said with a smile, as expected, "That should be him." Following his gaze, John Jibei indeed saw the young man in the white shirt. The young man in the white shirt was walking while talking on the phone, and after a while, his phone rang. "Hello, Feng Shen?" John Jibei answered the call, and the two men locked eyes. He finally confirmed that the young man in front of him was Yifan, the developer of the 361 software, but he never expected that the other person would be so young, appearing to be around 20 years old. Amazed, he warmly greeted him. "Haha, Feng Shen, nice to meet you." John Jibei reached out his hand. Yifan shook his hand and calmly said, "Hello, Jibei. Call me Yifan, no need for the title Feng Shen." Yifan also observed John Jibei, recognizing him as a tech enthusiast with his round glasses, checkered shirt, the typical look of a programmer. "Haha, Yifan, I didn't expect you to be this young. Truly impressive." John Jibei laughed heartily, sounding sincere. He admired Yifan for being such a young genius who created the 361 antivirus software. In his eyes, Yifan was a prodigy. "Let me introduce you. This is the boss of our penguin company, Ma Teng, General Ma." John Jibei introduced Ma Teng to Yifan. "Don't listen to him nonsense. We are partners. He is my boss. Without Jibei, there would be no penguin company today." Ma Teng stepped forward to shake hands, carefully examining Yifeng. Yifeng also assessed him. Wearing glasses, with a square face, an elegant demeanor that didn't seem like he came from an engineering background. This was the future richest man in Daxia, Ma Teng. He was indeed quite handsome when he was young. However, Yifeng didn't know much about him. This type of person possessed deep cunning. It was hard to say whether they could work together. Hello, General Ma, I am Yifeng. Ha ha. Shibei often mentions you to me. Being able to independently develop the 361 software. You are truly a genius. General Ma admired Yifeng. Let's not talk here. Let's go to the private room for tea and a chat, John Shibei suggested. Sounds good. Yifeng nodded. The three of them walked side by side and went to the upstairs private room. They took their seats. Ma Teng graciously offered the main seat to Yifeng, while he and John Shibei sat on either side. This arrangement surprised Yifeng a bit. Seeing General Ma, who was considerate rather than arrogant, Yifeng realized that it took such a person to become the future richest man in Daxia. The tea was served, and the three of them chatted politely, moving gradually to business matters. Developing and operating 361 independently must be quite challenging. Not easy at all. Only a genius like you can handle it. If it were someone else, I bet it would be harsh, General Ma said with a smile. Yifeng naturally understood the underlying message in his words, that operating it alone was tough and that they should work together. It's indeed quite exhausting. I have thought about finding others to work together to reduce the pressure and make things easier, Yifeng replied calmly. General Ma was pleased to hear this, thinking he might have a chance. His purpose in coming was indeed to contact Yifeng and convince him to collaborate on the 361 project. He had a mature technical team and vast user resources, IQQ. By transitioning 361 to a paid model, they could surely make a good profit. The earnings could fund the QQ project until they secured investment. The revenue model for 361 was clear. As opposed to QQ, which currently lacked a viable profit model and was burning through money daily, General Ma suggested, with a mature team developing together, you will definitely have less stress. Why not consider our Penguin company? We have a mature technical team with over 50 professionals. General Ma continued, we can work together on developing 361 Computer Security Manager, and there are flexible ways to collaborate. General Ma couldn't contain himself any longer and expressed his intentions. Yifeng smiled and politely declined. Mr. Ma, please hear me out. I intend to establish a team to work on the 361 project. I have put in efforts and have already assembled a team of about a dozen people, which is sufficient for now. Yifeng then handed out his new business cards to both men. General Ma took the card with a surprised expression. Zifeng Technology Company, Chairman. My goodness, Yi, I thought you were just an independent developer. I never expected you were already a company CEO. General Ma was somewhat surprised, but more so felt a sense of loss. Yifeng starting the company was to commercialize 361. Perhaps this visit had no returns. John Shibei also sighed with regret. I thought we could work together in the future, but now that you're already a CEO, it seems unlikely. Looking at both of them, Yifeng could tell what they were thinking. I'm no CEO. I'm just a regular entrepreneur, he clarified. General Ma, Shibei, I understand what you have in mind. However, for the 361 project, I prefer to build a team on my own and not collaborate with other companies. But I'm quite interested in your Penguin QQ company. There might still be room for cooperation in the future. General Ma sensed there was more to Yifeng's words and asked, oh, shall we discuss how to collaborate? Yifeng squinted at him and asked, I heard that Penguin Company's recent fundraising hasn't been going smoothly, right? General Ma's face changed abruptly, a huge shock striking his heart. How did Yifeng know? Ma Teng's expression changed repeatedly. His heart sank. Could it be a leak of information from his own company? Could it be from Shibei? He couldn't think of a reason, so he had to ask directly. Recently, financing has not been smooth. There are some problems. However, how did you know, Brother Yi? Yifeng smiled mysteriously, saying, your recent version updates are slow, and the product has no monetization ability. Always burning money. It's not good. So, this is just my guess. Didn't expect it to be right. Ma Teng felt somewhat embarrassed. Didn't expect the company's predicament to be discovered by someone. But whether it was discovered or someone told him, Ma Teng had no idea. But he couldn't entertain more suspicions. Brother Fun, You mentioned that there are still areas for cooperation with us. Do you have any solutions? Zhang Jibei was straightforward, immediately asking Yifeng for a solution. He was truly anxious. Coco was a labor of love developed by him and the team, didn't want it to end like this. Ma Teng shook his head inwardly, didn't expect Zhang Jibei to be this impatient. This way, the delicate balance between him and Yifeng was broken. Going forward, he would be at a disadvantage in the conversation. But since Zhang Jibei had already raised the requests, he had no choice but to say, Jibei is just too impatient. Brother Yi, please don't mind. Yifeng smiled. I understand Jibei's feelings. I did mention there's room for cooperation, and indeed, there's a way to help Penguin Coco overcome its current difficulties. Zhang Jibei was excited, hastily asking, what's the method? Ma Teng was also moved, listening intently. Initially, he met Yifeng here for the 361 project to be monetized, then to give Penguin Company blood transfusion to tide over difficulties. Now that he heard Yifeng had a solution, he naturally wanted to hear it. Yifeng raised a finger, calmly saying, first, financing, continue to expand servers, maintain business operations, and product development. Zhang Jibei and Ma Teng were stunned, then looked at each other. What kind of solution was this? If they could truly secure funding, they wouldn't be here. Brother Yi, we are indeed seeking financing, but you also know the situation in the US stock market is currently amid an internet bubble crisis. Very cautious. The Asian financial crisis was just over a year ago. Now it's very difficult for internet companies to secure funding with private capital being very cautious. In the current environment, it's hard to get financing. Where else can we go for funding? Ma Teng sighed. Several nights he had thought about selling Penguin Company, starting afresh. Yifeng smiled. Ma General, there's a reason behind why I said that. Ma Teng was stunned, pondered his words carefully, then suddenly exclaimed, could it be? Brother Yi, can you actually secure funding for us? Yifeng nodded. I can invest 1 million in your Penguin Company. 1 million, but Ma Teng was somewhat disappointed, feeling $1 million wouldn't solve the problem. But his words were directly interrupted by Yifeng. Ma General, don't be hasty. Listen to me. Yifeng's tone strengthened, becoming assertive, because at this moment, he was the one in the driver's seat. Okay. I was too anxious. Brother Yi, please continue. Ma General smiled wryly, feeling as though he was being held by Yifeng's grasp. I am not only investing 1 million in Penguin Company, but also helping with the operation. Helping Penguin Company to grow, that was my intention. Indeed, I have a request. Let's be straight, with 1 million cash investment, I want 10% ownership. If within a year, I can generate over 10 million in revenue, then I want 51% absolute controlling interest. Ma Teng and Zhang Jibei fell into silence upon hearing this, each lost in their thoughts. Zhang Jibei had lesser ownership to begin with. He wasn't concerned about that. He worried about Coco's survival, its success in generating over 10 million in revenue and expanding. But Ma Teng was different. He had the most ownership, currently owning 40%, while IDG and Telecom's prior investments totaled 20% each, together holding 80% ownership, leaving the remaining 20% shared between Zhang Jibei and 3 other co-founders. Ma Teng drank the tea poured by Yifeng, didn't rush to speak, instead contemplated carefully. Investing 1 million for a 10% stake wasn't much. For Penguin Company currently in need of funds, this amount of money could be a lifesaver. However, if achieving over 10 million in revenue, obtaining absolute control, he couldn't make this decision independently since he didn't have absolute control. But he was intrigued by Yifeng's offer of generating 10 million in revenue. If such a feat could be accomplished, Penguin Company would be revitalized. Remaining alive is the path to success, a lesson he understood well. If he declines ... whether Penguin Company can survive this year remains uncertain. Brother Yi, are you truly confident in achieving over 10 million in revenue within a year? Ma Teng asked solemnly. If you can't achieve it, what then? Would you dare to agree to a betting agreement? Yifeng naturally understood what a betting agreement was, a condition often attached during investment and financing. For Yifeng, entering into a betting agreement was perfect. Of course, Ma General, we can make a betting agreement. If within a year, I fail to reach over 10 million in revenue, I will add 5 million investments, without adding equity. If I can fulfill my promise of generating over 10 million in revenue within a year, at that time, I will gain a 51% controlling interest. This betting agreement can be signed by all shareholders of Penguin Company. Yifeng smiled, self-assured and confident in his tone. Ma Teng heard that if Yifeng failed in the bet, he would add 5 million in investment without adding equity. Even more intrigued, if Yifeng could truly reach over 10 million in revenue within a year, then the 51% absolute control wouldn't be unacceptable, because with annual revenue exceeding 10 million, the company's valuation would reach hundreds of millions. By then the value of each person's share would grow tenfold. Zhang Zhibei heard this and got excited, ready to agree to Yifeng immediately, but was interrupted by Ma Teng raising his hand. Ma Teng squinted at Yifeng, smiling. Brother Yi's proposal is excellent. However, this is a significant matter. I need to discuss it with other shareholders. Give me some time to consult and consider. How do you feel about my response in a few days? No problem, Mr. Ma. You can go back and discuss it thoroughly. Maple picked up his teacup, smiled slightly, and then drained it. This time it was Ma Teng's turn to pour tea for him, saying, "To be honest, I am quite tempted, but Mr. Yi needs to understand that our company has gone through one round of financing before, and we have to venture capital shareholders. We need to hold a shareholder meeting after we go back to discuss this thoroughly." I understand. Come on, Mr. Ma. Brother Zhibei, let's have tea instead of wine. Maple smiled as he raised his cup, inviting them to join. The three of them clinked their cups and drank together. Although each of them had different thoughts in their minds, they maintained a harmonious atmosphere on the surface and had a very lively conversation. Towards the end, Zhang Zhibei and Maple started discussing technical issues, both being technology enthusiasts, and they conversed barrier-free. However, it was mostly Maple talking, and Zhang Zhibei was listening attentively. The more Zhang Zhibei listened, the more shocked he felt. He was amazed by the depth and breadth of Maple's technical knowledge. Not only was he well-versed in desktop applications and computer security, but also had insights into technical principles and prospects. Having such deep expertise at a young age, it's no wonder he became the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. Genius. A monstrous genius. They enjoyed their morning tea all the way till 2 p.m. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Zhibei and Ma Teng were about to rush back to Shenzhen. They bid farewell in the parking lot. Mr. Yi, no need to send us off. If you have time, you can come to Shenzhen and visit our company. I will definitely host you well. Ma Teng politely said. Hehe. Perhaps when I receive the message from Mr. Ma, then I might have some time. Maple replied with a smile. Yes, we are leaving now. We had a great time chatting with you today, and we will definitely meet again in Shenzhen. Ma Teng shook hands with him and then got into the car. Goodbye, Maple. See you tonight. We'll chat on QQ again. Zhang Zhibei waved from inside the car. Okay. Maple waved back. The car started and left the parking spot. Maple watched the sedan drive away and smiled faintly. Penguin Company, I will definitely win you over. ... In the afternoon, on the way home, Maple received a call from his father, Yi Jianjun, saying that he wanted to take Meng Xiaoyun for a walk in the park, to go out and relax, which would help with her recovery from the injury. Maple was asked to manage his own dinner or eat at the Gu family's house. How could the outside food compare to the delicious meals cooked by Mrs. Gu? Maple decisively chose to have dinner at the Gu family. In the taxi, Maple called the landline at Gu's household. After a while, the call was answered. Hello, Yi Xiao, came Gu Muxi's clear voice from the phone. Hello, Miss Gu. It's me. Surprised? Stinky Maple, spit it out quickly. Don't delay this little princess from watching TV. Hey, Gu Muxi, how can you be like this? I warn you not to be too arrogant. Hehe, Stinky Maple, why are you so persistent? What's up? Well, Gu Muxi, today I'm coming to your house for dinner. Cook me an extra bowl of rice. I knew it. Your parents are out having fun. You must be coming for dinner. My mom has already cooked your meal. She even added extra dishes. Hehe. Auntie is so good to me. Stinky Maple, your smile is so wicked. I can just imagine your face from your voice. Gu Muxi. Don't get too infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. If you insist on being infatuated with me, I can reluctantly offer you a sturdy shoulder to lean on. Gu Muxi, Stinky Maple, here's a word for you. Scram. Asterisk beep 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 asterisk. Maple listened to the busy tone on the phone and smiled to himself. Upon returning to the Gu family's house, Maple saw Liwen and Gu Muxi picking vegetables in the living room. "Hello, Auntie." Maple greeted Liwen with a smile. "Little Maple, you're back. You're eating dinner at my place tonight. Auntie has prepared extra food for you. She bought half a pound of pork belly to make you braised pork." Liwen cheerfully greeted him. "Thank you, Auntie." "Auntie, let me help you pick vegetables. You can go attend to other things and leave this to us." Maple offered. "All right, you to go ahead and pick. I'll goes to the meat first." Liwen stood up, wiped her hands, and then went to the kitchen. Gu Muxi squinted at Maple, hummed, and asked, "Hey, Yi Xiao, when did you become so hardworking?" "Haven't I always been hardworking?" Maple chuckled and sat down beside Gu Muxi. "I never saw you voluntarily picking vegetables before. Are you trying to please my mom on purpose?" Gu Muxi saw through his little scheme. Maple didn't hide it and admitted dopily, "Yes, any problem, humph. That's why my mom favors you so much. Yi Xiao, you're quite cunning." "Thanks for the compliment. I'm honored. Your thick skin is impenetrable even by a shotgun. It's safer that way. I won't be ambushed." Gu Muxi huffed proudly. "I can't be bothered with you." Maple chuckled and joined in picking vegetables. Suddenly, he saw what seemed like a green caterpillar under the leaves of the vegetables. Its tiny body wriggled on the leaf, looking quite disgusting. Maple's eyes lit up. If he suddenly threw the caterpillar on Gu Muxi, would she get scared and jump up, then tightly hug me? Thinking about it, Maple covertly hid the caterpillar in his hand. "Gu Muxi, you." Maple stared at her beautiful face intently, as if he had discovered something strange on her face. Gu Muxi gave him a look and asked, "Stinky Maple, what are you up to?" "Just doing something serious." "What? What's wrong? What's on my face?" Gu Muxi touched her face, not noticing anything unusual. "Oh, it looks like there's a dark spot on your face. Let me wipe it for you." Maple reached out and moved closer to wipe her cheek. At that moment, their faces were only a punch away from each other, and they could feel each other's breath. Gu Muxi's cheek blushed, her heartbeat quickened, but she kept her body still. Maple's fingers brushed her face, feeling her soft skin, as if it were as tender as tofu. Gu Muxi had such nice skin. How did she take care of it? Was she really naturally beautiful? Maple thought and then retracted, saying, "There. It's gone. It must have been some dirt." Gu Muxi turned her head slightly, feeling a bit awkward. "Oh, thank you." Maple smiled. "You're welcome." He glanced at the caterpillar on Gu Muxi's body, which he had just placed there during the distraction. "Oh no, Gu Muxi, there's a hairy caterpillar on you. It's so gross." "Quick, look." Maple pretended to be shocked, then stood up, arms open, waiting for Gu Muxi to lean into his embrace. Gu Muxi looked down, but then burst out laughing. "Wow, it's such a cute caterpillar. Stinky Maple, if I pluck its head off, would it still move?" "Maple." Gu Muxi pinched the small caterpillar on her body with her fingers and swayed it in the air. "Stinky fun. Look, its body can still wriggle in the air. So cute. Don't you think it's cute?" Yifan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Really? I don't see what's cute about it. Look at its long and slender body, still moving in the air. Just lacks a bit of fur. What do you think it likes to do the most?" Being this long, probably likes to dig holes." "Nonsense. How would a caterpillar dig holes? Who says it can't? Maybe it prefers tan and warm holes." Nonsense." Gu Muxi didn't believe his nonsense and placed the caterpillar on the table, watching it crawl. Now she was like a child discovering a new toe, staring at it carefully, observing its movements. "It's really so cute." "Ow, should we let it go?" Yifan asked. "So cute, of course, we should use it for an experiment. Does it navigate based on its brain? If its head is cut off, can it still crawl?" Gu Muxi asked curiously. "How would I know? I never try." Yifan tugged at his mouth. Gu Muxi, truly an extraordinary woman, so bold. "Let me try." As soon as he said that, the gleam of a fruit knife flashed past. The caterpillar's head dropped to the ground. The deed was done. The caterpillar's body lay motionless on the table. Gu Muxi sighed, somewhat disappointed. "So even if its head is cut off, it can't survive." "You're just talking nonsense. How can something live without its head?" Yifan felt a chill down his spine, shrinking his neck. Gu Muxi dealt with the body expressionlessly, then held the fruit knife to her eye level, inspecting it. This knife has gotten a bit dull. I need to sharpen it. What do you think? Yifeng saw the faint look in Gumuxi's eyes and swallowed awkwardly. You're right, haha. Look at how scared you got. It's so amusing. Gumuxi suddenly burst into laughter, the laughter tinged with mockery. Yifeng, I'll go wash the knife. You can continue harvesting vegetables. Gumuxi patted his shoulder, triumphantly leaving the room. Yifeng touched his nose. This girl really had him in disbelief. To prevent her from causing harm in the future, it seemed he had to take mercy on her and tame her. Night fell. Yifeng had dinner at Goo's house with Gumuxi, helped with cleaning up, and after finishing the chores, they returned to their room as usual. Gumuxi was reading a novel, while Yifeng sat by her bed flipping through the fashion magazines she had bought. Gumuxi, you still read this kind of stuff? Yifeng turned a page to show her a very seductive lingerie ad. Gumuxi blushed, putting down her novel and snatching the magazine from Yifeng's hand. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to pursue fashion? Gumuxi asked matter-of-factly. Of course, you're allowed. I think you're more suitable for wearing men's clothing. Hehe. Yifeng smirked. His mind had already conjured up many images of Gumuxi in men's clothing. Those images were simply breathtaking. Gumuxi, with her above-average height, among southern girls from eating well since childhood, her fair and delicate skin that seemed to exude moisture with a pinch, combined with her exquisite and cute melon seed face, seemed like a masterpiece crafted by God, the most perfect artwork that could stir anyone's heart with just a glance. It was precisely because of her outstanding appearance that she was uncontested as the #1 school flower in Taoyuan First High, and those who had a crush on her could go around the track field several times. With such beauty and youthfulness, how could she not wear men's clothing? Men's clothing? What's that? Gumuxi asked with a puzzled expression. It's a type of outfit. You don't know now, but you will understand later. Yifeng chuckled, licking his lips. Wait a minute, why do I feel like you're a bit perverted? Gumuxi looked at him with a disdainful look. That look just now from Stinky Fun made her really want to give him a good wallop. She might have thought that way, but she felt a bit smug for some reason. Absolutely not. I see the admiration in your eyes. Pure admiration, you know. Just like when you go to an art exhibition and look at those works of art, that kind of look. Yifeng adamantly refused to admit he was perverted. HMPH. You're just being evasive. Gumuxi hummed haughtily. Yifeng noticed the novel she was reading. It was from Master Jin. Gumuxi, you love reading martial arts novels so much. Yes, I have no interest in romance novels. Aunt Kyon's novels are always full of sentimental drama or tragic love stories, too melodramatic. I just enjoy reading martial arts novels, traveling with a sword. So cool, standing up for justice whenever you see injustice. Master Jin's martial arts novels are written so well, who knows, I might even learn a few moves, won't be afraid of villains in the future. Gumuxi struck a heroic pose, looking quite impressive. I bet those villains would be afraid of you. Normal people probably won't even dare come close to you. Yifeng teased. Gumuxi patted his shoulder, saying, Don't envy me. If you want to learn, I can teach you. She squinted, with some mischievous intentions in her heart. Me? What would a big guy like me learn? Why would I need it? Yifeng gave her a side eye. Gumuxi solemnly said, How can you not need it? Think about it. You're so delicate. What if you encounter a few female hooligans on the street? As a boy, when you're out and about, you still need to protect yourself. Don't worry, I'll teach you some self-defense moves, the ultimate techniques in judo. I guarantee if you encounter female hooligans, you'll surely be able to conquer them. Yifeng, actually, if I encounter female hooligans, I can just lie down and let them capture me. If needed, I'll sacrifice my own charm to save my life. Asterisk whack, asterisk. Gumuxi raised her hand and gave him a good wallop on the head. Stinky Fun, I'll give you a chance to rearrange your words. Yifeng held his head, feeling the pain, taking a sharp breath. Ouch. I will resist to the end, with complete innocence, preferring death over surrender. Gumuxi finally showed satisfaction, patting his shoulder, saying, That's more like it. That's how a man should be. Don't worry, I'll teach you well, guaranteed to work, and ... won't charge you. Yifeng looked at her warily, feeling a sense of unease rising inexplicably. Gumuxi, I've thought about it. Let's just forget it. Forget it. How can we forget it? Can a man say no? Yishao, don't act like a woman. With my arms and legs, I'm afraid I can't handle it. You think you're weak? Do you want me to feed you some wolfberries? You're the weak one. Just wait for me. I'll go to the restroom first. Yifeng hurriedly got off the bed, opened the door to go out, but was suddenly grabbed by the back of his collar. Don't even think about running. Follow me into the room. Gu Muxi pulled Yifeng's collar and dragged him into the room. Yifeng, he didn't expect his escape technique to be discovered. Yifeng was pulled back onto the bed by Gu Muxi, who then moved his neck around. Gu Muxi, what are you trying to do? If you do this, I might scream. I warn you not to insult my willpower. If you want to insult, just insult my body. Yifeng grabbed his clothes, looking somewhat tragically heroic. Gu Muxi gave him a cold look and said, I have no interest in your body at all. I'm here to teach you self-defense techniques. Got it? Do I have to learn? Can I not? Yifeng grinned. Gu Muxi didn't hesitate. No, you can't. All right. Let me make it clear. I won't do any high-difficulty moves. Yifeng shook his head with a bitter smile, knowing that if he didn't agree to this level, he wouldn't pass. Hehe. Don't worry. There won't be any high-difficulty moves. Gu Muxi smiled, her eyes forming cute crescents, but Yifeng knew from her smile that this girl definitely had malicious intentions. Stand up. Stand on the bed. There's not enough space down there. Let's practice on the bed. Gu Muxi pulled Yifeng up. I'll teach you a frontal move first. If someone grabs your collar, you need to quickly break free and subdue them. I'll demonstrate it once. Grab my shirt. Gu Muxi placed his hand on the collar above her chest. Yifeng blushed, feeling that Gu Muxi's shirt collar was loose if he were to pull. Hehe, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yifeng said, but deep down, he was already a bit impatient. What's inappropriate? Just do it. Gu Muxi glared at him. Okay. Then I'll pull. Yifeng grabbed her clothes with his right hand and pulled her collar. Oh no. As you look into the abyss also looks into you. Yifeng took a quick glance and felt a bit dazed, but the next moment, Gu Muxi pressed his hand down with a quick joint lock, tripped him with her foot, slammed Yifeng on his back, and then pinned him down. The whole action was fluid and seamless, but Yifeng didn't pay attention to her movements at all, nor could he see clearly. He just felt like he was flying up, then falling down, and finally being pinned down. Well, it was worth it. Hehe, how was that? Ye Xiao, did you learn it? Gu Muxi triumphantly subdued him. Hehe, ha. Yifeng laughed foolishly, not really listening to what she was saying. Ha, why are you laughing foolishly? Gu Muxi lowered her head to look at him, a bit puzzled. My goodness, Ye Xiao, why are you bleeding from your nose? Gu Muxi initially thought she had accidentally made him bleed too much and started to panic, quickly releasing him. Yifeng then realized his nose was warm, touched it, and thought to himself, man, am I so weak? Is my nostril going to explode just like this? Are you okay? Gu Muxi helped him up and handed him a tissue. Cough, I'm fine. It's probably probably just the hot weather making me feel a bit agitated. Yifeng blushed, feeling embarrassed. Really? Gu Muxi asked, puzzled. Yes. Yifeng nodded vigorously. Gu Muxi sat on the bed, helpless, and said, all right, go make yourself a cooling tea to quench the fire. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. Stinky fun. Since your nose bleeding, I'll let you off the hook for today. But next time, I'll train you properly. Don't. We agreed on you teaching me a few moves today. How can we just stop halfway because of a minor issue? Giving up halfway is not how Yifeng does things. Yifeng wiped off his nosebleed, solemnly. Ha, since when did Ye Xiao become so virtuous? Gu Muxi was slightly surprised. Yifeng stood up, chest out, a heroic aura emanating from him, saying, it's my generation's duty to have such insight. How else can we protect the country and the people? In his heart, he thought, without experiencing it again. How could he see the abyss clearly once more? Gu Muxi also stood up, glancing strangely at him. Are you really going to continue? Yes. Yifeng nodded without hesitation. Gu Muxi smiled smugly, thinking, since you're asking for trouble yourself, don't blame me then. All right, let's do it again. Grab my collar again, but this time, I'll move slower. Make sure you watch carefully. Gu Muxi reminded him. Yifeng grinned. I'll make sure to watch carefully. Good. Are you ready? Gu Muxi said with seriousness. Then she placed Yifeng's hand on her collar, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Shoo. In a flash, Gu Muxi flipped Yifeng onto the bed, pressing him down, causing him to yelp. Again. Gu Muxi, be gentler. In the living room, Li Wen brought a basket of apples and placed it on the coffee table. What are those two kids doing in the room? Why did they hide in the room right after eating? Li Wen looked at Gu Muxi's room door in puzzlement. They're probably playing computer games in there. Oh, don't worry about them. Young people have their own ideas and opinions. We're old now. We can't control everything. Gu Xingzhan shook his head and smiled, continuing to read the newspaper. Li Wen started peeling an apple, smiling. To be honest, it's good that Hixie and Xiaofeng get along. It saves us quite a bit of worrying. Growing up together, with complementary personalities, it seems like they're meant to be together. Haha. Gu Xingzhan put down the newspaper and shook his head, saying, I asked Hixie a few days ago if she was with Xiaofeng, and she said no with great certainty. I think we misunderstood them. Ah, so the last time ... Li Wen was taken aback. Oh, they're not in a relationship. The last time with the bedsheets was because Xiaofeng accidentally dirtied them, and Hixie asked him to take them back to wash. Gu Xingzhan smiled helplessly. Well, that's a shame. Li Wen realized it was a misunderstanding last time, and couldn't hide her disappointment. Gu Xingzhan took a sip of tea and said, these two grew up together, they're too familiar with each other, and maybe that's why they don't have feelings for each other. Think about it, isn't falling for someone at first sight what happens when people become a couple? It's all about that spark. They're always together. If there were any sparks, they would have happened already. To put it in modern terms, that's called a lack of chemistry. Li Wen smiled bitterly. That's true. For relationships, you can't force it, it depends on fate. Just as they were chatting, a loud bang came from Gu Muxi's room, followed by chaotic sounds. Li Wen's face showed surprise. What are they doing in the room? Are they trying to wreck the place? I'll go check. Li Wen got up and walked to the door of Gu Muxi's room. As she approached, she heard strange sounds coming from inside. Dang. Smack. Oh, Gu Muxi. Be gentle. You need to have this kind of strength. This is practice, not real combat. Li Wen was taken aback. What were these two kids doing? She then opened the door, only to see Gu Muxi pressing down on Yifeng, tying Yifeng's hands behind his back, similar to a horse riding position. Out. Mom. Gu Muxi saw his mother at the door and instantly felt embarrassed. Li Wen narrowed her eyes and scolded, Muxi, why are you bullying Yifeng again? Come down quickly. You're a girl. Stop doing this kind of thing. Really? Gu Muxi quickly stood up and explained. Mom, let me explain. I'm teaching you a few moves of male self-defense. We are practicing. Li Wen turned to Yifeng and asked, is that true, Yifeng? Yifeng, in pain, nodded and said, yes. Auntie, we are practicing. Seeing Yifeng's appearance, Li Wen shook her head and chuckled. Gu Muxi also laughed, saying, when I sent her to learn judo when she was young, it was just to prevent her from being bullied. But now it seems she has gained some toughness. Li Wen helplessly remarked, children grow up. There's no use regretting. I just wonder if her future partner will be able to handle her tough personality. Gu Xingzhan said, children are grown up. Let them decide for themselves. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. In Gu Muxi's room, Yifeng lay weakly on the bed, feeling like all his limbs were powerless, even his fingers. His muscles and bones seemed to have been dismantled. The soreness and relaxation were sensations others could not understand. Yifeng regretted now. What was the point of practicing? He was treated like a punch bag. Hey. Yi. Are you okay? Gu Muxi kicked his thigh with her foot. Gu Muxi, I've learned enough. Let's stop. Really. I've learned. Yifeng lay on the bed, quickly saying, after a few more times, his legs would be so sore he wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Seeing Yifeng in such a miserable state, Gu Muxi felt secretly pleased. Finally, she had straightened out this stinky maple. Good. As long as you've learned. I'll test your learning progress next time. Gu Muxi said proudly. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a cramp in his calf. Oh my god. Cramp. Yifeng gasped as he instinctively hugged his calf. He had been so busy with work lately that he had no time to exercise. Now, a little exercise had caused his muscles to cramp. Gu Muxi, seeing this, quickly squatted down to help him stretch his right leg. Relax. Straighten your leg. I'll help you relax your muscles, Gu Muxi said, quickly rubbing the muscles of his right calf. In the past, she often had cramps when she learned judo and had become skilled in relieving cramps. Indeed, under Gu Muxi's expert rubbing, Yifeng's right calf muscles finally relaxed. Feeling comfortable, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. How do you feel now, Yi? It's a bit better, but my shoulder and arm muscles feel a bit sore and swollen. Will it damage my muscles? Yifeng looked worried. Gumuxi rolled her eyes. Alright, I'll help you massage them. Gumuxi started to relax Yifeng's muscles, pressing gently and making Yifeng feel very comfortable, eventually dozing off. Hearing Yifeng's faint snoring, Gumuxi's face darkened. She thought to herself, he's asleep so comfortably after I helped him with the massage. Gumuxi then pinched his waist soft flesh, waking him up instantly. What are you doing, Gumuxi? Are you trying to kill your husband? You want to sleep? Go back to your room. Gumuxi glared at him. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Yifeng got up from the bed, put on his shoes, and mumbled to himself. One day, your bed will be half mine. Yifeng muttered as he opened the door and left. Good night, Gumuxi. Good night, Yi. Gumuxi replied. As the door closed, Gumuxi was left alone in the room. Stinky Maple, thinking about taking over my bed. Dream on. Gumuxi lay down, turned to the pink pig plushie next to her bed, pulled its head closer, and hugged it. Tink Pig. Why do you look a bit like the Stinky Maple? Same pig's head, pig's brain. But fortunately, you are not him. Look how good I am to you every day. I wash your fur and spray you with fragrance. Gumuxi muttered to herself, rubbing the pink pig's face. Oh no, I forgot to take my bike to repair the chain this weekend. Gumuxi suddenly sat up, realizing she had to go to work tomorrow, but her bike's chain was broken, and she forgot to have it fixed. Oh well, tomorrow I'll ask Yi to give me a ride. She laid back down, punched the pink pig plushie, and then settled into sleep. The next morning, Yifeng hadn't fully woken up yet, but was already disturbed by Gumuxi's alarm clock. Boom, boom, doom. Yi Xiao, get up. Yifeng subconsciously opened his eyes, some light streaming through the window, casting a slanting beam into the room. He got out of bed, walked to the window, and saw Gumuxi across the way tying up her hair. Today, she was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. Though the style was old, it gave her a unique charm, especially with the tight jeans accentuating her perfect figure. Very eye-catching. Yifeng quickly swallowed his saliva. Morning, Gumuxi. Why aren't you going to work but waking me up? Yifeng was still a bit sleepy, yawning. Yi Xiao, my bike broke down, and I forgot to take it for repair yesterday. Can you give me a ride to the company? It's not far from your shop, Gumuxi requested. As long as you ask, I'm happy to help, but you can't make me work for nothing, right? Yifeng tried to take advantage of the situation. Gumuxi gave him a look. This smelly fum, he really wants to make a deal. Tell me, what do you want? Just a bowl of pork, coffle rice noodle, not too much, right? Alright, just a breakfast, my treat. Okay, see you later. Yifeng freshened up and waited for Gumuxi at the door. I'm here. Gumuxi came out skipping, apparently in a good mood today. Please, Miss Gu. Yifeng grinned. Little Feng, lead the way. Gumuxi raised her chin. The two went downstairs together, Yifeng riding the bike she gave him, taking Gumuxi to the architectural design company. It was the peak hour on the row, with a crowd of cyclists like a tide rushing to the other end of the street. Most people these days rode bikes or took the bus to work, so the cars on the row were relatively fewer. It wasn't too crowded on the driving lane, but the bike lane was too congested due to the high number of cyclists. There are too many people today. Miss Gu, hold on to me tightly. If you fall, don't blame me. Yifeng joked. Gumuxi sat sideways on the back seat, her right hand hugging Yifeng's waist tightly. HMPH. If I fall, don't expect me to stay on the bike either, Gumuxi coquettishly replied. Yifeng glanced enviously at the small cars whizzing by on the road. I need to buy a small car soon. Buy. Yi Xiao, are you crazy? How much money do you need to buy a car? Wait until after you graduate from university. Gumuxi was skeptical. Yifeng said, an ordinary small car doesn't cost much. I've already applied for a driver's license, and once I get it, I'll buy a car. It was easy for him to get a driver's license as he already knew how to drive, and he planned to get it within a month. Okay, take me with you when you buy the car. Let me see the world, okay? Gumuxi teased, still not entirely believing Yifeng could afford a car. In her mind, cars were for the middle class and wealthy, something only rich people could afford. And having a motorcycle will already be nice for an ordinary person. After riding for nearly an hour, Yifeng arrived at Tiant Plaza Business District and dropped Gumuxi off at the company entrance. The two decided to find a noodle shop nearby to eat pork, awful rice noodles. Yifeng went to find a place to park the bike temporarily, while Gumoxi waited for him. Suddenly, a young man in a suit walked towards her. "Good morning, Gumoxi, you're here so early today." The young man greeted with a smile, his dashing eyes scanning Gumoxi with a fervent gaze. Gumoxi replied, indifferently, feeling a bit impatient with this senior colleague who had been finding all sorts of excuses to chat her up since the first day, work. The young man, Dingbo, chuckled. It was a working day again, and seeing Gumoxi again was too good to be true. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Instantly captivated by her beauty and resolved to win her over, he adjusted his suit jacket with confidence and asked, "Gumoxi, I heard there's a new Western restaurant nearby. Can I take you there this afternoon?" Gumoxi gave a polite smile and said, "Sorry, Bing Senior, I already made plans to go home with my boyfriend." "What? Boyfriend? You have a boyfriend?" Dingbo. Gumoxi's words seemed to pierce Dingbo's heart like a sharp arrow. Wow, his heart shattered on the ground. The goddess actually had a boyfriend. Oh my god. Why are you playing with me like this? Since she already has a boyfriend, why did she arrange to appear in my world? Dingbo held his chest. It hurts too much. You really have a boyfriend? Dingbo repeated, on the verge of tears. Gumoxi nodded seriously. Yes, Dingbo Senior. Dingbo suddenly thought of something. It seems like I have never seen her boyfriend come to the company to pick her up. With such a beautiful girlfriend, shouldn't he be looking at her every day, picking her up and dropping her off every day, right? No. Could it be? Gumoxi made up the excuse to reject me on purpose? It's very likely. Dingbo suddenly realized this and saw through it. He squinted at Gumoxi and asked, "Oh, but I've never seen your boyfriend come to pick you up before." Gumoxi was at a loss for a good excuse at the moment, and her eyes seemed a bit panicked. When you speak the first lie, you must use countless lies to cover it up. The most critical lies are the last-minute ones. Gumoxi had just casually made up an excuse, never expecting him to continue questioning. Gumoxi gritted her teeth. If the man in front of her, Dingbo, wasn't the boss's nephew and also a talented student who couldn't be offended in the company, she would have already given him a judo throw. But this internship was hard-earned by her mother. If she got fired for offending Dingbo, wouldn't her mother's efforts be in vain? So Gumoxi had to hold back. Acting impulsively may feel good for a moment, but it would make her mother embarrassed in front of her classmates. She wasn't afraid of how others viewed her but was afraid of her family being criticized because of her. Ahem, my boyfriend is usually quite busy, so he doesn't have time to come pick me up, Gumoxi explained. But Dingbo, catching her hesitation and thoughtful expression from earlier, became more convinced that she had made up the excuse. "Oh, so your boyfriend doesn't have time to pick you up after work, but he also doesn't have time to drop you off at work?" Dingbo asked skeptically. Gumoxi was taken aback. Just as she couldn't think of another explanation, she suddenly saw Yifeng parking his bicycle and walking towards them from a distance. "Oh, this, see, my boyfriend did drop me off at work today. Look, my boyfriend is right there." Gumoxi turned and pointed at Yifeng walking over. Dingbo looked in the direction she indicated and saw Yifeng. What? Him? Dingbo found it hard to believe because Yifeng, although handsome, wasn't tall or muscular, didn't look as handsome as himself, and was dressed in very ordinary shirt and pants, nothing outstanding. At first sight, he could tell this young man wasn't rich. Gumoxi is so beautiful. How could she be with an ordinary guy like him? No. I don't believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. Dingbo's illusion of their relationship shattered, feeling that he was definitely superior to this kid in all aspects. Out. Yes, it's him. He's my boyfriend, Gumoxi said seriously. Gumoxi, I've parked the bike. Should you treat me to some pig-offal noodles? Yifeng walked over, then shouted. Only after walking in did he notice a stranger, a man. Gumoxi, who is this? Yifeng looked at Dingbo with confusion. Dingbo was also sizing him up, with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Hello, I'm Gumoxi's colleague, Dingbo. Are you her boyfriend? Dingbo extended his hand with a fake smile, and asked, Boyfriend? Yifeng was puzzled. Gumoxi hurriedly grabbed his arm, interrupting him, dryly laughing. Yes, dear. Aren't we going home to cook this afternoon? As she spoke, she kept giving Yifeng meaningful looks. Yifeng wasn't stupid and instantly understood. What was going on? Damn, so she's using me as a shield. But this feels pretty good. Heh. When he heard Gumuxi call him darling, his heart leapt with joy. Oh. Yes. Yes, dear. Tonight I'll be cooking for you, making something delicious. Yifeng suddenly hugged her waist. This sudden touch made Gumuxi blush like an apple. Her heart started beating faster. Damn it. Damn it. This vile Fan is taking advantage of me. How infuriating. Yifeng's touch seemed to carry countless tiny electric currents, making her waist tingle, as if there were ants crawling. Gumuxi turned her head and glared at him secretly, but Yifeng acted as if he didn't notice, inwardly chuckling. He was totally invested in staring at Dingbo, saying, "You're Gumuxi's colleague, right? Hello. I hope my girlfriend hasn't caused any trouble at work." When Dingbo saw the waste of the love of his life being held by another man, his head exploded. He clutched his heart and cried inwardly, "Oh God, oh God. He's holding Gumuxi's waist. Dear God." Dingbo's recent repair of his heart shattered once again. It hurts too much. Despite the excruciating pain, he forced himself to remain composed on the surface. Ha ha. No, Gumuxi has always performed well. Ha ha. That's good. Darling, you seem to be very diligent. I'll reward you later. Yifeng gazed at Gumuxi playfully, with a dual meaning in his words. However, when it reached Dingbo's ears, it struck him like thunder, leaving him dumbfounded. Reward. Tonight, a scene flashed in his mind. Oh no. No. I can't accept this. How can the goddess be with such an ordinary guy? No. I won't give up. You're annoying. Gumuxi, blushing, pretended to be shy, but she secretly pinched Yifeng's waist. Yifeng. The eyes of Yifeng. Gumuxi, are you crazy? I'm here to help you. Gumuxi's eyes. Can't you control your flirtation a bit? Yifeng's eyes. I didn't say anything. Can he back off knowing the difficulty? Gumuxi's eyes. Just act normal. Okay. The two looked at each other, exchanging intense glances. But Dingbo, unaware of their unspoken communication, thought they were staring at each other with affection and publicly displaying affection. Those sweet eyes were like sharp knives piercing his heart. No. I won't give up. Since Gumuxi's boyfriend is so ordinary, it means I still have a chance. After all, I am more outstanding than this kid. Ahem. Gumuxi, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let me treat you to breakfast at the nearby tea house. Dingbo tried to maintain a gentlemanly and elegant demeanor, intending not to show any weakness in front of Gumuxi, showing her the contrast between Yifeng and himself. A tea house. Isn't that extravagant? It's quite expensive there. Eating breakfast would cost tens of dollars. It's not necessary, Ding Sr., to spend money. Gumuxi politely declined. Oh. It's not expensive to me at all. Anyway, it's still early before work. I also want to have breakfast at the tea house. If I don't have it at home, I usually have breakfast at the tea house. Let's all go together. It's livelier with more people. Let's go. Let's go together. Dingbo straightened his suit with a hint of arrogance. In his words, he unintentionally revealed that he was well off, going to have breakfast at the tea house regularly, which most ordinary families couldn't afford. It had a bit of a casually showing off tone. Gumuxi didn't know how to refuse his persistent invitation. If she refused straightforwardly, she might be treated coldly at work in the future or even risk getting fired. What should she do? Suddenly, Yifeng grabbed her hand, smiling. Since Mr. Ding is so generous, it would be impolite not to go. Ha ha. Darling, then let's go together. Gumuxi was stunned by Yifeng's sudden agreement. Ha ha. Great. Let's go together then. Dingbo adjusted his suit and led them to the tea house. Gumuxi and Yifeng followed behind. Stinky Fan, why did you agree? I don't want to have a meal with him. Gumuxi whispered. Yifeng smirked. Silly, of course, is to enjoy a free breakfast. Gumuxi. Omega. Stinky Fan. Indeed, the lowest of the low is invincible. Heh. Gumuxi, rest assured. With me here. What are you afraid of? Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. I'm not afraid of him. I just find him annoying and don't want to see him. It's not that I'm afraid of Dingbo. I just don't want to easily offend him. As long as he doesn't go too far, I can bear with it. But if it's unbearable, I'll give him a throw and walk away. Hey, in the spirit of freeloading whenever possible, why worrying so much? Eat and drink your fill and leave. That's all. Yifeng smirked. Gumuxi nodded. Yeah, you're right. No wonder it's you. She suddenly glared at Yifeng, saying, "And next time, without my consent, you are not allowed to put your arm around my waist again." Yifeng earnestly said, "Gu Muxi, acting as a shield, the performance has to be complete. If we don't do this, how can he believe it? Wouldn't it be obvious to everyone?" Blushing, Gu Muxi shyly said, "HMPH. Anyway, you're not allowed." Thinking back to Yifeng's naughty touch earlier, she still felt a tingling sensation around her waist. Heh. Okay, but let's seize the opportunity later. Yifeng laughed. "Using me as a shield. How can you not pay any interest? Actors also have appearance fees. This esteemed leading actor should get some benefits, right?" The two followed Dingbo to a breakfast tea house next to the company. Situated in the Tiant business district, it was an upscale tea house with few customers, all of whom were elite white-collar workers or business owners from nearby companies. After finding a seat, a waitress promptly handed them the menus. "What kind of tea would you all like to drink? We have a wide selection here. Here's the menu for you to take a look." The waitress handed a menu to each of them. Dingbo grinned and said, "Feel free to order whatever you like. I'll treat you to breakfast." He wanted to impress Gu Muxi and perhaps make her see him in a new light. Maybe she would realize that there are better men out there than her current boyfriend. As he thought about it, he felt more excited. As long as he wielded his tools well, there was no wall he couldn't break down. "Really order anything?" Yifeng asked with a smile. "Yes. Choose whatever you like," Dingbo said confidently. Yifeng quickly marked the menu with a pen and said, "Waitress, bring me a pot of Chunchen Shaojiang." He ordered the most expensive tea, at 288 yuan per pot without hesitation. Dingbo almost choked on his saliva at the price. Oh. Dingbo was stunned. Wow. Seeing his dark expression, Yifeng pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, is the tea too expensive?" Then he gave a meaningful look to Gu Muxi. Understanding his intention, Gu Muxi pretended to advise, "Darling, don't order something so expensive. It will make Ding Senpai spend too much." Dingbo couldn't lose face in front of his crush, so he forced a smile and said, "It's not that expensive, just a pot of tea. A bit over 200 isn't that much." Yifeng continued to flatter, exclaiming, "Mr. Ding is truly generous. Look at him. This is what we call having class. A big shot." Dingbo was flattered and said modestly, "Oh, not at all. I usually drink this kind of tea. I also like Chunchen Shaojiang. It's really good." This was his way of downplaying the cost. But in reality, he could only afford a 10 yuan regular tea on a normal day. Even if he had more money, he wouldn't splurge like this every day. "Really? Then I'll try a pot too." "Waitress, I'll have a pot of Chunchen Shaojiang as well." "Thank you." Gu Muxi raised her hand. Dingbo was taken aback while trying to drink his tea. He almost spat it out. "What?" Moments later, Gu Muxi raised her hand again and said, "If Senpai Ding likes it, why not have a pot too?" Dingbo felt his heart bleeding as he agreed reluctantly. Ordering 3 pots of the expensive tea cost more than an average person's monthly salary. After Dingbo left for the restroom, Yifeng and Gu Muxi exchanged high fives. Gu Muxi praised him for their perfect cooperation. "Gu Muxi, have you ever tried a tea worth 288 RMB? No. Have you eaten sea cucumber? No. Have you tried abalone? Still no. Congratulations, today you can try everything. Yi Xiao, what are you up to? Ordering? What are you standing there for?" Yifeng glanced at the menu, not caring what dishes they were, just selecting the expensive ones. Red juicy cucumber, abalone stew with pig trotters, claypot Buddha jumps over the wall, and more. All ordered. Yifeng was going crazy with the selections. This upscale tea house in the city center did have some elements that matched its upscale label, such as the prices, which were quite high-end. After Yifeng finished selecting the expensive dishes, she turned to Gu Muxi. "Gu Muxi, what did you choose?" "Rice noodles, chicken feet, all my favorites." Gu Muxi smiled. "Hey, don't choose these, add some sea cucumber and such." Yifeng stopped her. "Huh, didn't you already select everything?" Gu Muxi asked puzzled. "Silly girl, we can pack the leftovers. We'll have lunch sorted out for today." Yifeng said earnestly. "Packing leftovers?" Gu Muxi looked at him in disbelief. "Yi Xiao, you've truly reached a new level of frugality. I can't compare. But well done. I like it. Ha ha." Yifeng smirked. "Thanks for the compliment, Gu Xiaoju. Don't just stand there. place your order first, they might be back soon. Okay. Got it. Gumuxi made an okay gesture and went into a frenzy of ordering. After they finished ordering, they handed the menu to the waitress. Yifeng said, "Serve according to the order on the slip." Sir, can 3 of you finish so much?" The waitress looked at the long list in surprise. "Don't worry, if we can't finish, we'll pack it, no wastage." Yifeng smiled. "All right, then I'll go place the order now. Please wait a moment." The waitress left. Yifeng poured a cup of cold by Haoyunjian tea and said, "Gumuxi, I can guarantee you, after this, he won't dare to invite you for meals again." In the bathroom, Dingbo splashed his face with water, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself in front of the mirror, "Stay calm, stay calm. Now is the time to show your strength. It's just 3 pots of tea worth 288, I can afford it. I must not embarrass myself in front of Gumuxi. Show your bold side. Let her see the difference between men. Come on." Dingbo. Dingbo clenched his fist, pumping himself up, but when he turned around, he noticed 3 men staring at him with strange looks, as if he were a fool. Please excuse me." Dingbo wiped his face and awkwardly smiled. The 3 men glanced at each other in confusion. Is this guy crazy? Dingbo returned to his seat and saw Yifeng and Gumuxi already sipping the 288 RMB. "You guys, have you ordered breakfast already? I found the BBQ pork buns at this dim sum eatery very good. I recommend you try them." Dingbo forced a smile. He recommended the BBQ pork buns not because they were delicious, but because they were cheap, filling, so they wouldn't order too much. "BBQ pork buns. Waitress, add another BBQ pork bun for this table." Yifeng waved his hand. "Okay, sir. One moment, let me add it to the order." The waitress responded. Yifeng turned to Dingbo and said, "Ding, you haven't ordered yet." "We have. It's just your order left. I didn't eat much in the morning. Waitress, just give me set menu 1. Dingbo ordered. The waitress looked puzzled. They had already ordered so much, and he still wanted more. "Oh well, as long as he pays, it's fine." "All right." The waitress went to add it to the order. Dingbo took a sip of the tea and felt like each gulp was costing him 10 bucks. The tea didn't seem particularly special. Why did it feel painful to drink? He glanced at the elegant Gumuxi and asked with a smile, "Gumuxi, how did you two meet? What attracts you to your boyfriend?" He wanted to find out Gumuxi's preferences, Yifeng's qualities, and then play to her interests to win her heart. Dingbo felt excited about his clever plan. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Gumuxi hesitated, not sure how to respond. Yifeng quickly interjected, "This is a long story." Suddenly, he grabbed Gumuxi's hand, gazing at her affectionately. Gumuxi was startled by his move. "Yifeng, what are you up to?" It was a dark and stormy night. We were on a cruise ship sailing towards the other side of the ocean. Yifeng said romantically. Gumuxi, Dingbo. The other side of the ocean. Cruise ship. What on earth is he talking about? Dingbo listened to Yifeng's fabricated story in confusion. Though it sounded somewhat familiar, he couldn't quite place it. Regardless, it all sounded pretty far-fetched. "Are you trying to fool us, sir? The story you just shared was so moving. It brought tears to my eyes. Your love story is so pure, so great, so full of twists and turns. I'm a writer. I've decided to record your story. It will surely touch the hearts of many readers. Here's my business card." A chubby man from the adjacent table stood up excitedly and handed Yifeng a business card. Dingbo. Are there really people who believe this nonsense? Let's catch up next time. Where do you write books? Yifeng casually asked. Tomato, where the most discerning readers reside. Handsome men and beautiful women. That's the dream hall for authors. Those readers are quite generous. They often tip me, encourage me, and even send gifts, although the gifts are quite monotonous, just razor blades. I have a whole warehouse at home. The chubby man sighed. Yifeng, all right, buddy. I'll keep that in mind. I'll come to support you next time, but right now I have a date. Yifeng chuckled. Okay. Remember to find me. I'll be waiting for you. The chubby man winked at Yifeng and left. Yifeng shuddered. Dingbo squinted at Yifeng and suddenly said, Yizije, forgive me for being blunt, but why do I feel that you two aren't actually dating? He sensed it. Yifeng was just talking nonsense, and Gumuxi looked completely confused. With such a memorable love experience, How could their expressions be like this? So Dingbo deduced that Gumuxi and Yifeng were not a couple. It's possible that Gumuxi asked him to act and pretend. Yes, that's very possible. How could that be? Mr. Ding, that must be your misconception. We are a deeply loving couple, right, my dear? Yifeng held her hand, lifted it up, and said seriously. Gumuxi felt at a loss, blaming you for talking nonsense, and now what? Suspected by others that she was also in a difficult situation and could only imitate Yifeng's expression, gazing affectionately into his eyes. Yes, dear. We will be together forever. Saying this, Gumuxi blushed, getting goosebumps. Dingbo watched the two of them in such a state, although he didn't want to imagine it. Weren't they holding hands too tightly? The goddess was holding hands with someone. It hurts so much. He was about to continue expressing his doubts when a waitress pushed a cart over. The cart was full of dishes and various dishes. Sir, madam, your ordered dishes are ready. Shall I serve them to you? The waitress smiled. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ding. Let's have breakfast first. I'm hungry after all this talk. Yifeng said. Okay. Dingbo nodded and glanced at the dishes on the cart. There were so many dishes, they must also be for other tables. But the next scene completely puzzled him. The waitress moved swiftly, dish after dish, until the cart was half empty. Wait. No. Wait a minute. Did you serve the wrong dishes? This braised sea cucumber and abalone. I didn't order those. I only asked for a set meal. Dingbo hurriedly exclaimed. The waitress looked at him puzzled and said, these dishes were ordered by this gentleman and lady. Yes, I ordered them. Mr. Ding, I haven't tried abalone and sea cucumber, so I wanted to taste them. It's all right, isn't it? Gumuxi looked with her big watery eyes, showing a pitiful look. Dingbo's heart melted instantly. It's all right. If you want to eat, then eat. It's no big deal. This little money doesn't matter. I think a man should have some financial strength. Yizhe, this is where you're lacking. As a boyfriend, you didn't even let Gumuxi taste abalone and sea cucumber. This comment immediately compared himself and Yifeng. He had money, not a lot, but living a better life was completely doable. But Yifeng was too poor. With such conditions, how could he give a woman a sense of security? Gumuxi was getting angry, ready to give Yifeng a disdainful look. Heh. Yifeng nodded and said, yes, so today I let her have a little freedom. Order freely. Eat freely. Gumuxi held Yifeng's hand and said sweetly, oh dear, you're so good. Doom. Dingbo instantly petrified. What the heck? Please, this meal is on me, right? Why does it concern Yifeng at all? Gumuxi, I'm the one treating you. It's me. Come on. Mr. Ding, don't just stand there. Eat quickly. Eat freely. Don't be polite. Yifeng picked up a sea cucumber and threw it into his mouth. Dingbo. It's my money. I don't need to be polite. Wait, should be me saying this. Damn it. Dingbo looked depressed, taking a barbecue pork bun and eating it in big bites. Having served a table full of dishes, with over 20 different dishes occupying most of the table, another male waiter arrived with a trolley. Dingbo. Damn it, why is there more? Ow. Mr. Ding, I ordered these as well. I haven't tried abalone and sea cucumber. I was worried the order wouldn't be enough, so I ordered a few more. As for the others, I also want to try. Is that all right? Yifeng said. You. Dingbo was about to explode, but was immediately interrupted by Gumuxi. Dear, how can you say that to Mr. Ding? Mr. Ding is so generous, so open-minded, and so rich. Would he care about such things? By saying that, aren't you underestimating Mr. Ding, right? Mr. Ding. Gumuxi praised endlessly. Dingbo's face looked extremely unpleasant. He struggled to force a smile. Yes. Just some small things. Small money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. However, at this moment, his heart was bleeding. No, gushing out fresh blood. He pressed his hand on his heart. It hurts so much. Oh, I misspoke. Let me treat you to tea. Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding, you're generous, magnanimous, and with such high level, I can't compare. Come. I'll toast you. Yifeng raised his glass, said seriously. Dingbo raised his glass in response, drank it all, bitter tea down the throat. The table was too small, filled with 2 trolleys of dishes. Male waiter left 1 trolley on the side, still half filled with dishes. Dingbo looked at it and felt more heartache. How much will the bill be later? However, already at this point, he had to play to his advantage of having money. Come on, Gumuxi, eat a little more. You seem a little thin, Dingbo said, his words sweet, finding ways to mention that Gumuxi was thin. Girls like to hear that praise. That was adulation. Yes, dear. You see, Mr. Ding said you've lost weight. Come on. Let me feed you a shrimp dumpling. Yifan picked up a shrimp dumpling and handed it to Gumuxi. Gumuxi opened her mouth and ate it, smiled sweetly, saying, "It's really delicious. Thank you, my dear." Gumuxi blew him an air kiss, until the Yifan also replied with one, the two of them being sweet and lovey-dovey, full of dog food. But Dingbo saw it all, his face turning uglier, as if big knives were cutting through his heart. Damn it! Spending my money, feeding me dog food. Is there no justice left? No justice. Damn it, you guys, you're to bullying. Dingbo wanted to cry but had no tears, only turning his frustration into appetite, gnawing at the barbecued pork bun. One plate had one piece of abalone left. As he was about to grab it, chopsticks just at the edge of the plate. Suddenly another pair of chopsticks swiftly grabbed the last piece of abalone. Oh. Mr. Ding, do you want some? Take it. Yifan said seriously. Dingbo put down his chopsticks, covered his face, his voice trembling. You eat it. Hey. Mr. Ding, are your eyes uncomfortable? Feels like I got sand in them just now. Wow. I didn't expect the environment here to be this good, yet there's still dust. Mr. Ding, why don't you go wash your eyes in the restroom first? Yifan pretended to show concern. It's okay. I'll be fine in a bit. Dingbo rubbed his eyes, wiping away the bitter tears. Hey. Mr. Ding, why are your eyes red? From staying up late. Then why is your face green? Stomach problems. And why is your face red again? Eating spicy food. Then enough. Can you please stop asking? Dingbo couldn't bear it and shouted. Well, I meant to say, you spilled your tea. Dingbo felt a sudden warmth below, realizing that the tea had been spilled, flowed onto his pants, and got wet. He quickly pulled out tissues to wipe it, feeling like he was about to die from embarrassment. What an unlucky day. Gumuxi was watching from the side, trying hard not to laugh. Damn, fun is really mischievous. But I like it. Ha ha. Half an hour later, Yifeng and Gumuxi were both stuffed, slouching in their chairs, patting their full bellies. I'm full. Waiter, bring the bill. Yifeng shouted generously, as if he was treating everyone. The waitress handed over the bill, asking, Sir, would you like to settle the bill? Yifeng smiled and said, Miss, widen your eyes a bit more. Mr. Ding is here. Do I need to pay the bill? Isn't this hitting Mr. Ding in the face? Seeing Mr. Ding is so handsome, a talented person, obviously a rich young man, why should I pay the bill? Gumuxi nodded in agreement, continuing, Right. Thank you, Mr. Ding, for treating us to dinner. Dingbo pulled out his wallet with an awkward smile and jokingly said, Hey, yes, it's my treat. Waiter, how much is it? He took out the money, ready to count the bills. Sir, your total is 2,890 yuan. But we'll make it an even 2,890 yuan for you. The waitress said warmly. What? 2,890 yuan. Dingbo's hand trembled as he took out his wallet. Eating breakfast ended up costing him a month's salary. That hurts. Yes, sir. You ordered 5 servings of sea cucumber dishes, and the prices have gone up slightly recently. The waitress handed him the bill. 5 portions? We only had 3. Dingbo asked in astonishment. Yifeng waved his hand and said, Oh, Mr. Ding, I forgot to tell you, I ordered 2 more portions, and they actually served them. But it's okay, we'll definitely finish all the food. Waiter, pack up these dishes, and those 2 portions of sea cucumber, we'll take them all. Hearing this, Dingbo almost spat out blood. Damn, how shameless can this guy be? Not only did he order a lot, but now he also wants to take it all to go. If you take it, what will I eat for lunch? Mr. Ding, do you mind? Or would you like to pack as well? Gumuxi, with her large, watery eyes, asked. Dingbo held back his words and decided to let it go. No. I usually don't take leftovers. You guys can pack if you want. Dingbo awkwardly said, feeling a deep pain inside. Darling, I don't think Mr. Ding likes taking leftovers. Let us handle it. Yifeng joked. When the waitress asked Dingbo how he would settle the bill, He gritted his teeth and decided to pay by card. The breakfast ended up costing more than a month's salary, and it was a real pain. Soon, Dingbo settled the bill, while Yifeng and Gumuxi finished packing the leftovers. Yifeng carried 2 big bags full of mostly uneaten dishes, heading back to the office to share with their colleagues. Haha, thank you for treating us, Mr. Ding. Let's do this again sometime, when you're free. Yifeng chuckled. Dingbo thought to himself, there's no next time in this lifetime. Dingbo stormed off in frustration, leaving Gumuxi behind who couldn't stop laughing at the situation. Ha! Fun. You almost drove him crazy. Gumuxi laughed until her stomach hurt. Well, if he dares to bother you again, I'll show him my skills. Yifeng smirked, feeling proud of himself. All right, thanks for today. As an appreciation for your good performance, I'll reward you next time. Gumuxi patted Yifeng's shoulder. A reward? What kind of reward? A kiss. Yifeng pouted. Gumuxi, Fun, are you ready to experience heaven's feeling? Yifeng teased Gumuxi. Fun, you wouldn't dare be ungrateful, would you? Gumuxi responded without hesitation. Yifeng. Gumuxi chuckled and said, stop messing around. I'm going to work now, you should head back. All right, Ji Xiaoju. Don't forget my reward. Yifeng waved goodbye. After Gumuxi went upstairs, Yifeng went to get his bike, hung the packed dishes on it, and headed straight to the office. The company was located on the 7th floor of the Zhongshan Plaza, room 702. As he entered the office, the employees greeted him. Good morning, Director Yi. Good morning, Director Yi. There were over 50 employees in the company, appearing quite a lot, but they were all assigned to different shops after completing their technical training. Carry on with your work, Yifeng nodded. Approaching Wan Tai and Han Ping'an's workstations, he placed the packed dishes on the table, surprising Wan Tai. Wow, Feng Jie, how did you pack so much food? Take it and store it properly. You'll have an extra meal today at lunchtime. Yifeng smiled. Thank you, Feng Jie. Wan Tai licked his lips, already feeling the delicious aroma. Wan Tai eagerly took the food away. Yifeng then turned to Han Ping'an and asked, Ping'an, did you finalize the rental contracts for the 3 internet cafes? Feng Jie, everything is settled. Here are the rental prices for the 3 shops. Han Ping'an handed him the document detailing the rental arrangements and prices. These 3 locations were personally chosen by Yifeng, mainly situated near 3 universities, as the primary customer base for internet cafes were young people, and universities had the highest concentration of youth. Each of the 3 internet cafes could accommodate 200 computers, and the more computers, the more money they could make. However, setting up these internet cafes would require a significant investment, estimated by Yifeng to be around 3 million or even higher. Yet, Yifeng didn't plan on using his own money, but rather sought to secure financing from banks to make a profit. Due to the recent Asian financial crisis, the government had implemented various policies to stimulate the economy and provide support for small and medium-sized enterprises. Many banks were seeking clients for loans, with commercial loan interest rates averaging around 6%, similar to current mortgage rates. This interest rate was minimal compared to the high profits in the internet cafe industry. At the peak of internet cafes' profitability, anyone who ventured into the business was almost guaranteed wealth. It was said that during the golden decade of internet cafes, many owners made millions annually. Yifeng knew this potential well, as he remembered a relative back in his hometown who invested 500,000 to open an internet cafe in 2001. With 50 computers, they were making around 3,000 yuan per day, recouping their investment within 6 months and expanding to multiple branch locations, making even more money. One Chinese New Year, Yifeng received his first 100 yuan red envelope from that relative, which he cherished. Therefore, Yifeng was determined to enter the internet cafe business, no matter how difficult it might be. He understood the colossal opportunity this booming industry presented, and didn't want to miss out on the money-making machine it could be. The rental price is not a problem, Ping'an. Follow up on that, rent them all, and give me a call anytime if there's any issue. Yifeng turned to Han Ping'an and said, no problem, Feng Jie. Han Ping'an nodded heavily. Yifeng smiled and said, just do it well. Han Ping'an was meticulous and reliable in his work, even though he wasn't good at socializing, but he had a strong determination when it came to achieving his goals. I will, Han Ping'an said with a smile. After arranging Han Ping An's work, Yifeng went to the 361 software technical department. John Lei, how is the server expansion preparation going for 361 manager? Yifeng asked a young man wearing thick glasses. He was a recent graduate recruited by Yifeng from Huanghe, a typical technical enthusiast, focused on technology, and had won several awards in school. With a solid technical foundation, he was someone Yifeng intended to train as a technical supervisor. John Lei, coding away, heard Yifeng's voice, paused for a moment, and then replied in a straightforward manner. Yizong, I'm in the process of expanding, already on the 3rd batch. Good. Your efficiency is good. Just follow the technical plan I provided. Go ahead and expand. Only when you're finished expanding, 361 manager can expand as well, Yifeng said with a smile. Oh, I will work hard, Yizong. John Lei scratched his head and said innocently. I just saw in the QQ group that Ziwu didn't understand a technical question. Did you not respond to him? Yifeng asked with a smile. Oh, really? I was coding just now. Maybe I didn't notice. I'll reply to him now. John Lei thought he had made a mistake and quickly opened the QQ group. Haha, it's okay. I already answered him. I was just asking. Yifeng laughed, patted his shoulder, and comforted his emotions. It's all right. You should remember that we are a team. Sometimes, besides your own work, providing some help to your colleagues appropriately could speed up your expansion, Yifeng patiently explained. Indeed, Yizong, I understand. John Lei nodded heavily. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Yifeng patted his shoulder, giving him encouragement. John Lei had good technical skills, but was still young, lacking experience in leading a team. Currently, Yifeng was practically managing the technical team at 361. However, Yifeng was not in a hurry. Nurturing talents takes time. For a technical supervisor, the first requirement is solid technical skills, and the second is team management abilities. It was evident that John Lei currently lacked many management experiences, but given time, he would grow. With this new team of 10 people working on technical aspects at 361, Yifeng could breathe a sigh of relief, no longer needing to stay up late working, allowing him to allocate time to do more things. Once the server expansion was completed, 361 Manager would take off rapidly, even faster than QQ's growth rate. At that time, this project would bring substantial cash income to Yifeng Technologies. Keep working hard, Yifeng patted his shoulder and said with a smile. John Lei grinned foolishly and continued typing code. Yifeng returned to his independent office, opened his computer, and Wang Tai knocked on the door and entered. Funjie, something bad happened. Wang Tai rushed in front of Yifeng. Yifeng frowned. He had never seen Wang Tai this nervous before and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Taizi? What happened?" "Something happened at the store. Just now, Zhu Qian called me, saying a group of customers came in causing trouble, demanding refunds and compensation, and there are quite a few people at the scene." Wang Tai wiped his sweat, nervously said, "What? Refunds?" Yifeng's heart sank, feeling that something was off about this situation. However, there was no time to think much now. He immediately stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the store." Yifeng took Wang Tai out of the company, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the computer store. Soon, the two of them arrived at the store and found over 20 people gathered around the store, shouting, "Refund! I want a refund! This store is ripping people off. Yet, the parts I just bought broke within a short time. Deceitful. Yifeng's boss is a cunning merchant. Refund, and compensate 3 times, or I'll sue you in court. The graphics car I bought just broke within a month. This shop sold defective products as new ones. So unscrupulous. My motherboard is also having issues. Quick refund and compensation. Refund 3 times. Yes, rights protection. We demand rights. Cunning merchants get out." The loud and chaotic voices of over 20 people attracted neighbors and onlookers around. Yifeng's face turned grim. It was not a good situation. "Funjie, let me handle this with them." Wang Tai wanted to take the responsibility, as he was the main manager of Yifeng Computer Store. Considering that it was his duty to handle, he wanted to resolve it immediately. Yifeng looked at him approvingly, but stopped him. "This time, I will handle it. You stay beside and learn. In the future, we will encounter situations like this, and in such cases, the first thing you need to do is to stay calm. Don't rush, and don't panic." "Okay, Funjae, I'll listen to you. Wang Tai nodded. Yifeng squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the storefront. I'm the owner of Shifeng Computer Store. Yifeng, please, everyone, calm down and let's handle this problem reasonably, Yifeng shouted to the crowd. Hearing this, the group of people turned back to look at Yifeng. So you're the owner? Quick, refund and compensate. I don't want these faulty parts from your store. Someone shouted angrily, their face twisted in anger. Yes, refund, compensate 3 times. Others chimed in, joining the uproar. The scene instantly turned chaotic. At that moment, at the entrance of the alley, Zhao Xinji and Nidin appeared outside a coffee shop. Seeing the chaotic scene at Shifeng Computer Store, they smiled at each other. Nidin chuckled and gave a thumbs up to Zhao Xinji. Mr. Zhao, impressive move. If he can't handle this, closing down is just a matter of time. Zhao Xinji took a sip of coffee, smirked, and scoffed. That kid Yifeng is trying to play with me. He's still too inexperienced. Facing the surging emotions of the customers, Yifeng remained unfazed and calmly watched them, dealing with them coldly at first. He had experienced numerous brand crises before and was well-versed in PR strategies and methods. When facing angry customers, it was important to handle them with a calm approach, allowing them to calm down and regain their composure. When a person is angry, it's hard for them to listen to others, and it's even more challenging when a group is angry. Therefore, it was crucial to first help them calm down, and the best way to do so was to remain silent and genuinely look at them. Indeed, under Yifeng's calm gaze, the group of more than 20 people slowly quieted down and stopped shouting. Boss, what attitude is this? Why don't you speak? A young man in a green shirt shouted. Yifeng then nodded slightly and calmly said, I deeply feel unsettled about the situation, and I understand everyone's anger. But please, calm your emotions for a moment. Let's sit down and discuss properly. Trust me, I will provide a satisfactory resolution for all of you. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the tension in the faces of the group eased a bit, as they also wanted to resolve the issue and not be unreasonable. You sold us faulty parts. You must refund 3 times the amount. A young man with a crew cut yelled. Yifeng did not argue with him. The first thing to do was to understand the problem clearly, gather specific information, and then devise an appropriate solution. Everyone, please relax. Take a break inside. It's a hot day. Have some water first. We will sit and talk slowly. If there are issues with the parts, I need to know which ones are problematic. After checking and confirming, we can discuss the solutions. I can assure you now, if the parts are indeed faulty, I guarantee an instant refund 3 times over. Yifeng emphasized. The customers looked at each other, and most of them listened attentively to Yifeng's words, especially when he mentioned the instant triple refund, which showed his sincerity in handling the problem. Okay, let's go inside and talk. The young man in green nodded. The group entered the shop, and Yifeng hung a close eye while Wang Tai and Zhuo Qingqing served them a cup of tea. As the shop didn't have enough seating, Yifeng stood with them. Please tell us the models of the faulty parts. My colleague will record them. For those who brought the parts and receipts, please provide them, so we can understand which batch of products has issues. Yifeng calmly said, I have an ASUS 690 for X motherboard. Mine is a Kunteng 30 HDD. And mine is an NGA220. Each customer mentioned their problematic parts, and Wang Tai noted them down one by one. 8 customers provided their receipts and parts, which were also recorded. Yifeng furrowed his brows as he looked at the batch numbers on the receipts. They were all products from Sheng Company, and they were all discount parts. Yifeng cursed inwardly. He had been deceived. Damn it. I bet those 2 batches were defective products, probably Class A. These were defective products that appeared during the manufacturer's production process, and these products entered the market through special channels. Sheng Company must have gotten a lot of these defective products. Thank goodness. I was cautious and only purchased 2 batches. Yifeng mentally cursed Nidin and his ancestors. Deceive me, I'll make you pay for it. If not, I'll reverse my name. Yifeng took a deep breath to calm down. The immediate task was to handle this incident. Crisis PR had to be managed well, otherwise, the brand of Shifeng Electronics would suffer. After all the customers were registered, Yifeng checked some of the parts and confirmed they were indeed flawed. It was time to discuss compensation. Yifeng addressed the group. I have a basic understanding of the situation, and after inspecting the parts, it's clear that the products we sold have problems. As the owner of Shifeng Electronics, I will not shirk my responsibility. Although our company is young, we take responsibility and are willing to face it. We always operate with a customer-first philosophy, and this incident is due to our negligence in sourcing. Therefore, on behalf of Shifeng Electronics, I promise to offer a 3 times refund. Yifeng's impassioned words and resolute attitude were met with some relief from the customers. TZ, bring out the cash from the store. Initially, compensate these 8 customers who brought back the problematic products 3 times the amount. For the remaining customers, you can take back the parts. If they belong to these 2 batches, we will unconditionally refund 3 times the amount on the spot, Yifeng declared. The customers were surprised by Yifeng's straightforwardness and his lack of blame shifting. Boss has courage. I believe Shifeng Electronics can thrive if they continue with this attitude. The man in the green shirt praised. Other customers who hadn't brought their parts looked enviously at the situation and admired Yifeng even more. The boss was bold. Thank you for your kind words. This is our responsibility, and we should act accordingly. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, Wang Tai brought out all the cash from the store and refunded the money to those 8 customers on the spot, with a 3-fold compensation. Even the young man in the green shirt received the triple compensation and had a smile on his face. The boss is decisive. I believe if Shifeng Electronics maintains this attitude, they will succeed. The man in green shirt said seriously. Other customers, who didn't bring their parts, looked admiringly at Yifeng. This boss is truly courageous. Yifeng laughed and said, ensuring customer rights is something that all conscientious business owners should do. This issue causing you trouble is truly our fault. To show our apology, I've decided to offer each of you present here free new accessories. The customers were shocked at the announcement. What? Free? Free for us? New accessories? My heavens. Boss, you're truly generous. Impressive. Shifeng Electronics is still very trustworthy. With this kind of attitude, I'll definitely buy accessories from Shifeng Electronics in the future. The crowd was delighted, praising and admiring enthusiastically. Now, their perception of Shifeng Electronics had completely changed for the better, becoming more positive. They might even become loyal customers of Shifeng Electronics. Yifeng, seeing their reactions, smiled inwardly. The crisis public relations had been successful. Only with everyone's supervision and encouragement can we do better. The development of our Shifeng Electronics cannot be separated from the trust and support of our customers. On behalf of Shifeng Electronics, I express heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Yifeng bowed and exclaimed. Clap, clap, clap. Over 20 people in the room applauded Yifeng warmly. This boss is outstanding. Haha. We'll definitely support Shifeng Electronics more in the future. Yes. Definitely support. Yifeng laughed and said, since everyone supports us so much, then I must show my appreciation by offering an extension of 1-year warranty for the new accessories to each of you present here. The crowd was even more surprised, leading to another round of enthusiastic applause. Following this, Yifeng personally handed out the new accessories to them one by one, and as they were leaving, he also gave them a small gift, such as earphones and mouse. The over 20 customers who came in angrily left with happy faces, warmly chatting with Yifeng at the door before departing. Inside the shop, Wang Tai and the Zuo sisters were utterly surprised. My goodness, the boss's public relations skills are superb. Zuo Qingqing exclaimed in amazement. Of course, that's Funjie, Wang Tai admired. To turn people who were initially about to wreck the shop into loyal customers, such public relations skills were indeed exceptional. Wang Tai secretly noted down Yifeng's techniques and methods, intending to study them thoroughly when he got back. Once these people had left, Yifeng returned to the shop, his expression grave. Wang Tai, Zuo Qingqing and Zuo Qianchen, along with other employees, were stunned at Yifeng's serious expression, not daring to speak. The boss is scary when angry. Yifeng turned to Wang Tai and instructed, ZZ, immediately call the customers who purchased the Shende accessories, notify them one by one, instruct them to keep the original accessories, wait for us to recall them. Then, we will personally deliver the new accessories, even better ones, to them, replacing the flawed ones. It must be done quickly. Today, it must be done overnight. Qing Qing and Qian Qian, you sisters coordinate. Others help in delivering the accessories. Wang Tai understood the seriousness of the situation. Having just promised compensation to over 20 people, coupled with the giveaway of new accessories, Zifeng Electronics had incurred a loss of over 80,000 yuan. If they were to continue with the threefold compensation, it would be a significant sum. Yes, Fenjie, I understand. I'll do it right away. Wang Tai nodded gravely. By the way, Fenjie, what about Shenda Company? How do we handle that? We were definitely tricked by them. Wang Tai's righteous indignation flared up. Yifeng snorted, of course, we will hold them accountable. They will have to compensate us tenfold, hundredfold for our losses. Wang Tai pondered for a moment. If they refuse to acknowledge that they supplied us with those two batches, what do? We only have delivery notes with their official seal. There were no separate contracts for those two batches, we only have a collaboration agreement with them. It seems that even if we go to court, there will be a lot of wrangling, and it's likely that we might lose due to lack of evidence, Yifeng said calmly. Going to court? In this day and age, seeking fairness and justice through the legal system is very challenging. Revenge may be delayed for 10 years for a gentleman, but I am a petty person. If there's a grudge, it must be settled immediately. ZZ, I have many ways to take down Shenda Company. Trying to play tricks with me? You're seeking death. Wang Tai saw a strong sense of confidence in Yifeng's eyes, stemming from his own strength. He firmly believed that Fenjie was the most exceptional. Having followed Yifeng for some time now, witnessing his skills and intelligence, Wang Tai had come to the conclusion that apart from making advances on the school beauty crush, there was no one else who could take advantage of Fenjie. ZZ, you go start the work now. The product recall must not be delayed. Yifeng instructed. Okay, I'll do it right away. Fenjie. Wang Tai nodded, turned, and hurried to the counter to search for customer data, making phone calls one by one. Yifeng stepped out of the shop, squatting on the roadside to smoke, contemplating how to deal with Shenda Company. This matter definitely had to do with Zhao Xinji. He had no conflicts of interest with Ni Din, and that little Ni guy wouldn't bother him without a valid reason. The only person who could have orchestrated this was Zhao Xinji. Having past grievances and direct conflicts of interest with Zhao Xinji, and ever since starting the computer shop, Zhao Xinji's previous customers had also come over to them voluntarily, somewhat usurping Zhao Xinji's resources. With Zhao Xinji's petty character and grudges, how could he let things go easily? Thus, this matter was undoubtedly connected to him. Yifeng blew a smoke ring, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Damn it, since you want to play, then I'll play with you thoroughly. Yifeng pondered, thinking that the most crucial aspect of bringing down a company was cutting off their financial resources. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of wealth is as good as killing their parents. Once Shendi's profitable business was ruined, it would be enough to inflict serious damage on them. But that was still not enough for Yifeng. Merely cutting off their profitable business was not sufficient for him. He wanted to completely bankrupt them. Otherwise, the grudge in his heart wouldn't be resolved. To make them bankrupt, the best way was to make them breach the contract and demand exorbitant compensation. With this idea in mind, Yifeng squinted, already formulating a plan. Ni Din, Shenda Company, since you dared to deceive me, wait for your doom. As for Zhao Xinji, there were even more ways to deal with him. Meanwhile, in another part, at the Jiali Club Center, Zhao Xinji and Ni Din were in a room enjoying a massage. Hehe, Zhao Xie, I bet that Yifeng is a mess right now. Ni Din lay on the bed, a contented expression on his face, a beautifully made-up female masseuse kneading his body energetically. More than a mess, once things escalate, Zifeng Electronics will face various business complaints, being criticized all over the internet. By then, his shop will probably shut down. Haha. Zhao Xinji chuckled. For sure, Zhao Xie, your methods are incredible. Ni Din praised him. Zhao Xinji turned to him, smiling. You helped a lot. It wouldn't have been possible without you, right? I've already transferred 20,000 yuan to your account. Check it out when you have time. Right? Don't rush back later. There are other activities upstairs. Ni Xin's face brightened. Oh, thank you so much, Zhao Xie. In the evening, with the setting sun in the west, Yifeng finished packaging the last graphics card component, attached an apology letter, and had an employee take it to the customer. TZ. This is definitely the last one, right? Yifeng turned to Wang Tai and asked. Yes, Boss Feng, this is the last one. All the customers on the list have been contacted and confirmed, Wang Tai replied seriously. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, finally minimizing the impact of this matter. If not dealt with in advance, it would have been even harder to handle when these customers' components broke down and they returned. All right, everyone worked hard today. Yifeng smiled at the staff. With Yifeng's smile, the atmosphere in the store immediately lightened. Zhuo Qianchen admiringly said, "Boss, it's all thanks to you today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do." When faced with an issue, calm down. Don't panic, don't get nervous. If you can't solve it on your own, contact your colleagues. You can report to me. There will always be a solution. After all, the team, the company, are your support. Yifeng smiled. Yes, I understand. Zhuo Qianchen nodded heavily. By the way, Qingqing, have all the components that needed to be mailed today been sent out? Yifeng turned to Zhuo Qingqing. Boss, they've all been shipped out, a total of 34 components dispatched according to the orders on the website. Zhuo Qingqing replied. 34. Not bad, it seems that online sales are picking up. Yifeng expressed satisfaction. Although this quantity may seem insignificant compared to future actions, where thousands of items may be involved, the current lack of online resources makes this online sales data quite good. These are all online customers converted from marketing activities. After the expansion of the 361 Butler server, user growth will surely further drive online sales. Yifeng looked at the time. It was almost time for Gumuxi to get off work. TZ, I'm leaving first. You finish up here and ensure cleanliness before closing. Yifeng said to Wang Tai. All right. Take care, Boss Feng. Wang Tai replied. Yifeng returned to the company, rode his bicycle, and went to pick up Gumuxi. Gumuxi stood downstairs at the company, watching her colleagues leaving. One by one, she stretched her neck to look towards the intersection, hoping to spot Yifeng's figure among the crowd leaving work. Stinky Fun, what's taking him so long? Gumuxi muttered to herself. Muxi, shall I drive you home? Dingbo took out his car keys, indicating he had a car. Having a car now was considered well off, as a car was a symbol of wealth. No, Senior Ding, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He will come to pick me up soon. Gumuxi declined directly. Oh, okay then. Dingbo forced a smile. Every time he thought of Yifeng's smug face, he couldn't help but want to punch him. Yifeng still owes me over 2,000 for breakfast. I won't forget this in my life. Dear, I'm here. Suddenly, Yifeng's voice came from a distance. Gumuxi turned to look and saw Yifeng pedaling hard on his bicycle, soon arriving in front of her. Stinky, I mean, dear, you're here. You had to come all this way to pick me up after a day of work. You're so kind. Gumuxi almost let out the word Stinky Fun, quickly changing it to a more affectionate tone. Hehe, had a lot going on. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come, let's go home. Yifeng chuckled. Hearing Gumuxi call him dear, he felt quite pleased. Oh, Mr. Ding is here too. Yifeng turned to see Dingbo. Dingbo glanced at Yifeng's bicycle, feeling superior instantly. I drive a car with 4 wheels. How can you compare with my 2 wheels? Yeah, I'm just going to get my car. Dingbo boasted, showing off his car keys to Yifeng. Wow, Mr. Ding has a small sedan, so wealthy. Oh, it's a Santana. By the way, I just saw a Santana parked with 2 scratches on the side. Is that yours, Mr. Ding? Yifeng smiled. What? Someone scratched my car. Dingbo's face changed suddenly, rushing out in a panic. After seeing Dingbo run off, Gumuxi asked in surprise, did someone really scratch his car? Silly girl, he got played by me. Get in the car. Yifeng smirked. Gumuxi covered her mouth, laughing. Haha, you really scared him with that. You really have a way with things. Gumuxi sat on the back seat of the car, wrapping an arm around Yifeng's waist. All right, Zifeng, let's go, she said. Sure thing, hold on tight, we're taking off. Yifeng pushed the pedals hard, making the bike lunge forward. Gumuxi quickly put her hands around him securely. After a short distance, Yifeng suddenly braked hard, causing Gumuxi to bump into his back. Stinky Fun, what was that for? Gumuxi exclaimed. There are many people on the road, so you need to hold on tight. Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi adjusted her position and held on to his waist even tighter, but the sudden closeness made her cheeks flush. Hold on tight. Let's go home, Yifeng said. On the way, Yifeng rode the bike and asked, Gumuxi, Do you think my acting today was goat? Could I compete with the actors? Come on. With your mediocre acting skills, you wouldn't even get a role as an extra. Gumuxi rolled her eyes dismissively. Hey Gumuxi, I spent the whole day being your boyfriend, and you're still dissing me. Can't you show some gratitude? How many times have you dissed me before? Every few days, you do it a few times. Have I not? I'll sue you for defamation. You're defaming me. Humph. I remember it all. Don't worry, I'll get back at you every few days too. You like that much? Stinky fun. Why are you so unreasonably weird in talking? By the way, where did you learn this word dissing that you taught me the meaning of? Online? Haven't you heard of internet slang? I've only seen some ancient ones like bamboo leaves, rookie, big shrimp, 9494. Yifeng chuckled at these ancient popular terms. With the increasing prevalence of the internet, online culture will become more widespread in the future. By the way, if you find that Dingbo annoying, a back throw should scare him off, right? Yifeng suggested. I would. But because of my mom, I would have given him a good beating along. I can be your shield. Continue being your boyfriend for a day. However, you'll have to renew the subscription. Gumuxi's cheeks turned red as she pinched a handful of soft flesh around his waist. Stinky fun. How dare you take advantage of me? Ouch. Gumuxi. Be gentle. You're pulling my flesh off. Who told you to be so smooth-tongued? How can you say that I'm smooth-tongued? Have you tried it? Don't slander me. Try hitting me big time. Gumuxi's cheeks blushed even more, embarrassed as she glared at him, but Yifeng was riding his bike and couldn't see her cute expression. You can try it at home. I don't mind, as long as you have the need. Heh. Yifeng smirked. Gumuxi blushed like an apple, pinching him again. I don't need you. Ride your bike. Yifeng yelped from being pinched. This girl really has violent genes in her, but I like it. Heh. This Gumuxi is very charming. As the two returned to the doorstep of Gumuxi's home, she opened the door to find no one inside. My parents haven't come home. Gumuxi asked. Yifeng opened the door, took a glance inside, and said, "They're at my place." Gumuxi ran over, craning her neck to look inside. Indeed, her parents were at Yi's home. Zixi. Xiaofeng is back. Meng Xiaoyun, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen. Auntie. Hello, Gumuxi greeted obediently. Meng Xiaoyun kindly responded, Zixi. Don't stand at the door. Come in. We are having dinner here today. Heh. Okay. Gumuxi walked inside, taking off her bag. Meng Xiaoyun took her bag and handed it to Yifeng, saying, Xiaofen, go put Zixi's bag away. Mom. She has hands and feet. Yifeng joked. Meng Xiaoyun glared at him and said, just do what you're told. Why do you have so much to say? Then she turned to Gumuxi, kindly saying, Zixi, you must be tired. I made coconut chicken soup, your favorite. Auntie is so kind, Gumuxi said sweetly, holding Meng Xiaoyun's hand. Yifeng thought, Mom, you are so biased. Ignoring Yifeng's resentful look, Meng Xiaoyun laid Gumuxi inside, exchanged pleasantries, and then went to the kitchen to cook. Yifeng kept the bag and passed by Gumuxi. She smirked at him, feeling pleased seeing Yifeng looking defeated. Gumuxi. Look, there seems to be a UF over there. Yifeng pointed outside the window. Huh? Where? Gumuxi turned her head to look, and Yifeng sneakily pulled the strap of her bra from behind. Snap. It's elastic. Gumuxi realized she was tricked, blushing as she glared at him. Damn it. Fun. She pretended to hit him, but Yifeng swiftly ran to the living room, calling, Uncle Gu. Hello. Li Wen saw Yifeng and waved, saying, Xiaofeng is back. Come, I bought some fruits. Have some to open your appetite. Seeing her parents present, Gumuxi reluctantly stopped her antics, her face turning red from anger towards Yifeng. You wait for me. Fun. Okay. Yifeng responded and sat next to Li Wen. Gumuxi sulkily sat on the other side. Mom, why are we having dinner here today? Gumuxi asked in confusion. I want to discuss things with Xiaofeng's father about the restructuring of our factory. Our factory is going to be restructured, and we might all be out of work. Li Wen sighed. What? Wasn't the result supposed to be out in October? Gumuxi was surprised. This is a bit complicated. Due to Hu Steel's situation, the economic outlook isn't very optimistic right now. Li Wen shook her head. She then handed 2 apples to Gumuxi. Zixi. Peel one with a fruit knife and have some fruit. Mom, One is enough for me, I don't need two. Gu Muxi smiled sweetly. Rolling her eyes, Li Wen said, one is for Xiaofeng, so help him peel it. Gu Muxi thought, mother, why are you making me do things for fun? Li Wen turned to Yifeng kindly. Xiaofeng, how is business these days? Is it hard? Yifeng enjoyed seeing Gu Muxi reluctantly peeling the apple, feeling triumphant. Work has been a bit exhausting, but it's worth it. Business at the shop is still good. Li Wen praised him. As long as the business is good. You're doing well, Xiaofeng. You have great prospects. Scoring top in exams and doing business. With your potential, your parents will have a good life in the future. In the future, teach Zixi more. Li Wen's gaze was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Gu Muxi noticed the look and blushed, quickly saying, Mom, I don't need him to teach me. She quickly peeled an apple, passing it to Yifeng. Here, Yifeng, for you. Thanks, little princess, he said, taking the apple and eating it with satisfaction. Gu Muxi gritted her teeth, while Yifeng remained nonchalant, feeling untouchable. Seeing them bickering again, Li Wen felt a headache. These two had grown up together, played together, but why are they still like this when they've grown up? Can't they just get along peacefully and harmoniously? Perhaps it's as Zixi's dad said, being too familiar with each other, Zixi and Xiaofeng might not end up together after all. Li Wen shook her head, took a sip of her tea, and thought that she can't control everything now that the children are grown up. It's up to destiny to see if there will be a chance for them to be together in love and harmony in the future. Dinner is ready. Zixi, Xiaofeng, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Meng Xiaoyun announced cheerily, bringing out the food. I'll go first. Yifeng quickly got up and ran to the restroom. Me too. Gu Muxi followed right behind him. At the restroom door, Yifeng was about to close it when he said, Gu Muxi, you should be courteous and let others go first. Just wash your hands. Why are you waiting for turns? If you don't want to wash, move aside. Gu Muxi squeezed in. Hey, Gu Muxi, I need to use the toilet. Don't come in. I'm going to take my pants off. Yifeng hastily exclaimed. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him and arrogantly snorted. Take them off if you want. It's not like I haven't seen before. Yifeng, Gu Muxi, if you say that, then I'll just take them off. Yifeng gestured to take off his pants. Since you don't mind, I don't mind either. Heh. Hearing this, Gu Muxi didn't expect him to actually dare to take them off. Her pretty face blushed, and she spat out, Stinky Feng, you shameless guy. After saying that, Gu Muxi still retreated outside and closed the door. Yifeng chuckled inside, thinking that this girl still had a thin skin sometimes. However, when did she ever see me take off my pants? Oh hell, could she still remember that incident from our childhood? Back then, the public toilets weren't that developed, so kids playing downstairs would just find a big tree to pee on when they couldn't hold it. Once, Yifeng was peeing under a tree, and suddenly Gu Muxi ran over to take a look, tilting her head and asking in a childish voice, Fun, why are you peeing while standing? Yifeng sniffed, saying, aren't we all standing to pee? No. Hey, what is this? Are you growing worms down there? Gu Muxi picked up two sticks as chopsticks to pinch them with. At that moment, Li Wen ran over, quickly stopping her, scolding her fiercely, which made her cry on the spot. While crying, she shouted, I didn't bully him. I saw worms growing on Fun. I wanted to help him remove that. This incident later became a topic of conversation after dinner for the two families, always making everyone burst into laughter. But Gu Muxi felt embarrassed every time she heard it and hurried back to her room. After washing his hands, Yifeng walked out and saw Gu Muxi standing at the door with her arms crossed, waiting for him. Hey, Gu Muxi, it's your turn. Yifeng chuckled lightly, swaying away. Gu Muxi glared silently at Yifeng's back. Stinky Feng, don't get too full of yourself too soon. During the meal, Bu Xingzhan and Yi Jianjun drank some wine and chatted. Lao Yi, if you're laid off, what do you plan to do? Gu Xingzhan asked. Oh, I haven't planned yet. My wife's health isn't fully recovered yet, so I plan to spend more time with her at home, and then think about it later, sighed Yi Jianjun. Well, now that Xiaofeng is successful, you don't need to be in a hurry. Gu Xingzhan laughed. Mentioning Yifeng made Yi Jianjun proud. Yifeng not only topped the college entrance exam, but also had business skills. A few days ago, he even gave his mother 100,000 yuan to save. 100,000. His annual salary plus bonuses and benefits are only around 9,000, which is his 10 years of income. He'd thought about Yifeng's business acumen, but he never imagined he'd make this much money. With such a successful son who not only excels academically, but also thrives in business, what more can one ask for? Having such a successful son, Yi Jianjun felt truly fortunate and content in his life. Xiafeng has indeed excelled, but I don't wish for him to be rich and famous. I just want him to be safe and healthy. Yi Jianjun patted Yifeng's head affectionately, saying, feeling warm inside. Yifeng joked, "Dad, can't we aim bigger? To be rich and safe and healthy." "Haha, you greedy fellow." Yi Jianjun laughed heartily. Ku Xingzhan and Yi Jianjun discussed the factory's plans for downsizing, with Yifeng listening nearby. Due to the steel mill's poor performance, it was set to be merged by Shanghai Steel, who proposed conditions to continue the merger, requiring layoffs, expecting to cut 90% of the workforce. These workers were soon to be a part of the impending wave of layoffs. Yifeng was eager to help, to do something labor-intensive, such as starting a factory to employ more people, a way of giving back to society. After all, behind each laid-off worker is a family. Without income, how many families would fall into distress? Yifeng has always believed in the principle of self-reliance in poverty and benefiting the world in prosperity because this land is his homeland. However, he can only plan for this later. First, he needs to get West Feng Corporation's 3 main businesses on the right track before considering starting a factory. After finishing the meal, Yifeng and Gumuxi washed the dishes and agreed to go to the neighborhood corner store to have some old-school popsicles. When they arrived at Lan Flower Corner Store, "Aunt Lan, 2 old-school popsicles." Gumuxi shouted inside. "Hey, Muxi, have you eaten?" Wang Lanhu asked with a smile as she took out 2 old-school popsicles from the freezer. "Yes, but the weather is too hot. I wanted to eat some old-school popsicles," Gumuxi sweetly replied. Wang Lanhua handed her the popsicles and noticed Yifeng sitting at the entrance, looking delighted. "Xiafeng is here too. Come, Auntie will give you some snacks. This kid studies really well." Wang Lanhua took out a pack of spicy strips and put it in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng was a bit surprised and flattered. He hadn't expected to become a local celebrity. "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Yifeng smiled. "Don't thank me, you're making our neighborhood proud. Now the whole neighborhood knows we have a top scorer." "Xiafeng, how did you do so well in your exams? Any secrets?" Wang Lanhua asked curiously. Yifeng thought for a moment, saying, "The secret lies in memory. It's all about memory. Ah, my kid has the worst memory. No wonder he always does poorly in exams." Wang Lanhua shook her head. Yifeng chuckled. If someone sold a memory training course now, it would probably be a hit. There were people who specialized in offering such courses in the past, making tens of millions a year. But Yifeng looked down on such things. They seemed a bit misleading. "Oh, I didn't expect our Yi to become famous." Gumuxi grinned, sitting next to Yifeng and handing him a popsicle. "Famous or not, I'm just a regular guy." Yifeng smiled. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Suddenly, the streetlights and the corner store lights went out. "Oh no, another power outage." Gumuxi looked around, realizing the whole neighborhood and the streetlights had all gone dark. The initial outage caused a bit of commotion, but people seemed accustomed to it, coming out to cool off under the trees. Power outages had become commonplace for them, occurring once or twice a month or sometimes after several months in an unpredictable pattern. However, Yifeng stood frozen, staring at the darkness. A power outage. Those 3 words suddenly sounded unfamiliar. It seemed like he rarely encountered power outages after going to college. Having electricity any time when anywhere was taken for granted in this country. But at that moment, Yifeng realized that it wasn't a given. It was something the people of this land had worked hard to build. "Stinky fun, hurry up and eat. What are you waiting for? The popsicles will melt soon," Gumuxi said, pushing the popsicle into her mouth, moving her right hand quickly. And so, the old-school popsicle went in and out of her mouth. "Yifeng, where did you learn to eat like that?" Gumuxi, "On TV. What's wrong with that? You're such a stickler." Gumuxi spat out the popsicle, casually replying. Yifeng curled his lip. "Why learn the bad things? Why go the wrong way? What's wrong? I feel bad. Feeling uncomfortable? What's wrong?" Gumuxi continued to enjoy the popsicle, asking in confusion. "Ahem, it's nothing." Yifeng chuckled, tearing open the packaging of the popsicle and slowly licking it. Eating a popsicle on a scorching hot summer day in the dog days of summer, that feeling, it's pure bliss. And no need to worrying about expensive ice cream hitmen. Popsicles in this era are basically cheap. Eating the popsicle, listening to the laughter of elderly people at the roadside, the playful voices of children, it's all peaceful and harmonious. Even though there is a power outage, the neighborhood can still engage in lively conversations, and everyone's smiles are warm. There are no people walking with their heads down on their phones, no longer indifferent. Technology has changed lives, made them more convenient, but at the same time has fragmented human connections. Yifeng pondered silently, suddenly feeling that living in such a time period isn't bad at all. Stinky fun, your bag of spicy strips? Gumuxi suddenly said, her eyes fixed on the spicy strips, licking her lips. Ha, you finished the popsicle so quickly? Yifeng looked at her in surprise. Yes, I finished it in just a few bites, Gumuxi shrugged, expressing helplessness. Yifeng saw her eyes fixed on the spicy strips and asked, what? Do you want to eat them? If you want to eat them, just tell me. How would I know you want to eat them if you don't say so? If you want to eat, just say you want to eat. Then why didn't you say so? Gumuxi wanted to reach out and grab them, but Yifeng's hand kept moving, and her speech felt like reciting scripture, almost making her head explode. What does this Stinky Fun want to do? Stinky Fun, I want to eat. Can I eat them? Gumuxi gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Yifeng opened the bag, took out one, and asked, which one do you want to eat? Yours. Gumuxi licked her lips, looking like a curious cat. Okay. Take it. Yifeng indulgently smiled. Heh. Yi Shao, you know how to be considerate. Gumuxi took the spicy strip, took a bite. So delicious. Gumuxi mumbled unclearly. Yifeng saw her eating, her lips shining brightly. Very enticing. I really want to kiss her. But, if I do it now, she probably give me the boot, right? And her mouth will be full of the taste of spicy strips, or ... last time felt good. Yifeng longed for the bravery of their school days. Yi Shao, are there real stars in the sky? Can we see stars now? Where? Right there. The two of them sat in front of the store, munching on the spicy strips in the dim light, enjoying the cool evening breeze, counting the stars in the sky. 3 days later, on a Monday morning, Yifeng brought Wang Tai to terminate the cooperation agreement and arrived at the Sheng company. This time, it was Ni Din who greeted them. Ni Din entered the meeting room with a hearty smile. Welcome, welcome. Yi Shao's business is so busy. It's rare to come over. Quite an honor. Come on. Have a smoke first. Ni Din hypocritically smiled, then took out a pack of Farong Wan, offering to cigarettes to Yifeng. But Yifeng looked indifferent, raised his hand to reject it. Manager Ni, I can't afford your cigarettes. Saying that, Yifeng took out a pack of his own and gave one to Wang Tai before lighting one for himself. Ni Shin's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He offered Farong Wang. Yifeng smoked soft John. How can it be said he can't afford it? Clearly, he was looking down on him. Ni Din looked at Yifeng's expression, seemed to guess something, no longer pretending, sneer, and lit a cigarette for himself. Mr. Yi, what brings you to the company today? Ni Din blew out a puff of smoke, lazily. His tone had lost the previous enthusiasm. Yifeng smoked, squinting, looking coldly at him, and said, Manager Ni, those 2 batches of goods that you intentionally sold to me. What 2 batches of goods? I don't know what you're talking about. Ni Din pretended not to understand, acting dumb. Those 2 batches of discounted goods, intentionally selling me defective products, right? Yifeng didn't bother to pretend with him and slammed the table. Hey. Mr. Yi, you can't slander me. I did not sell you any defective products. Everything we sell is genuine, do you understand? Ni Din sneered. Yifeng calmed down, already expected that he wouldn't admit it. Even if he sued him, it was highly likely that he would fail due to lack of evidence in the end. Moreover, involving courts, trials, and mediation would take years to resolve. Heh. Mr. Ni, are you trying to trick me? Mixing with that old Baideng with Zhao Xinji, having fun. Yifeng blew out a smoke ring. Calm. Ni Din was surprised that Yifeng mentioned Zhao Xinji. His eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but quickly calmed down. Mr. Yi, I don't know what you're talking about. Talking about trickery, I have no idea. Ni Din shook his head, adopting an attitude of never admitting and challenging you. But Yifeng had already noticed his slight panic just now, which further confirmed his thoughts. It seems that Zhao Xinji is behind this. Wang Tai's anger rose. Damn it. Dare to do but not admit it. Huh. Although those two batches of goods are genuine, they are also defective products. Damn it. You've cost us a lot. You still won't admit it. Unable to hold back any longer, Wang Tai turned against Ni Din on the spot. Ni Din disdainfully swept his eyes over the two, sneering, "You can't slander me like this. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. Do you have evidence that I deceived you? What batch of goods? This batch of goods, can you prove they are from our company? Oh, forgot to tell you, those two batches of goods simply do not exist in our records." F***CK. Wang Tai stood up abruptly, pointing at Ni Shin's face and cursing, wishing to smash his face in. Yifeng pulled him back, his face very calm. "It's okay. It's fine if you don't admit it. We know the truth in our hearts. Our days are long. We'll take it slow. I can have fun with you. Plenty of opportunities." Yifeng coldly smiled, took out a termination notice from his bag. "This is the notice of termination of cooperation. Zifeng Electronics and Cheng Company officially end cooperation from now on." With that, Yifeng stood up, tossed the document at Ni Shin's face, knocking his cigarette to the ground. FCK. You. Ni Din was burnt by the cigarette, cursed in pain, then looked up to see Yifeng and Wang Tai already walking out of the meeting room. After leaving Sheng Company, Wang Tai asked in a low voice, "Maple, where are we going next? Should we report Sheng Company to someone?" "No need. Let's go to Nanchao Trading and find Feng Zi." "General Feng." Yifeng smiled. "Feng Zi? Why are we looking for him?" Wang Tai asked in confusion. "Nanchao Trading and Sheng Company are in the same industry. They are competitors. I believe he would be happy to see Sheng close down. That way he would have one less competitor in the electronics market," Yifeng explained confidently. "In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. When interests align and goals align, that's when you have a friend." Yifeng needed Nanchao Trading's help to bring down Sheng Company. Wang Tai nodded in realization. "I understand, Maple. I'll give General Feng a call first, to see if he's at the company. If he is, we'll bring a gift." Yifeng took out his phone to call Feng Zi. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello, Yi. My brother, haha. Yes, General Feng, it's me," Yifeng replied with a laugh. "Hey, Yi. My brother, what brings you to call me? Any business to discuss, brother?" "Oh, General Feng, you're joking. I need your help. Oh, by the way, I don't have anything to do today, so I wanted to specially come to have tea with you." "Sure. I'm in the office, Yi. You come straight over. I'm in the office tea room brewing tea waiting for you." "All right, I'll be there in about half an hour." Yifeng hung up the phone and turned to Wang Tai. "Let's go buy something." On the other side, in Feng Zi's office, after hanging up the phone, Feng Zi hugged the blue silk next to him and started to get intimate. Hey. Wait a minute, did Yifeng just call you?" Blue silk sat on his lap, pressed down his wandering hands, and asked in confusion. "Yeah. It was Yifeng." Feng Zi stroked her black silk-covered legs and swallowed saliva. "Did Yifeng call you for something?" Blue silk asked. "Heh. Said he wanted to have tea with me." "Heh. Said he wanted to have tea with me." "Hey Feng Zi. His business has been really good lately. With the accessories he's been sourcing from our company, he's probably making over 500,000 pure profit a month." Feng Zi smoked a cigarette, nodded, and smiled. "Yeah. Yifeng is indeed a genius in business. It's good business. What does he want from us? When he comes later, we'll understand." Blue silk replied. Feng Zi smirked and exhaled smoke rings on her face. In the hazy smoke, her beautiful features took on a blurry charm. Blue silk waved away the smoke. Whisper. "What else does he have going on, Z? His business has been really good lately. With the accessories he's been ordering from our company, he's probably making over 500,000 pure profit a month." Feng Zi smoked, nodded, and smiled. "Yeah. Yifeng is indeed a genius in business. With his business booming, what could he want from us? We'll find out when he arrives." "That's good. I can ask him on the side. I'm quite interested in his computer lock store business. If he can work with me, we could expand the chain of stores throughout the city. And with my supply advantage, our accessory prices would be lower than other stores." We definitely be making money hand over fist every day, Funzi said, his eyes gleaming. Blue Silk laughed. It seems like you have some ideas about him. No. I only have thoughts about you. Funzi laughed and reached out to her. Blue Silk blushed, patted his hand, and shyly said, We're in the office. Don't be messy. Yifeng will be here soon. Funzi let go. Work is important. I'll take care of you later tonight. Blue Silk got up from his lap, straightened her disheveled clothes, and pouted. Aren't you going home tonight? It's Monday today. Funzi slapped his forehead. I almost forgot it's Monday. I have to go home and spend time with my son. Seeing Lan Kai's disappointed face, he comforted her. Don't worry, I'll spend time with you tomorrow. Lan Kai forced a smile. When do you plan to be honest with your family? Soon. This has to be done slowly, Funzi said, gently holding her. But Lan Kai's heart sank. She was tired of the same old excuses and delays. Funzi suddenly grabbed her hand, smiling. Give me a little more time. Okay. Lan Kai nodded reluctantly. Satisfied, Funzi let go of her hand, straightened his clothes, and said, I'll go make some tea. You prepare a summary of Shifeng Electronics' recent purchases. All right, Lan Kai replied, watching Funzi leave the office with a hint of sadness. She lit a cigarette and stood by the window, gazing at the bustling street below with a touch of melancholy in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Wan Tai brought a box of tea to Nanchao Trading. Hello, Mr. Yi. President Fun is waiting for you in the tea room. You can go straight there. The receptionist greeted them. All right. Thank you, Yifeng replied warmly, nodding to the receptionist before heading inside. At the tea room door, Yifeng stopped and gave Wan Tai a look, signaling him to be cautious. Wan Tai grinned and nodded, indicating he understood. Yifeng knocked on the tea room door. President Fun, ha, Brother Yi is here. Come on in. Funzi's secretary, Lan Kai, opened the door. Hello, President Fun. Miss Lan. Yifeng greeted warmly, shaking hands with both of them. After some pleasantries, they all sat down. Yifeng took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Lan Kai, who accepted and lit it for Funzi first. Yifeng noted their close relationship, even more intimate than usual lovers. Come, Brother Yi, have some of this high mountain red pure tea, Funzi said warmly, pouring tea for Yifeng and Wan Tai. President Fun took out his prized high mountain red pure just for you. This tea is grown in the high mountains of southern Yunnan, with very low annual production. Sometimes, even money can't buy it. Lan Kai smiled. Her words highlighted how much Funzi valued Yifeng. Oh, such a rare treat. I must savor it, Yifeng said, feigning surprise. Wan Tai, remembering Yifeng's tea-drinking lessons, smelled the tea first and then took a sip. Fragrant and sweet, with a rich aroma. Great tea, he exclaimed. Yifeng smiled, pleased that Wan Tai was learning to appreciate tea. Yes, the tea is rich in fragrance. Indeed, excellent, he praised. Funzi, sipping his tea calmly, waited for Yifeng to reveal his intentions. After some small talk, Yifeng casually asked, President Feng, do you know about the Sheng company downstairs? They seem to have a wide range of parts. Funzi sensed Yifeng was testing his attitude, wondering if this was related to Sheng. Oh, Sheng company. I call them the shameless company. They deal in a lot of black market goods, refurbishing parts and selling them as new, making a huge profit. Funzi scoffed. Yifeng, seeing his reaction, realized his assumptions were correct. Competition makes enemies, and losing one competitor is always welcome. I see, such a bad company. President Fun, to be honest, I want to bring down Sheng company. Yifeng then explained the situation briefly. Funzi's face turned angry, and he righteously declared, outrageous. How dare they mess with my brother? Don't worry. When the time comes, if Sheng falls, won't this market become Mr. Feng's? How does Mr. Fun feel? Easy Fun blew a smoke ring and smiled. Funzi's expression changed, realizing that with Easy Feng's methods, there was indeed a chance to take down Sheng company. Yes, Easy Brothers' methods are indeed feasible. I believe it's time to get rid of this troublemaker. More importantly, they dare to deceive you. I will help you regain your position, Funzi said firmly. Oh, thank you, Mr. Fun, for your assistance. I am truly grateful. Easy Fun pretended to be moved. Oh, you're too kind. After exchanging a few pleasantries in a tea house, for people had many thoughts, After discussing business matters, Easy Fun changed the topic to something lighter, chatting about fishing, a shared hobby. Easy Fun didn't know much about fishing, but it gave him a chance to learn from Funzy. When talking about fishing, Funzy became animated, talking enthusiastically. Easy Fun mostly listened and occasionally made a comment, which made Funzy happy. Sometimes, it's good to discuss topics the other person is interested in, letting them speak freely, and offering a few words of praise, which is also a way of conversation. The four of them chatted over tea for over an hour, with a lively atmosphere. Funzy's throat was dry from talking, so he took a sip of tea and then asked, "Oh, by the way, Easy brother, how is the preparation for your chain store going? We are in the process of selecting locations, 1 maintenance center, 5 stores, but we are currently short on staff, so it might take a while," Easy Fun replied vaguely, without specifying the progress. Funzy raised an eyebrow, surprised that Easy Feng's electronic company was developing faster than expected. "I see. If you encounter any problems, Easy brother, just let me know. If it's a matter of funds, I can invest a couple of $100,000 for you." Funzy hinted at his intention to invest. Easy Fun naturally understood but pretended not to grasp the hint, saying, "Mr. Fung is indeed generous. It's an honor to have a friend like you." He didn't directly answer Funzy's question or express a willingness to consider investment. After chatting for a while, Easy Fun excused himself. Funzy suggested having dinner together, but Easy Fun politely declined. After leaving the Southbridge trade, Easy Fun put away his smile and walked quickly to the elevator. Wang Tai looked excited and said, "Brother Fun, Mr. Fun is really generous and loyal, a true friend. People like that are worth befriending." Easy Fun looked around and whispered, "Do you really think he's a good person?" "Yes, Mr. Fun is a really good person," Wang Tai nodded. "TZ, let me tell you, in business, it's all about interests, not emotions," Easy Fun said calmly. "Do you think he's standing up for us because he's righteous? If I hadn't assured him of handling the Sheng business and offering him a big piece of the cake, do you think he would have agreed so readily? It's all about the benefits. He's just after that," Easy Fun explained. Wang Tai seemed struck by his words and suddenly everything made sense to him. "I understand now, Brother Fun." Wang Tai scratched his head, feeling embarrassed about his naivety. Easy Fun smiled and said, "As long as you understand. Let's go back now." The elevator opened, and the two entered. "Z brother, what does Easy Fun want from you?" Blue Kai tittied up the tea house table and asked. Funzy smoked and narrowed his eyes, set a contract trap for Sheng Company, create a snare. If Sheng breaches the contract, they will almost certainly go bankrupt. Hiss. Blue Kai gasped, "That harsh?" She hadn't expected Easy Fun to be going after Sheng like this. Such an eye for an eye. Ruthless means. Is being harsh necessary? If Sheng is gone, our component shipments might double, Funzy chuckled. Blue Kai nodded, realizing that Shengdi's downfall would be a significant benefit for Southbridge trade. "Do you think he can take down Shengdi's current business? What methods will he use?" Blue Kai asked. "I can't guess, but with Easy Feng's character, his methods might be direct and formidable," Funzy said. "Let's wait and see." Funzy blew a smoke ring. "But when I mentioned the intention to invest in Easy Feng's electronics just now, do you think he didn't catch on?" Funzy squinted, his expression turning serious. "Or did he pretend not to understand?" Blue Kai hesitated for a moment before whispering, "He probably didn't catch on." After thinking for a moment, Funzy said, "Is that so? Next time, I'll invite him to dinner and bring it up again. I believe he's a smart person and won't reject my good intentions, right?" "Back at Z Feng Company," Wang Tai asked Ji Feng, "Brother Feng, are you still training them this afternoon?" "No need. After a week of onboarding training, they are ready to start working. Get them ready and take them to the maintenance center to get used to the work environment there." Yi Feng smiled and said, "Also, have them bring the technical documentation I prepared for them, and encourage them to study regularly." "Got it. I'll do that later." Wang Tai nodded and was about to leave when Yi Feng stopped him. "Wait. Don't rush." "What's wrong, Brother Feng? Is there something else?" "Tomorrow, go rent the storefronts of the 5 designated shops, according to my design plans, and hand them over to the renovation company for construction. Also, open a shop next to Zhao Pang's shop, right across from him. Let him experience that wherever Z Feng Electronics is present, his business won't stand a chance." Yi Feng sneered, The real counterattack is just beginning now. Haha, got it. Brother Fun, I understand. Wang Tai responded excitedly, rubbing his hands together. I'll go get busy then. Zifeng Electronics business still relies on you to oversee it. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, Brother, rest assured, I will handle things well. I'll go do some work now. Wang Tai left, starting a new busy day. Yifeng smiled and returned to his private office, turning on his computer. Next, it's time to deliver a heavy blow to Sheng Company. Sheng Company is a distributor of computer components. The goal is to cut off the thoughts of the next-tier distributors or stores from getting supplies from them, and even have them return goods to Sheng Company. The best and fastest method is to tarnish the reputation of Sheng Company. By continuously spreading negative opinions through the internet, the brand's credibility will gradually deteriorate. Even if these negative opinions are fabricated, in the eyes of users, they are real, which is known as the power of public opinion. In fact, this also involves advanced knowledge in media studies, because influencing public opinion is crucial in shaping or smearing a brand. The most typical online public opinion battles happen between joint venture cars and domestic cars. Both sides manipulate online armies, and influential figures attack each other's reputations, with the joint venture cars' online armies being more aggressive, guiding discussions towards the backward technology of domestic cars. This even leads to a situation where, despite the superior performance of domestic cars, many users prefer to believe in joint venture brands, because when users search for information online or ask for advice from online friends, they encounter online armies or those influenced by online armies. Once they accept a certain point of view, it's hard to change. If they believe domestic cars are inferior, then they are deemed as such and will propagate this viewpoint to others. Yifeng is well-versed in manipulating online public opinion and has engaged in numerous battles against competitors through this method. In the current era of the internet wilderness, tarnishing a company's reputation is rather effortless since most new internet users are easily swayed. Yifeng immediately started writing a post, exposed the dark side of the computer components industry. My personal experience, please spread the word. Yifeng, under the guise of a victim deceived by Sheng Company, wrote this article. In it, Yifeng portrayed Sheng Company's Din as a deceitful individual who sold defective components and even refurbished parts through malicious means to individual users and distributors, recounting a story of suffering and grievances. After stating the facts, Yifeng intensified the narrative, adding how Sheng Company mocked and discriminated against individual users, painting a grotesque picture of the capitalist attitudes towards them. This part of the content would infuriate readers, leading them to empathize with the victims. At the end of the post, Yifeng also attached some seemingly true image evidence, some authentic and some doctored, to corroborate the claims. Ultimately, Yifeng published a list of stores and secondary distributors that collaborated with Sheng Company, all publicly available information. Under the relentless pressure from countless internet users, Sheng Company's partners would likely cut ties with Sheng. Satisfied with his article, Yifeng marveled at his language proficiency and expressive writing, believing the post would generate significant buzz. With his software capable of turning any post into a hit, Yifeng switched IPs and accounts, first sharing the article on a local forum and then simulating user comments to boost its popularity. Within half an hour, thousands of comments and tens of thousands of reads later, the post transformed into a top-quality thread, even getting pinned by the forum moderators. Simultaneously, Yifeng reposted the article on other local and national forums, using his software to orchestrate supportive comments and create an illusion of multiple victims harmed by Sheng Company. Through the ignition of public opinion, cultivating a strong initial momentum, countless users would continue the cascade of influence. This is the theory of a viral search. Once you trigger a trending topic, if the issue catches enough attention, numerous netizens would provide additional support, further fueling the fervor. The post had started appearing widespread across major forums and became a high-quality hot topic in various sections, waiting for the public opinion to ferment. The next morning, Ni Ding Nan Zhao Shinju were having morning tea at Taoyu Tea House. Damn, Zhao Zhe, you don't know how arrogant those two kids are. Especially that Yifeng guy. He even threw documents in my face. You don't know. At that moment, I really wanted to slap him. Ni Din, puffing on a cigarette, cursed. Zhao Shinju poured him a cup of tea and smiled. Don't be angry. Yifen is on his way to bankruptcy. I can tell you that in the next few days, someone will definitely cause trouble at their store. Selling so many defective parts, Yifen Electronics' reputation is doomed to tarnish. Ni Din drank his tea and said, they deserve to go bankrupt. But, Zhao Zhe, do you think they will come after us? I have a feeling that the guy surnamed Yi is not someone easy to deal with. There was a hint of concern on Ni Shin's face. Since interacting with Yifen, he understood that Yifen was a meticulous person, not someone to be underestimated. Having been deceived by Yifen this time, could Yifen let it slide? Probably not, right? Zhao Xinju waved his hand, chuckling. Don't worry. What can those two kids do? Even if they report us to the authorities or sue us, let them be. There won't be any consequences anyway. Ni Din nodded. You're right. Upon careful consideration, it seemed that Yifeng didn't have many effective countermeasures. He felt slightly relieved. Ha, come on, Zhao Jade, let's have some tea. Ni Din raised his cup. This time helping Zhao Xinji with the work brought in a lot of extra income, and he felt pleased. Sure. Let's drink. Zhao Xinji grinned. The two were enjoying their tea, and suddenly Ni Shin's phone rang. Checking it, he saw that it was his boss, Pan Chengfu. Hello, boss. Ni Din. What the hell have you done? The company's phones are ringing off the hook. What? What's happening? Boss. Ni Din looked baffled. Get your ass back here now. The call ended abruptly, leaving Ni Din utterly perplexed. What's going on? Why is the boss so angry? What's wrong? Lao Ni, who just called you? Boss Pan? Zhao Xinji inquired. Yeah. The boss wants me back at the office immediately. It seems something big happened, and he sounded really angry. Ni Din felt a bit anxious, lost his appetite for tea, and quickly grabbed his coat. Zhao Zhe, I may not be able to have morning tea with you today. I have to rush back to the office. Zhao Xinju was taken aback. Oh, alright then. Take care, and let me know if you need anything. Ni Din agreed. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang once more. This time, it was his colleague Hirao Guan calling. Hey Lao He. What's up, Lao Ni? You've done something terribly wrong. What? What is it? Haven't you seen the post online? You're going to ruin the company. Damn it. What post? Ni Din was still bewildered. Do you not know what you've done? A customer who bought a faulty component has exposed you online. The post is blowing up. The phone lines are buzzing with calls, and people are calling to curse you and the company. You've just screwed the company over. What? Ni Shin's mind went blank, rendered dumbfounded then and there. What the heck is going on? At this moment, Ni Din looked completely puzzled, with only this sentence echoing in his mind. No. I need to go back quickly. Ni Din rushed out the door and hurried back to the company. When he returned to Sheng Company, chaos had already erupted. People were answering phones everywhere. Many were yelling angrily, and the entire company was as nosy as a marketplace. Boss, Ni Din is back. Someone shouted as soon as they saw Ni Din entering. All eyes turned to Ni Din, filled with anger. Shendi's boss, Pen Chenfu, quickly walked towards him with a dark, angry expression on his chubby face. Boss, Ni Din hadn't finished speaking when he was met with a slap. Smack. Ten Chengfu's slap hit Ni Shin's face heavily. The slap was so forceful that it knocked Ni Din to the ground, with blood flowing from his mouth. The slap left Ni Din feeling dizzy and even more puzzled. He didn't even understand what had happened, and he had already received a big slap upon his return. For a moment, there was silence in the company, and all the employees looked at Ni Din with a sense of watching a drama unfold. Sun even wished to kick him. Ten Chengfu squatted down, grabbed Ni Din by the collar, his face full of rage, and said, in a low voice, look at the mess you've caused. I always told you to be low-key in your work, to be humble in your demeanor, but what the heck did you do? Who the heck allowed you to be so arrogant with the customers? Ni Din wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shocked, and said, Boss, what's happening? What happened? Come with me, I'll show you. Ten Chengfu grabbed Ni Din by the collar, pulled him up from the ground, and dragged him directly into the office. Ten Chengfu dragged Ni Din to the desk and showed him the computer screen. The screen displayed a viral post with nearly 100,000 comments. Take a good look at this post, damn it. Ten Chengfu cursed as he lit a cigarette and began smoking. Ni Din focused and read the post titled Exposing the Dark Side of the Computer Parts Industry. Personal experiences, beware everyone. The post was written by a netizen named Xuanmu, a computer enthusiast, who detailed how Ni Din, a sales manager at Sheng Company, sold him many computer parts for building to computers. However, all the new parts purchased had issues, and upon inspection, turned out to be faulty or refurbished, followed by a lengthy account of grievances against Sheng Company and Ni Din. The post included various screenshots, including parts, text message records, and QQ chat logs. The description in the post portrayed Ni Din as arrogant and Sheng Company as a blood-sucking capitalist. From the comments left by other netizens, one could feel their anger and outrage. This is outrageous. This disgusting company must be exposed. Damn. Reading this post is raising my blood pressure. Damn. This Ni Din lackey is too despicable. Does he think he can get away with it in our country? Report. I'm reporting this to the business bureau directly. Damn. No wonder the parts I bought from Sheng broke so easily. There's something fishy going on. I also bought parts from Sheng Company, and they broke quickly too. I suspected they were selling faulty and refurbished parts. This is a disgrace to the industry. Damn. Shut down the company. Each comment from the netizens was filled with anger, and their emotions were thoroughly incited by this post. The more Ni Din read, the more shocked he felt because he knew he never said those words. Absolutely not. Boss, this post is a defamation. It's all lies. I never said those words, let alone insulted the customers with such language. Absolutely not. Boss, this post is definitely maliciously fabricated by someone. Ni Din hurriedly turned to explain to Pen Chengfu. Ten Chengfu grabbed him by the collar and scolded, "Idiot, what's the use of whether the post is true or false now? This post has spread all over the internet. Tianya, Wanchi Forum, Suku, everywhere. If you post a clarification now, will anyone believe it? Idiot. Moreover, if these things are investigated and exposed, can the company escape?" Ni Din was scared, with cold sweat running down his body, feeling like he had fallen into an abyss. He knew the company was involved in selling faulty and refurbished products, which brought in high profits. Sheng had been selling them for 2 years already, typically mixed with genuine products and occasionally sold in bulk to lower-level distributors. Although problems occasionally arose, they were mostly manageable. Most individual buyers who purchased faulty parts considered themselves unlucky because they weren't familiar with computers and often blamed themselves. Over the past 2 years, Sheng had sold quite a few defective parts, and if this were to be exposed, it would be a huge disaster. Ni Din, tell me, who the hell did you offend outside? Someone must be after you. Bastard. Now the company is implicated too. Damn. Ten Chengfu, a veteran in the business world, immediately sensed that something was amiss and felt that someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. According to the content of the post, the person knew Ni Din and mainly accused him, indicating there must be some grievances between the two parties. If it wasn't for Ni Din offending the other party, why would they use such shocking methods against him? Who did you offend? Ni Din was stunned as a figure subconsciously flashed in his mind. Yifeng. Suddenly, a female secretary opened the door and exclaimed, "Boss, it's not good. The officials from the Commerce and Tax departments are here." Ten Chengfu's face instantly turned dark. The news of Sheng Company being investigated spread throughout the entire electrical engineering building within a day. In the Nanchao Trading Company, Lan Kai walked into the office with a cup of coffee in hand. Before she entered, she could hear Funzi's laughter coming from the office. Pushing the door open, she saw Funzi on the phone, smiling brightly. "Ha ha, all right, Director Li, rest assured, my accessories are definitely brand new genuine products. No defective or refurbished goods will be involved. Yes, all of them are in stock. Whenever you come to pick them up is fine. I'll be ready anytime." Funzi hung up the phone, turned around to see Lan Kai, and said with a smile, "Yifeng is really talented." Lan Kai gave a faint smile, placed the coffee on the table, and said, "I heard that Sheng Company is in deep trouble now, not only under investigation, but also many partners have terminated their cooperation with them." Funzi walked over to close the door, then came back to wrap his arms around her waist, saying, "Your information network is quite well informed. I've received some calls. Those who used to collaborate with Sheng Company have now come to us on their own accord. Haha. I think we should take the initiative and snatch all of Shengdi's orders." Lan Kai twisted in his embrace, her delicate face slightly blushing. She freed herself from his arms and said, "Indeed, We should seize the opportunity, but shouldn't we first thank Yifeng? I wonder where he found the leverage against Sheng Company, getting people to post online and expose Sheng Company. And what's even more surprising is that those posts went viral, sparking public outrage. If those posts hadn't gone viral, the effect might not have been the same. After a moment of contemplation, Funzi said, You're right, we should thank Yifeng. Later, buy some gifts as a token of gratitude for Yifeng on my behalf. You know how to handle this, so it won't require much from me, right? Lan Kai nodded, saying, I understand, Zijie, you mean. Does Yifeng know how to manipulate online trends? Manipulate? I don't think so. I read those posts, it seems like the netizens voluntarily supported them. I can only say, those posts were very well written and persuasive. But this can also be considered Yifeng's skill. Funzi laughed. By the way, Kai, go and inform the sales department that Yifeng's products are to be prioritized in the future. Lan Kai covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Okay, I'll do it right away. At noon, in the Yifeng electronics store, Yifeng was instructing the repair staff on fixing computers. I've listed various common issues with components in the documents. Look at this graphics card. The voltage of the capacitors is incorrect, so you need to first check these 3 pins to see if there's current passing through. If there is, and it's normal, then check this chip. If it's not normal, then there's a problem. Either resolder it or replace it. Zhou Ping, you need to study the documents more thoroughly. Yifeng's face was serious. Zhou Ping, a young man, lowered his head in shame and replied, Yes, Yifeng, I'll study harder. Continue with the task. If you can't fix it, send it to the repair center. We promise the customers that it will be repaired within 42 hours. There's a time limit, don't delay. Yifeng reminded him. Okay, I'll recheck everything. Zhou Ping nodded heavily. Yifeng patted his shoulder, turned to leave, and went to find Wang Tai. TZ, how are things going? Yifeng asked. The store locations have been secure. Waiting for the renovation company to start work, it should be completed within 2 weeks. Wang Tai replied. Yifeng praised. Well done. You're quick in action. Good job. Once the chain stores were renovated and opened, he would be ready to prepare for university. The computer repair business had entered a stable stage, allowing him to relax a bit. The subsequent expansion of stores, personnel recruitment, and training were all standardized with effective standard operating procedures SOP. Each person in the company knew their roles and responsibilities based on the system, operating like a well-oiled machine. However, the system was static. While people were dynamic, unexpected incidents might occur beyond the system, testing the management team's experience. Yifeng had focused on training management skills for Wang Tai and Han Ping'an, providing them with management technical documents to handle most unexpected situations. In case of uncertainty, they would seek Yifeng's immediate help. Overall, Yifeng felt that the company lacked mid to senior level management personnel. If they could recruit some talented individuals, it would definitely be a great addition to Yifeng Electronics. Just as he was thinking, a crisp voice came from the door. Yi Xiao, are you busy? Yifeng turned to see Gu Muxi standing at the door wearing jeans, a white shirt, her long hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a cute and charming aura. Gu Muxi, why are you here? Gu Muxi pouted, saying, Do you think I came here willingly? It's all because of my mom, who specifically asked me to bring you lunch. She picked up a large bag containing lunch boxes. Yifeng chuckled. I knew Auntie cares for me. Ha ha. Gu Muxi placed the bag on the table, glanced around the store, noticing that even at lunchtime, there were still 3 customers picking out computer parts. Yi Xiao, business seems to be good. Gu Muxi remarked in surprise. Although she had no business acumen, it was lunchtime, and there were still customers in the store, indicating that business was good. Moreover, Yifeng Electronics decor and service were different from the chaotic computer stores, clean, bright, with a pleasant decor style, and especially attentive service. Beautiful lady, have a glass of water. A girl in uniform brought her a glass of water with a warm smile. Thank you. Gu Muxi was surprised. No matter how many times she came, someone would always hand her a glass of water. Gu Muxi, when is your internship at the company ending? Yifeng asked casually while eating. It should be another 2 weeks. I'll be starting university in a month, and I want to take a good 2-week break for myself. Gu Muxi sat next to him, resting her chin in her hands. What have you learned during this period? Yifeng asked curiously. I've learned basic architectural design theory, design processes, workflow, and also CAD 2000. However, that software is too complicated. It gives me a headache, Gu Muxi explained. Thinking about using CAD for drawing, it was simply a nightmare, more difficult than drawing by hand, mainly because it was a new software she hadn't adapted to yet. Yifeng laughed. You'll get the hang of it slowly. Do you want some dried bean curd? Yifeng picked up a piece and offered it to her. Gu Muxi cooperatively opened her mouth, and he accurately fed it to her. My mom's cooking is delicious. Gu Muxi smacked her lips. This scene was seen by Wang Tai and Zhuo Qianchen. Zhuo Qianchen covered her mouth in amazement and whispered, "Tzj, that beauty, could she be our boss lady? It must be our boss lady." She felt that Yifeng and Gu Muxi's interaction seemed so natural, almost like an old married couple. Yes, that kind of feeling. Just seeing Yifeng feed Gu Muxi like that made her heart skip a beat. So sweet. A beat indeed. Boss lady, Miss Gu. The school flower, of course. It has to be. Our Yifeng is a talented and charismatic guy. It's normal for him to have Miss Gu as his girlfriend. Wang Tai chuckled softly. Zhuo Qianchen looked enlightened. No wonder. I knew it. Our boss lady is really beautiful. Yifeng continued eating and looked up, asking, Gu Muxi, do you want the remaining dried bean curd? No. I'm on a diet recently, seriously. Gu Muxi said with a straight face. Yifeng smirked. Are you really dieting? With your appetite? I don't believe it. Ye Shao. Don't underestimate me. Gu Muxi said determinedly. This lady is always firm in her determination towards good food. Gu Muxi felt a bit guilty. Yifeng turned to Gu Muxi with a smile and asked, Gu Muxi, do you really not want to eat? On such a hot day, eating an ice lolly would definitely be refreshing. Gu Muxi bravely said, I won't eat it. Even if this lady is starving, she won't take a bite of your ice lolly. Okay. This was your idea. Don't snatch mine later. Head. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. I can't be bothered to snatch yours. HMPH tilde. Gu Muxi raised her chin arrogantly. Yifeng took a couple more bites of rice, finished the meal, and asked, Gu young mistress, you're quite slim. Why suddenly talking about dieting? Isn't it all because of you? Last time we had dim sum, you ordered so much food, causing me to gain a whole pound. A whole pound. Gu Muxi propped her chin with both hands, looking troubled. Yifeng, a pound? Just a pound? Is it necessary to overreact like this? Maybe you're just maturing. Gu Muxi blinked. Maturing? What do you mean by maturing? Yifeng chuckled, using his eyes to suggest something. She blushed instantly, then glared at him in embarrassment. You jerk, what did you say? Do I still need to mature? I think you've got an itchy back. I'm perfectly normal in terms of maturation, alright? What's that look on your face? Yifeng. Gu Muxi threatened to scratch him playfully. Yifeng quickly dodged, reminding, Gu young mistress, please maintain your ladylike demeanor. Gu Muxi turned her head and noticed the other customers looking at her and Yifeng strangely. She retracted her hands and dropped the idea. You jerk, just wait. When we get back, we must practice some new moves properly. Huh? New moves? New positions? What kind of moves or positions? Yifeng was puzzled. Gu Muxi clenched her fists, saying, Don't worry. They're all moves that you like. For sure, you'll be satisfied. Suddenly feeling a chill down his spine, Yifeng thought, what is this girl planning again? But it definitely won't be something good. Ahem. Gu Muxi, what are you up to? Hehe. Young master, don't you want to avoid being bullied outside? Gu young mistress, calm down, please be calm. The two were just playing around, while Zhuo Qianchen, with a grin on her face, watched them from behind. The boss and the boss's wife are so sweet. They are a perfect match. Having a partner who you can have fun with is so nice. No. While the boss's wife is here, I need to find an opportunity to show my appreciation. At that moment, Wang Tai ran back, holding only an ice cream stick in his hand. Hehe. Funjie, here's your ice cream stick. Wang Tai handed the ice cream stick to Yifeng. Yifeng took the ice cream stick and waved it in front of Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi's gem-like eyes followed the ice cream stick back and forth, never leaving it. Wow. It's really cold and refreshing. In front of her, Yifeng tears open the packaging, revealing a shiny ice cream stick. Gu Muxi eyed the ice cream stick, licked her lips, feeling like the ice cream stick was calling out to her. No, she couldn't let Yifeng underestimate her willpower. HMPH. I'm not going to eat it. Gumushi turned her head away. Yifeng licked it and exclaimed, so sweet and cold. Gumushi. Don't you want to try? I don't. Let me take a bite for you. Gumushi immediately turned around, snatched the ice cream stick from Yifeng's hand, and took a big bite. Oh my, it's so sweet. Yifeng burst out laughing. Indeed, Gumushi couldn't resist the allure of the ice cream stick. Gumushi took another bite, and in a blink of an eye, only half of the ice cream stick was left. Hey, Gumushi, don't eat so much. This is my ice cream stick. What's wrong? Can't I have a lick too? You asked me to eat it. How is that just licking? You took several bites, and now it's gone. Give it back. No, not giving it back. Gumushi. HMPH. Omega. Yifeng. Gumushi finished the ice cream stick in 3 bites and licked her lips, still not satisfied. Ah, ice cream stick. Forever divine. Yifeng chuckled knowingly, knowing that this girl had no resistance to ice cream sticks. Gumushi, remember, you owe me an ice cream stick. Alright, I got it. I'll repay you later. Gumushi waved her hand. Checking the time, she suddenly froze. Oh dear, it seems like it's time to go to work. Yifeng. I have to go to work. Goodbye. Gumushi stood up, and Zhuo Qian approached her. Oh, boss's wife, are you leaving already? Here, try the mango I bought this morning. It's delicious. Zhuo Qian handed her a plate of diced mango. Gumushi reached out to take a toothpick when she suddenly paused. Ah, what? WHA. What? Boss's wife. Gumushi's cheeks turned red as she stared dumbfoundedly at Zhuo Qian. Yes. Boss's wife. Anything wrong? Don't you like mangoes? Zhuo Qian asked in confusion. What in the world? I'm not a boss's wife. I have something else to do. I'm leaving. With flushed cheeks, Gumushi shook her head repeatedly, denying it, and hurriedly walked away. Zhuo Qian looked puzzled. Did she really make a mistake? But this was what Taizi said. Alright, boss's wife, see you, boss's wife. Zhuo Qian followed behind Gumushi, calling out. Gumushi didn't look back and dashed out as if fleeing. Watching this scene, Yifeng laughed heartily, finding it extremely amusing. This girl really doesn't have a thick skin. At the door, Gumushi, with a red face, spat. What's with those looks? Could this girl be Yifeng's boss's wife? She murmured, then suddenly saw a beautiful woman in a professional suit walking towards the electronics store. The elegant lady carried a beautifully wrapped gift box and was smiling as she entered the store. Gumushi turned her head and watched her walk in. Is this beauty going to meet Yifeng? Gumushi stood still in place, hesitating. Should she go and take a look? But why should she care about this? Gumushi pouted and took a few steps forward, but then stopped. Could that beauty really be looking for Stinky Fun, bringing a gift and smiling so gently? Why do I even care? Forget it. I'll just go back to work. 1 minute later, Gumushi, with her bag slung over her shoulder, sneakily arrived at the storefront and peeked inside through the glass window. She saw Yifeng and that beauty chatting animatedly, both with smiles on their faces, looking very familiar with each other. The beauty even handed the gift to Yifeng in front of him. She really is looking for Stinky Fun. Gumushi gritted her teeth, for some reason, suddenly feeling an urge to give Stinky Fun a deadly blow with a crossed lock. Yes, that's the kind of impulse it was. Hey, shop owner, what are you up to? Suddenly, the door opened, and Zhuo Qian walked out, catching Gumushi in the act of looking sneaky. Ahem. I was just looking around. This glass is so smooth. The sun is really intense today. No need to see me off. I'll just leave. Gumushi awkwardly rushed away. Zhuo Qian raised her head in surprise and looked at the sky. A large dark cloud blocking the sun completely. Shop owner, what's gotten into her? On the other side, Gumushi was walking out of the alley, emitting an inexplicable chill. Stinky Fun. Well, he can. Even receiving gifts from a beauty. Impressive. Suddenly, two tattooed young men walked towards her. Wow. Beauty, are you alone? The 2 tattooed young men stood in front of Gumushi, eyeing her up and down with a lewd expression. Gumushi stopped in her tracks, raised her head, and stared coldly at them. I'm in a bad mood today. Scram. Her tone made one shiver. The two tattooed young men felt a chill in their hearts and found Gumuxi's gaze particularly uncomfortable. But one of the tattooed young men gathered his courage. They were two men. Why should they be afraid of one girl? Hey. Beautiful. Don't be so aggressive. He made a move to put his hand on Gumuxi's shoulder. You're dead to me. Gumuxi grabbed him with one hand, pulling and giving him a spinning body slam. Dang. The young man fell to the ground, knocked out cold. Holy sh**t. The other tattooed young man. This is not a woman at all. She looks so cute and innocent, but so violent. Too scary. Gumuxi glanced at him, rubbed her fists, and walked towards him step by step. Ahem. Duty. No. Lady. No. Miss. Calm down. Please, calm down. I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore. I won't do it anymore. The next moment, the voices abruptly stopped, replaced by the sounds of punches and kicks and men's cries of pain. 3 minutes later, under the astonished gazes of passers-by, Gumuxi clapped her hands and left swiftly. And on the ground lay two tattooed young men with swollen faces and bruised bodies. A passerby murmured, "Did this beauty explode?" "Miss Lan, Mr. Fun is too polite to have you specially come and deliver the gift." Yi Feng smiled. Yi. Shay. Just accept it. As the saying goes, mutual giving and receiving is what friendship is about. Mr. Feng said this gift must be sent. You can't have me take it back, right? Otherwise, Mr. Feng will scold me for not knowing how to do things. Miss Lan smiled. All right, then I'll accept it. To refuse would feel too pretentious. Yi Feng shrugged, taking the gift box from the table. Miss Lan glanced around the store and saw that there were still customers inside, complimenting. Yi. Shay, your business seems to be doing well. It's okay. Just enough to support the staff. Yi Feng casually responded. Yi. Shay. You really are good at joking. I can see that you're dealing with more than just fine, right from the way you're handling the orders. Ha ha. Miss Lan laughed with her hand covering her mouth. She couldn't understand how a store could sell so many goods. It didn't seem reasonable. Was there some secret sales channel he had? Well, all in all, it still depends on the care of Mr. Feng. Yi Feng replied without revealing anything. Miss Lan shook her head inwardly. It seemed difficult to get any information out of Yi Feng. All right, my mission is completed. I should go back now. Yi. Shay. Don't forget to visit the company for tea whenever you're free. Miss Lan smiled. Okay. Miss Lan, let me walk you out. Yi Feng said. No need. You should focus on your work. No need to be so polite. Miss Lan politely declined and said goodbye before leaving. Wang Tai watched her leave and asked, Jie Yi, why did Mr. Feng suddenly have her come specially to deliver the gift? I guess Mr. Feng got a piece of the pie from Sheng Company, otherwise he wouldn't be so concerned. Yi Feng opened the gift box, revealing a smaller box inside. He knew what was inside. With the Cartier logo, it must be a watch. This was nice. Fengzi was indeed thoughtful. Yi Feng didn't have much desire to buy a watch, but it didn't mean he didn't need one. Sometimes, a watch was more of a symbol of status. This watch probably cost around 5,000 to 6,000, considered a small luxury item that he could wear out. Wow, Mr. Feng is really generous, Wang Tai exclaimed, looking at the shiny gold watch, his eyes gleaming. Considering he's a big boss now, he doesn't lack that bit of money. Yi Feng put on the watch and looked at it. Although it looked a bit flashy with the gold plating, having it was better than not having it, and he could always change it later, when he earned more money. At night, Yi Feng was busy until 9 o'clock before leaving work and returning to the neighborhood. Just as he arrived downstairs, he ran into Gumuxi coming back licking an ice cream. Hey, Gumuxi, eating ice cream so late at night? Yi Feng teased as he greeted her. Unexpectedly, Gumuxi, unlike before, snorted, turned her head away, and refused to look at Yi Feng. What business is it of yours? Yi Feng, Even a fool could tell that she sounded a bit annoying, perhaps even angry. What's with this little girl? Why does she seem to be so fiery, as if she's on fire? Is it a family feud? Gumuxi, what's wrong with you? Eating ice cream and being so fiery. Aren't you afraid of melting the ice cream? Yi Feng leaned in, observing her facial expression closely. It was true. Gumuxi seemed to be a little angry. Hey, if it could really melt, I'd melt you first. Why are you so late coming back today? Have a date with a beauty outside. Gumuxi gave him a disdainful glance, speaking in a strange tone. A beauty? What beauty? I just worked late. Yifun scratched his head, truly puzzled. Catching a glimpse of the shiny watch on his wrist from the corner of her eye, Gumuxi was momentarily stunned. Oh my, did that beauty actually give Yifun a watch? The relationship seems quite close. Don't play dumb. I saw it. You even wore the gift. Gumuxi huffed and bit off a piece of ice cream. Upon hearing her words, Yifun suddenly realized, could it be? This girl was actually jealous. He looked at Gumuxi with her pouting lips, tilted head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle with an unhappy expression, and felt a twinge in his heart. Gumuxi looks so cute when she's jealous. Just like when she was a child. Exactly the same. Yes, exactly the same. Her little prideful, little angry demeanor was incredibly cute. Yifun sniffed, then sniffed at her. Stinky Fun, you're a pervert. Eek. Gumuxi recoiled with disgust. Gumuxi, why do I feel a strange smell coming from you? Yifun asked seriously. A smell? What smell? I just showered. Gumuxi raised her hand to smell her clothes. Yes. Gumuxi, why do you smell like vinegar? Vinegar taste. What vinegar taste? Why can't I smell it? Gumuxi sniffed at her collar again, but found nothing. Suddenly, she saw the teasing look in Yifang's eyes, and it dawned on her instantly. Her cheeks blushed, and she said coquettishly, You're talking nonsense. Who's feeling jealous? I couldn't care less about you. Yifun grinned and said, Oh really? You don't want to know who gave you the watch? Who? Gumuxi instinctively asked, but quickly added, Who cares? I really don't want to know. After saying that, she took another big bite of the popsicle. Yifun chuckled to himself, finding Gumuxi's reaction quite adorable. Alright, I'll tell you. It was a business partner who gave it to you. The woman is his secretary. And also his other woman. It has nothing to do with me. Yifun explained. Other woman? Is it that kind of other woman? Gumuxi was surprised to learn that such a beautiful woman was actually a secretary and involved in an affair. Yes, you guessed it right. Yifun nodded. Gumuxi felt relieved unexpectedly, feeling the anger that had been brewing in her dissipate. Oh, that has nothing to do with me. You don't need to explain. I really don't care. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Gumuxi finished her popsicle, threw the stick in the trash and went straight upstairs. Yifun followed up and asked, Gumuxi, don't go. Were you jealous just now? Who do you think you are? You're overthinking it. I wouldn't waste my time on that. Hey, Gu. Don't be this way, saying you'll die or something. You're so annoying. Go away. Leave me alone. Hey, even though you're denying it now, you're just a stubborn person, right? Call me stubborn again, I'll bite you. Ada, come here. You think I'm scared of you yelling? Little brat. Arg. Square root. Oh my. Gumuxi, you really bit me. Are you a dog? Move out of the way. Arg. Oh. Arg tilde tilde. Oh my. Gumuxi, don't bite me down there. Stinky Fun. Ooh, your stomach stinks. The two of them playfully ran upstairs, going their separate ways. Gumuxi, take a break this weekend. What do you want? Let's have breakfast together. Pig offal rice noodles, my treat. Alright, get out of my way. What? Get out and leave. Gumuxi opened the door and quickly shut it again. Yifun chuckled dumbfoundedly, wondering if the little girl was still angry. It's hard to pacify her, but she doesn't seem too upset now. Yifun shook his head, opened the door, and went home. Late at night, after washing up, Gumuxi lay on the bed in a daze. She turned around and pulled the stuffed pig towards her, holding its ear in her hand. Stuffed pig, why do you look so much like Stinky Fun? Humph, you pig-headed pig. Gumuxi playfully squeezed the stuffed pig's face with both hands. Wait, why do I care so much about Stinky Fun? Who he wants to be with? Why should I care? I don't want to care. Let him be with whoever he wants. Gumuxi muttered to herself, kicking the stuffed pig's butt. Stuffed pig, why don't you talk? Why would I be angry? Yeah, I am not angry at all. I don't care. Who cares? I really don't care. Gumuxi continued mumbling, kicking the stuffed pig again. If that's the case, nod your head. If not, shake your head. The stuffed pig nodded, and Gumuxi laughed. That's right. Stuffed pig, I treat you so nicely, don't I? Gumuxi hugged the stuffed pig, patting its head. Oh, right. Tomorrow's a day off. I can help train Stinky Fun in self-defense. can't let him fall behind in manly skills. Gumu, she said, a mischievous glint in her eyes, pinching the stuffed pig's cheeks. The next morning, Yifeng was still asleep when a knock at the door woke him up. Who is it? Yifeng, it's me. Oh, Gumushi. Let me sleep a bit more. It's too early. Yifeng yawned and tried to go back to sleep. Dang. The door suddenly swung open and hit the wall, startling Yifeng awake. He thought there was an explosion. Yifeng sat up abruptly, looking at Gumushi in shock. Ow. Gumushi. What are you up to? Gumushi stood at the door in sportswear, tied in a ponytail, and hands on her waist. Yifeng, how can you sleep in on such a nice day? Let's get up and exercise. Do some morning stretches or something. Gumushi said seriously. Morning exercises? Yifeng asked incredulously. Yes. Early bird gets the worm. Young man, why sleep so much? If you die, you'll regret sleeping so much. Gumushi continued. Yifeng felt a vein popping on his head. Gumushi, are you cursing me? Cough, of course not. How could I? The early bird catches the worm. Let's have breakfast and then go exercise. Gumushi raised her fist. Let's forget about it. The early worm gets eaten by the bird. Can't I sleep a bit more? Yifeng laid back down on the bed. A cold light flashed in Gumushi's eyes. She rubbed her fingers, saying ominously, aren't getting up. Dang. She pounded her fist onto the door. The impact was considerable, showing her strength. Yifeng jumped, immediately sat up. Gumushi, you aren't thinking of resorting to violence, right? I warn you, my mother's at home. If you dare touch me, I'll tell my mom. Gumushi paused. Shortly after, she switched to a more gentle smile, saying, Yifeng, how could I ever lay a hand on you? We grew up together. Don't worry, I won't. Yifeng looked at her kind smile and felt goosebumps all over. He swallowed and said, okay, I yield to you. Can I get up in a while? Please, don't wait. Let me help you. Gumushi thought he was stalling and reached for the blanket. Wait, I'm not. Before he could finish, Gumushi had already snatched the blanket away. The moment Gumuxi lifted the blanket, both of them were stunned. Gumuxi stared at Yi Xiaofeng, blinking her eyes and slowly opening her mouth wide. Yifeng also stood there in a daze for a moment before reacting, quickly pulling the blanket back. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other in silence, an awkward atmosphere filling the air, so awkward that it could make one feel like pulling out a whole villa with their toes. Gumuxi's cheeks blushed instantly. Ahem, surprising, isn't it? Yifeng, is that a compliment? Gumuxi, what are you still standing there for? Do you want to take another look? Gumuxi turned her head, her face reddening. Who cares? HMPH, she said, then turned and ran out the door. Yifeng scratched his head. This girl. Why is she so different from other girls? If it were any other girl, they would probably have hit the highest note by now. Yifeng got up, dressed, and went out with a messy hairstyle. In the living room, there was no one but Gumuxi. Gumuxi, where are my parents? Yifeng yawned and asked. Uncle and Aunt finished breakfast and went for a walk. Do you think everyone is as lazy as you? Big sloth. Gumuxi nibbled on an apple, giving him a side glance. However, her gaze unintentionally shifted downward, and her cheeks reddened even more, looking as if she had the same color as the apple she was eating. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately put on a face of being insulted, looking at her with pitiful eyes. Gumuxi, you have to take responsibility for this in the future. Faft. Gumuxi almost choked on the apple in her mouth. What's with that look? Must I take responsibility because I glanced at you? You are so shameless. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, you will know the consequences, Gumuxi said as she grabbed the apple in her hand and squeezed it, making a cracking sound. Whoa. Yifeng took a sharp breath. Ouch. Gumuxi, your fingers are so strong. How I am supposed to survive that in the future? Yifeng felt a bit of a headache physically. Alright, one question, I'm going now. Yifeng quickly disappeared into the bathroom, and sure enough, 3 minutes later, he emerged again, this time with neat hair. Gumuxi, why do you want to exercise so early in the morning? Did you take the wrong medicine yesterday? Yifeng sat at the table, eating porridge with pickled vegetables. You took the wrong medicine. Without exercise, you're useless. Look at you. You're weaker than a girl. Gumuxi sneered. Yifeng, weaker than a girl? Please, which girl can break a door with a single punch? Which girl has a black belt in martial arts? Gumuxi, Is there a possibility that you are not an ordinary girl? Gumuxi chuckled. Not just ordinary, am I supposed to be second class? Stop your nonsense and let's get going. We need to exercise. Under her piercing gaze, Yifeng quickly gulped down a bowl of porridge. After breakfast, Yifeng put on his sneakers and went out with Gumuxi. The two of them walked to Kunjing Park. It was the only park in the old town nearby where many elderly people would walk their dogs or exercise in the morning. In the pavilion by the lake in the park, Gumuxi had Yifeng do some stretching exercises first. To exercise without getting hurt, stretching is essential. Focus, Gumuxi said, moving her ankles and looking at Yifeng, who seemed lazy. I want to exercise too, but I woke up too early and I'm a bit sleepy, Yifeng said, lowering his head. Gumuxi's eyes gleamed. All right, let me show you how to wake up properly. Bend over and try to touch your toes with your hands. I can't even reach them. Yifeng tried to touch his toes, but failed. Hehe. Let me help you. Gumuxi came over, pressing him down. Ouch. Gumuxi. Be gentle. In an instant, Yifeng was wide awake, awakened by the pain. Oh. Your muscles are so stiff. It seems like you need more exercise in the future. Gumuxi chuckled inwardly. All right, can we change positions? Can't I do a different one? Hehe. What position do you like? Let's stretch the neck first. What do you think? You've been stretching your neck for so long. Why more? Do you want to turn your neck 180 degrees? Don't try to be lazy. Let's continue stretching the lower limbs. Okay, you demonstrate first, and I'll follow you. Whatever posture you do, I'll do it too. Yifeng squatted down, panting. Gumuxi smiled in satisfaction. That's what you said. Your movements must be standard with mine. Gumuxi then walked over to a chair in the pavilion, and with one leg raised on the back of the chair, slowly folded herself downwards. In no time, her waist and legs were touching each other, folding her body completely. Yifeng, Gumuxi, do you want me to do this posture? Gumuxi smirked. What's wrong? Is it difficult? It's not difficult at all. She then changed legs and continued folding, showing an incredible flexibility. Yifeng suddenly looked at her elegant leg shape and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Such long legs and flexible waist. Gumuxi truly deserved to be the school's beauty. Wait, does that mean I? Thinking this, Yifeng's mood instantly brightened. Indeed, one should look at things from a different perspective. Yifeng changed his position, standing next to Gumuxi, and took a closer look. Indeed, you have to see Gumuxi from a different angle. Gumuxi, what are you looking at? Don't just stand there. Gumuxi rolled her eyes. Ahem, I'm admiring the mountain view. Ancient people said that when seen horizontally, it looks like a ridge. When seen sideways, it looks like a peak. The ancients were right about it. Yifeng smirked. Mountain view. Gumuxi looked at the rockery across the lake. What's there to see in the rockery? She glared at him, saying, Don't try to slack off. Quickly do the muscle stretches with me. Yifeng imitated her, trying to put his legs on the chair, but found it challenging to push himself down. No. I can't do it. Can we change positions? Yifeng was about to give up when Gumuxi suddenly used her leg to press his leg, locking him in place. You always say that a man cannot admit defeat, right? Don't be a coward. I'll help you. Gumuxi placed a hand on his shoulder and pressed him down. 10 minutes later, Yifeng lay on the chair, breathing heavily. Gumuxi, I can't do it anymore. Let me rest for a while. How long has it been? And you're giving up already? No. Do it again. What? Do it again? My legs are already weak. So tired? I don't feel that way. Only exhausted oxen and… well, let's do it again. You want to do it again? I can't even push it down. Can we change positions? Gumuxi, it's not a good idea to practice here. What if we attract a crowd? Yifeng brought up the one thing Gumuxi disliked the most, being watched. But unexpectedly, Gumuxi didn't care, saying, It's okay. We're practicing judo, not doing anything else, so let them watch. Gumuxi then pulled Yifeng up from the chair, looking like a submissive old wife. Help! Help! My grandson fell into the water. Help! Suddenly, an old man nearby shouted. The cry startled both Yifeng and Gumuxi, who looked towards the commotion. Right outside the pavilion, not far away, an elderly man in Tang costume was desperately shouting, and a young boy in the water was struggling. The old man was frantic, looking as if he was about to jump into the lake to save his grandson. Yifeng was shocked, The old man was in his late 70s. If he jumped in, both of them would be at risk. The situation was extremely critical. Without much thought, Yifan took 3 quick steps and leapt out of the pavilion, diving into the lake. Gumuxi's face changed. Yifan. In the midst of a critical moment, Yifan didn't think much at all. His mind was focused on one thing: saving the person. As soon as he plunged into the icy lake, he quickly swam towards where the little boy had fallen in. Within a few breaths, Yifan reached the boy, held onto him, and shouted, "Child, don't move, stay still. I'm here to save you." The boy, about 5 or 6 years old, obediently stopped struggling upon hearing Yifeng's command. Instead, he held onto Yifeng's neck tightly. Despite swallowing some water, Yifan managed to calm the boy down and bring him ashore as long as he stayed still. After stabilizing in the water, Yifan kicked his legs and swam towards the lake bank with the boy. Fortunately, the distance from where they fell into the shore was not far, only about 3 to 4 meters. Yifan quickly brought the boy to safety with the help of Gumushi and the elderly man in Tang's suit pulling him ashore. Once on land, the boy burst into tears. Gumushi, seeing that everyone was safe, heaved a sigh of relief and helped Yifan out of the water. "Yi, are you okay?" Diagnosing him with concern, as if afraid he was missing a part of his body. "Cough, I'm fine. Just swallowed some water." Check the child. Yifan coughed up some water, feeling nauseous. Gumushi sighed in relief. Her heart had been in her mouth a moment ago. She never expected Yifan to jump into the water without hesitation, without regard for his safety. Handsome Yi was so brave. "Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my grandson would have been in grave danger. Thank you so much." The man in Tang's suit was extremely emotional, kneeling down and grasping Yifeng's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. Yifan was soaked and just wanted to change into dry clothes quickly. Otherwise, he felt uncomfortable all over. "It's good that the child is okay, sir. Next time, be more careful and don't let him run near the lake. For safety, please take the child home to change clothes and visit the hospital for a checkup. Catching a cold is not good," Yifan advised with a smile. "Okay. Thank you so much." The man in Tang's suit uttered gratefully. "Young man, what's your name? I must find you later and properly thank you." The man insisted. "I'm Yifan. No need for thanks. We have other things to attend to, so we'll be off." Yifan assisted him to his feet and left without looking back. The man in Tang's suit hurriedly called out, "Young man, wait. Give me your contact information. I must thank you properly later." "No need, sir," Yifan responded without looking back. Doing good deeds without leaving a name, not seeking rewards, that's the spirit of the new generation. The man in Tang's suit, holding his grandson's hand, watched as Yifan ran back towards the residential area, feeling deeply grateful. "This young man is truly a good person. I must find him later and thank him properly." Yifan ran towards the residential area, still wet and feeling a bit cold as it was early in the morning. He sneezed several times along the way, drawing curious looks from passers-by. Finally reaching home, without saying a word, he headed straight to the bathroom to shower, feeling itchy all over. After using shower gel and shampoo a few times, Yifan realized he had forgotten to bring clothes. It seemed he had to ask for help from Gumushi. He cracked open the door slightly and called out, "Gumushi, could you help me bring some clothes?" Okay, where are your clothes?" Gumushi walked to the door and asked. "In the wardrobe, just bring me anything." Yifan sneezed again, feeling a bit cold. Damn, could he be catching a cold? "Okay. Wait here, I'll bring it to you right away." Gumushi agreed, rushing to find a set of clothes. She returned to the bathroom door and handed him the clothes through the crack, saying with concern, "Here, put on the clothes quickly and come out. Don't catch a cold." "Okay. Thanks, I'll be done in a moment," Yifan replied. Gumushi muttered a response, somewhat absent-mindedly, and sat back on the sofa in the living room. Her mind was full of images of Yifan bravely jumping into the river. At that moment, she was truly worried, anxious, and panicky as she had never been before. She was genuinely concerned that something might happen to Yifan while trying to save the person. But thankfully, Yifan was always good in the water, having known how to swim since he was a child, and everything turned out fine. Seeing him save the child, she was deeply moved. At that moment, she seemed to see a light in Yifan. "Yifan is really a good guy. Did I treat him too harshly before?" Muxi recalled how she had disciplined Yifan that morning and felt a bit guilty. In light of his good performance today, she decided not to hold a grudge against him. Humph. Muxi. Yifeng's voice came from the bathroom again. Yi? What's wrong? Did you happen to forget something? What? What did I forget? Ow. It's that thing. The triangular one. 3. Something about triangles? Muxi was taken aback, then instantly understood, and her face turned red in an instant. All right, wait here. I'll go get it for you. Muxi ran into the room and pulled out a purple one. Oh, this color. Quite strange. Coming out, she pinched it with 2 fingers and disdainfully stuffed the pants into the crack of the door. Yifeng, is it necessary for Muxi to be so mysterious? I'm not poisonous. Stop talking nonsense. Catch it quickly. Muxi shouted while pinching her nose. Yifeng took it, shook his head secretly. This girl must have opinions about me. After changing into clothes, Yifeng saw Muxi cooking something in the kitchen, and a pungent smell filled the air. Muxi, what are you cooking that smells so bad? Ginger soup. You're showing signs of a slight cold, so I'm cooking ginger soup for you to drive away the chill. Muxi didn't even turn her head. Yifeng was deeply touched by these words. Muxi still cares about me. How nice of her. I'm almost moved to tears. Yifeng walked into the kitchen and stared in shock at the pot. Is this ginger soup? In the pot, there were at least 5 large pieces of ginger, whole. The water was almost boiled dry. This is not ginger soup. This is ginger juice. And she didn't even slice the ginger, and you could still see dirt in the crevices of the ginger. Damn. Is she trying to make me experience the fragrance of soil? Yes, I put 5 pieces of ginger in. The medicinal effect must be good. You won't catch a cold after drinking it. Muxi said, as she stirred the pot with a spoon. The almost blackish yellow liquid in the pot didn't look like ginger soup at all. It's like poison. Hiss. Yifeng took a deep breath, thinking that if he took a sip, he'd probably get an upset stomach, or even get a fever, right? Cough, cough. Muxi, you're so kind to me. I'm really touched. But I think I don't have a cold at all. I'm perfectly fine. Yifeng chuckled, patting his chest, indicating that he's healthy. No, you just sneezed earlier. If you don't dispel the cold, you'll definitely catch a cold. It's almost ready. It's done. Come on. Try it. Muxi turned off the heat and smiled, seemingly quite satisfied with her masterpiece. If it weren't for your heroic act of saving someone, I wouldn't bother making ginger soup for you. Try it. Yifeng was sweating. If he really tried it, he might end up dead. I'll help you scoop a bowl. Make sure you finish it all. Muxi casually grabbed a bowl and poured the liquid into it, filling it to the brim. 5 whole pieces of ginger. And there was only 1 bowl of liquid left after boiling. Yifeng looked at the unappetizing yellow liquid and swallowed hard. Muxi, do you have to use so much? Isn't it too much? Yifeng chuckled dryly. Muxi gave him a side-eye and earnestly said, What do you mean too much? You need to drink more to dispel the cold quickly. Yifeng was stunned. Is there a saying like that? Where did she learn it from? That's too much, right? Muxi pouted, looking aggrieved. Why, are you going to refuse my sincere gesture? He couldn't resist Muxi's pleading eyes, gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll drink it. Yifeng looked mournful, trembling as he lifted the bowl to his mouth and took a sip. As the liquid touched his tongue, a strong and spicy ginger flavor rushed from his mouth to his head. In that moment, he almost ascended to heaven. How is it? Tasty, right? Muxi said expectantly. The taste is not bad. Yifeng forced a smile while his stomach churned. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, indicating that Yifeng's parents had returned. Hey, Muxi, my parents are back. Quickly go and open the door. Yifeng seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly called out, Oh, okay. Muxi turned and left the kitchen to open the door. Yifeng quickly poured all the ginger soup down the kitchen sink and then brought the empty bowl out of the kitchen. At the door, Yi Jianjun and Meng Xiaoyun entered the house, speaking with Muxi. Son, what's that smell? What are you cooking in the kitchen? Meng Xiaoyun asked curiously. Muxi said sweetly. Auntie, I saw that Yifeng seems to have a bit of a cold, so I cooked ginger soup for him. Oh, Muxi is so kind. She even cooked ginger soup for Yifeng. How nice of her. Meng Xiaoyun said excitedly, holding Gu Muxi's hand warmly. Heh, it's nothing, just a little thing, Gu Muxi said obediently. Yifeng forced a smile. If he drank it all, it would be a big deal. Gu Muxi turned and saw the empty bowl in Yifeng's hand, asking, Yi, did you finish it all? Oh, yes, I finished it all. I drank it all in one go. It was so delicious. Now I feel all warm and sweaty all over. Yifeng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, forcing a dry laugh. Gu Muxi, feeling pleased by his words, felt that she had done something extraordinary for Yifeng and was joyful. That's good. If you catch a cold again, I'll cook for you again. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Gu Muxi said confidently. Yifeng, does this girl want me to catch a cold? Drink it again? I want to live a few more years. Meng Xiaoyun patted her hand and said, Gu Muxi, today you'll have dinner at our house. I'll make some delicious food for you. Gu Muxi linked arms with her and said sweetly, Okay. Thank you, Auntie. The next morning, Yifeng woke up early to prepare to go to the company. While washing in the bathroom, he found a small pimple on the corner of his mouth. Damn. Gu Muxi's ginger soup was too strong. Did it cause a fever? Yifeng was speechless. While he didn't catch a cold, it turned out he got a fever in the end. Oh well, he thought. Let's go out and buy a bottle of cooling drink to soothe the heat. Yifeng went downstairs, preparing to ride his bike to the company, when a phone call from an unknown number came in. Puzzled, Yifeng still answered the call. Hello, who is this? Oh, is this General Yi? Hello, I'm Pen Chengfu from Sheng. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. The president of Sheng Company was calling him personally, and the tone was polite, so he had a good guess in his mind. Yifeng had met Pen Chengfu a few times after cooperating with Sheng Company and exchanged greetings. Oh, Pan, is there something I can help with? Hey, General Yi, I almost didn't recognize your voice. I'm actually calling to apologize. The 2 batches of goods before were done without my knowledge, and I've already reprimanded Ni Din and deducted his annual bonus. Also, I'd like to invite you to a meal and have him apologize to you in person. General Yi, rest assured, Sheng Company will take full responsibility for the losses caused by that batch of goods. After hearing this, Yifeng knew they must have figured something out, like the online exposure related to him and Sheng Company. The call was probably a reconciliation attempt. Oh, I see. Since you're so sincere, I can't refuse. I'll do as you say, Pan. Yifeng smiled warmly. Haha. Nice. General Yi, you're straightforward and very kind. I'm so grateful. So, today at noon at 12 o'clock, Tao to you. I booked a private room and will text you the details. Pen Chengfu said, happily on the phone. After some more insincere words were exchanged, they hung up. Inside the office of Sheng Company, Pen Chengfu put down the phone, secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was dark. Ni Din didn't dare to speak, and the office was silent. After being exposed to various online attacks for the last 2 days, he couldn't sleep well at night. Looking haggard, exhausted, with more white hair, he realized that in the past 2 years, the only person he had offended was Yifeng. And seeing the posts and screenshots online, he had a good guess that it was most likely Yifeng's doing. He didn't expect Yifeng to be so ruthless. For a little benefit from Zhao Xinji, he now looked pathetic and might even lose his jaw. He regretted everything he had done. The day before, under Pen Chengfu's questioning, he had to confess the incident of offending Yifeng, but he hid the cooperation with Zhao Xinji. If Pen Chengfu found out he had taken advantage from Zhao Xinji to betray Yifeng, he would definitely be furious. In order to ease the situation, Pen Chengfu took the initiative to call Yifeng and probably wanted to settle the matter. After all, to eliminate the impact of the online post, Yifeng must withdraw it first. Pen Chengfu glared at Ni Din, gritted his teeth and said, Ni Din, you did this. I just called him and invited him to lunch. If you can't solve this matter, I'll solve it for you. Damn it. Shaking, Ni Din quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Pan. I will apologize to General Yi properly. Yifeng arrived at the company, where Wang Tai was busy planning the opening of a new store on Sunday. He called Wang Tai into the office. Tai, let's go have lunch together at noon. Free lunch. Don't miss out. Yifeng took out 2 cigarettes and handed one to Wang Tai. After Wang Tai took the cigarette, he asked in surprise, where are we going for a free lunch, Fun J? Yifeng lit his cigarette and blew a smoke ring, smiling. Pan, the general manager of Sheng Company, is treating. Why wouldn't we go? Huh? Pen Chengfu from Sheng Company? That old man tricked us. Why would he suddenly want to treat us to a meal? Wang Tai was very surprised. Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash and chuckled. I left a clue in the post. Ni Din, that old guy will definitely figure out that we posted it. Tan Chengfu wants to smooth things over, so he has to treat us to a friendly meal. He told me on the phone that they will take full responsibility for the losses caused. Obviously, they want to settle this matter and will probably ask me to delete that post online. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai suddenly realized, whoa, all of this was within your expectations. Feng Yifeng took a puff of his cigarette, nodded, and said, that's right, we will discuss the terms. This time, we will strike a good deal. Sheng Company has been selling so many defective parts over the years, it's time for them to pay up. And we will earn this money easily. How could we let it pass? Wang Tai thought for a moment, Tan nodded. Feng, you're right, we can't lose money in vain. It's tens of thousands, but if they compensate us, are we just going to let them off like that? Yifeng's eyes glinted with coldness as he sneered. Let them off, Tai. The grudge has been established. They are our enemies now. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Tai. Remember my words, if you only cut the grass without pulling out the roots, it will grow back with the spring wind. I said. This time, we will bring down Sheng Company. Thinking that paying some money will solve everything, am I so forgiving? Wang Tai was taken aback, for the first time feeling the coldness in Yifeng's words, sending shivers down his spine. Perhaps in the ruthless business competition, Yifeng would reveal his ruthless side. Wang Tai suddenly felt that this iron brother in front of him was a bit unfamiliar, not the innocent and playful Yifeng he grew up with. Out. Yes, Feng is right, Wang Tai nodded, his expression somewhat complicated. However, no matter what, he would still choose to obey Yifeng's orders. Seeing Wang Tai somewhat dazed, Yifeng forgot to light his cigarette and instead used a lighter to light it for him. Tai, the business world is like a battlefield. Sometimes, it's that cruel. Think about it from a different perspective. If I let Sheng Company survive, watching them turn over, do you think Ni Din and that old man Pen Chengfu will spare us? By posting about them online this time, Sheng Company has lost a significant portion of their business. That's a big loss. How would you feel if you were in their shoes? Who knows if Sheng Company will use some dirty tactics to retaliate against us? If they know how to use similar methods, won't we be in big trouble? Tai. Wang Tai paused, then nodded. Feng, I understand. Yifeng stood up and walked over to him, patting his shoulder. Our survival cannot rely on the kindness of others. These words struck like thunder in Wang Tai's mind, making him see the cruelty of reality in that moment. Running a company, starting a business, was no longer a large-scale game of house, but held the danger of destroying families and lives if one made a wrong move. At the same time, this phrase would accompany him for the rest of his life, becoming his motto. Feng, you're right. We cannot let them off easily. Wang Tai finally smiled. Yifeng smiled. Good that you understand. You go back to work first. We'll head out at 12 o'clock. At noon, in a luxurious private room at Taoyu Restaurant, Pen Chengfu, Ni Din, and two vice presidents of the company, Yu Guanchun and Cai Tongming, were already seated and waiting. Yu Guanchun impatiently checked his watch. General Pan, why haven't Yifeng and them arrived yet? They're half an hour late. Guanchun. Don't worry, let's wait patiently a bit longer, Pen Chengfu said calmly as he sipped his tea. He then glanced at the composed Cai Tongming, a new executive he had recruited with a high salary. Although Tongming had only been in the position for 3 months, his outstanding ability and expertise in the computer parts industry, as well as his skills at the dining table, earned Pen Chengfu's trust. Tongming, we will rely on you later to get through this crisis. It's crucial for our company, Pen Chengfu stated solemnly. Cai Tongming nodded and replied, if you agree to come, it means there's room for negotiation, and I'll do my best. However, overall, I still think it's not wise for us to continue that part of the business in the future. Although it brings high profits, the risks are equally high. He had always been against Sheng Company dealing with defective and refurbished parts, even though they were mixed in with batches of genuine products before. While occasional problems could be easily resolved, there were still significant risks involved. Yu Guanchun grumbled, Tongming, that business has brought us a lot of money, several million every year. How can we just give up on it? Also, This business has helped us cover for the factories. Otherwise, how could we have such a good relationship with them? If we drop this business, the factories will definitely have opinions. If we don't do it, other distributors will jump at the opportunity. Blame this on Ning. That kid sold batches of defective products to Yifeng's company. It was just plain stupid. Ning kept his head low, not daring to speak up. Pen Chengfu simply drank his tea without making a statement. Sai Tongming glanced at Pen Chengfu, instantly understanding his thoughts. He probably didn't intend to let go of such a massive profit. He shook his head inwardly. After a moment of silence in the private room, Pen Chengfu spoke. All right, let's discuss these matters later. For now, let's settle this issue. Make sure Yifeng removes the post first. We'll release a statement to get through this crisis, then we can talk about the future. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, getting closer. Pen Chengfu stood up, a cold glint in his eyes as he said in a cold tone, "That kid with the surname Yi has arrived." The door of the private room opened, and the figures of Yifeng and Wang Tai appeared at the doorway. Pen Chengfu's face lit up with a warm and friendly smile. "Ah, haha. Yi General, hello. It's so great to see you." "Ten General, I'm really sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Did I keep you waiting?" Yifeng also smiled. The two of them exchanged warm greetings, hands tightly clasped as if they were long-lost friends. "Not long. I just arrived. Come, please have a seat." "Yi General." Pen Chengfu warmly invited Yifeng to take the main seat, while Wang Tai sat beside him. After everyone was seated, Pen Chengfu introduced Yifeng to the two vice-generals, allowing them to get acquainted. After the introductions, Pen Chengfu gave a discreet glare at Ning, signaling him with his eyes. Ning understood and stood up, bowing respectfully to Yifeng. Yi General, I am sincerely sorry for what happened before. I apologize to you here. Let's start with tea instead of alcohol. I offer you a cup." Ning lifted his teacup, waiting for Yifeng's reaction, while others also looked towards Yifeng. However, Yifeng seemed not to have heard him, his face losing its smile, appearing cold and indifferent, tapping the table with his hand. He remained silent, and no one dared to speak, creating an awkward atmosphere in the private room. Ning, holding the teacup, froze, his face becoming more awkward, sweating profusely. To break the silence, Pen Chengfu scolded Ning. "Ning, you did something foolish." "Yes, General Pan, I was wrong." Ning nodded repeatedly. Seeing Yifeng's displeased expression, Pen Chengfu hurriedly tried to appease him. "General Yi, this issue is also the responsibility of our Sheng company. I assure you that our company will take full responsibility for any losses you suffered." "No problem," Yifeng snorted, standing up and saying, "General Pan, indeed this matter has caused us substantial losses, but what makes me angry is the severe damage to the reputation of our Zifeng Electronics." Snap! Yifeng slammed the table, pointing at Ning angrily. "Ning, get your ass over here." This fierce shout was full of anger and resentment, erupting like a volcano. Wang Tai, however, restrained his amusement, marveling silently that Yifeng, if he were an actor, would be a top-tier one. Before coming, Yifeng had informed Wang Tai that he needed to raise his voice, express his anger to take charge in the negotiation. Not reacting or accepting lightly would make the other party think he was easy to manipulate, losing the upper hand in negotiations. After all, the situation clearly favored their side. The people in the private room were shocked by Yifeng's anger. Yu Guanchun and Pen Chengfu exchanged glances, both slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Yifeng to be so furious. It seemed that Nishin's actions had truly hurt Zifeng Electronics, especially damaging its reputation. Otherwise, why would the usually calm Yifeng be so angry? Ning was frightened by this outburst, but obediently walked over to Yifeng, head bowed like a guilty student in front of a teacher. "Manager Ni, as I have said before, the heavens see all deeds. You're trying to fool me, treating me like a pushover." Damn! Yifeng's anger escalated, and suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped Ning hard in the face. Smack! The slap was hard and loud, leaving Nishin's face visibly swollen. Except for Wang Tai, no one in the room expected Yifeng to act so violently. They were all taken aback. Pen Chengfu's face darkened. Even if they have disputes, the host should be respected. This lack of respect did not sit well with him, causing internal anger. However, he maintained a smile on his face, quickly trying to soothe the situation. "General Yi, calm down. Don't get too worked up." Be careful not to ruin your health. Wang Tai also got up promptly to restrain Yifeng. Brother Feng, calm down. General Pan came here to resolve this issue. Let's discuss it calmly. Tan Chengfu nodded quickly. That's right. Chief Wan is right. I am genuinely here to resolve this issue. Let's not get too emotional. Let's talk things out. The other two vice generals also came over to mediate, not wanting the dinner to become too tense or embarrassing. If the negotiations failed, it would be challenging to manage the online rumors. With everyone's persuasion, Yifeng's expression finally softened, and he returned to his seat. Seeing Yifeng had calmed down somewhat, Pen Chenfu told Nidin, "Nidin, you should go back first." After Nidin apologized and received a solid slap, it was pointless for him to stay there and further affect Yifeng's mood. Nidin, holding his face, looked dejected, nodded quietly, and left the room. Once Nidin left, Pen Chenfu poured Yifeng another cup of tea and then raised his own teacup, smiling. "Come on, General Yi, have some tea, relax, my company is also responsible for the mismanagement. I apologize on behalf of Sheng Company to you." Yifeng smiled faintly, stood up, and clinked his cup with Pen Chenfu's. The atmosphere in the private room eased slightly, and Pen Chenfu ordered the waiter to bring in drinks and dishes. The servers brought out a sumptuous feast, with delectable dishes filling the table, and Naotai liquor for drinks. Sai Tongming poured the drinks and engaged in casual conversation. "I haven't been at Sheng for long, but General Pen mentioned that General Yi is the youngest among our company's partners. Truly a rising star. Indeed a young talent, achieving success such a young age. I admire him. Back when I was Yi General's age, I was only chasing after girls. No business acumen like Yi General." The conversation was filled with praise, making everyone feel at ease. Tan Chengfu jokingly asked Tongming, "So Tongming, did you manage to chase the girls eventually?" "No. I lost both money and people," Tongming self-deprecatingly replied. Laughter filled the room, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Yifeng glanced at Tongming appreciatively, finding him a smart individual. Tongming poured the drinks, offering one to Yifeng first and then to others, sitting on Yifeng's other side. "Here. This is our first time drinking with General Yi. Let's have a toast. It's my honor to meet a promising young person like General Yi. Cheers, Yi General. I toast to you." Tongming raised his glass, inviting Yifeng. Yifeng smiled slightly. General sighed, "You're too kind. It's my honor to know you all. Perhaps I'll need your help in the future." Everyone raised their glasses and drank. After a glass of wine was drunk, everyone chatted and laughed, not discussing serious matters, only talking about light topics. The atmosphere was lively. Yifeng noticed Tan Chengfu wasn't in a hurry to speak, so he wasn't in a rush either. Since he currently had the upper hand, he thought it was better to let them speak first. After eating and drinking for 2 hours and consuming 4 bottles of Mutai liquor, everyone was full and satisfied. Tan Chengfu felt the timing was right, so he stood up to offer cigarettes. He handed one to Yifeng first and then to others. Sai Tongming lit Yifeng's cigarette himself. Yifeng smiled and graciously accepted the cigarette. In this gathering, he was the one receiving cigarettes, not the one offering, as the other party had a request, and he could accept it gracefully. It was the unwritten rule of different social gatherings. When you are in a situation where you need something from others, or when you are in a gathering with acquaintances or friends, you should be more courteous. When others are requesting something from you, you should maintain your dignity, or else they might think you are easy to deal with, willing to agree to any request. Tan Chengfu lit his own cigarette, turned to Yifeng, and said, "Mr. Yi, I am truly sorry about the matter with Nidin. Sheng Company also bears responsibility for the losses incurred. We will compensate you for the 2 batches of goods at twice the price, totaling 240,000. How does that sound to you?" He knew Yifeng would not be pleased with a straight price compensation, so he first proposed a condition of doubling the compensation to show his sincerity. He expected Yifeng to readily accept, but Yifeng just smoked his cigarette without speaking immediately. His expression even turned slightly cold. The atmosphere in the private room changed subtly as everyone observed Yifeng's reaction. After a while, Yifeng flicked the cigarette ashes and said, "Mr. Pan, I can feel your sincerity in wanting to resolve this matter, but I'm afraid I cannot accept the condition you proposed." Wang Tai, who was eating on the side, chimed in, "We usually follow return 1 and compensate by 3 policy for customers, plus new parts replacement, just covering losses. Hehe, It's much more than that figure. In reality, Yifeng had promptly replaced new components for those customers. Not all were compensated at a return and compensate by 3 rate. Additionally, there were many unsold components, so the actual total loss was just over 70,000 yuan. But Yifeng couldn't tell Pan Chenfu this. His previous display of anger was to create the impression of substantial losses. This time, it was to hit Sheng Company hard. Yifeng sneered inwardly. You want to settle for 240,000? Quite a naive thought. Pan Chenfu squinted his eyes at Yifeng and asked with a smile, Is that so? Then, Mr. Yi, what are your conditions? Yifeng took a puff of his cigarette, tapped the table, and said, This matter not only caused us significant business losses, but also eroded the trust of our customers. For us, the losses far exceed a multiple of the goods price. Mr. Pan, let's imagine if it were you. Wouldn't you feel unwilling? So, those 2 batches of goods will be recalled entirely, with 120,000 worth of goods returned to you, plus, our return and compensate by 3 policy, triple the losses, and other damages. Totals 600,000. Yu Guangchun's expression changed suddenly. What? 600,000. That was 5 times the price of the goods. He didn't expect Yifeng to demand such a high amount. Pan Chenfu's face darkened, but he didn't respond immediately. He pondered silently, weighing the pros and cons. 600,000 was significantly higher than he had anticipated, but it was not beyond what he could accept completely. The impact of the online post had already caused Sheng Company to lose 90% of its business partners, with an expected revenue loss of hundreds of millions. That was the biggest blow to Sheng Company. He looked at Cai Tongming, trying to gauge his thoughts. The 2 exchanged a glance, and Cai Tongming nodded. Pan Chenfu understood Cai Tongming's intention and took a puff of his cigarette, feeling uncomfortable. However, he managed to force a smile and said to Yifeng, I am truly sorry for the significant losses caused by the matter with Nidin. I feel guilty. That condition you mentioned earlier, 600,000 is indeed a bit high. But in order to show our sincerity, and since we still want to collaborate closely with you in the future, the compensation amount is acceptable. Mr. Pan. Yu Guangchun looked uneasy, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by Pan Chenfu raising his hand. Mr. Yi, I will instruct the finance department to transfer 600,000 to your account today, Pan Chenfu said, while looking at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled. Mr. Pan, you handled things swiftly. I admire that. Since you are so straightforward with the compensation, how could I not be as well? Yifeng stood up and raised his glass. Since Mr. Pan is so decisive and generous with the compensation, let's let bygones be bygones. Cheers to our continued cooperation in the future. Cai Tongming raised his glass and said, Indeed, Mr. Yi's words are very elegant. Let's let the past be the past and continue to cooperate in the future. Cheers. I toast to Mr. Yi. Pan Chenfu also raised his glass with a full smile. Yu Guangchun, the red-faced tan uneasy, followed suit. Yifeng scanned the 3 of them, noting each one's expression, smiled, and picked up his glass. Wang Tai chuckled to himself, thinking that the sum must have hit their bottom line. Yifeng truly had a keen sense of human psychology. Everyone finished their drinks in one go. Pan Chenfu figured it was time to discuss the most important matter, the online post exposure. Since Yifeng had accepted his previous offer, Pan Chenfu believed Yifeng should know how to handle the situation. Mr. Yi, I have a matter that I might need your help with. Pan Chenfu noticed Yifeng had finished his cigarette, so he ended him another one. Yifeng accepted the cigarette, pretending not to know what Pan Chenfu was about to ask, and inquired, Oh, Mr. Pan, what is it about? Recently, there's been a post online that exposed false rumors about our Sheng Company. It has had a significant impact on us. Mr. Yi, are you aware of this? Pan Chenfu asked. Yifeng looked thoughtful. Oh, that matter. I've heard about it. Pan Chenfu squinted at him. I don't know who posted the article. Do you have a way to have it taken down? Can you help with that? Yifeng responded casually. There is a way. Since you've asked, I'll think of a solution when I get back and try to navigate the situation. It shouldn't be a big issue. Yifeng replied with a calm smile. Hearing this, Pan Chenfu felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, it seemed the online post had a connection with Yifeng, and it was highly likely he had posted it himself. Ahaha, I'm extremely grateful to Mr. Yi. Thank you so much. Here, I raise this glass to you. Pan Chenfu pretended to be pleasantly surprised and stood up to toast Yifeng. It's nothing. Since Mr. Pan has been so forthcoming with the compensation, how could I not reciprocate? Yifeng stood up, smiling, and clinked glasses with him. With matters settled, both sides continued to drink and chat, their laughter occasionally filling the room, a facade of false smiles. The 3-hour gathering was coming to an end. Yifeng realized it was getting late and excused himself. Ten Chengfu pretended to insist on keeping him but eventually saw Yifeng and Wang Tai off at the restaurant exit. He even hailed a taxi for both of them and paid for the ride. As he watched the taxi drive away, Ten Chengfu's expression turned grim. Yu Guanchen muttered in frustration, "Pan, do we really have to compensate him 600,000? Isn't that too much?" Ten Chengfu gritted his teeth. If we don't compensate that Yi guy, why would he agree so readily to take down the post? Damn it. He turned his head, glaring in the direction the taxi had disappeared, silently cursing. Damn it, Yi. Just you wait for me. Back at the company, Yifeng lay on the sofa in the office, resting with a bit of alcohol in his system, feeling a little dizzy. Yifeng, are we really going to remove that post as he said? Wang Tai handed him 2 double happiness cigarettes, passing one to him. Yifeng took the cigarette, sat up, leaning against the back of the sofa. Of course, we've basically achieved our goal. It's okay to retract it. Yifeng lit the cigarette, calmly saying, next, it depends on Funzi's cooperation. The trap has already been set, now we just wait for Sheng Company to fall into it. Yifeng, will that old man really fall for it? Wang Tai took a puff of his cigarette, asking with doubt. Of course, Sheng Company has already lost most of its business. What do you think they will do next? Yifeng chuckled. They will definitely be eager to find new business and new partners. Wang Tai said, in that case, they will fall for it. Once a person is anxious, they tend to lose their rational thinking, especially the kidney din. He will definitely be eager to make up for it. Yifeng smiled. Wang Tai recalled the trap plan Yifeng had mentioned before, finally understanding that he was always 3 steps ahead. Hey, Yifeng, the matter of the new store, you take care of it, especially the new store next to Zhao Xinji. Open it as soon as possible. No problem. Yifeng, the renovation team has already started on the renovations in sync. According to the progress, our 5 new stores should be ready to open in about 3 weeks. Wang Tai nodded. That's good. Keep an eye on it. Yifeng put out his cigarette, lying back on the sofa to rest. Unknowingly, he was overcome by drowsiness, drifting off to sleep. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. Hiss. Yifeng felt a slight headache, rubbing his temples. The office was dark, but the lights outside were on. He picked up his phone and saw 3 missed calls from Gu Muxi's home, indicating it was already 7 p.m. He hadn't realized he had slept for so long. Yifeng got up from the sofa and opened the door to find Wang Tai and Han Ping'an in the office. How? Ping'an, why are you here today instead of resting at home? Yifeng asked in surprise. I didn't have much to do at home, so I came to deal with the Internet Cafe Network Manager's sign. Han Ping'an smiled. You're a workaholic. Make sure to spend more time with your daughter to play. Has your daughter's school enrollment been confirmed? Yifeng walked over and asked. It's confirmed. Thanks to your introduction, she can start the formalities at Ziqiang Elementary School next week. Han Ping'an expressed his gratitude. Ziqiang Elementary School was a private school that Yifeng had helped him contact, with Yifeng also sponsoring the tuition fees. Han Ping'an was full of gratitude towards Yifeng, as he had changed their lives. Otherwise, he and his daughter might still be wandering around, collecting garbage. It could be said that he owed a lot to Yifeng, and he put all his effort into completing any task assigned by him. That's good. Your daughter can go to school at ease, and you can focus on work. Yifeng kindly smiled. At that moment, Yifeng checked his messages on his phone and saw that the company's bank account had already received a transfer of 600,000 yuan from Sheng Company. On July 30th, your account ending in 6,688 received a transfer of 600,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,154,000 yuan. Seeing the amount in the account, Yifeng's face broke into a smile. A net profit of 600,000 yuan. In just over a month, the company's accounts had reached over 1 million yuan. Yifeng was filled with confidence for the future, as being a millionaire in the present context could already be considered a small success. Currently, the main source of revenue for Yifeng's company was still from Zifeng Electronics. Zifeng Electronics' income mainly came from 3 areas. The the fastest growing online accessory and whole machine sales, offline computer repair services, and offline accessory and whole machine sales. The monthly gross profit was around 800,000 yuan. And after deducting operational costs, such as labor, rent, consumables, taxes, the net profit could reach around 500,000 yuan per month. At the beginning of the business, revenue was higher due to marketing activities. After the marketing activities ended, revenue declined slightly but stabilized. However, there were still two areas with growth potential for Zifeng Electronics. The first was the online platform, and once the 361 manager was officially promoted, there would be a surge in traffic. The second was expanding offline stores for repair services, accessories, and whole machine sales. Yifeng clearly recognized that the next 20 years would be the golden age of computer popularization and updates, especially in the next 5 years when the demand for computer systems and accessories would soar. With the widespread use of internet cafes and computers entering millions of households, there were potentially over 100 million computer users in Daxia as a whole. Yifeng, why are you smiling so happily about something? Tell me so I can share in the joy. Wang Tai asked curiously. The compensation from Sheng Company has been received, a full 600,000 yuan. Yifeng smiled. Wow, 600,000 yuan has been received. Awesome. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. It was the largest sum of money he had ever seen. Well, let's go eat something. I'll treat you tonight. Yifeng gestured. Yay. Long live Yifeng. Wang Tai cheered. The three of them packed up and left the company, finding a seafood late-night eatery nearby. At the entrance of the restaurant, they saw a commotion up ahead. Agree to it. Agree to it. Agree to it. It seems lively up ahead. Let's go take a look. Wang Tai, fond of excitement, was the first to run over and wedge his way into the crowd. Yifeng and Han Ping'an followed. Within the crowd, they saw a young man and woman at the center. The man was in a suit, holding a bouquet of flowers and kneeling down to propose to the girl. The girl wore a lawn dress, with beautiful black hair flowing down her shoulders. Though they couldn't see her face directly, her figure suggested she was attractive. Wow, they're in love. How sweet. Truly an enviable couple of gods and goddesses. Wang Tai sighed with a maternal smile. Will you be my girlfriend? The young man asked sincerely, offering the bouquet to the girl. The girl was very moved, taking the flowers and nodding tearfully. I do. The crowd erupted into cheers for the couple. The young man stood up excitedly and embraced her, lifting her off the ground and spinning in place. Wang Tai also couldn't help but applaud happily. What a beautiful love. I hope they grow old together. The streetlights were dim, but Yifeng's eyes were sharp. As the couple spun around, Yifeng caught a glimpse of the girl's face. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck his mind. Oh my god, could it be true? This is so dramatic. Yifeng rubbed his eyes, thinking he might have been mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he realized he hadn't made a mistake. Tai, do you see who that girl is? I can't see clearly. Who is it? Wang Tai had a slight myopia. Looking puzzled, Yifeng took a deep breath and said, It's your girlfriend, Su Xiaoling. What? Wang Tai was thunderstruck, frozen on the spot. His whole body felt numb. It can't be. The next moment, he continued to push through the crowd until he reached the front, finally getting a side view of the girl's face, and he was dumbfounded. It was really his girlfriend, Su Xiaoling. Wang Tai watched as the couple stopped spinning and embraced tightly. At that moment, Wang Tai felt like the world had collapsed around him. He stood there dumbfounded. He never expected to witness his girlfriend, Su Xiaoling, accepting another man's proposal of love. Watching his girlfriend betray him right before his eyes was the most painful form of betrayal he had ever experienced, feeling like a knife to the heart. Yifeng walked up to him, patting his shoulder. I told you, Su Xiaoling isn't the right person for you. Do you want to take action? Yifeng rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. Wang Tai was his good brother, and he would not hesitate to help if Wang Tai wanted to confront the situation physically. Wang Tai reached out, pulling him back and shaking his head in a daze. Fang, there's no need. Yifeng stared at him, asking in a deep voice, Are you sure? Wang Tai came to his senses, his expression now numb, nodding, Forget it. Fang, let's go. Yifeng sighed, letting his sleeves fall back down. Then let's go. The three of them squeezed out of the crowd, moving away and squatting under a tree by the roadside. Wang Tai watched from afar, tears welling up in his eyes, feeling immense pain. Yifen took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to him, and said, "Here, I'll smoke with you." Wang Tai took the cigarette, and the three of them sat on the road's edge, smoking in silence. Wang Tai had brought Su Zhaoling to the store before, and Han Ping'an had also seen Su Zhaoling twice. Now, seeing Su Zhaoling with another man, they knew exactly what had happened. "Tai, let's fight it out. It might make you feel better." Han Ping'an exhaled a smoke ring, his tone cold. If it came to a fight, among the three of them, Han Ping'an was the strongest in combat, being incredibly fearless. He considered Wang Tai his brother, and he didn't want to see Wang Tai in so much pain. Wang Tai smoked while tears streamed down, choking out, "What a bunch of crap. The three of us aren't worth fighting for her." F***ck, Wang Tai cursed loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face, unable to stop himself. He buried his head in his legs, crying out in agony, shaking all over. In that moment, he completely broke down. Wang Tai squatted on the roadside and cried for a long time, for at least half an hour, until he could no longer cry. Yifeng and Han Ping'an just stood by his side, finishing a pack of cigarettes, neither speaking nor offering comfort. Sometimes, men also need emotional release. Once they cry it out, they don't have to keep it all inside. The crowds in the distance had long dispersed, and the streets were quiet. Yifeng took out a new pack of cigarettes, nudged Wang Tai with his elbow, and calmly said, "Everyone has left." Only then did Wang Tai lift his head, his knees wet, his eyes red, and tears dried up. He looked towards the spot where the crowd had been, lost in thought, not knowing what was on his mind. Yifeng handed him a cigarette and said, "Smoke, I'll take you for a drink later." Wang Tai took the cigarette, chuckled bitterly, and said, "Brother Feng, do you think I'm a coward?" Yifeng lit his cigarette for him, shook his head, and said, "Being able to control yourself and let go is the bravest thing." Considering how Wang Tai used to be, he would have definitely rushed in to settle the score without a second thought. But now, he had changed, learning restraint. Although direct confrontation can be satisfying, it also comes with a price. Self-inflict 1,000 to injure the enemy to 300. Wang Tai smoked, sighed, and said, "I thought Ziling was the only woman in my life. I had already planned to propose to her after finishing university, get married, and have 2 children. I never expected fate played a joke on me. Hey. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, turned to Han Ping'an, and asked, "Ping'an, do I look stupid?" Han Ping'an shook his head and remained silent. "I'm just a fool." Wang Tai mocked himself. Yifeng patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be like this, some women aren't worth it." Wang Tai took a deep breath, then took another drag at his cigarette, causing him to cough. "Cough? Never mind. Brother Feng, I want to drink." Let's go drink." Yifeng smiled. The three of them went to a late-night seafood restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and got to beers. Wang Tai kept drinking one cup after another, while Yifeng joined in. Han Ping'an also wanted to drink, but thinking that if they all got drunk and nobody was in control, he decided to drink less. Yifeng and Wang Tai had already had quite a bit of white liquor in the daytime, and were now drinking beer at night. After downing 2 beers, both were already drunk. Upon getting drunk, Wang Tai slumped on the table and cried, I'm such a blind fool. All my sincerity has been completely wasted. I must climb higher in the future. Let that damn Su Zhaoling regret it." Wang Tai lifted his head, his drunk eyes gazing at Yifeng, and gratefully said, "Feng, you gave me a chance. I will work even harder from now on." Yifeng was also drunk, with one hand on his shoulder, laughing, "TZ, remember, I'm your lifelong good brother. Just remember that, it's enough." "Brother Feng." Wang Tai wiped away a tear, touched by the words, and finally smiled. After Wang Tai got drunk, Yifeng paid for the meal and couldn't resist any longer, so he lay down under the table with Wang Tai. Han Ping'an watched them helplessly, shook his head, and knew he would have to take care of things next. The next day, Yifeng woke up, opened his eyes, looked at the familiar ceiling, then turned to the window where sunlight was already streaming in. It was late. "My head hurts." Yifeng suddenly felt a wave of headache, a hangover from last night. He lay in bed for a while, finally coming to his senses. He indeed blacked out last night. After the bill was settled, he couldn't remember anything that happened afterward, nor how he came back home. What time was it? Yifeng picked up his phone, checked the time, surprised to see it was already 10:30 in the morning. He and Wang Tai, Han Ping'an drank until midnight last night, and he couldn't believe he slept in that long. Rubbing his head, the feeling of a hangover was really uncomfortable. It was only after getting up that Yifeng noticed he hadn't changed his clothes from the night before, emitting a strong smell of smoke and alcohol. He thought to freshen up first, take a shower to clear his head. Just as he was about to leave with his clothes, he saw Gumuxi reading in the living room. You're finally awake? I thought you would sleep forever. Why didn't you drink more? Gumuxi's eyes showed a hint of anger as she glared at him. She was genuinely worried about Yifeng last night, and after making a late-night call to Han Ping'an, learned that Yifeng got completely drunk, keeping her awake all night. Yifeng scratched his head, giving a dry laugh. Hey. Last night, something happened. Drank a bit more with TZ. Oh. Where are my parents? It seems like they're not at home. Uncle took Annie to the hospital for a checkup, so I'm here to look after you. Otherwise, Annie threatened, and I couldn't be bothered with you. Gumuxi turned her head with an air of superiority. But then she turned back, pouting. I bought you some Hanover soup. It's on the table. Remember to drink it later. Also, I got you some milk and buns. Eat them if you're hungry. The Hanover soup is a bit bitter. I put hawthorn slices and rock sugar next to it. Listening to her caring words, Yifeng felt warmth in his heart. Gumuxi really cares about me. After all, got it. Thanks, Gumuxi. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. I almost fainted from happiness. Yifeng pretended to be weak and about to faint, holding onto the door of the bathroom with one hand, then gave Gumuxi a teasing look. EW. Gumuxi pretended to vomit, giving him a stern look. Do you think I want to? Stop being flirtatious. Go take a shower. Yifeng joked with a straight face. I know, you don't have to pretend. I understand your intentions. Let me take a bath and change first before tasting it. I won't disappoint you, my lord. Gumuxi. Epsilon. This Slyphon is really taking advantage and acting cute. After more than 10 minutes, Yifeng finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, drying his hair that was still damp. Oh, Gumuxi, I just remembered. Today seems to be Monday. Aren't you going to work? Yifeng curiously asked. I took a day off. How else could I buy you breakfast and hangover soup? Gumuxi gave him a look. Yifeng placed his towel on a chair and said with a smile, I'm so moved. Sitting at the table, Yifeng drank the hangover soup, had breakfast, felt much better, although he still had a slight headache. Planning to rest at home today, he walked to the sofa and sat next to Gumuxi. Are you already starting to study university courses? Yifeng looked surprised at the book she was holding, which turned out to be Fundamentals of Architectural Drawing and Modeling. Of course, I have to enroll in a month, so I'm pre-studying. This was given to me by a senior in the company. There are many more to go through. Gumuxi proudly said. She had developed a habit of studying in advance and revising regularly. You're a studious type, but, Gu Xiaoju, I have something to ask of you. Yifeng leaned in. Gumuxi turned to him and asked, what is it? Since you've done me a favor before, whatever you need, I'll do it without hesitation. My head is still aching. Can you massage it for me? Yifeng frowned and said with a bitter tone. Serves you right for drinking so much. Lay down yourself. Gumuxi replied without mercy. Yifeng grinned, knowing Gumuxi had a tough exterior, but a soft heart. He quickly lay down on the couch. Gumuxi put down her book and gently massaged his temples. Yifeng felt so comfortable, he almost made a sound but held back. Gumuxi, my neck feels stiff and uncomfortable. What do you want to do? Can I rest my head on your lap? Hey. I warn you. FEI, don't take advantage of me. Come on. Just for a bit. It's just a stiff neck, no big deal. Fine. But I'm warning you. Gumuxi lifted his head and placed it on her lap, continuing to massage his temples. Yifeng suddenly felt a faint fragrance entering his nose. That was Gumuxi's scent. Although it felt a bit strange, it was quite pleasant. Why did you and Wang Tai get drunk last night? What happened that made you so happy? Gumuxi curiously asked. Well, it's not something to be happy about. It's just that TZ got cuckolded, and as his brother, I accompanied him to drink away his sorrows. Yifeng explained. Gumuxi had never heard the term cuckold before. Oh, that's when his girlfriend cheated on him, and he even caught her in the act. Yifeng explained what happened last night. Gumuxi was surprised after listening. Really? That happened to him? That's so melodramatic. Even romance dramas wouldn't go that far. Wang Tai is truly pitiful. Such a tragic story. Yifeng sighed. I hope he can get over it soon. He genuinely loves Su Xiaoling. He would do anything for her. Bought her whatever she wanted with his money. But in the end, this happened. I wonder what Su Xiaoling was thinking. Wang Tai may be simple-minded, but he's honest. They've only been dating for half a month before she cheated. Gu Muxi shook her head with disdain. That guy who seduced her is better looking than Wang Tai. He knows how to talk. Su Xiaoling must have changed her mind. Her reputation in school wasn't great. I weren't easy to reconsider that he was too infatuated, causing himself to be hurt. I couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes love makes us act recklessly. Gu Muxi sighed in a wise manner. Yifeng looked at her in surprise. Have you been in love? Where did you get that insight? Where did you learn all these terms? From romance dramas, like Dreams of Red Mansions. Gu Muxi responded. Really? You still watch old dramas from years ago? Yifeng was surprised. Gu Muxi shrugged. You don't understand. I'm collecting material for novels, planning to write a martial arts fiction. Martial arts fiction? You want to write a novel? Let me give you a piece of advice. Writing novels is a tough road unless you can make it like a hit series. And why are you watching romance dramas if you want to write martial arts fiction? Although martial arts novels mainly focus on conflicts in the martial arts world, there should still be a touch of romance to fully develop the characters. And then you watch romance dramas for inspiration. Of course, it's the most direct way. Hey, Gu Muxi, you don't have to go through the trouble. If you date me, I'll give you an unforgettable experience, helping you become a legendary writer. Hehe. Go away. Yifeng suddenly asked, have you thought about what story you want to write? Not yet. I'm currently revisiting the classics by Jin Lao Jingyan. I haven't decided yet. Let me give you an idea. Write about a male protagonist who starts off being jilted, publicly humiliated, and then declares don't bully the youth. Then he diligently cultivates his martial arts skills, faces various challenges, and eventually rises to the top of the world, defeating those who shamed him. How does that story sound? Sounds interesting. I even have a title for you. Call it, Against the Sky Limit. The realm of profoundness allows him to directly fight with his energy. No one can catch up. What kind of strange setting is that? I want to write a traditional martial arts novel. I want to write a story about a female warrior traveling the world. A female lead? I can't help you there. I've only read gangster novels, not female martial arts ones. What's a gangster novel? Yifeng sat up and pinned Gu Muxi against the couch, saying coldly, Woman, you've piqued my interest. At this moment, their faces were very close, less than a fist's distance apart. Gu Muxi was startled by the sudden move, her cheeks turning red, her heart pounding. Fei. What do you want to do? I want to tell you, this is a gangster novel. Just this. The overbearing CEO novel? I think you're just being a scoundrel. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk couch. Asterisk. Yifeng was kicked off the couch. Gu Muxi. I get it now. In those overbearing CEO novels, there definitely wouldn't be a female lead like you. If you were the female lead, the overbearing CEO would turn into a little puppy. Yifeng rubbed his stomach, taking a sharp breath. Gu Muxi blushed, crossing her arms and said, Is the overbearing CEO very powerful? Very capable of fighting? Yifeng gave her a thumbs up. Not as much as you. Fine. With you in such high spirits, I'm going back to surf the internet. Gu Muxi got up and walked out without looking back. Yifeng chuckled. His acting skills shouldn't be that bad. Maybe Gu Muxi just knows me too well. Yeah. That's definitely it. Oh well, I'll go back and take a nap. 3 weeks flew by. During this time, Yifeng was extremely busy, working during the day and attending driving exams. Almost every night, he would come home around 9 or 10. But thankfully, the 5 chain stores were finally completed simultaneously as scheduled. Early that day, there was a new store opening ceremony, and Yifeng brought along the company employees to the new store on Chongqing Road. Across the street, there was another computer store called Shinju Computer Store. Yes, this store was deliberately opened across from Zhao Shinju's store. Outside the new store, there were rows of opening flower baskets, some supplied by vendors like Funzi, others bought by themselves, lined up neatly, presenting a grand appearance. Inside the store, the employees wore uniform outfits, with men in short-sleeved shirts and trousers, women in shirts and knee-length skirts. Everyone was busy arranging the products in the store. The spacious store, spanning over 100 square meters, was brighter and better decorated than the downtown store. Funjie, what's a ribbon-cutting ceremony to begin? Wang Tai walked to the door and asked Yifeng. Yifeng was smoking a cigarette, gazing at Xinji computer store opposite them, and smiled. Patience, let's wait a bit more. Following his gaze, Wang Tai saw that Zhao Xinji's store had not yet opened, and he chuckled. Okay, I see. It seemed that Funjie was waiting for Zhao Xinji's store to open. To suspense. Excitement. Let's go in for some tea. Yifeng patted his shoulder and laughed. After a while, a car drove in from the side of the road and stopped in front of Xinji computer store. Zhao Xinji and Gao Hanxing got out of the car, seeing a new store opening across the street, looking tech-savvy with a minimalist storefront, and a red cloth covering the sign, hiding the store name. Boss, there really is a new computer store across the street. Gao Hanxing curiously observed through the glass window, seeing the displayed computers and accessories inside, indicating without a doubt that it was a computer store. Clearly, they deliberately opened this store to compete. Zhao Xinji's expression darkened upon seeing the storefront, having a sense of impending doom. This decoration style, it resembles the one at Yifeng Electronics, doesn't it? Let's go and have a look. Damn, let's see who opened a store here. Zhao Xinji said through gritted teeth and quickly crossed the street, with Gao Hanxing following closely behind. Upon arriving at the store entrance, two female employees in maple leaf red uniforms and short skirts came out to welcome them. Welcome, are you here to buy computers or accessories? The friendly right-side girl asked. Just browsing, Zhao Xinji replied sternly. As he was about to look inside the store, a figure appeared in front of him. Hey, Zhao boss, how have you been? Yifeng blew a smoke ring, smirked. So it's you, Mr. Yi. Zhao Xinji's face darkened upon realizing that it was indeed Yifeng who opened Yifeng Electronics across from his store. He actually opened a store right in front of his. This was simply provocation, intending to steal business deliberately. Indeed, this new store is mine. By the way, this is my 6th chain store. Yifeng flaunted, provoking him. True enough, Zhao Xinji was shocked and angered, feeling bitter inside. Damn, you with this surname actually made so much money? Mr. Yi has great business acumen, but what's the meaning of opening here? Zhao Xinji asked coldly. Yifeng blew another smoke ring, arrogantly said, no special meaning, just wanted to mess with you. That's all. You. Zhao Xinji was about to burst with anger. Yifeng sneered, continued, don't think I don't know about you and Nidin teaming up against me. If you want to take me down, then I also want to take you down. It's that simple. Zhao Xinji's expression changed. Having not been able to reach Nidin for weeks now, he heard through other sources that Nidin had caused major trouble in the company, exposed online, dealing a significant blow to Sheng Corporation, and had been suspended pending investigation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinji had trouble sleeping for weeks, vaguely suspecting Yifeng's involvement, as the situation swirled around his mind. Mr. Yi, you don't need to be so extreme. I advise you to leave a way out, Zhao Xinji said, in a deep voice. Yifeng coldly hummed, when you were messing with me initially, did you think about leaving a way out? I'll tell you. It's too late. TZ, unveil the sign. It's time for the grand opening. Wang Tai ran out excitedly and said, sure thing, Funjie. He and another male employee stood on either side and revealed the sign. As the red cloth fell down, the Yifeng Electronics sign and logo appeared in front of everyone. Over 20 employees behind clapped enthusiastically, generating thunderous applause. Boss Zhao, care to stay and cut the ribbon together? Yifeng teased. HMPH. Yifeng, don't get too full of yourself. We'll see about that. Zhao Xinji left with a grumble. As they watched the two leave, Wang Tai quietly asked Yifeng, Funjie, shall we follow the plan against that old guy? Yifeng nodded indifferently. Yes, stick to the plan we made beforehand. For the store opening celebration, all products, including machines and accessories, will be on a discount promotion. Computer repairs will be returned in 48 hours, with a fixed fee of 100 yuan, continuing for a month. Sponsor all the walls and signages nearby. Advertise extensively. Within a month, or even a week, Zhao Fatty's business will definitely suffer. Zhao Xinji returned to the shop, moved a chair to sit at the entrance, and stared at Zifeng Electronics store. Zifeng Electronics store was bustling with people coming and going, while his own shop was quiet with no customers in sight. Boss, they had a good business on their first day. Gao Hanxing envied. HMPH. It's only been 1 or 2 days. Don't worry, we have loyal customers. Zhao Xinji pretended to be calm. In reality, he was starting to feel a bit anxious, but with Gao Hanxing present, he couldn't show too much panic, or else he might lose morale. By the way, Hanxing, can you actually train new employees now? Zhao Crossing also turned to look at Gao Hanxing, a bit displeased. It had been nearly 2 months, and Gao Hanxing still didn't dare to train new employees, which made him a bit annoyed. Ow. Boss. I'm studying hard. I can train them. Definitely, it's not easy to hire people now. The last time we interviewed someone, they heard we were offering a monthly salary of 500 yuan, and they ran away on the spot. And I heard they went to Zifeng Electronics, where they heard they were offering 1,000 yuan monthly salary, plus weekends off and commissions. What? They're offering such a high salary? Jia Xinji was shocked. Yes, I found out from the person I contacted yesterday. Gao Hanxing nodded. Jia Xinji's face darkened. Normally, the salary for regular white-collar workers in the market was around 600 to 700 yuan, and for skilled workers it was similar. Only companies with better conditions dared to offer over 1,000 yuan as a monthly salary. He didn't expect the new company from Yifen to offer such a high salary. This would raise the industry's salary standards. Boss, should we also increase our salaries? Gao Hanxing asked in a low voice. If the salary for new hires increased, then his own salary would surely increase as well, which was also part of his plan. Zhao Xinji cleared his throat a few times and said, well, let's talk about this later. First, improve your skills. You broke several customers' computers last time, and I had to compensate hundreds of yuan. When your computer repair skills improve, raising your salary won't be a problem. Okay. Gao Hanxing felt disappointed. At that moment, 2 customers walked towards the shop's entrance. Zhao Xinji saw that they were regular customers and quickly got up to greet them. Hey, Wan Shuaij, are you here to buy computer parts again? This time, are you buying a graphics card, memory, or a display? The young man named Wan asked. Boss, how much is the Gold Elephant 6 graphics card? It's not expensive, 385 yuan, but since you're a regular customer, 370 yuan is fine. Come on in and take a look. Smiling, Zhao Xinji tried to usher them into the store. What? 370? I saw the new store across the street selling it for only 280 yuan. Forget it. I'll buy it over there. Wan shook his head and left. Hey, don't go. We can negotiate the price. We sell only genuine products here. Be careful buying fakes from across the street. Zhao Xinji called out, but Wang had already turned and said, Boss Zhao, they claim to sell genuine products with a 3-fold compensation policy for fakes. I think it should be okay. You do good business here. I'll check it out. With that, the 2 men went straight to Zifeng Electronics store. Zhao Xinji's face darkened. Zifeng Electronics store was selling the Gold Elephant 6 for only 280 yuan. This was close to the cost price. How dare they start a price war? Zifeng Electronics store could afford to make little profit with high sales, but he couldn't. With such high monthly expenses and low sales volume, selling at such a cheap price would earn them next to nothing. Boss, those 2 regular customers have left. What are we going to do in the future? Gao Hanxing was worried. Why panic? Let's see how long they can sustain their discount promotions, Zhao Xinji said coldly. 2 days later, at noon, Yifeng went to get his driver's license thoroughly in the morning and returned home. Meng Xiaoyun and Gumoxi were watching TV in the living room. Hey, son, why are you back so early today? Are you taking a break? Meng Xiaoyun wondered when she saw him come back at that hour. Mom, I have something very important to do today, hehe. Yifeng hid the driver's license behind his back, preparing to surprise them. What important thing? Meng Xiaoyun, peeling an orange, curiously asked. Yifeng then revealed the driver's license. Ta-da! Mom, Gumoxi, guess what this is? Ah, what kind of document is this? Meng Xiaoyun couldn't tell at first glance. Gumoxi, on the other hand, widened her eyes and exclaimed, impressive. Yi Xiao, you got your driver's license. Yifeng sat down proudly next to her. Of course, getting a driver's license is a small matter for me. All right, Yi Xiao, we know you're incredibly clever. Don't show off in front of me. Gumoxi waved her hand. Son, you have a driver's license, but you don't have a car. Meng Xiaoyun shook her head. Mom, I'm planning to go to the car dealership later to take a look. If I find one that fits, I'll pay for it in full on the spot. Yifeng smiled. What? You're buying a car? Oh my goodness. Meng Xiaoyun was stunned, her mouth agape, incredulously looking at Yifeng. Gu Muxi was also at a loss. My goodness, Yi Xiao, are you rich now? Buying a car? Do you think it's a tour car? Yifeng saw the shock on their faces and felt inexplicably pleased. Was this the joy of showing off? It felt pretty good. Son, you're not fooling your mom, right? Cars are so expensive. Could it be 50 to 60,000? Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed. 50 to 60,000? Mom, 50 to 60,000 won't buy you much of a car. I'm thinking of a car that costs 200,000-300,000. Yifeng thought for a moment and replied. What? 200,000 to 300,000. Son, did you win the lottery? Meng Xiaoyun was even more shocked, her eyes wide open, borderline speechless. 200,000 to 300,000. She'd never spent that much money in her life, and she had never even seen that kind of money before. Yi Xiao, are you serious? You want to buy a 200,000 to 300,000 car? Gu Muxi was just as incredulous. Yes. Doing business. How can I not have a car? It's a status symbol and a symbol of strength. Yifeng nodded solemnly. Meng Xiaoyun grabbed Yifeng's hand, trembled, and asked in amazement. Son, how much money have you made? Not much. Just over 2 million on the books. Pure profit, Yifeng said casually. What? Over 2 million? Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed, patting her head, completely bewildered and shocked. Gu Muxi covered her mouth, almost shouting along. My goodness, Yi Xiao hasn't just succeeded, he's made a fortune. That explains why even recently he dared to add extra pork to the awful noodles. And he even added noodles, 3 extra noodles. The two were in shock for a long time, especially Meng Xiaoyun, who was so stunned she couldn't speak. Hey, Mom, don't get too excited. Watch your blood pressure, Yifeng quickly comforted, fearing Meng Xiaoyun's blood pressure would skyrocket. Meng Xiaoyun patted her chest, took a deep breath, and excitedly held Yifeng's face, saying, My son is so capable. Heh, Mom, it's thanks to your good genes. Otherwise, how could you have given birth to such a smart son like me? Yifeng laughed. Meng Xiaoyun burst into laughter at his words. You child, you're quite the speaker. Since you've made money, how you spend it is up to you. But it's best to save a little, no matter how much money you earn. Over 2 million, she did not know the concept of it, but previously, their family's total annual expenses were just over 4,000 yuan. Over 2 million. How many years would it take to spend it all? Meng Xiaoyun calculated in her mind, but no matter how she calculated, she couldn't figure it out. At least several decades, right? Okay. Mom, I understand that the car must be of decent quality, as it's also a representation for business. Yifeng agreed with a smile. All right, go on. Later I'll go buy groceries, and tonight, I'll treat you to a nice meal, buy a roast goose for you to taste. Meng Xiaoyun was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, feeling utterly lost in joy. Yifeng looked at Gu Muxi and asked, Gu, do you want to come with me to see the new Rai? Gu Muxi immediately raised her hand and shouted, I want to go. She had never ridden in a sedan before and wanted to experience it no matter what. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Yifeng stood up and raised his arms. Gu Muxi also got up and shouted, Yay! Yi Xiao, let's go. Yifeng and Gu Muxi quickly went down the stairs. When they reached the ground floor, Gu Muxi was about to get her bicycle, but Yifeng stopped her. Miss Gu, do you want to ride a bike? Not ride a bike, do you want to walk? Gu Muxi asked back. Hey, let's go buy one. You can ride the bike back later. Trust me. This time we'll take a taxi. Yifeng smiled. Take a taxi? But how can we get a taxi here? Gu Muxi looked puzzled. Taxi drivers usually operate in the city center and are usually not found in remote areas to pick up passengers. Hey, we'll wait on the main road, believe me. There will be one. Yifeng said as he grabbed her and walked towards the exit of the neighborhood. After waiting for more than 10 minutes on the main road, they fortunately managed to get a taxi and headed straight to Yuezhu Automobile City. Yuezhu Automobile City was the earliest car sales location in the city, gathering various car dealerships of different brands, including imported car dealerships and, of course, smuggled cars. When they arrived, they found that there weren't many people shopping on the streets, and various brand logos lined the roadsides. However, most of them were Jettas, Fucons, and Santanas. These three models were considered the top choices in the 90s and were known as the Big Three. Although these three cars were priced around 130,000 to 140,000 yuan, they were already considered luxury cars at that time, because being able to afford a car costing over 10,000 yuan already qualified as a wealthy household, definitely the envy of others when driving them out. Yi Xiao, have you decided what car to buy? How about a Jetta? My dad's friend also has one. It looks cool. Gu Mushi excitedly suggested. Jetta? No. No. Yifan shook his head with a smile. How about a Fucon? That one. It looks quite stylish too. Gu Mushi pointed to the display car at the entrance of the store. That won't do either. It's just average for me in terms of features. Oh. Wait. How do you know so much? Yifan asked in confusion. Oh. I read it in car magazines, and aren't these cars seen on the road? Gu Mushi replied. Yifan chuckled. That's true. These big three are all over the roads. I want to buy something a bit different, less common. Then what do you want to buy? Gu Mushi rolled her eyes at him. With my budget, I can only afford an Audi 100 for around 300,000 yuan. No other choices. Yifan shrugged, lamenting the limited car models available these days. There were only a few dozen models openly sold, and although smuggled cars existed, the risks were too high and unnecessary. A car around 300,000 yuan was just right for now, and the Audi 100 belonged to an official car category, unique and dignified. Buying a 300,000 yuan car. Yi Xiao, you're amazing. Gu Mushi admired sincerely with a thumbs up. Only the wealthy second generation or those with extraordinary talents in making money at this age could afford to drive such a luxury car. Of course, let's go. Let's go straight to the Audi dealership. Yifan smiled. After a stroll, they finally found a car sales store specializing in imported cars, with an Audi 100 displayed at the entrance. As they walked in, several salespeople saw them, but pretended not to and walked away. Yifan and Gu Mushi roamed around the store, but no one came forward to assist them. They probably thought the two of them didn't look like potential car buyers, and didn't want to waste their energy, nor did they want to waste their breath. Just then, a well-dressed female sales consultant approached them. Hello, I am sales consultant Sun Qian. Would you like to see some cars? We have a variety of imported luxury cars available for selection in our store. Sun Qian greeted them with a professional smile. At the same time, she carefully assessed Yifeng and Gu Mushi. These two young people were dressed casually and did not exude the aura of the wealthy second generation, looking more like just graduated students. Were they really just here to look around? Nevertheless, out of professionalism, she must provide them with good service. Yes, we'd like to see the Audi 100. Could you please introduce it to us? Yifeng smiled and inquired. Of course, with pleasure. Please follow me. This is our popular luxury car, the Audi 100, which is considered a national executive-level sedan. Many company bosses appreciate this model. Sun Qian led them to the car. Gu Mushi's eyes lit up as she saw the car, excitedly exclaiming, "It's much more prestigious than a Jetta or similar cars." Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Luxury cars were nothing new to him, having bought Bentleys and Rolls-Royces casually in the past, along with 6 sports cars. However, seeing such a classic car evoked some nostalgia within him. He also looked around, inspecting the tires, paint, and interior. Sun Qian introduced, "Sir, this car embodies the characteristics of a luxury car. 115 horsepower, torque of 172 Newton-meters, 5-speed manual transmission, powerful performance, equipped with premium velvet seats, peachwood interior trim, power windows, power mirrors, central locking, and automatic air conditioning, top quality." Yifeng nodded. He had previously researched the car's specifications and compared to other cars with manual windows, this one truly deserved the title of a luxury car. "I'll go in and experience it." Yifeng smiled, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Although the seat was manually adjustable, it was still comfortable to sit in. Sun Qian was about to continue her introduction when a middle-aged man grabbed her arm. "Sun Qian, why are you wasting your time on them? This kid can't afford it. Don't waste your breath on him, we have other customers to attend to." The middle-aged man grumbled quietly. "Ow. Liu Jie, can we just leave them aside when customers come?" Sun Qian hesitated and asked. Liu Kong glanced at Yifeng inside the driver's seat and said, "Hey, it's okay. They'll just take a look and then leave. You get ready to arrange appointments for other clients. Don't waste time on them. You're new here. You need to train your observational skills more. Can't you tell who can afford such luxury cars? It's either big bosses or system insiders. At worst, they're wealthy second generation. Which type does this kid look like to you? Does he look like someone who can afford a luxury car? So, stop wasting your time. Go attend to other tasks." Chapter 152 I will accompany you. No matter how far Sun Qian glanced at the driver's seat where Yifeng was sitting and hesitated for a moment before saying, "If the manager finds out, we might get punished, right? Oh well, I'll finish attending to this customer first. It's important to see things through from start to finish." Liu Kong was taken aback by her stubbornness, but could only shrug and leave. "Yi Xiao, the back seat of this car is so comfortable," Gu Mushi exclaimed happily from the back, looking around. "Of course a luxury car is comfortable, but hey, Gu Mushi, why not try sitting in the front passenger seat for an even more comfortable experience?" Yifeng suggested with a smile. "Okay." Gu Mushi quickly moved to the front, realizing that the front seat offered a wider view and more legroom. Not bad at all. The front seat has a lot of space, even fitting to people comfortably. Gu Mushi expressed her satisfaction. Yifeng raised an eyebrow and teased, "To people? Gu Mushi, you're quite bold. What's the problem with 2 people? It's spacious enough for 2. Gu Mushi replied. "If Miss Gu thinks it's possible, then it's possible. And there's room for more possibilities in the future," Yifeng said. "No problem, I can stretch my legs." "Can you do different poses?" Gu Mushi asked. "Yes, even crossing your legs is no problem," Yifeng chuckled. "Of course, with such a spacious area, that's what makes a luxury car. But I still need to check other attributes and functions," Yifeng added. "What attributes?" Gu Mushi curiously asked. Yifeng replied seriously, such as the shock-absorbing effect, sound insulation, stability, and if the seats can fully recline, among other things. Gu Mushi gave him a disdainful look. "Are these things really important?" "Of course they are. Otherwise, where's the fun and pleasure in the future?" Yifeng nodded earnestly. "Weird. I don't understand," Gu Mushi said with a hint of disgust, feeling a bit uncomfortable. At that moment, Sun Qian walked over and said, "Sir, this car has top-notch shock absorption capabilities. The suspension is tuned on the softer side. If you prefer occasional spirited driving, you can contact the manufacturer for adjustments. The having a slightly softer suspension feels more stable while driving," Yifeng teased. "This car is nice. Can I test drive it?" Sun Qian nodded. "Of course, all customers who inquire are welcome to test drive." Sun Qian got into the back seat and explained some driving tips and features. Then Yifeng fastened his seatbelt and drove out. The road was spacious and with few cars. Yifeng was able to feel the car's throttle response and braking characteristics, which were very linear, fitting for a luxury car. After a test drive, they returned to the dealership. Yifeng got out of the car, feeling satisfied. "All right, I'll take this car. Do you have new vehicles in stock?" Sun Qian was a bit stunned. "Sir, are you buying a car?" Yifeng smiled. "I'm not here to browse for fun. Just this one. How much does it cost? Can I take it with me now?" "Oh. Well, the total price of this car is 342,000 yuan, Sun Qian stammered. "Price? 34 million. Oh, that's a bit high. Can you apply for a discount for me? I'll pay in full," Yifeng said. Sun Qian was a bit confused. Full payment? Not expecting such a request, she went to the manager to apply for a discounted price. The manager decided on a price of 323,000 yuan. Sun Qian joyfully informed Yifeng, who agreed to the price and proceeded with the purchase. After signing the contract and making the payment, they obtained temporary license plates and Yifeng drove off. Sun Qian respectfully bid him farewell, and as she walked away, she noticed Liu Qiang's sour expression and couldn't help but smile internally. The first thing Yifeng did after obtaining the car was to fill it up with gas at a nearby station. Gas prices were only 2.5 yuan per liter at the time, so it didn't cost much to fill up the tank. With the tank full, Yifeng drove towards the staff quarters with Gu Mushi. Inside the car, Gu Mushi admired the comfortable ride. "Indeed, it's really comfortable. We have a car now, so let's plan a trip. A car expands one's horizon, and it would be a waste not to take it out," Yifun suggested. Where do you want to go? Gumushi asked. We can visit nearby attractions, enjoy the scenery, go camping, fishing, picnicking, anything, Yifun said. Camping, picnicking, yes, I'm in. Gumushi was excited. She had only seen camping in magazines and admired the serene lifestyle described in online forums. Let's plan it then, while we still have time before school starts. We can find a day to go on an adventure. Yifun smiled. Sounds good. Thank you for that, Yishao. Gumushi smiled. The two discussed their camping plans inside the car, cruising at a leisurely speed on the road. Yifun occasionally glanced at Gumushi. The wind blew through the slightly open window, lifting her beautiful black hair and revealing her finely sculpted profile, flawless skin with a hint of radiance. Gumushi closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze on her face, a faint smile on her lips, enchanting. Suddenly, she said, "Stinky fun. Can we drive to faraway places in the future? Really far?" Yifun indulgently replied, "Of course, I'll accompany you no matter how far you want to go." Gumushi was surprised for a moment before a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Hey, you promised this, not me. This is your commitment. Don't forget it in the future." In the evening, at the entrance of the steel plant workers' residential area, a group of elderly men and women were sitting under big tree at the entrance of the residential area, enjoying the cool breeze and chatting about neighborhood gossip. "Auntie, is your bicycle fixed?" Mr. Wang, fanning himself, casually asked. Auntie was sitting at the entrance with a basin of pumpkin seedlings, picking vegetables while grumbling. "The tire is fixed, but the chain is broken again. It's just bad luck. I have no idea who punctured my tire. If I find out, I'll break his dog legs." Talking about the tire made her angry. Last time she got some noodles and when she went to get her bicycle, after just riding a little, she found the tire flat. When she got off and tried to support herself, she accidentally twisted her ankle. She was so angry at that time, cursing the street for a long time. After injuring her ankle, she rested for a while. She asked many people in the neighborhood, but no one had seen who punctured the tire. She had to swallow this, holding in her anger. Every time it came up, she got very angry. Mr. Wang chuckled to himself and said, "Auntie, you have been really unlucky lately. How about going to the temple tomorrow to pray for better luck?" Auntie glared at him, not in a good mood. "Why should I pray? If you want to pray, you go pray. Pray more so you can live longer. You." Mr. Wang was so angry that he couldn't talk to Annie anymore. This woman's mouth was as sharp as a knife, ruthless and fierce. "Well, it serves her right for getting her tire punctured." An old lady next to them advised, "Auntie, don't speak like that. Mr. Wang is a good person. Don't curse others." "Where did I curse him? If I were his age, I'd be long gone." "Whatever will be, Auntie stubbornly insisted. Other elderly people shook their heads, finding her difficult to get along with. She was just a troublemaker. No wonder she wasn't well liked in the neighborhood. Mr. Wang heaved and turned away, ignoring her. At that moment, more people were getting off work at the steel plant, and several motorcycles were entering the residential area. 2 motorcycles passed by her, spraying her with dust. "Dan Street, are you blind? Can't you see someone is here?" Auntie stood up and cursed loudly. One of the motorcycles stopped, and a middle-aged man complained, "This is a road. It's not your home. Who let you sit here?" Auntie pointed at him and cursed, "I'll sit wherever I want. It's none of your business. Dan Street, if you hit me, I'll make you pay. Blind street punk. Useless scum." The middle-aged man's face turned dark, and he didn't bother arguing with her. He just drove away. After seeing him leave, Auntie cursed for a few more minutes before sitting back down to continue picking vegetables. Suddenly, she was startled by the sound of 2 car horns behind her. She was about to curse again, but when she turned her head, she saw that it was a small car, the same model as the one she had seen a leader driving at the factory. Oh my goodness, could it be a leader from somewhere? The appearance of the Audi car at the entrance of the residential area attracted a crowd of onlookers, all curiously observing and discussing. "Wow, an Audi luxury car. Must be worth over 200,000, right? Which leader is visiting? It must be a high-ranking official. Only a high-ranking official can drive such a car, right? Wow, such a handsome car with such a commanding presence. Could it be a leader from the city?" Listening to the discussions around her, Auntie realized she was blocking the road and quickly put on a smile and stood up. continuously apologizing to the car. "Oh, excuse me, leader. I'll move now." Mr. Wong, watching this, was delighted. "If you are fierce, keep going. Let's see if you dare to curse again. Look at your hypocritical face, Pa." The elderly people threw disdainful glances at her. Embarrassed, Auntie stood on the side of the road, constantly bowing and apologizing. "Leader, please don't mind. I'm sorry. Have a safe journey." The Audi slowly started up and moved forward a bit, then stopped next to Auntie. The main driver's window rolled down, revealing Yifeng's smiling face behind it. "Auntie, you're quite courteous today, showing some progress," Yifeng sneered. Gumuxi in the car burst into laughter, finding Auntie's respectful and fearful appearance incredibly amusing. Seeing Yifeng driving the car and Gumuxi inside, Auntie was struck dumb, standing there in shock. This car belonged to him. How did Yifeng drive this luxury car? Oh my, has he gained favor with some wealthy authorities? The other elderly people also noticed that the car was driven by Yifeng and Gumuxi and were also surprised. "Yifeng, is this your car?" Mr. Wong asked in astonishment. "Yes, Mr. Wong. I just bought this car," Yifeng replied with a smile. "Oh my god, Yifeng, your family has struck it rich." Mr. Wong was full of shock. It was known in the neighborhood that Yifeng had become the provincial champion in the exams, and everyone admired him, often praising him in front of Yijian and Xiaoyun. But now, Yifeng had even bought a luxury car. This was even more shocking. This car didn't look cheap at all. The Yi's family was really getting rich, unstoppable. "Mr. Wong, we'll be going now. Let's have tea another day." Yifeng bid farewell and drove away. The onlookers watched the luxury car's taillights disappear and started discussing again. "Yifeng is really successful, just graduated and already bought a luxury car. I heard he also opened a store outside. He must be making a lot of money." "What kind of store is it?" "It seems to be an electronics store. I'm not sure, but there is indeed a store." "Really? That's quite successful. This kid is so amazing. Indeed, good at studying, became the provincial champion, and knows how to make money. If only he were my descendant. Oh, the Yi's family will surely be extraordinary in the future." Envious, Yifeng parked the car downstairs, then he and Gumuxi went upstairs to have a meal. In the house, Meng Ziyun had already prepared the meal, while Yijian Jun was in the living room chatting and smoking with Gu Crossing Zhang. Seeing Yifeng return home, Yijian Jun smiled and asked, "Son, did you buy the car? Which model did you buy?" "Yes, Dad, I bought an Audi 100, Yifeng replied. Yifeng took out the car keys to show them, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Gu Crossing Zhang. "Uncle Gu, have a cigarette." Gu Crossing Zhang was surprised to see the pack of cigarettes. "My goodness, Shafen, you have started smoking these. Not bad, you're really a boss now." "Oh, I just carry them with me. Sometimes I smoke with business partners." Yifeng scratched his head humbly. "Ha ha. I guess I'm lucky today to smoke one. Elder Yi, you have a good son." Gu Crossing Zhang praised enthusiastically. Yijian Jun laughed and said, "Shafen is really making progress. I am truly proud." Then he took the car keys from Yifeng's hand, examined them carefully, and asked, "What kind of car is this Audi 100? I've never heard of it." He was a low-level technical worker at the factory, and had hardly sat in a four-wheeled vehicle a few times in his life, let alone knew much about cars. With the current salary, it would take him many more years to afford a car, especially since he was on the verge of losing his job. Buying a car seemed like an impossible dream, but unexpectedly, this dream had come true for Yifeng. Gu Crossing Zhang lit a cigarette and said, "Elder Yi, Audi 100, a government vehicle. I've only seen officials in the city use it, and only those in such positions can ride in it." He held up two fingers for Yijian Jun to see. "Only the top officials and second in command can ride in this car. My goodness, it must be very expensive, right?" Yijian Jun exclaimed. "If it's not expensive, how can it be called a luxury car? This brand, imported goods, must cost over 200,000, Gu Crossing Zhang speculated, then looked up at Yifeng and asked, "Shafeng, how much did you pay for it?" "Uncle, the base price is 323,000. With additional fees for insurance and other things, it totals to 340,000. Yifeng sat down next to Gu Crossing Zhang. "What? 340,000? Gu Crossing Zhang and Yijian Jun almost exclaimed in unison. completely shocked. They knew the car was expensive, but they never expected it to be this expensive. 340,000 was already a huge amount for an ordinary family. Yi Jianjun clenched his teeth, although he knew Yi Fun had earned a lot of money. Hearing that he spent 340,000 still made his heart ache inexplicably. Xiao Feng, you spent too much money. Gu Crossing John was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, patting Yi Feng's shoulder. Ha ha, don't listen to your dad. When doing business outside, you need a luxury car to show off. If you drive an ordinary car, it won't work out, and you won't make money. Xiao Feng, you really are outstanding, even more than me. Don't be fooled by my current position as deputy factory director. I still receive a salary, and I haven't earned as much in all these years as this car. Yi Fun humbly said, oh, come on, I still need to learn more from you in the future. Gu Crossing John appreciated and admired Yi Fun even more, saying, Xiao Feng, out of the 1.2 billion people in the country, not many can afford a four-wheeled vehicle, let alone a luxury car like this. You don't need to be modest, you should be proud. Xiao Feng is such a good kid, kind-hearted, good-natured, good at studies, and has a strong earning ability. Truly an ideal son-in-law candidate. Oh, it's a pity that Mushi and Yi Fun don't match up. It's really a shame. Gu Crossing John glanced at Mushi, who was eating oranges nonchalantly, her mouth stuffed full, shook his head and sighed. After the meal, let's go for a ride and experience it, Yi Jianjun suggested cheerfully. Great, I haven't sat in such a luxury car yet. Let's go after the meal, Gu Crossing John said eagerly. At that moment, Meng Ziyun and Li Wen emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. Meng Ziyun called out, come eat, Mushi. Xiao Feng, go wash your hands and eat. Okay, Auntie, Mushi replied obediently. Both families had a joyous meal together, and Yi Jianjun in particular enjoyed drinking with Gu Crossing Zhang. After the meal, Yi Fun took the four elders downstairs for a drive. They drove around the neighborhood for a while, the elders excitedly discussing inside the car as if they had discovered a new world. Yi Jianjun even played with the power windows several times, marveling at the high-tech feature. After a few enjoyable laps, they returned to the residential area. Yi Fun parked the car, and the four elders went upstairs. He was about to follow when he saw Mushi sitting under a tree eating a popsicle. Mushi, why are you eating a popsicle again? Yi Fun walked over, sat next to her, and asked, is there one for me? Mushi rolled her eyes at him, then brought out another popsicle she was hiding behind her back and handed it to him. Here, I was planning to have it myself, HMPH. Yi Fun stared at her expression, noticing a glint in her eyes, and said, don't play innocent, I'm sure you intentionally saved this for me, thanks. Mushi blushed, snorted, and said, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Who saved it for you on purpose? Ridiculous. Yi Fun chuckled, ripped open the packaging, and started eating the popsicle. Mushi, I checked the work schedule, we have free time the day after tomorrow. Shall we go camping? Yi Fun suggested excitedly. Sure, I'm free every day now, just waiting for school to start, Mushi replied happily. Yi Fun beamed. All right, then it's settled, just the two of us. Mushi paused, asking, what about Wang Tai and Han Ping'an? Are they not going? Yi Fun said seriously, oh, they are busy with work, no time. Mushi stared at him skeptically. Really? Yes. It's more real than 99K pure gold. Wang Tai suddenly appeared from afar. When he saw the Audi 100, he exclaimed enthusiastically, wow, what a cool car. Xiao Guo, I happen to have a day off in a couple of days. Shall we go for a drive? Yi Fun was caught off guard. Tai, don't you still have a lot of work? Yi Fun gave Wang Tai a knowing look. In the dark, Wang Tai didn't catch his expression, so he excitedly walked up and said, hey, school flower gu is here too. Xiao Guo, where are we going in a couple of days? Take a drive nearby, Mushi asked with a puzzled look. Tai, didn't Xiao say you're not free in 2 days? How? I have a break in 2 days. Wang Tai was taken aback. Yi Fun coughed dryly. Tai, you remembered wrong. You don't have a day off. Weren't you going to train new employees at the new store? He then shot another look to Wang Tai. Wang Tai finally caught his glance, hastily corrected. Ah yes, I didn't have a day off. I got it wrong. Mushi stared at him suspiciously. Really? Really? More real than 99K gold. Wang Tai raised her fingers. He thought to himself, damn. I almost ruined the good thing for Xiaogu. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Yifan chuckled, patted his shoulder approvingly. Tai, turn the pain of a broken heart into motivation. I believe in you. Wang Tai wiped the sweat off his forehead, gave a dry laugh. Yes, yes, Xiaoguo, I will work hard. Is Han Ping'an also busy? Shall we bring Nana along? Mu Shi asked. Wang Tai quickly waved his hands. Well, Ping'an is even busier than me, and Nana is busy preparing for school. Oh, Gu school flower. Just the two of you will be fine with Xiaogu. Mu Shi licked the popsicle, looked at Yifan helplessly. Okay, I thought you guys were coming. More people mean more fun. More fun. Yifan chuckled, took a big bite of the popsicle, then said, Mu Shi, actually, two people can have a lot of fun together. What can two people play? Just play what two people can play. Alright then, since I have no plans for the summer break, it's a perfect opportunity to relax a bit, Gu Muxi eagerly expressed. Of course, it's only natural to balance work and leisure, Yifan chimed in. So it's settled then. I'll go home to prepare, and we can buy some camping gear tomorrow. Hehe. With that, Gu Muxi got up and bounded upstairs. After she left, Wang Tai asked eagerly, Hehe, Funjie, how was my performance just now? Not bad. Not bad. I'll give you a bonus later. Yifan replied with a smile. Funjie is awesome. Funjie is unparalleled in the world, brilliant and valiant, standing out from the rest, exuding charm and dominance. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Yifeng, Wang Tai, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them randomly. That's called refined charm. Dominant aura. That's not right. Forget it. Never mind. I'm going to bed now. Yifan shook his head, crossed his arms, and left. Wang Tai scratched his head. Could it be? The aura didn't leak. At night, Gu Muxi finished her shower and happily searched for camping strategies online. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a message notification appeared. She opened it to see a message from her deskmate and close friend Chen Jiujia, stating that they both had been accepted to South China Technical University in the same major. Chen Jiujia, hey, you're not asleep yet? What are you up to? Gu Muxi, I'm looking up camping information. I'm going camping the day after tomorrow. Chen Jiujia, camping? You're going alone? Or with someone? Gu Muxi, I'm going with Yi Xiao. He bought a car, which is convenient. Ha ha ha. Chen Jiujia, just the two of you. Gu Muxi, yeah, what's wrong with that? Chen Jiujia, oh my, you two aren't hitting it off, right? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes and immediately replied, what are you thinking? Hit what off? I warn you not to think randomly. Chen Jiujia, hey, I often saw you two playing together at school. Getting together is normal. Gu Muxi blushed, typing, not at all. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Jiujia, really? Gu Muxi, really? Chen Jiujia, I don't believe it. You look quite well matched together. During school, other boys couldn't get close to you, but Yifeng could. It's normal if you're together. I'm not making fun of you. I'm actually happy for you. Gu Muxi, believe what you want. There's really nothing between us. Chen Jiujia, really? Are you secretly interested in him? Otherwise, why would you agree to go camping with Yifeng out of the blue, and just the two of you? Think about it. Just the two of you, in the wilderness, a romantic setting. Hehe. Gu Muxi felt a vein pop on her forehead. You're the one being romantic. We're just going camping, fishing, cooking outdoors, and relaxing. Nothing more. Chen Jiujia, back in school, Dudley, we all know, he just asked you to have a meal at the school gate. Why didn't you agree? Now you suddenly agree to have a private camping trip with Yifeng. Gu Muxi, how can you compare the two? Li is annoying. I find him annoying. Chen Jiujia, so you're saying you don't find Yifeng annoying? You don't have feelings for him? Gu Muxi blushed and defended herself. Absolutely not. Chen Jiujia, let me ask you, did you both grow up together since childhood? Gu Muxi, yeah. Chen Jiujia, do you genuinely dislike him? Gu Muxi, no, not really. Chen Jiujia, would you worry about him in dangerous situations? Gu Muxi, maybe. Chen Jiujia, if he became the top student in the province, would you be happy for him? Gu Muxi, yes. Chen Jiujia, aha. Now I get it. You're more than friends, but not quite lovers yet. Gu Muxi, hot. What? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed even more, heart pounding. What are you talking about? More than friends, but not lovers yet. Nonsense. Chen Jia. I'm not talking nonsense. I've watched 8 romance dramas. The main characters always go through this phase. I'm speaking from experience. More than friends, but not lovers yet, meaning your relationship has surpassed friendship but lacks that tiny bit to be lovers, right? Gumuxi. No way. That's not true. Chen Jia. Okay. Sorry for making you mad, but honestly, sometimes I envy you. Still having childhood friends, well, I don't know how my boyfriend is doing now. Gumuxi was stunned. Chen Jia had a boyfriend. Before she could respond, Chen Jia continued, I don't know if he's eating well, sleeping well, or even his birth details. Gumuxi, why are you in such a rush? Maybe you'll have a boyfriend in college too. Chen Jia, Guda, the campus beauty. Do you think I'm like you? Wave a hand, and the school's field is filled with your suitors. Gumuxi, that's an exaggeration. The number is not that high. Chen Jia, isn't it? In high school, many pursued you, but you didn't choose any, except for one, right? Yifeng, the one you're always with. I think Yifeng is not bad. If you're not interested, can I have him? Gumuxi, no way. Yifeng has so many quirks, you won't like him. Chen Jia, see? Getting defensive. Someone's getting flustered now, claiming no feelings for Yifeng. Gumuxi's cheeks turn even redder, glaring at the screen and typing, HMPH. Forget it. I'm done chatting with you. I'm going to bed. After saying that, Gumuxi immediately closed the chat window but remained sitting still in front of her computer. More than friends, less than lovers. Is it true? Could it be? Perhaps, possibly, not at all. Gumuxi muttered to herself, lost in thought. She then got up from her chair, returned to her bed, lay down and gazed at the ceiling, a jumble of thoughts running through her mind. Images of moments with Yifeng filling her head. Feeling flustered, she grabbed the nearby stuffed pig and pinched its face. Tiggy, what do you think of that annoying Feng? Tiggy, no reaction. What good are you? Gumuxi glared at it and then punched it off the bed. Early in the morning, under clear skies, Gumuxi wearing a fisherman's hat and carrying a small suitcase stood downstairs. After a while, Yifeng drove over and arrived in front of her. Gumuxi, did you just bring a few things? Yifeng smiled and asked, getting out of the car to help her with the luggage. We're only going for one night, why bring so much stuff? I only brought 2 sets of clothes and some daily necessities, Gumuxi replied with a slight pout. Yifeng opened the trunk. Ta-da, look at what I bought. Gumuxi walked over and saw various packages inside, with one big package that must be a tent. Wow. Yishao, you got everything. Gumuxi exclaimed happily. Yes. Tent, camping set, all complete. I spent $10,000 on it. Yifeng nodded. Alright, let's get in the car, we're off. Gumuxi cheerfully got into the passenger seat and buckled up. Little Feng, start the car. Alright, miss. Buckle up, let's go. Yifeng fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and drove forward. Their destination was a place called Zhanbai Reservoir on the outskirts of the city. Through online research, many netizens had been camping there, away from the city, enjoying the picturesque scenery. In the car, they played a CD with songs by Huozi. Both of them were quite familiar with his songs and hummed along joyfully. Yifeng even imitated Huozi's singing style, which was quite similar. Hey, Yishao, you can really sing, Gumuxi said in surprise. Yifeng rarely sang in front of her, and she didn't expect him to sound so good. Of course, I was one of the top 10 singers. I mean, I have a natural gift. Yifeng almost mentioned being one of the top 10 campus singers. He hadn't received professional training, but he had a good sense of musicality, which made his singing better than average. HMPH, giving you an inch and you'll take a mile. Gumuxi rolled her eyes. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a personal concert tonight. How about that? Yifeng chuckled. A personal concert? I don't believe it. Gumuxi turned her head to look out the window. Besides the receding scenery, the window also reflected the silhouettes of the two of them. Gumuxi's eyes focused on Yifeng's face, and suddenly her cheeks flushed. From the side, Yifeng actually looked quite handsome. With that thought, she looked away, stealing a glance at him. From the side, Yifeng's profile was somewhat refined, giving off an air of a scholarly gentleman. Despite spending so much time together, she hadn't really scrutinized his face closely. Now that they were alone together in a closed car, She couldn't help but observe him more attentively. Gu Muxi, is there something on my face? Yifeng suddenly asked, touching his face. Ow. No. Nothing. Gu Muxi blushed, then turned to look out the window. Then why were you staring at me? Hehe. Do you like me? Yifeng joked. If you want to look, go ahead. I don't mind. Who's looking at you? Shameless. Gu Muxi denied with a stiff neck. But at that moment, her heart was pounding as if a little deer were leaping in her chest. Yifeng glanced at her and said, you don't admit it, but why is your face red? It's sunburned. Okay. Gu Muxi pouted, making excuses. Focus on driving. Why so much nonsense? Yifeng found her stubborn denial amusing. The car sped along the road. After about 2 hours, driving through a rough mud road and asking directions from two villagers, they finally arrived at Zhangbai Reservoir. The scorching sun baked the land. Although the hottest days had passed, the heat in the province had not dissipated. Along the way, Yifeng saw other tourists and villagers swimming in the reservoir, as well as others camping nearby. To avoid the crowd, they continued further until they found a relatively flat and spacious area near the lakeside. Perfect, let's camp here. Yifeng parked in the open space, admiring the panoramic view of the lake and mountains. Great, camping here will be very comfortable, Gu Muxi exclaimed excitedly, unbuckling her seatbelt and stepping out to breathe the fresh air. Oh, the air is so fresh. Gu Muxi put her hands on her hips, taking deep breaths and looking at the rippling lake, a bright smile on her face. Yifeng also got out of the car. With the sun so strong, let's set up the tent and canopy first. Okay. But I don't know how to set up a tent. Gu Muxi stuck out her tongue, admitting honestly. Don't worry, I do. I'll teach you. Yifeng waved his hand, then opened the trunk and took out a large package containing the tent. Gu Muxi, looking puzzled, asked, Yishao, only one tent? Yeah. How many did you think we needed? Yifeng unzipped the package casually. Gu Muxi was stunned. Did that mean they were going to sleep in the same tent tonight? With a blush rising to her cheeks, she mumbled, all right then. What are you thinking, Gu Muxi? It's not like you haven't shared a bed before. Gu Muxi, can you pull out the tent cloth while I insert the poles? Yifeng didn't even look up. Sure. In no time, a tall tent was erected in Yifeng's hands, with enough space inside to comfortably sleep for adults. After hammering in the pegs and laying out the ground mat, their setup was complete. Haha. Done. How about it, Gu Muxi? Did I set up the tent well? Yifeng clapped his hands with a proud smile. Not bad, Stinky Feng. Didn't expect you to have this skill. Commendable, Gu Muxi praised. Now that the tent is set up, let's go fishing. I bought fishing rods and foldable parasols, one for each of us, Yifeng said as he took the fishing rods and a retractable parasol from the trunk, assembling them by the lakeside. Done. But I want to go down for a swim. Gu Muxi, do you want to join me? It's so hot today. The lake must be refreshing. Swimming would be nice. Yifeng turned to ask, no. I don't want to get my clothes wet. Gu Muxi shook her head. Hehe. Then I'll go by myself. Yifeng took off his shirt and ran into the lake. Gu Muxi cautioned with concern. Stinky Feng, don't swim too far. Be careful. I know. Yifeng responded and dove into the water, swimming like a fish in the lake. Gu Muxi shook her head with a smile, returned to the car, and took out snacks from the luggage, getting ready to snack while fishing. After a few minutes, when she took the snacks and returned to the lakeshore, she didn't hear any movement from Yifeng. Stinky Feng, Gu Muxi called out, but there was no response, and her face suddenly paled. Could something have happened to him in there? Yishao. Where are you? Yishao, stop playing. Come out. Gu Muxi called out several times, but there was still no response, and her expression turned anxious. Could something really have happened? Gu Muxi's face was filled with worrying and concern, and in the next moment, she bit her lip, plunging into the lake without a second thought. Yifeng, you can't have an accident. She frantically searched underwater, desperate and teary-eyed, her tears mixing with the lake water making it hard to see clearly. Stinky Feng, Gu Muxi called out with a choked voice. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had plummeted deep into an abyss. It seemed like she had lost the most important thing in her life at that moment. Countless thoughts and regrets flooded her mind. Gu Muxi, did you call me? Suddenly, Yifeng's voice came from behind her on the shore. Gu Muxi turned abruptly, seeing Yifeng standing on the shore, holding a bag filled with plums. They both froze for a moment, stunned. Damn it, stinky Fun. Gumuxi quickly swam to the shore and tightly hugged Yifun, as if afraid he would disappear again. Ow, Gumuxi, what are you doing? Yifun asked bewilderedly. Gumuxi looked up, her eyes red, tears still flowing down. Jerk. Stinky Fun, where did you go? I thought you. Jerk. I just saw someone picking fruits over there while swimming, so I swam over to take a look. The villager was quite enthusiastic and gave me a bag. Yifun lifted the bag he was holding to show her. Damn it, why didn't you respond to me? Gumuxi released him, wiping her tears. I heard your voice, so after I got the plums, I ran back, didn't I? Yifun explained. What did you think I did? Gumuxi sniffled, glaring at him. Jerk, you made me. I thought you drowned in the lake. Yifun saw her angry and upset, and for the first time, so heartbroken, he couldn't help but hug her. Sorry for worrying you. Yifun calmed Gumuxi down for a while before finally allowing her to somewhat regain her composure. Gumuxi pushed away from his embrace, glared at him, gritted her teeth, and said, Do you know how worried I was just now? Why yes, my bad, I'm really sorry about that. Yifun apologized, scratching his head sheepishly. Is that all you have to say for yourself? What else do you want me to do? If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't feel better. Dang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yifun was instantly subjected to a backdrop by Gumuxi, followed by a deathlock. I'll show you not to scare me. Gumuxi huffed. Gu Xiaoju, let go. Are you trying to murder your husband? Yifun shouted repeatedly. Gumuxi blushed, spat. Who's trying to murder their husband? Shameless. In fact, no matter how hard she tried, she only managed to lock Yifun on the ground, hugging his head to her chest. Yifun rubbed his head against her chest, pretending to struggle but actually. Hehe. Gumuxi felt something was off, her cheeks reddened, and with one kick, she pushed him away. Bastard. How dare you take advantage of me? Yifun dusted off his clothes, chuckled. Hey, that's not my fault, Gu Xiaoju, you should know me. I've always been a gentleman. Gumuxi rubbed her fingers, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. A gentleman. I'll see just how much of a gentleman you are. Don't run. Stop chasing me. Stand still. Damn it. You stop first. You coward. Stop running. I definitely have guts, but I still have to run. Are you trying to bite me? Damn it. The two of them started playing and chasing by the shore, until Gumuxi got tired and calmed down. Then stopped. Let's call a truce. You better go change your clothes soon. Be careful not to catch a cold. Yifun leaned against the car, panting and smiling. As he spoke, he kept his eyes on Gumuxi. Gumuxi was already soaked, her clothes clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her perfect curves. Yifun couldn't help but stare, his eyes fixed on her, swallowing his saliva. Indeed, Gumuxi had an amazing figure. Sensing his gaze, Gumuxi felt countless ants crawling on her, quickly covering herself with her hand, embarrassed. What are you looking at? Wait for me. Throwing down the threat, Gumuxi entered the tent to change. After a while, she emerged wearing a white shirt, tight jeans, with slightly damp hair. Yifun saw her still looking a bit miffed and hurriedly said, Hey, Gumuxi, don't be angry. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Gumuxi glared at him, asking, In the trunk, I'll get it for you right now. Yifun quickly opened the trunk, revealing a small foam box inside. He took the foam box out and placed it under the canopy. Curious, Gumuxi walked over to see Yifun open the foam box. Ice popsicles. Gumuxi's eyes lit up with joy. Yes, the foam box was filled with ice, and 10 ice popsicles. Yifun had originally planned to surprise her in the evening, but for now, to cheer her up, he had to reveal it early. Here, for you. With the insulated box, it should last 2 days. Yifun smiled. Wow, great. Gumuxi grabbed an ice popsicle, happily digging in. Yifun wiped away a cold sweat, glad he had prepared this surprise, and was surprised at how easily Gumuxi was pleased. 1 ice popsicle did the trick, but if it didn't, there were more. After their truce, they continued fishing, with Gumuxi finally calming down after finishing 3 ice popsicles. From afternoon until sunset, they had a good catch, each getting 3 fish to have for dinner. As the sun set and the night fell, the campsite was illuminated by a bonfire cooking fish soup, filling the air with a delicious aroma. It's ready. Eat while it's hot, Yifun said proudly. serving Gumuxi a large bowl of the fish soup he cooked. Gumuxi was already hungry, having only snacks for lunch, and now with the fish soup and fragrant rice, she was truly comfortable. She savored every bite, enjoying the meal. Eat slowly, be careful of the fish bones, Yifun smiled, reminding her. Gumuxi mumbled in agreement, mouth full. While eating, Yifun felt the cool breeze around them, and suddenly asked, Gumuxi, did you really worry that I might have died earlier? Gumuxi almost choked on her food, avoiding his gaze. HMPH, no way. Then why were you crying like a sad willow tree? Yifun teased. Gumuxi blushed, turned her head, unwilling to speak. Her slightly embarrassed look was all caught by Yifun, who chuckled inside, knowing her stubborn nature. Gumuxi, I have one more surprise for you later. Another surprise? What are you up to, Yi? Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. Well, you'll find out once you're full. HMPH. Then let's eat. Gumuxi put down her chopsticks and bowl, wiped her mouth, eager to see what else Yifun had planned. With a smirk, Yifun said, Since you're so eager, put on this blindfold first. He pulled out a blindfold from behind and walked behind her to put it on. What's all this mystery about? Gumuxi grumbled. You'll find out soon, no peeking, Yifun emphasized. Curious yet excited, Gumuxi followed his lead, a touch of anticipation and flutters in her heart. Next, Yifun led her to a clearing where she stood blindfolded. Stand here and don't move, Yifun smiled. Unable to see, Gumuxi heard Yifun's footsteps moving away and then returning after a while. Soon she heard a rustling sound. Growing even more curious, she tried to peek under the blindfold. Just as she opened a gap, Yifeng's face appeared in front of her,